Shi Fan opened his eyes, pressing his hand against his throbbing head, and gazed around in bewilderment. Where am I? He found himself in a room adorned with an antique charm. Not far from him stood a rosewood table, upon which rested a beautifully painted teapot and several teacups, accompanied by a few rosewood chairs. None of these furnishings resembled those of a modern household. A girl, approximately 12 or 13 years old, sat on the floor beside the table, tears welling in her frightened eyes as she gazed at him. Her complexion was as pale as jade, and her panicked eyes brimmed with tears. Despite her tender age, she had blossomed into a striking beauty, destined to grow into an enchanting woman. Her hair was styled in 2 buns, and she wore a delicate, pale yellow garment, a style he had only encountered in period dramas. What astonished him further was that the girl was bound with hemp ropes, a handkerchief stuffed in her mouth, making her muffled whimpers inaudible. Upon seeing her, an inexplicable warmth surged from his lower abdomen, and a certain part of his body responded involuntarily. He was taken aback, pondering how a seasoned man like himself could feel such stirrings in the presence of an unformed girl. He certainly did not recall having such peculiar inclinations before. Moreover, had he not perished? How could he possibly find himself here? In his previous life, he had been a disheartened programmer who succumbed to the pressures of relentless overtime, ultimately meeting his untimely demise. Yet, what was unfolding before him? Had he traversed realms? The concept of transmigration was not foreign to him as a lover of web literature. After years of toil, he had reached the age of 28 without marrying, and if he were to be compensated with a gift of transmigration, so be it. However, until now, the memories of the original owner had yet to surface. The only sensation he could grasp was an excruciating headache. He touched his forehead, discovering a sizable bump indeed. It had cracked. In moving, he inadvertently bumped his head against the wall behind him. Turning, he beheld a lavishly decorated wooden bed, replete with fragrant pillows and exquisite curtains. This appeared to be a woman's sleeping quarters. An unsettling feeling gripped him. Could this bed belong to the girl on the floor? Suddenly, a torrent of information flooded his mind, accompanied by a pain akin to needles piercing his skull, which eventually subsided, revealing the memories of the previous owner. The inhabitant of this body was named Shi Zhongyu, a 15-year-old with parents known as the Dual Swords of Black and White, Shi Qing and Minro. 3 years prior, due to his mischievous nature and his mother's excessive indulgence, his father, unable to manage him, sent him to the Snow Mountain Sect to be mentored by a close friend known as the Divine Dragon of Wind and Fire, hoping to reform his unruly disposition. However, Shi Zhongyu's nature proved resistant to change. He not only slacked off during training, but also began to develop an interest in matters of romance as he matured. Frequently, he would sneak down the mountain to the market, acquiring numerous risque illustrations to study in private. Today, after indulging in reading, he found himself overwhelmed with desire and impulsively entered the room of his master's beloved daughter, tying her up with rope in the absence of her maid, with intentions of violation. Yet as he lunged at her, she evaded him, causing him to crash into the wall and lose consciousness, thus allowing Shi Fan to seize this opportunity. Am I now Shi Zhongyu from the legend of the heroic knight? Every man seems to harbor a secret dream of martial arts adventure. As one story goes, which youth does not envy the sight of a hero clad in azure, wielding a sword and traversing the rivers and lakes? He was no exception. Having read most of Jin Yong's novels, including the renowned The Return of the Condor Heroes, which he had revisited multiple times, he was familiar with the legend of the heroic knight, though he had found it rather mediocre and hadn't studied it closely. Yet, the plot remained lodged in his memory. What he recalled most distinctly about Shi Zhongyu was the incident of binding Ah Xiu with the intent to assault her. Could it be that I have transmigrated just in time to witness the perpetration of this crime? What a coincidence! However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. The immediate priority was to address the predicament of the victim, Ah Xiu, if memory served. Shi Zhongyu had entered the room without uttering a word and directly bound Ah Xiu. When he attempted to remove her clothing, he had collided with the wall and fainted. This meant that Ah Xiu had no knowledge of his true intentions. His thoughts raced, and he finally concocted a plan. He approached and removed the handkerchief from her mouth, smiling brightly. Ah Xiu, I couldn't catch you. Now it's your turn to catch me if you can bind me. Then you win. Initially frightened by a sudden movement, Ah Xiu hesitated but then asked timidly, "Were you playing a game with me just now?" "Of course, it was a game. Why else would I tie you up?" Shi Zhongyu replied, striving to present an innocent smile, as he untied her ropes and placed them in her hands. "All right, now you can bind me." Being still quite young, Ah Xiu, innocent and easily persuaded, had no doubts and quickly bound Shi Zhongyu with the rope, gleefully exclaiming, "Now you must run. I'm going to catch you." Shi Zhongyu dashed a few steps away, calling back, "Come on, come and catch me." To enhance her engagement, he intentionally waited until she was close before leaping forward, only to find himself nearly losing balance due to his bound hands. Ah Xiu erupted in laughter. "Ha! You're so clumsy. Now I can catch you." She stretched her hand toward his shoulder. Fortunately, Shi Zhongyu had trained in martial arts for several years in a moment of urgency. He shifted his feet and evaded her grasp by mere inches. Ah Xiu attempted to seize him several more times, but he narrowly avoided her each time, causing her to grow increasingly anxious. Shi Zhongyu taunted her. "Ha ha ha! You can't catch me. Isn't that frustrating?" Her cheeks flushed with anger. Ah Xiu retorted, "What are you so smug about? I don't believe I can't catch you." As she moved to pounce, Shi Zhongyu feigned a retreat, but when she lunged, he deftly dodged again. Just as he was about to tease her, he saw Ah Xiu miss her target and crash into the wall. Ah Xiu, believing she would surely catch him, had exerted too much force in her leap and was now helplessly falling toward the wall. Instinctively closing her eyes, her head collided with something soft, causing no pain. When she opened her eyes, she found Shi Zhongyu had rushed to her side, shielding her from the wall. However, the impact was significant. Shi Zhongyu, having forced himself to pivot and rush over, lost his balance and fell onto the bed beside the wall. Ah Xiu, already leaning on him for support, fell atop him as he collapsed. Having seldom been close to boys, Ah Xiu found herself intoxicated by his masculine scent, her heart racing in sync with the thumping of his chest. Unbeknownst to her, her own heartbeat quickened, her face blushing like the hues of dawn, rendering her too weak to move. With Ah Xiu atop him, Shi Zhongyu inhaled the delicate fragrance that enveloped her, his head spinning as he beheld her flushed cheeks and fluttering lashes, irresistibly charming. Unable to resist, he leaned forward and pressed a kiss on her tender face, murmuring, "Ah Xiu, you are truly beautiful." Immediately regretting his impulsive action, he recalled how he had forcibly tied her up moments ago, intending to violate her. Now, as her emotions were still in turmoil, his audacity to kiss her would surely deepen her aversion. Upon receiving a kiss from him, Ah Xiu felt her heart race more fiercely, and her cheeks flushed with greater intensity. Hastily, she rose from his side, fearing that he might discern her unusual state, and swiftly fled through the door. Shi Zhongyu assumed she was merely angry and called out, "Ah Xiu, this is your room. Where do you think you're going?" He then realized that the ropes binding him had yet to be untied, and added, "If you intend to leave, at least loosen my bindings first." Chapter 2. The Suspicious Ah Xiu. Fortunately, the two maids serving Ah Xiu returned shortly, freeing him from his bindings. Facing their bewildered gazes, he could only muster the courage to explain that he had been playing a game with Ah Xiu, and she had left without untying him. The maids wore expressions that clearly conveyed their disbelief, but he was indifferent to their skepticism. As long as he was not caught in the act, it was of no consequence. Even if Ah Xiu harbored doubts about his playful excuse, her innate shyness would prevent her from discussing it with anyone else. Thus, this pivotal moment in his life had passed. Reflecting on this, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, bounding forward like a true 15-year-old boy. Singing merrily, a little girl, rising early, trousers in hand, heads to the latrine. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he halted, contemplating. How could it be that, despite having lived nearly 30 years in my past life, I now behave like a child, bouncing about as I walk? And to think, I even reacted to that 12-year-old girl. How embarrassing. Logically, having transmigrated into the body of Shi Zhongyu, it should have been his influence that instigated change. Yet he found himself altered in so many ways. Taking a deep breath, he recalled his previous walking posture and attempted to stride as he had in his past life. After a few steps, he found it rather awkward. After all, this body was merely 15 and still developing, unlike the long legs he once possessed. Forcing himself to walk with large strides risked injury. He concluded it best to be natural. Regardless of his personality, his thoughts were still those of his past self. The whimsical children's song served as proof of that. What did it matter how he walked, or if he appeared lively? As long as he did no harm, that was sufficient. Thus, with his worries set aside, he resumed his bouncy strides, continuing to sing, "The latrine is occupied. What can I do? I must relieve myself in my trousers." Just as he reveled in his carefree spirit, a gruff voice interrupted. "Zhongyu, where have you been? You always hide when it's time for practice. Do you consider your parents' earnest efforts to be in vain?" He looked up to see a tall, rugged middle-aged man approaching. It was his master, the wind and fire divine dragon, Feng Wanli. Instinctively, fear gripped his heart, and he quickly lowered his head, murmuring, "Master." Feng Wanli spoke sternly. "Your parents entrusted you to my guidance, placing their faith in me. If I cannot teach you skills, how will I face them in the future?" Shi Zhongyu hurried to explain, "I wasn't trying to be lazy. I just had an upset stomach and spent too long in the latrine. Every time it's time to practice, you either have a headache or diarrhea. Your ailments seem remarkably punctual," Feng Wanli retorted. "Let me warn you, if you continue to use such excuses, I will not tolerate it. Your parents said that if you misbehave, you shall be punished. Initially, I hoped you would understand and put in effort. Since you cannot control yourself, I will have to adopt stricter methods." Shi Zhongyu, ever fearful of his master, dared not retort and could only obediently reply, "Yes." Seeing his pitiful demeanor, Feng Wanli softened his tone. "Zhongyu, you possess extraordinary talent. If you dedicate yourself to learning, you will surpass all other disciples of this generation. Promise me you will practice diligently, so when you venture into the world later, you can bring honor to me." In his past life, Shi Zhongyu had cherished the dream of mastering martial arts, defending the weak, and upholding justice. Unfortunately, the martial arts had long declined, and he had only encountered boastful braggarts. Yet, having transmigrated into the current world of martial arts, that dream no longer seemed unattainable. With renewed determination, he replied, "All right, master. I promise I will never be lazy again." However, Feng Wanli remained skeptical. The boy was clever and often unwilling to endure hardship. Though he spoke sweetly now, he would likely forget by tomorrow and return to his lazy ways. Henceforth, it seemed he would have to rely on discipline to guide him, or else he would squander his potential. As they arrived at the training ground, they found not only the third-generation disciples of the Long Men, but also those of the second branch present. The disciples lined up on either side, leaving a spacious area in the center. Ah Xiu stood among the Long Men disciples, and upon seeing him, her face flushed, and she turned her gaze elsewhere. Bai Wanjian, noticing Feng Wanli had brought Shi Zhongyu, nodded and cleared his throat, addressing the assembly. "Now that everyone is here, I will share a few words. It is said in the martial world, if you do not practice diligently, you will achieve nothing in old age. The Longmen disciples have nearly mastered the Shueshan sword technique, but without the ability to apply it flexibly, it would be in vain. Today, the Longmen and second branch disciples will compete, each sending forth a representative to determine the victor. I hope you will identify the shortcomings in your swordsmanship, so you may improve in future practice." With that, he stepped back to converse quietly with a few second-generation disciples. Shi Zhongyu could not help but feel anxious. Having just transmigrated, would he still remember the Shueshan sword technique? He hurriedly recalled his lessons, and soon the sword techniques became vividly clear in his mind, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Though he had often been lazy in his previous life, his innate understanding was exceptional, and Feng Wanli's strict tutelage had ensured he retained the essence of the sword technique. Soon, the second branch's senior disciple finished speaking and sent a stout boy forward. Bai Wanjian commanded, "Huakuan, you go." The slender Huakuan stepped forward. He was Bai Wanjian's prized disciple, and both sides were eager to win in this opening bout, suggesting that the opponent would not be a simple contender. The two approached the edge of the arena, each picking up a wooden sword and assuming the cold plumb facing the sun stance, a respectful gesture indicating readiness to engage. Once the forms were set, the true duel commenced. Shi Zhongyu watched intently from the sidelines, eager to glean insights into the application of sword techniques for his own upcoming turn. Huakuan's swordplay was agile, his footwork far exceeding that of his opponent. As he circled the stout boy, his sword flashing as he struck. The stout boy, however, remained calm, primarily focusing on defense but occasionally launching counterattacks that forced Huakuan to retreat. Shi Zhongyu observed for a while, puzzled. He sometimes noticed openings in the opponent's defenses, yet they failed to capitalize on them, attacking elsewhere instead. Was it merely the advantage of being an observer that allowed him to see such flaws? After 100 exchanges, Huakuan from the Longmen finally secured a narrow victory with a move called Falling Petals. As they exited the arena, another pair stepped up to duel. Shi Zhongyu watched closely. furrowing his brow as he noted, brother whose move hidden fragrance and sparse shadows followed by bright camel from the west exposed a significant opening under his left armpit. His opponent could have forced brother who to surrender with a simple moon setting across the stars, yet he chose not to. While he pondered this, he suddenly felt a pair of piercing eyes fixed upon him from behind. Turning, he found Ah Xiu feigning intense focus on the match. Though her head was turned slightly in his direction, Ah Xiu was watching him? Why did she seem to be observing him so intently? Had she somehow discerned his earlier intentions? Shi Zhongyu felt a tightening sensation throughout his body, losing all interest in watching the sword duel unfolding in the arena. Instead, he found himself ruminating repeatedly in his mind, pondering where he had inadvertently revealed his true self during their time together, allowing her to see through him. Chapter 3. The Gift of Enhancement for Transmigration. In a moment of distraction, Shi Zhongyu attended several matches, when he suddenly heard his master Feng Wanli calling, Zhongyu. He quickly focused his thoughts and replied, "Disciple is here." Feng Wanli smiled and said, "You shall participate in this match. Compete well, and do not disgrace your master." Unbeknownst to him, the previous match had already concluded while he was lost in thought, observing the encouragement and earnestness in his master's eyes. Shi Zhongyu recalled that although Feng Wanli had always been stern with him, he was akin to a strict father towards his children. Despite the original host's fear and disdain for him, Shi Zhongyu felt a surge of gratitude and resolved not to disappoint him. Nodding, he accepted the wooden sword handed to him by his senior brother and stepped into the arena. From the crowd, Ah Xiu suddenly called out, "Shi Gich. You can do it." By Wang Jian, aware of his daughter's typically shy demeanor, was intrigued by her newfound concern for Shi Zhongyu. The unexpected shout nearly caused Shi Zhongyu to stumble. He recalled how distant he had been with her in the past. Had his previous act of binding her somehow fostered an emotional connection? Was this a manifestation of Stockholm Syndrome? At that moment, a tall youth emerged from the throng. Feng Wanli's expression shifted to one of concern upon recognizing him. The youth was named Wu Liuhe, for years older than Shi Zhongyu, and one of the more gifted disciples of the second sect. Due to his age, he had practiced internal power longer, making him a formidable opponent. It seemed the second sect, having suffered too many defeats, had no choice but to send him out to reclaim some morale. Shi Zhongyu did not recognize him and felt no burden. After performing the customary salutation, he brandished his wooden sword and executed a move called Bright Moon and Chang Flute, aiming at Wu Liuhe's lower abdomen. Wu Liuhe, already well-versed in his sect's sword techniques, swiftly countered with wind and sand raging. However, Shi Zhongyu's swordplay was deceptive. Bright Moon and Chang Flute was merely a feint. Noticing a flaw in Wu Liuhe's left leg, he swiftly redirected his wooden sword towards it. Startled, Wu Liuhe quickly adjusted his stance, blocking the attack. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, with Shi Zhongyu's keen eye for openings providing him an advantage. While Wu Liuhe's proficiency and profound internal strength made him a daunting adversary, each clash of their swords sent vibrations through Shi Zhongyu's hands, dissuading him from engaging directly. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged over 30 blows. Bai Wanjian approached Feng Wanli and quietly remarked, "Brother, you have trained Zhongyu well. When the Shi couple, the black and white twin swords, ascend the mountain next time, they will surely be grateful to you." Feng Wanli, perplexed, replied, "Zhongyu usually slacks off during training. His skills are quite ordinary. I cannot fathom why he has suddenly become formidable today." Bai Wanjian countered, "Wu Liuhe is a distinguished disciple of the second sect. Even my disciple Huikuan may struggle against him. For Zhongyu to match him blow for blow is far from ordinary. Brother, as we belong to the same lineage, you should not be so modest." Feng Wanli repeatedly denied it but could not articulate why Shi Zhongyu had suddenly grown stronger. In truth, Shi Zhongyu himself sensed something amiss. He recalled his previous mediocrity in martial arts, yet today he possessed a keen insight, adept at identifying his opponent's flaws. He suspected it was related to his transmigration but lamented his lack of practice, which prevented him from seizing opportunities to exploit his opponent's weaknesses. As the duel progressed to over 100 exchanges, fatigue weighed heavily on Shi Zhongyu. His innate laziness and lack of practice in swordplay had taken a toll on his stamina, and his master's teachings of internal power were not well honed, making endurance difficult. Onlookers could see that he was on the verge of defeat, and smiles spread across the faces of the second sect members, while those from the long sect remained solemn and silent. Ah Xiu, anxious, clenched her small, delicate fists, her palms slick with sweat. Once more, Shi Zhongyu executed Bright Moon and Chang Flute, but his movements appeared listless, lacking power. Wu Liuhe, poised to counter with wind and sand raging, was caught off guard as Shi Zhongyu unexpectedly altered his attack, aiming for an empty space beside him. Ah Xiu gasped, thinking Shi Gige is surely doomed this time. Yet, both Bai Wanjin and Feng Wanli exchanged glances of delight. Wu Liuhe, in a sudden misstep, stepped left and unwittingly positioned himself directly in the path of Shi Zhongyu's sword. With a sharp pain in his left leg, Shi Zhongyu sheathed his sword and bowed, saying, "Thank you for the guidance, senior brother." Wu Liuhe, upon realizing he had been bested by an unknown youth, was momentarily at a loss. In that fleeting instant, Shi Zhongyu, depleting his strength, had discerned a pattern. Every time he launched Bright Moon and Chang Flute, Wu Liuhe habitually countered with Wind and Sand Raging. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Zhongyu feigned the first move, prompting Wu Liuhe to react, and before he could execute his counter, Shi Zhongyu struck at the very position Wu Liuhe intended to occupy. While Wu Liuhe was adept at swift transitions, this very strength became his downfall. Despite knowing the target of Shi Zhongyu's attack, his body reacted instinctively, leading him to perform Wind and Sand Raging, thus placing his left leg beneath Shi Zhongyu's sword. Upon returning to the Long Sect, Shi Zhongyu exclaimed triumphantly, "Well, master, did I not make you proud?" Feng Wanli, unable to tolerate his exuberance, chided, "Do not be so smug. Had you heeded my advice to practice diligently, you would have won him easily." Though his tone was stern, a smile graced his face. Shi Zhongyu recognized his master's underlying approval. Knowing that Feng Wanli's reserved nature prevented him from expressing it openly, he shrugged off the reprimand and resumed observing the other matches. Suddenly, a warm sensation enveloped his right hand, which was grasped by a soft, delicate little hand. Shi Zhongyu turned to find Ah Xiu, having approached him without his notice, seemingly engrossed in the competition. Upon catching his gaze, she quickly lowered her head, yet her grip remained firm. Having been shy and introverted since childhood, Ah Xiu had few companions in the snow-capped mountains, often feeling lonely and yearning for someone to care for her. That day, as she sat in her room feeling dejected, Shi Zhongyu had barged in with an imposing demeanor and bound her with rope without explanation. Initially terrified, she soon discovered that he merely wished to play a game with her. Having never engaged in play with children her age, Ah Xiu had always declined invitations from others out of shyness, yet deep within, she longed for a friend. Shi Zhongyu's abrupt intrusion and insistence to play fulfilled the desire she had long harbored, and she found it impossible to refuse. Overcome with excitement, she let her guard down and eagerly joined him in playful antics. When she nearly collided with a wall, he rushed to protect her, leaving a lasting impression in her heart. Later, as he kissed her on the bed, a surge of sweetness enveloped her lonely spirit, igniting a wish to remain by his side until they grew old together. These profound emotional shifts within her were unbeknownst to Shi Zhongyu. The fact that this delicate beauty had grown attached to him brought him immense joy, prompting him to gently pinch her palm with his fingers. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 4. As close as glue after the contest concluded, the sky had darkened, and everyone finished their dinner before retreating to their respective chambers for rest. Upon returning to his room, Shi Zhongyu tidied himself slightly before lying down on the bed, contemplating the forthcoming developments in this world. In the novel The Heroic Journey, chronologically, the first event is the previous incarnation's attempt to humiliate Ah Xiu, which leads to his escape from the Snow Mountain sect when discovered. His master, Feng Wanli, also suffered as a consequence, having one of his arms severed by the sect leader, Bai Zizai. Following this incident, Ah Xiu, in despair, leaped from a cliff, leading everyone to believe she had perished. Ah Xiu's mother, consumed by guilt and longing for her daughter, descended into madness. Moreover, her grandmother, Granny Shi, fell out with Bai Zizai and left the Snow Mountain. The sect's 18 disciples split into two groups to pursue the previous incarnation, with one group encountering Ding Busan and his grandson, resulting in the deaths of two disciples, thus implicating the previous incarnation further. Ah Xiu's parents nearly turned against the Snow Mountain sect over this matter, even contemplating sacrificing their lives to atone for the previous incarnation's transgressions. Fortunately, upon his arrival in this world, Shi Zhongyu altered fate, preventing these tragedies from unfolding. Subsequently, the Golden Blade village attempted to seize the Xian Tailing by ambushing Wu Daodong, only for the coveted token to fall into the hands of his younger brother. The little beggar, Shi Zhongjian, Xia Yank, encircled by the Snow Mountain sect, the Golden Blade village, and the Shi couple, managed to reclaim the Xian Tailing from Shi Zhongjian, feeling elated, yet was soon pressured by Cold Plum heroine Huo Wanzi to adhere to a past vow, obligating him to follow Shi Zhongjian's command. To ensure that Shi Zhongyu would not be manipulated by outsiders, Xia Yang resolved to take him back to Mount Tianya for safekeeping. On their return journey, they encountered 3 members of the Chang'e gang who were attempting to assassinate the Great Compassion Elder. Despite his lack of martial prowess, Shi Zhongyu, with his pure heart, stepped forward to assist the elder. The 3 gang members, noticing Xia Yang observing from a nearby thicket, mistakenly believed Shi Zhongyu was acting under his orders and thus refrained from lethal force. After delivering a fatal blow to the Great Compassion Elder, they retreated. Before his demise, the Great Compassion Elder, touched by Shi Zhongyu's bravery, gifted him the 18 clay figurines, which could be deemed the most significant fortune Shi Zhongyu acquired early on. Upon reaching Mount Tianya, Shi Zhongyu diligently practiced the inner strength techniques recorded in the 18 clay figurines, mastering the foundational Shaolin skills and the Arhut demon subduing technique, ultimately attaining remarkable inner power. All of these events transpired within the span of a year. Since his arrival in this world, Shi Zhongyu harbored ambitions of making a grand name for himself. After all, in his previous life, every transmigrator he read about was endowed with invincibility, effortlessly defeating gods and Buddhas alike. As a fellow transmigrator, he could not bring shame to his predecessors. To achieve prominence in the martial world, astonishing martial skills were indispensable. Thus, after much contemplation, he resolved to possess the 18 clay figurines that contained the secrets of Shaolin's ultimate techniques. Although these figurines rightfully belonged to his brother Shi Zhongyu, Shi Zhongyu felt no guilt in taking them, for he was not the true Shi Zhongyu, and Shi Zhongyu had been abducted by Mei Fanggu since childhood, leaving their bond rather tenuous. Moreover, once he mastered the techniques contained within, he could always return the figurines to him. Calculating the timeline, today marked the first day of the original protagonist's failed attempt to coerce Ah Xiu. While the Golden Blade Village's endeavor to seize the token would occur roughly a month later, he resolved to devise a plan to leave Lingxiao City tomorrow and journey to the Hoyan gathering, for if he arrived late and missed the opportunity, it would be a regret he could not bear. With his mind set, he sat up and began to practice the Snow Mountain Sect's inner strength technique known as Ice and Snow True Qi. This technique, a treasured inheritance of the Snow Mountain Sect, possessed the capability to condense water into ice at advanced levels. The method comprised 10 tiers, and even the sect leader by Zizai had only mastered up to the 6th tier, while Shi Zhongyu had yet to reach the 1st. With only a faint presence of true qi within him, following his master's teachings, he allowed the true qi in his dantian to flow gradually through his body's meridians. Initially, the true qi moved sluggishly, but as he continued to practice, it began to accelerate, creating a refreshing sensation that made him feel weightless, as if he might soar away. In the midst of his practice, he became oblivious to the external world. Time passed unnoticed, and he felt the true qi within him double in quantity. Filling him with exhilaration, it seemed that his body had indeed undergone transformation after his transmigration, significantly enhancing his martial aptitude. Suddenly, there came a knock at the door, followed by a soft voice. "Brother Shi, are you asleep?" It was Ah Xiu's voice. Shi Zhongyu gathered his qi back into his dantian, ceasing his practice to open the door, curious. "Ah Xiu, why are you here at such a late hour?" Ah Xiu, with her head bowed and hesitating, replied, I can't sleep, so I wanted to see if you were asleep." Understanding her shy nature, Shi Zhongyu quickly ushered her inside, wary of the embarrassment she might suffer if seen at the door. Once inside, Ah Xiu stood awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Shi Zhongyu recognized that her decision to seek him out indicated a deep affection, and he felt moved. Grasping her hand, he smiled. "Did you miss me so much that you couldn't sleep, and thus came to find me?" Ah Xiu stammered, "Don't say such things. Who misses you?" She attempted to withdraw her hand, but found it impossible, ultimately allowing him to hold it. In the past, had Shi Zhongyu spoken to her in such a flirtatious manner, she would have ignored him entirely, yet after the events of the day, his words now filled her with an inexplicable sweetness. Shi Zhongyu pulled her onto his lap as he sat beside the table, and to his surprise, Ah Xiu did not resist, but instead embraced his shoulders. He was astonished, for in his previous life, even the mischievous Ding Dang did not display such boldness in private. Little did he know that Ah Xiu, always cherished and pure of heart, was not as worldly as Ding Dang, lacking the understanding of the differences between men and women. Leaning closer, he whispered into her ear, "All night, I hesitated to come see you, fearing you might think me a rogue." Ah Xiu had never been spoken to in such a manner, and at that moment, she felt both shy and delighted, softly retorting, "You're talking nonsense. How could I think that? You just didn't want to see me and are pretending to deceive me." Shi Zhongyu replied, "How could I dare deceive you? But if your maidservants were to see me, that would be inappropriate." Ah Xiu lowered her head. "They have gone to bed by now. They want to see you." Shi Zhongyu chuckled. "Does that mean you agree to let me visit your room in the future?" Ah Xiu, flustered, did not respond, taking a while before saying, "If you want to come, what can I do about it?" Observing her modest demeanor, Shi Zhongyu found her most captivating quality was the contradiction of being a bashful girl while occasionally displaying audacious boldness. This contrast only heightened her irresistible charm. Unable to contain himself any longer, he leaned in and kissed her lips, quickly pulling back. Ah Xiu, startled, slapped him across the face with a resounding crack. Shi Zhongyu, rubbing his cheek, chuckled, "Why do you hit me?" Ah Xiu blushed. "Who taught you to bully me?" Shi Zhongyu countered, "Between lovers, how can a kiss be considered bullying? Do you not like me?" Ah Xiu hastily replied. That S nodded. "In fact, I like you very much." "Brother Shi," Shi Zhongyu inquired, "Really? Then give me a kiss and let me see." He turned his face, waiting for her to comply. Ah Xiu felt utterly conflicted. If she did not kiss him, he might think she did not like him. After much hesitation, she finally leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, her face now a vivid shade of crimson. Shi Zhongyu dared not provoke her excessively. As he contemplated his impending descent from the mountain, a sense of reluctance enveloped him. He remarked, "Ah Xiu, I shall return home tomorrow. I fear it may be a while before we meet again." Ah Xiu inquired, "You are going home? Has something happened there?" Shi Zhongyu shook his head, "Not at all. It has merely been a few years since my last visit, and I find myself yearning for my parents." Ah Xiu replied, "Does your master know?" "With him watching over you, there is truly nothing to worry about." Shi Zhongyu responded, "I do not wish to trouble my master. I am quite grown now, and do not require protection." Ah Xiu exclaimed, "The outside world is so perilous. What if something were to befall you?" Shi Zhongyu reassured her, "Do not fret. I shall return before long and bring you some candied hawthorn." Ultimately, Ah Xiu was merely a child of tender years, possessing little knowledge of the dangers beyond. Comforted by her beloved's gentle words, she ceased her inquiries. The two indulged in lingering affection for some time before Ah Xiu departed. In the quiet that followed, Shi Zhongyu realized that he had unwittingly inherited the original owner's silver-tongued nature. In his past life, he would never have uttered such sentimental phrases. However, reflecting on the sweet nothings exchanged with Ah Xiu, he found that perhaps this was not such a bad thing after all. Chapter 5. The waiting station. Early the next morning, Shi Zhongyu rose with the sun, leaving a letter on the table stating his intention to visit his parents in the Central Plains. He quietly departed from Lingxiao City. Upon descending the mountain, he arrived at a town at the foot, where he purchased a coarse cloth outfit and a magnificent steed. Without a sword at his side, he donned the attire of an untrained country boy, attracting no attention as he rode towards the Central Plains. Half a month later, Shi Zhongyu finally arrived at the waiting station, weary from his journey. It was dusk, with wisps of smoke rising from the chimneys of every household, complementing the ancient stone walls and tiled roofs of the town, evoking a sense of a hidden paradise. Today was the 17th of March, not a market day, and only a handful of people meandered through the streets. Leading his horse into the town, Shi Zhongyu spotted a general store and approached it. Inside, there were only two individuals, a portly shopkeeper seated at the counter and a slender assistant who was busy wiping the tables. Upon noticing a customer, the shopkeeper quickly rose, a broad smile on his face, and greeted, "Young brother, what can I do for you?" Shi Zhongyu replied with a smile, "Shopkeeper, I would like to inquire if there are any inns in town. I have just arrived and seek a place to rest." The plump shopkeeper's smile faded slightly upon realizing Shi Zhongyu was not there to make a purchase. He replied blandly, "Just head west. Not too far along the southern street, there is a small inn." The loquacious assistant chimed in, "That innkeeper is notorious for overcharging guests. The room should cost 14 copper coins per day, but he charges outsiders 20. Be cautious, young brother." The shopkeeper admonished, "Mind your own business. If the innkeeper finds out you have tarnished his reputation, he will surely come to reprimand you." The assistant, chastised, retreated to his task. Shi Zhongyu thanked them and continued westward in search of the inn they mentioned. After a short walk, he spotted a fried dough and pancake shop where an elderly man with graying hair was using tongs to retrieve fried dough from a pot. Shi Zhongyu felt a shiver of recognition. This was Wu Daodong, who had been disguising himself in the town for years, suppressing any sign of surprise. He approached the shop and inquired, "How much for the fried dough and pancakes?" Wu Daodong glanced at the young boy, unperturbed, and replied, 2 copper coins for 3 fried dough, and 1 copper coin for a pancake. How many would you like?" After a moment of contemplation, Shi Zhongyu said, "I would like 3 fried dough and 2 pancakes." Wu Daotong wrapped the items in oil paper and handed them over. Shi Zhongyu paid, took the package, and led his horse away, not daring to glance back at the elderly man. He soon found the inn and inquired about the price. The cost was 14 copper coins per day, and with feed for the horse, it would amount to 20. The inn also served food and drink downstairs. Should he feel hungry, although those expenses were separate, Shi Zhongyu deemed the price reasonable and paid, requesting the stable boy to water and feed his horse while another attendant showed him to his room. The room was exceedingly small, containing merely a bed and a table with chairs, leaving little space. The thin walls allowed him to hear conversations from adjacent rooms and even those below with clarity. Fortunately, the upper floor was unoccupied, and silence enveloped the area. On the northern wall, a window offered a view of Wu Daotong's shop, allowing Shi Zhongyu to observe his every move conveniently. Satisfied with this arrangement, he settled into a chair, consumed the fried dough and pancakes, and poured himself a cup of water, drinking it down before contemplating his next steps. It was fortunate he had arrived in time. Wu Daotong was still busily selling his wares. Now, all he needed to do was wait for the arrival of the Golden Knife Gang. He could remain hidden in the inn, watching from the window, and when the gang departed, seize the Xian Tai Ling from Shi Zhongjian. Following that, he would locate the grove where the Changla gang ambushed the elderly man of great sorrow, retrieve the clay figurine from his grasp, and his mission would be accomplished. After mentally rehearsing the plan without discovering any oversights, he felt reassured. With time to spare, he resumed his training in the ice and snow true chi. Practicing late into the night, he turned his focus inward and discovered that the chi within his dantian had multiplied several times over. It seemed that his physical constitution and innate talent had significantly improved since his arrival in this new realm, a fortunate consequence of his crossing. For several days, Shi Zhongyu secluded himself in the room, diligently practicing martial arts. When hunger struck, he would descend to the hall for meals, returning afterward to train. As the days passed, the chi within him transformed markedly compared to when he first arrived. One day, while in the midst of his practice, he suddenly felt an intense heat emanating from his chi, his heart swelling with joy. According to his master's teachings, if the chi grew hotter, it signified the completion of the first layer of cultivation. Following his master's instructions, he began to cultivate the second layer. After 10 days, the Sanjiao area ignited with heat once more, indicating that he had successfully mastered the second layer. Overjoyed, he sprang from his bed, feeling invigorated and brimming with energy, as if he possessed boundless strength. He recalled his master's remark about achieving the third layer by the age of 38 and wondered if he could attain the fourth before 50. Initially, he believed this technique to be exceedingly challenging, but miraculously, he had mastered the first 2 layers in just over 10 days due to the benefits of his new existence. Though not as extraordinary as Zhang Wuji's mastery of the Qian Kuan de Nuai, he still felt himself to be of remarkable talent. However, the third layer required the opening of the body's meridians, posing far greater dangers than the previous 2 layers, with a high risk of falling into chaos if interrupted. Additionally, it would take significantly longer to cultivate, estimating that the Golden Knife Gang would arrive within days. He ceased practicing the ice and snow true chi and began to focus on the snow mountain sword technique. Although his internal strength had grown considerably, his swordsmanship remained rudimentary, leaving him without means of self-defense. Lacking a sword, he sought out several wooden sticks as substitutes. The snow mountain sword technique not only consisted of movements, but also included a method of channeling chi in conjunction with the swordplay. With his internal strength surging, he attempted the initial stance, cold plumb facing the sun, only to have the stick shatter under the force of his chi. Realizing this was due to his inability to control his true chi, he remembered how his master wielded a wooden sword with the third layer of chi, producing a fearsome sword aura while the wooden sword remained unscathed. Therefore, he switched to another stick, continuing his practice until he had broken 3 sticks, finally mastering the technique of infusing chi without damaging the wooden weapon. He practiced the snow mountain sword technique in his cramped room, executing each move while keeping his feet stationary, mentally recalling the essence of each maneuver. As he progressed, he thrust a move called Old Branch slanting across towards the water jug on the table. With a resounding bang, the jug exploded before he even touched it with the stick. The shopkeeper downstairs inquired, "Guest, what is happening?" Shi Zhongyu quickly replied, "Nothing, I accidentally broke the water jug. I will compensate you." Hearing that he was willing to pay for the damage, the shopkeeper fell silent. After this round of practice, his proficiency in the snow mountain sword technique had significantly improved, yet he had never engaged in combat with martial artists, leaving him uncertain of his standing among skilled practitioners. Just then, hunger struck again, and he descended to the dining area, paying for the broken jug and ordering a teapot. Upon returning to the second floor, the door of a nearby guest room creaked open, revealing an elderly man and a young girl. The old man was stooped with age, while the girl, dressed like a rural maid, had a pale complexion but possessed strikingly bright, dark eyes full of life. Shi Zhongyu felt a tinge of surprise. When had these guests moved in? And why had he not heard a sound from them? Noting their descent down the stairs, he dismissed the thought. Upon returning to his room, he found no desire to continue his martial arts practice. Instead, he lay upon his bed, pondering the fact that it had been a month since he last saw Ah Xiu, wondering if she missed him. Lost in a haze of thoughts, he soon drifted into a light slumber. Chapter 6. The acquisition of the Xian tiling the following day marked the 5th of April, coinciding with the bustling market day in town. Early in the morning, farmers from nearby villages flocked to the market from all directions, some to sell their homegrown grains and vegetables, while others sought to purchase tea, bowls, and various goods. The streets were soon teeming with people, bustling and jostling, creating a lively atmosphere. Shi Zhongyu, still possessing the innocent heart of a child, relished the commotion and could not resist the urge to wander about. He purchased a candied hawthorn skewer and mingled with the crowd, initially filled with enthusiasm. However, as time passed, his excitement waned. Having traversed from a technologically advanced past, he had encountered far more intriguing and entertaining sights. Furthermore, the market in such a small locality offered little beyond a street performer, and the stalls were primarily selling mundane wares. After watching a brief display of acrobatics and tossing a few coins to the performer, he retreated to his lodgings. He recalled that the people from Jindao village were also expected to arrive on market day, and he sensed their imminent approach. As evening descended, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance, soon accompanied by whistles from the four corners of the town. Jindao village's bandits had encircled the town. Startled, Shi Zhongyu sprang from his bed and opened the window, peering towards the fried cake and donut shop. He observed Wu Daotong standing by the stove, pondering for a while before extracting a thin iron plate from his bosom, placing it within a sheet of dough, and deftly folding the dough around it while sprinkling sesame seeds on top. He then used a long-handled tong to place the pastry into the baking pot. Shi Zhongyu understood that the item concealed within the fried cake was the Xian tiling. At that moment, outside a nearby general store, a loquacious shopkeeper, having spoken out of turn, found himself ensnared by a whip around his neck and was dragged out, trampled to death by a horse. The marketplace fell into a stunned silence, with only the sound of the bandits' horses echoing through the air. After a short while, the ruffians too ceased their commotion. The town was enveloped in an eerie stillness, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It was during this tense moment that a tall, imposing leader made his entrance, striding heavily from the western end of the town, as though each step resonated in the hearts of the onlookers. Shi Zhongyu, observing from above, couldn't help but give a thumbs up, silently applauding the bravado. Though the tall figure was ostentatious, he nonetheless adhered to the narrative crafted by the venerable Jin Yong. He commanded Wu Daotong to surrender the Xian tiling, only for Wu Daotong to hand over the pastry containing it, which the leader promptly discarded before engaging Wu Daotong in a fierce brawl. Eventually, Wu Daotong managed to overturn a pot of boiling oil onto the leader's legs, eliciting cries of agony. Shi Zhongyu shook his head, contemplating how the leader's showboating had led to his own downfall. Wu Daotong, in a desperate bid for escape, climbed onto the rooftop, but was soon encircled by 3 of Jindao village's bandits. Despite managing to take one down, he was ultimately hurled off the roof by the wiry elder, Zhou Mu. Seizing the opportunity, the tall leader bellowed, and, with a swift flourish of his TW Shirqing, spoke with a trembling voice, "My mother and I have searched throughout the central plains over the years, yet we have found nothing. How did you manage to locate him?" Author's note: I have noticed that many readers familiar with the original book or adaptations have remarked that the little beggar should indeed be referred to as Shi Tian. To clarify, the name Shi Tian is a pseudonym used by Shi Zhongyu after his escape from the Snow Mountain sect. Under the guise of Shi Tian, he became the leader of the Chang'e gang. Subsequently, he sought an opportunity to flee as he did not wish to be selected for the Hero Island. The Chang'e gang, in their search, brought back a little beggar who bore a striking resemblance to Shi Zhongyu, making him the new leader. Thus, Shi Tian became synonymous with the little beggar's identity. The use of the name Shi Tian by both individuals is inherently inaccurate. According to the implications presented at the conclusion of the narrative, the little beggar should be identified as Shi Zhongjian, the brother of Shi Zhongyu. The author intentionally refers to the little beggar as Shi Zhongyu, and this is not an error. Chapter 7. The deep bond between mother and son. Shi Zhongyu anticipated that his parents would pose such a question, and he had already devised a response in his mind. With a playful smile, he remarked, "It's a long story. I inadvertently came across news regarding my younger brother. Mother and father, this is not the place for such discussions. I am staying at a modest inn in the town. Let us converse in my room." Shi Qing and Min Ro, having traversed the world for years, were seasoned in many matters. However, upon seeing their son after 3 long years and hearing news of another child, their hearts swelled with emotion, leaving them momentarily distracted. Realizing the potential danger, they exchanged worried glances, contemplating the implications of Wu Daodong's possession of the Xian Tailing. If others were to discover them standing over Wu Daodong's corpse, they would surely misinterpret the situation, believing the Xian Tailing had fallen into their hands, which would be a grave injustice. They nodded in agreement. Min Ro approached the small beggar boy, tenderly ruffling his hair. "Jinner, this place is perilous. Would you come with me to see your brother?" The boy, with wide eyes, gazed up at her defiantly. "You are not my mother. I have my own mother. She told me that outside people are very wicked and forbade me from talking to strangers. I will not go with you." Having been separated from her younger son for over a decade, Min Ro felt profound guilt daily, channeling all her remorse into her eldest son, Shi Zhongyu, which had inadvertently shaped his reckless demeanor. Throughout those years, she and her husband scoured every town in the Central Plains, believing their younger son had perished at the hands of enemies. Now, to see him before her yet refuse to acknowledge her brought tears to her eyes. Shi Zhongyu comforted her. "Mother, do not be sorrowful. My brother was taken away when he was young. How could he possibly remember the past? If we gradually share the truth with him, he will eventually recognize us." Shi Qing, witnessing this, nodded in agreement. "Yua speaks wisely. Jiano has just met us. It is natural for him to feel shy. There is no need to rush. We have ample time ahead." He turned to Shi Zhongyu, saying, It has been years since we last met, and you have indeed matured and become more sensible. This is commendable." Shi Zhongyu chuckled, knowing his father rarely offered praise, and this compliment carried a weight of satisfaction. He approached Shi Zhongyu, whispering a few words in his ear. When he reached out to take his hand, the boy surprisingly ceased his resistance and obediently followed Shi Zhongyu toward the inn. Shi Qing and Min Ro watched in astonishment. The inn's door was already closed, and after a prolonged knocking, a timid attendant finally opened it, visibly relieved to see Shi Zhongyu. Shi Zhongyu understood that the townspeople had been thoroughly frightened by the bandits from the Jindao Zhai. They had all become like startled birds. He paid the attendant to secure another room for his parents before leading them to his own chamber. Min Ro, with her forthright nature, could not contain her curiosity and immediately inquired, "What did you say to Jian'er that made him so willing to listen to you?" Shi Zhongyu replied, "I told him that if he came with me, I would help him find his mother." Min Ro responded, "What mother? Am I not here? Why does he need to look for another?" Recalling the boy's mention of another mother, she frowned and asked, "Who is this other mother?" Shi Zhongyu exchanged a glance with Shi Qing and replied with a smile, "Who else could it be but Father's old flame, Mei Fong?" Shi Qing exclaimed in anger, "You insolent child! How dare you speak to your father in such a manner?" Min Ro shot him a fierce glare. That shameless woman! How could she allow Jin'er to call her mother? If she desires a son, why not bear her own instead of snatching mine? Shi Zhongyu interjected, "Mother, please do not be angry. Mei An has a deep-seated grudge against you. The fact that she did not truly harm my brother is already fortunate." Min Ro considered this and recalled that after Mei Fong abducted Shi Zhongyu, she had sent them a dead infant's body, leading them to believe it was an act of revenge. Now learning that her younger son was still alive was a surprising joy, and her hatred for Mei Fong diminished significantly. "This is all your father's fault for being fickle and courting trouble. Had he been faithful, this calamity would not have occurred." Shi Qing protested, "Sister-in-law, my heart has always belonged solely to you. I have never been unfaithful. That woman pursued me. What could I do?" Min Ro, recognizing her husband's devotion, realized she was merely venting her frustration and thus fell silent. Turning to Shi Zhongyu, she asked, "Is your mother named Mei Fong? Where do you live?" Shi Zhongyu replied, "Mother is just mother. I do not know her name. We have always lived in the mountains. But one day she disappeared. I took to Huang to find her, but when De Huang got hungry, it went off to find food and also vanished, leaving me all alone." Min Ro asked, "Who is De Huang?" Shi Zhongyu responded, "De Huang is not a person. He is a dog. I searched everywhere but could not find him. He was likely killed and eaten. Auntie, can you help me find my mother?" He looked up at her. his tear-filled eyes pleading. Minro's heart ached with empathy and guilt, realizing that this child had endured untold hardships while she, as his mother, had failed to care for him. Unable to contain her emotions, she embraced him tightly, weeping, "Child, it is our fault as your parents that you have suffered so much. From now on, we will protect you well and never allow you to leave our side again." Shi Zhongyu felt her tears soaking into his neck and asked, "Andy, why are you crying too? Do you miss your mother as well?" He reached out to wipe her tears away. Both Shi Qing and Shi Zhongyu were moved by this scene, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Shi Zhongyu thought to himself, "My brother has endured so much suffering, and I have even taken his future bride, Ah Xiu. I shall give him the mud figurine from the great sadness elder tomorrow." Minro inquired, "That Mei woman, does your mother treat you well? By the way, what is your name now? Are you still called Shi Zhongyu?" Shi Zhongyu replied, "Who is Shi Zhongyu? I do not know. My mother treats me well. She calls me a dog bastard." Minro exclaimed in anger, "How could she call you that? When I find that wretched woman, I will teach her a lesson." Shi Zhongyu, aware that Mei Fong often abused his brother, interrupted, "Mother, upon seeing my brother, you have forgotten everything. Am I not your son? You only care about him, and do not even ask about me." Minro retorted, "What is there to care about you? Ever since you were little, you have only known how to cause trouble, despite my affection for you. By the way, what mischief have you stirred up this time by sneaking back?" Shi Zhongyu clung to her waist, playfully, "Mother, how can you think so poorly of your son? I secretly descended the mountain to assist you and father." Minro pushed him away, scolding, "You are no longer a child. If you do not cause trouble, your father and I will be most grateful." Shi Zhongyu pouted, "Mother, you underestimate your son." "Very well, I will give the item to father and not you." He retrieved the Xiantai Ling from his bosom and handed it to Shi Qing. Shi Qing took it and exclaimed, "The Xiantai Ling." Then, lowering his voice, he asked, "How did the Xiantai Ling come to be in your possession?" Chapter 8. Allow me to weave you a tale with a glimmer in his eye. Shi Zhongyu began to spin his tale. "To understand my story, one must first know why I ventured down the mountain in secret. Ever since my parents entrusted me to the Snow Mountain Sect for training, I have been favored by my master, cherished by my peers, and adored by my senior sister. However, as I noticed my parents' expressions darkening, I quickly ceased my fanciful chatter and declared, in short, life has been exceedingly pleasant, though I thrived in the Snow Mountain Sect. I could never forget the sorrow that clouded my parents' hearts due to my younger brother's plight. I longed to alleviate their burdens. One day, I descended the mountain for a bit of amusement. At this point, noticing my parents' expressions turning fierce once more, I hastily added, I have diligently practiced my skills in the Snow Mountain, never once slacking off, only occasionally venturing out once or twice. Perhaps 3 or 4 times. Minro shot him a disapproving glance and chided, "Spare me the nonsense." What happened next? With a sheepish smile, Shi Zhongyu continued, "Later, while dining at an inn, I encountered 2 wanderers engaged in lively conversation over drinks, discussing tales from the martial world. As their revelry continued, one of them, slightly inebriated, mentioned a grand opportunity near Kaifeng, lamenting his own lack of skill that prevented him from seizing it. The other inquired about this opportunity, and the first one replied casually, the Xiantai Ling. After uttering those words, he seemed to realize his indiscretion and swiftly covered his mouth, as if fearing eavesdroppers. Shi Qing interjected, "What nonsense! Even inebriation, one would not speak of the Xiantai Ling in such a crowded and unguarded place. Father, permit me to finish my account before you judge its veracity," Shi Zhongyu implored. The man, having mentioned Xiantai Ling, seemed to sense the impropriety and refused to elaborate further. Yet, the other man, intrigued, urged him, "You just claimed you have no intention of participating. Since you're not going, what is there to fear? Even if more people know, let them fight for it. It is no concern of yours." Finally, the first man relented, saying, "I have heard that the Xiantai Ling was acquired by Wu Daotong, who, fearing theft, disguised himself and hid in a town near Kaifeng, planning to return the token to Motion Cliff once the commotion subsided. However, his whereabouts have been leaked, and it is likely that soon, someone will attempt to seize it. If you wish to try your luck, you must act swiftly, delay, and the token may change hands." The other man scoffed, "With your skills, you wouldn't dare go. My meager abilities would only lead to my demise. We ought to simply observe." Upon hearing this, my heart raced. My master had once told me of Motion Jun, Xia Ke, who, in his youth, had bestowed 3 Xiantai Lings upon others, stating that should they encounter dire straits, they could send for him with the token, and he would assist them, no matter the gravity of the situation. Over time, Xia Yank retrieved 2 of the tokens, and 2 monumental events transpired in the martial world. Thus, the saying the Xin Tai Ling answers all requests spread widely, and the remaining token became a coveted treasure. I thought to myself, my parents have been inquiring about Mei Fanggu's whereabouts, hoping to extract information regarding my brother. Although this task is daunting, with Xia Yank's prowess, there is still a glimmer of hope. Besides, with so many vying for the token, the chaos may provide me with an opportunity to seize it, thus unraveling the mystery surrounding my brother. Therefore, I clandestinely traveled from the western regions to the south. To my astonishment, fate smiled upon me, and the token fell into my possession. Would you not agree that this is somewhat unbelievable? Haha, Minro exclaimed. What folly! You dare to involve yourself in such perilous affairs. What would your parents do if something went amiss? As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Watching his son clumsily console his wife, Shi Fan couldn't help but chuckle. He knew that 9.5 out of 10 of his son's words were fabrications, and given his usual cunning and cowardice, it was hard to believe he would undertake such a risk. However, considering his son's achievement, he refrained from exposing the truth. Having been soothed by her son's flowery words, Minro's anger subsided, and she inquired, "How did you come to know about your brother?" Shi Zhongyu replied, "I received this information a few days ago at an inn in Kaifeng." Unable to contain his sarcasm, Shi Fan retorted, "Oh, so you heard it from someone else? You go down the mountain, and without doing anything, important news just finds its way to you. I must commend your luck." Embarrassed by his father's revelation, Shi Zhongyu's face flushed crimson, and he exclaimed in exasperation, "Mother, look at father. I accomplished such a significant feat, and instead of praise, I am met with mockery." Minro added indignantly, "Indeed. Some have searched for me for over a decade without a trace. I wonder if they purposefully led me astray out of fear of confronting someone." With a wry smile, Shi Fan replied, "Sister-in-law, why do you indulge this boy? How many truths can you extract from his lips?" Minro ignored him, saying, "Since your father does not believe you, do not heed him. Tell your mother instead." Shi Zhongyu made a face at Shi Fan, feeling satisfied, and continued his boastful narrative. "Upon my arrival in Kaifeng, I stayed at an inn. Suddenly," Shi Fan interjected, "At which inn? What was its name?" Caught off guard, Shi Zhongyu stumbled over his words and glanced at Minro, seeking her intervention with her husband. In truth, upon reaching Kaifeng, he had not stopped at any inn, heading directly to Hujianji, and thus could not name a single establishment. Minro shot Shi Fan a look, conveying the message, "It is rare for our son to avoid trouble and achieve a few things. Let him have his moment. Why must you always challenge him at your age?" Shi Fan, understanding her unspoken words, ceased his probing. Minro smiled and said, "If our son was tired and failed to notice the inn's name, what is so remarkable about that? Ignore your father and continue." Shi Zhongyu, having seen the exchange between his parents, realized they were in on his charade, and with a lackluster demeanor, he said, "I was weary and soon retired to bed. In the middle of the night, I was abruptly awakened by voices from the adjacent room. The voices belonged to a man and a woman. The man sounded elderly, while the girl was likely no older than her teens. The girl asked, "Grandfather, why have you been so downcast all day?" The old man sighed and replied, "Upon hearing such news today, how could I possibly feel joy?" The young girl responded, "If anyone should feel distress, it is fourth grandfather. Your relationship with him has always been strained. Why burden yourself with his troubles?" The old man lamented, "You are but a child. What do you understand? In our family, among the 4 brothers of the Ding clan, the eldest, Ding Bu Yi, fell ill and passed away in his youth. The second brother, Ding Bu Er, fell in love with a lady of high status, and, fearing association with us, severed ties. Among the brothers, only my temper aligns with the fourth. I am Ding Bu San, and he is Ding Bu Si. Though we may quarrel and brawl, we bear no grudges, and upon meeting again, we remain as kin. How could I not worry over his affairs?" The girl questioned, "Is Mei Fanggu truly the daughter of fourth grandfather? Why does she bear the surname Mei while he is Ding?" Upon hearing the name Mei Fanggu, Shi Fan and Minro exchanged startled glances. Chapter 9. The most beautiful woman in the Jianghu. When Shi Zhongyu observed the grave expressions on his parents' faces, he noted that they were no longer as carefree and smiling as before while listening to his tale. Feeling a sense of pride swelling within him, he continued. The old man said, "To speak of this matter, one must delve into a lengthy narrative. Your fourth grandfather, in his youth, traversed the Jianghu and fell in love with a young woman named Shi, known affectionately as Xiao Zui, who was quite the renowned heroine of her time. She was exceptionally beautiful, attracting countless suitors. At that time, your fourth grandfather was in his 20s, and although he was not as handsome or skilled as your grandfather in his prime, he was still counted among the elite young talents. Typically, he would not regard his rivals with any seriousness. However, among them was a formidable figure named Bai Zizai, who was not to be underestimated. His appearance and martial prowess were on par with your fourth grandfather's, and at the age of 25, he had already ascended to the position of leader of the Shi Fan sect, making him the primary rival in your fourth grandfather's pursuit of love. The girl interjected, "Did my fourth grandfather not win her over in the end?" The old man retorted in anger, "Nonsense. Which of the Ding brothers has ever lost in the pursuit of a maiden?" However, while both your fourth grandfather and Bai Zizai had won the affections of Shi Xiaozui, her parents favored Bai Zizai's status as the sect leader and insisted she marry him. The little girl chuckled. "In the end, my fourth grandfather lost. Didn't he?" The elder defended, "Your fourth grandfather's defeat was not due to any fault of his. He bore no shame. Ever since Shi Xiaozui wed Bai Zizai, your fourth grandfather has been melancholic and despondent. At that time, several young heroines sought his attention, but he paid them no heed. Eventually, a heroine named Mei Wanqing, who was quite lovely, inexplicably captured your fourth grandfather's heart, and soon after, she became pregnant with his child, pressuring him to marry her. Unable to bear her insistence, your fourth grandfather abandoned her and fled." The little girl clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Your fourth grandfather made the right choice. Marriage and children are trivial and troublesome. Who can live freely and joyfully in such a manner?" The elder retorted, "Are you implying that your grandfather is less carefree than your fourth uncle? If your grandfather had not married, you would not be here, and without your father, you would not exist. You ungrateful child, you infuriate me." The little girl, feeling wronged, replied, "I said nothing about you. This is all your own interpretation. What happened next? Did the woman named Mei seek out your fourth grandfather again?" The elder replied, "No, that woman was exceedingly proud. She bore the child alone, giving her the surname Mei and naming her Mei Fanggu, raising her with great care. Feeling guilty, your fourth grandfather secretly imparted the Ding family's unique martial arts to her. By the time Mei Fanggu turned 18, she had mastered all the arts, combining the strengths of both the Mei and Ding families, and with her ethereal beauty, she was hailed as the most beautiful woman in the martial world of that era." As Shi Qing and his wife listened to Shi Zhongyu recount the romantic history involving Bai Zizai, Ding Bazir, and Shi Xiaozui, they were nearly convinced. Many were aware of the Ding family's background, and it could be said that their son had inadvertently overheard and woven it into his narrative to convince them. However, the affairs of Ding Bazir, Bai Zizai, and Shi Xiaozui were long past, with few remaining who knew of them. Moreover, given Bai Zizai's volatile temperament, even if someone from the Shi Fan sect were aware of these events, they would hardly dare to discuss them openly. The tales of Ding Bazir and Mei Wanqing were even more obscure. The couple themselves were unaware. And how could their young son know unless he had genuinely overheard a conversation between Ding Busan and his granddaughter? They could not fathom that Shi Zhongyu had traversed from a future world, where he had read novels chronicling their stories. Secrets that were unknown to them were as familiar to him as yesterday's news. The couple fell silent, eager to hear what Ding Busan and his granddaughter would say next. Shi Zhongyu continued, "Upon hearing his grandfather compare Mei Fanggu to a fairy, the girl felt indignant and asked, 'Grandfather, was Mei Fanggu truly that beautiful? How do I compare to her?' The elder laughed heartily, saying, 'I have seen that girl. Even when you grow up and become more beautiful, you will find it impossible to compare with her.' However, although she was stunning, she suffered a fate as tragic as her mother's." He sighed, clearly lamenting Mei Fanggu's plight. The little girl appeared delighted, asking, "What happened to Mei Fanggu?" "Please, grandfather, continue." The elder replied, "Given Mei Fanggu's qualities, it would have been effortless for her to find an outstanding husband, as countless figures from the Jianghu were drawn to her title as the most beautiful woman in the martial world and sought her hand in marriage. She could have easily chosen a remarkable suitor from among them. However, she thought, these men are only drawn to me for my beauty. As it is said, one is ultimately abandoned when their beauty fades with age. Therefore, she disregarded them entirely, let alone choosing a husband from among them. The little girl remarked, Mei Fanggu's reasoning is rather astute. I initially thought her merely a pretty face, but it seems her thoughts were quite profound. The elder concurred. Indeed, her reasoning was sound, but she made an unfortunate error in becoming infatuated with a man of average looks, background, and skills, one who did not even reciprocate her feelings. The little girl inquired, who was the man she fell for? The elder replied, that man is none other than the current master of Xiansu Manor, Shi Qing, listening in from the room, felt a surge of anger. How could my father, with his prominent reputation in the Jianghu, be deemed merely average? The little girl also chimed in. I have heard that Master Shi is quite handsome and carries a significant reputation. Why does grandfather claim he is average? The elder stated, it all depends on whom you compare him to. Among those vying for Mei Fanggu's affection, not even Tin could match his appearance or standing. If he is not exceptional, then what is? The little girl pressed, did Mei Fanggu succeed in winning over Master Shi? After all, his wife is the ice and snow divine sword, Min Ro, so it seems she did not. The elder remarked, it is unclear what that fellow was thinking. The most beautiful woman in the martial world pursued him, yet he remained unmoved and married his inferior martial sister, Min Ro, the very next year. Min Ro, overhearing Ding Busan's remarks about her being inferior to Mei Fanggu, felt no offense. She thought to herself, you may be better than me in every regard. But the senior brother still chose me, so what does it matter? Glancing at Shi Qing, she found him looking back at her, and they exchanged smiles. Shi Zhongyu, feeling indignant, declared, hearing him belittle my mother makes me furious. If I were not afraid of losing to him, I would love to slap him across the face. My mother is such a delicate beauty, and yet he speaks of her as if she were worthless. It is truly outrageous. Min Ro chuckled softly, saying, there is no need for you to flatter me with sweet words. You were angry at the time and did not dare to confront him. What good does it do to say it now? Just continue with the story. Shi Zhongyu nodded. Yes, once I master martial arts, I will certainly seek to avenge my mother. The little girl next door asked, what about Mei Fanggu? Where did she go? I have never heard of her since. The elder responded, after Shi Qing married Min Ro, Mei Fanggu, filled with shame and anger, vanished from the Jianghu and was never seen again. Years later, Mei Wenqing, in a fit of fury, sought out your fourth grandfather for help in finding her daughter, only to discover that she had not returned home. Your fourth grandfather searched for years but could not locate her, so he came to me for assistance. As my niece, how could I ignore her? I asked a friend to help me inquire. However, after many years without news, I eventually forgot about it. Today, I encountered that friend, who informed me that he had found a lead. My niece has been living in seclusion on Cacao Ridge in the Xiang'er Mountains of Yushi for over a decade. Chapter 10, The Mystery of Heritage. Upon hearing the whereabouts of Mei Fanggu, the couple, Shi Qing and his wife, felt a tremor of relief wash over them. For years, they had exerted immense effort in searching for news of her. Yet their efforts had yielded no progress. Today, finally learning of her from their son, they felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from their hearts, leaving them in a state of unanticipated ease. The young girl exclaimed, has she truly been living alone in the desolate mountains since the marriage of Shi Zhongyu? The elder replied, she is not alone. According to a friend, she is accompanied by a young boy of about 10 years. This friend has seen Shi Zhongyu's eldest son, and the boy bears an uncanny resemblance to him. Furthermore, 10 years ago, Shi Zhongyu had another son who was abducted by enemies shortly after birth. Despite extensive searches across the country, he was never found. This matter was initially shrouded in secrecy, known only to a few. However, my friend is well known in the martial world for his intelligence, and Shi Zhongyu and his wife had sought his assistance regarding their missing second son, which is how he came to know about it. He suspects that the boy may indeed be Shi Zhongyu's lost son. Shi Qing pondered deeply. He had indeed sought information years ago regarding the matter concerning Jian. He wondered who Ding Laosen's friend could be. The young girl interjected, but that may not be the case. How do we know that child is not Mei Fanggu's own? The elder replied, I had thought the same at first. Yet my friend shook his head vigorously, insisting it was impossible. Aside from the two of them, no one else has been seen on that mountain. Moreover, Mei Fanggu often scolded and abused the boy, even calling him a dog bastard. What woman would refer to her own son in such a manner? Additionally, the resemblance between the boy and Shi Gongzi is striking. One would be hard-pressed to find such similarity outside of siblings. Upon hearing this, Min Ro realized that her younger son had been subjected to mistreatment by that woman for the past several years. Her heart ached with both compassion and guilt as she pulled him into her embrace. Shi Zhongjian, having finished his meal, had been listening intently. At this juncture, he understood that they were discussing his and his mother's plight. Having lived on the mountain, he was unaware of how other mothers treated their children. However, after descending the mountain, he had witnessed numerous mothers playing with their children, and it struck him that his own mother's demeanor was starkly different from those he observed. His mother rarely offered him a kind word and would punish him for the slightest disobedience. In the past, he assumed all mothers acted in such a way. But now he could not help but wonder, could it be true, as they suggested, that his mother was not truly his mother? Was he, in fact, the child of Shi Zhongyu and his wife? This thought led him to glance at Min Ro, who looked at him with eyes full of affection, an expression he had never seen in his mother's gaze. He noticed how Shi Zhongyu and his wife doted on Shi Zhongyu, and he contemplated how much happier he would be if he were indeed their son. Yet, his thoughts quickly turned to his mother on the mountain. Despite her harshness, she had raised him, and if he were to become someone else's child, how lonely she would be left alone in the mountains. His mind swirled with conflicting emotions, his expression shifting as he grappled with uncertainty. The young girl remarked, "It must be that Mei Fanggu, out of revenge against Shi Zhongyu and his wife, has taken their son to torment him, depriving them of peace." The elder concurred. "That seems likely. However, my friend mentioned that Mei Fanggu went out about 10 days ago, and upon her return, the boy had vanished. She is currently searching for him. The child has never descended the mountain and possesses no cunning, so it is unclear where he could have gone." The two continued their conversation, suggesting they might set out for Kuchao Ling to find Mei Fanggu. The elder instructed the girl to refer to Mei Fanggu as aunt upon meeting her. After a short while, they prepared themselves for bed, extinguishing the lights. Fearing they might discover him eavesdropping, Shi Zhongjian remained silent, waiting until they were snoring before hastily gathering his belongings and settling his bill. He dared not linger in Kaifeng and rode to a nearby town for lodging. To his surprise, that very evening, Jin Daozhai had gathered men to seize the Xiantai Ling. As he watched the commotion from his window, he noticed an elderly man selling pancakes and fried dough sticks suddenly panic-stricken at the sound of hooves, hurriedly wrapping something in a pancake, a detail that piqued his interest. Before long, he witnessed the men from Jin Daozhai approach the elder, demanding the Xiantai Ling. It became evident that this elder was none other than the disguised Wu Daotong. Refusing to relinquish the Xiantai Ling, he fought against them, but ultimately fell to their numbers and was killed. The men searched his shop thoroughly, but found no trace of the Xiantai Ling and left in frustration. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Zhongjian descended to retrieve the pancake concealing the Xiantai Ling. Just as he prepared to depart stealthily, he noticed a small beggar in the corner who bore a resemblance to him. Remembering what Ding Busan's grandson had said the previous day, he wondered if this could be his brother. Just as he was about to inquire, his parents arrived. When he descended the mountain, he had merely hoped for a stroke of luck. Little did he expect to not only secure the Xiantai Ling effortlessly, but also to find his long-lost brother. The thought struck him as surreal. Shi Zhongyu, with a playful tug at his perfectly arranged hair, felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. He silently commended himself for weaving such a complex tale with remarkable ease. Truly, he was quite the clever young lad. Shi Qing sensed something amiss, yet could not pinpoint any flaws in the story. He attributed his unease to the uncanny luck and smoothness of the events, leading him to question their validity. Very well, he conceded. This time, consider it a significant achievement. What is it that you desire? Shi Zhongyu smiled. I wish to visit Emotianya. I request that you and mother accompany me. He thought to himself, according to the timeline in the book, tomorrow, Xia Yin Ku would take Shi Zhongjian to Emotianya, where they would encounter the 3 incense masters of the Changla gang ambushing the Great Sadness Elder. Thus, if we head towards Emotianya tomorrow, we are bound to cross paths with the Great Sadness Elder. And we shall adapt accordingly to ensure we acquire the 18 clay figurines. Shi Qing frowned. What purpose do you have in going to Emotianya? We still need to take your brother to find Mei Fanggu and uncover his origins. Shi Zhongyu replied, Father, we already know Mei Fanggu's whereabouts. Whether we go today or tomorrow, she will not escape. Emotianya is not far from here, and a brief visit will not delay us significantly. You promised me one request. Surely, you cannot go back on your word. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Qing thought, this boy likely has some matter he wishes to request of Xia Yin Ke. Regardless, he obtained the token, and if he wishes to use it, that is his prerogative. This venture is perilous, yet with my sister and me by his side, he will be safe. Thus, he nodded in agreement. As night fell, Shi Qing and Min Ro retired to the adjacent room for rest, while Shi Zhongyu and Shi Zhongjian shared a room, concerned that his 2 companions had not eaten enough. Shi Zhongyu retrieved some snacks he had purchased from the market for them to enjoy before they settled down to sleep. Chapter 11. Feigning illness on the following day. The Shi couple arose early, intending to wake their son for an early departure. As they approached his room, they were startled by the sound of Shi Zhongyu's moans of pain emanating from within. They hurriedly pushed the door open, only to find him lying in bed, eyes tightly shut, continuously murmuring. Shi Zhongjian stood helplessly by, looking utterly at a loss. Shi Qing stepped forward to touch his son's forehead, finding no sign of fever. and upon checking his pulse, he noted it was steady and normal, not indicative of any illness. Pondering in uncertainty, he shook his son gently awake and inquired, "What is wrong? Where do you feel discomfort?" Shi Zhongyu cracked his eyes open slightly, his gaze clouded, and murmured, "Father, I have a headache, my stomach aches. I feel so cold, and my hands and feet lack strength." Although Shi Qing had a basic understanding of medicine, he had never encountered such symptoms and dared not make any judgments. He informed his wife and decided to seek a doctor for a diagnosis. Minro, concerned, asked Shi Zhongyu for details, but he could only say he did not know. His son had seemed perfectly fine when he went to bed the previous night, only to begin moaning at dawn. Lacking medical knowledge, Minro opted to fetch a pot of hot water from the innkeeper downstairs, poured a bowl, and fed it to her son. She also instructed Shi Zhongyu to keep watch by the window, alerting him to signal when his father returned with the doctor. Shi Zhongyu complied dutifully, standing at the window, his eyes fixed on the street. Meanwhile, Shi Zhongyu, aware his father was seeking a doctor, inwardly lamented. His illness was feigned. Once the doctor arrived, his ruse would be exposed. The night prior, he had recalled how in the original tale, Xia Yank had taken Shi Zhongyu away but had not set off immediately. Instead, he had immobilized Shi Zhongyu, leaving him in the grass while he eavesdropped on the conversation between the Shi couple and the Shi Fan sect. He then had returned to rescue Shi Zhongyu from the county magistrate's palanquin, bringing back the dual swords that had been pawned to the Shi Fan sect before finally embarking on their journey. The two had traveled on foot, their pace slow, and had encountered the Longle gang and the Great Sadness Elder shortly after noon. Now, however, with both parents possessing horses, their speed would likely surpass that of the previous encounter. Given his father's urgency to reach Cacao Ridge and inquire about Shi Zhongyu's origins, he would surely hasten their departure the next morning. Consequently, upon reaching the site of the incident, the Longle gang and the Great Sadness Elder might still be unaware of their whereabouts, thereby missing a tremendous opportunity. Thus, Shi Zhongyu had decided to feign illness to delay their journey, planning to pretend to recover by noon and set off, believing their swift pace would allow them to catch up on time. Yet, he fretted about the potential exposure of his scheme once the doctor arrived. Despite Minro's gentle reassurances by his side, he remained restless and troubled. After an indeterminate time, Shi Zhongyu announced, "The master has brought the doctor." Minro was overjoyed and hurried out to greet them. She saw Shi Qing enter, accompanying a doctor of over 60 years. The doctor instructed Shi Zhongyu to open his mouth, examined his tongue, and checked his pulse. After a moment of listening intently, a perplexed expression crossed his face as he asked, "Child, how do you feel?" Feigning weakness, Shi Zhongyu replied, "My hands and feet are weak, my entire body aches, and my heart feels unsettled, causing me great unease." The doctor contemplated for a moment, and his expression brightened. Your pulse, tongue, and complexion appear entirely normal. Yet you exhibit symptoms of pain and weakness throughout your body, along with anxiety. In my decades of practice, I have never encountered such a case. However, I suddenly recalled that my ancestor had treated a similar condition years ago, and the symptoms align perfectly with yours. I shall prescribe a remedy based on my ancestor's formula, and you should recover. He then took out his writing materials and penned a prescription. Shi Qing observed that the prescription contained only calming herbs, lacking any medication for pain relief or strength replenishment, which caused him to hesitate. Noticing Shi Qing's uncertainty, the doctor remarked, "It seems you have some knowledge of medicine. This prescription, handed down from my ancestor, specifically addresses various pains and weaknesses caused by anxiety, even if it is not precisely the right remedy. These calming herbs will not harm your son, you may rest assured." Realizing he had no other options, Shi Qing decided to give it a try, thanking the doctor for his fee before heading to the apothecary to collect the herbs. Shi Zhongyu, relieved that the doctor had failed to see through his charade, let out a quiet sigh of relief. Shortly after, Shi Qing returned with the medicine, and Minro prepared it in the kitchen, bringing it to Shi Zhongyu in a bowl. Upon hearing that it consisted solely of calming herbs, Shi Zhongyu held his nose and gulped it down in one go. Minro promptly asked, "Son, do you feel any better?" Shi Qing replied, "Sister-in-law, the medicine has just been ingested. It cannot work so quickly. Let us go out and buy some clothes and shoes for Jianna while you rests." He and his wife left the room. The couple assumed that Shi Zhongyu's ailment would not resolve immediately and returned only around noon, having not only purchased a complete new outfit for their younger son, but also a new shirt for Shi Zhongyu. As they neared the inn, they spotted Shi Zhongyu standing at the entrance, scanning the surroundings. The Shi couple was delighted and asked, Are you feeling better?" Shi Zhongyu feigned I have taken the medicine prescribed by the doctor, and I am nearly recovered. Shi Qing was astonished and praised the doctor as a miraculous healer. Internally, Shi Zhongyu chuckled, thinking, what a miraculous healer, he is merely a quack. Yet, he did not reveal this, instead chiding, you, as my parents, seem unconcerned about your sick child. Returning only now, without a trace of worry. Shi Qing and Min Ro flushed with embarrassment. They had been preoccupied with searching for their younger son and had little time to spare. Today, having finally found a moment of respite, they had indulged in purchasing some jewelry and jade, losing track of time. Clearing his throat, Shi Qing said, since you are feeling better, let us eat and then set off. We must reach Montian Cliff to resolve your matters before we can peacefully investigate your brother's origins at Kakea Ridge. Thus, a splendid meal was prepared in the kitchen, and after dining, they settled their bill and set off towards Montian Cliff. Shi Zhongyu rode a horse he had purchased en route, which paled in comparison to the majestic steeds of the Shi couple. So he allowed Shi Zhongjin to ride with Shi Qing. They urged their horses forward, not pausing even as they passed through a town. After a few miles, they encountered a crowd blocking the official road, as if something ahead had obstructed their passage. Curious, they dismounted to inquire. A farmer, visibly agitated, exclaimed, a group of people has blocked the road, refusing to let anyone through. They say if you wish to pass, you must allow them to search you. Only if you possess nothing they seek will they let you go. Can you believe this? I have traveled this road for decades and have never seen such a thing. Shi Qing inquired, are those blocking the road soldiers? The old man shook his head. No, they are not soldiers. That group is dressed like ruffians. I hear they are from the Golden Knife camp of Wantui Mountain. These villains committed a crime in Hobian Market yesterday and are now setting up a blockade here, showing utter disregard for the authority of the Ming soldiers. Upon hearing that it was the Golden Knife camp, Shi Qing understood. Last night, they had launched an all-out raid to seize the Xian Tailing from Wu Daodong, which Shi Zhongyu had inadvertently obtained. They were undoubtedly unwilling to relent until they retrieved it. Turning to his wife, he said, you stay here with our son. I will go ahead to investigate. With that, he squeezed through the throng. Chapter 12. The 5 Ghosts of the Yellow River. Come forth and meet your doom. Shi Zhongyu shouted, Mother, I shall accompany father to take a look. He followed closely behind. Hundreds of travelers were densely packed in a narrow path. Those in front were unable to move, while those behind relentlessly pushed forward, compressing the gaps between individuals into an impenetrable wall of flesh. It was exceedingly difficult to navigate through this mass. Shi Qing managed to pass only 2 people before he found himself unable to advance further. Pardon me, allow me to pass, he said, channeling his strength into his arms, gripping the shoulders of the 2 individuals before him and pushing them apart. The 2 felt an overwhelming force pushing them aside and involuntarily moved away. This caused several individuals beside them to lose their balance, and amidst their startled cries, they tumbled outwards. In an instant, a sufficient gap appeared for Shi Qing to slip through. He traversed through the opening and grasped the shoulders of the next 2 individuals, creating another passageway as he continued onward. Shi Zhongyu followed closely behind his father, threading through the gap he had created. Observing his father navigate through the tightly packed crowd as if traversing an uninhabited realm, he couldn't help but admire his father's profound internal strength. After a while, Shi Qing reached the outskirts of the crowd, where a line of travelers stood before him. Just as he was about to create a gap to step through, he suddenly heard a voice say, I have heard that the leader of the Yin clan is among the most notable figures in Hunan. The Golden Knife Gang robs the rich to aid the poor, and its members are all honorable heroes. Surely, with my brother's face, the Yin clan's leader would not make things difficult for us? Though the words carried a semblance of goodwill, the tone was peculiar and unsettling. Intrigued, Shi Qing thought to himself, so, there are already figures from the martial world here to negotiate. It would be prudent to observe further. He withdrew his hands and peered over the shoulder of the person in front of him. Before him stood 5 tall, thin elders, lined up in the middle of the path. Their hair was entirely white, yet they wore vibrantly colored garments of great value. The 5 stood with their backs to Shi Qing, obscuring their features, but as a gentle breeze passed, he caught a faint whiff of fragrant powder. Opposite them stood 3 individuals. One was stout with a full beard, carrying a long blade on his back, none other than Fengri, the leader of the Golden Knife Gang. Beside him was a pallid man without a beard, the second in command, Feng Zhenwu. The last was dressed as a Taoist priest, the third in command, Yuan Cheng Taoist. Behind these 3, a throng of Golden Knife Gang members stood closely packed, and Fengri clasped his fist and said, Owe my humble reputation entirely to the support of my friends in the martial world. The name of the Golden Knife Gang, known for robbing the rich to aid the poor, is a title I do not deserve. Ideally, the arrival of the 5 ghosts of the Yellow River should warrant a warm welcome from us. Upon hearing the phrase 5 ghosts of the Yellow River, Shi Qing's heart stirred. Indeed, it is them. It is rumored that these 5 are siblings, all over 70 years of age. Yet they delight in wearing flamboyant clothing and applying white powder to their faces, speaking in peculiar tones. Today, witnessing them firsthand, it is as the tales describe. Suddenly, he felt someone pushing from behind. Turning to see it was Shi Zhongyu, he frowned and asked, "Why are you here as well? Where is your mother?" Shi Zhongyu chuckled but offered no reply, maneuvering through the crowd to find a favorable vantage point to observe. The second brother among the 5 ghosts, though addressing his brother respectfully, responded with an ominous tone, "But you still intend to disregard my brother's face, do you not?" And Fairy maintained his smile, saying, however, "Given the gravity of the situation, I must ask the elders to allow us to conduct a search. If we find nothing of our concern, we shall apologize and make way for you." The youngest ghost retorted angrily, "What? You truly dare to search us? Even your father, if he were alive, would not dare treat my brothers with such disrespect." And Fengri replied coolly, "My father has passed away for many years. I am now the head of the Golden Knife Gang. I beg your pardon." The eldest ghost sneered, and Jin Dao, how audacious. "Today, let my 5 brothers test your skills." With a swift motion, he drew a bundle of fine cord from his bosom, and with a flick of his wrist, it transformed into a whip over 10 feet long. These 5 brothers, known for their lasciviousness, often abducted beautiful women for their own gratification. To facilitate their misdeeds, they sought a rare, soft, and resilient silk from overseas, weaving it into a long cord for use in their schemes. When confronted, it could be wielded as a whip, demonstrating formidable power with their family's unique whip techniques. Yuan Cheng Daoist, known for his impatience, swiftly unsheathed his treasured sword, declaring, "Elders, what is there to discuss with these lecherous scoundrels? A single sword strike will rid the world of this scourge." As he lunged toward the eldest ghost, a faint sound interrupted, followed by a tightening around his wrist as the whip ensnared him. The second ghost, Chapter 13, Dread of Mortality Amidst the Aerial Fracas. Shi Qing witnessed the twin supple whips darting towards Yuan Cheng Daoist. Swiftly, he unsheathed his sable blade, executing a pair of precise strikes upon the whip's vulnerable points. The whips, akin to venomous serpents struck mortally, instantly drooped lifelessly. Shi Qing's strikes, imbued with subtle force, coursed through the whips, numbing the hands of the twin demons, nearly causing them to relinquish their grip. "Eldest, this one's a tough nut," the demons exclaimed in unison. Shi Qing descended, uttering in hushed tones, "Fear not, Daoist brother. I shall extricate you." He channeled his inner energy into the ink-black sword, causing it to vibrate intensely, emitting a dense, resonant hum. Raising the sword overhead, he brought it down upon the whip, ensnaring Yuan Cheng Daoist's legs. The ink-black sword, renowned for its sharpness, coupled with Shi Qing's refined inner energy, cleaved the resilient whip into 2. The imp, exerting force to tug the whip, stumbled backward uncontrollably, expending considerable effort to regain balance. Gazing upon the severed remnants of his whip, the imp lamented, "Eldest, he's ruined my whip." Just as sorrow consumed him, a piercing sound echoed nearby, prompting a hasty evasion. A blade grazed past his head, leaving him drenched in perspiration. He turned to behold a youth clad in coarse garments, sheathing his blade with an air of regret. This assailant was none other than Shi Zhongyu. After emerging from the throng, he procured a steel blade from a golden saber stronghold henchman. Recalling the absence of his own weapon, witnessing the imp with his back turned, he resolved to eliminate him. However, the imp, seasoned in combat, evaded the blow despite his distress. Wiping perspiration from his brow, the imp's fear transformed into fury. "Where did you spring from, you little whelp? I'll send you to the afterlife," he roared, lashing out with his shortened whip. Shi Zhongyu parried, but missed his mark. The imp, forgetting the whip's diminished length, attacked as before, but the whip fell short, striking the ground harmlessly. Both combatants were taken aback. The imp's face contorted in rage, while Shi Zhongyu erupted in laughter. "Are you lacking sustenance? Dare to exert more force?" he taunted. The imp, oblivious to the jibe, retaliated with a swift lash aimed at Shi Zhongyu's neck. "Well done," Shi Zhongyu exclaimed, meeting the attack with his blade. The imp, sneering, ensnared the blade with his whip, attempting to disarm his foe. Resourceful, Shi Zhongyu seized the opportunity, aiming the blade at the imp's chest. Anticipating this maneuver, The imp deflected the blade and struck at Shi Zhongyu's chest, relinquishing his grip. Shi Zhongyu met the blow with his palms, exerting all his inner energy. A resounding impact reverberated as the imp recoiled, experiencing chest pain. How can this be? How can a mere youth possess such formidable inner energy? He pondered. Unbeknownst to him, Shi Zhongyu possessed exceptional talent, augmented by his transmigration. The Yellow River Five Demons, though advanced in age, lacked comparable talent and had neglected their training. Underestimating his opponent, the imp suffered internal injury. Attempting to retreat, Shi Zhongyu relentlessly pursued, unleashing a barrage of palm strikes. The imp, wounded and struggling for breath, spat forth a mouthful of blood. Shi Qing and Yuan Cheng Daoist engaged with the remaining demons. Observed Shi Zhongyu's duel. Astonished by his son's dominance, Shi Qing redoubled his efforts, overwhelming his adversaries. Emboldened, Shi Zhongyu channeled his energy, utilizing his palms as swords, executing the snow mountain swordplay techniques. The imp, defenseless, sustained further blows, spewing forth another torrent of blood. In desperation, he spat blood at Shi Zhongyu's face. Caught off guard, Shi Zhongyu was blinded. Seizing a steel blade, the imp lunged, intending to bisect his foe. Upon hearing the imp's threat, Shi Qing was aghast. Evade, he cried. But his warning was in vain. Blinded, Shi Zhongyu froze, paralyzed by fear. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, and a projectile struck the imp's neck. The imp collapsed, his blade falling harmlessly. A woman's hairpin protruded from his throat, marking his demise. The remaining demons, witnessing their brother's demise, wailed in anguish. The eldest demon cradled the corpse. Lamenting, "Let us depart." They vanished into the distance. Shi Qing, safeguarding his son, sheathed his blade. "Which sage has saved my son?" he inquired, his voice echoing unanswered. Turning to his son, he found him dazed and bloodied. Wiping his face, he inquired, Are you well?" "Father, I was terrified," Shi Zhongyu confessed. "I have disgraced you." "Nonsense," Shi Qing reassured. "When I slew my first foe, I was haunted by nightmares. That is far more shameful." The others concurred, adding words of encouragement. "Truly?" Shi Zhongyu questioned. "Would we deceive you?" Shi Qing retorted. At this point, I gently touched the top of his head and sighed. Alas. The desire for life and the aversion to death is an inherent aspect of human nature, whether one is a heroic figure or a tyrant of the dark arts. Restraining this innate tendency is no simple task. Yet, I hope that one day you will comprehend that certain matters hold far greater significance than mere existence. Chapter 14. The grudge of a lost son. Upon hearing his father's words imbued with lofty expectations, Shi Zhongyu quickly wiped away his tears and replied, "I shall heed my father's counsel." Shi Qing nodded with a smile, his heart brimming with pride. His son, having been pampered since childhood and coddled by his wife, had always been unruly. At the tender age of 10, he had already indulged in the indiscretion of spying on the maid while she bathed. By the age of 12, he had unsheathed his sword and severed the arm of a servant who had defied him. It was then that Shi Qing, resolute and unmoved by his wife's pleas, sent him to the snow-capped mountains to study under his esteemed friend, Feng Wanli. Having long relinquished hope for his son, Shi Qing merely wished for him to remain compliant in the mountains, free from his wife's protective influence, hoping he would avoid further calamity. Unexpectedly, after 3 years in the mountains, though his son still exhibited a spirited nature, he had made remarkable progress in character. This time, when facing the youngest of the 5 ghosts of the Yellow River, he had even held the upper hand in their fierce battle, clearly demonstrating formidable martial skills. How could Shi Qing not be delighted? The 3 leaders of the Golden Blade stronghold approached, bowing respectfully to Shi Qing. In Fairy, with a wry smile, remarked, "This time, we are indebted to Shi Zhongyu for your timely assistance. Otherwise, not only would our Golden Blade stronghold have lost face, but my brothers and I might have also lost our lives." Shi Qing returned the gesture, saying, "There is no need for such formality, in Jiazhu. As fellow practitioners of the righteous path, it is only natural for us to support one another. There is no need to make a fuss about it." Shi Zhongyu inquired curiously, "Uncle, why did you not allow your men to join forces against the 5 ghosts of the Yellow River? It seems rather imprudent to adhere strictly to the principles of chivalry in such a situation." And Furry sighed, "Young brother, do you think I refrained from calling upon my men out of a sense of chivalry? What then was your reasoning?" Shi Zhongyu pressed, and Fengri explained, "You see, I hail from the Green Forest, a life where one must tread carefully lest one's mercy be mistaken for weakness. If I were to show even a hint of compassion towards my enemies, I would be endangering my own life and those of my brothers. The very individuals you might spare today could return with greater malice, seeking to seize your stronghold and harm your kin. I have taken countless lives in my lifetime. I am indeed a man of ruthless disposition. As for the title of hero bestowed upon me by my peers, I am unworthy of such praise. Shi Qing chuckled. You are too modest, and Zhiju. Your fierce methods are merely reserved for those within the Green Forest. Your dealings with our allies are quite honorable. From what I know, many friends have benefited from your generosity during their times of need in Hunan. And Fori waved his hand dismissively. What does that matter? It is merely a trivial sum for me. Young brother, the reason I did not summon my men is that I knew they would only fall victim to needless slaughter. Shi Qing asked, but do you not have several capable men among your ranks? Why did none come? And Fori replied, 2 were indeed on their way. Li Dian was slain by Wu Daotong at Heshanji, while Zhou Mu attempted to hoard the Xian Tai Ling for himself, and I had to discipline him harshly. Shi Qing lamented, what a pity. Zhou Mu was nearly as skilled as the 3 of you. Had he lived, he could have been of assistance today. So, I take it. And you have secured the Xian Tai Ling? And Feng Ri shook his head. That scoundrel Wu Daotong is exceedingly cunning. He concealed 2 coins within a bundle, wrapping it meticulously, and deceived Zhou Mu. The fool merely felt the surface and assumed the Xian Tai Ling was within, failing to report it. Ultimately, I was the one who uncovered the truth. Humph, such untrustworthy individuals cannot be allowed to live, no matter their talents. Shi Qing surmised, so, you have set up a blockade here in hopes of locating the bearer of the Xian Tai Ling? Inferi sighed. I had no other recourse but to resort to this measure. If that person possesses even a modicum of intelligence, they would surely lie low until the heat dies down before seeking out the Mo Tianju Shi for a transaction. I am merely preparing for contingencies. Noticing in Feng Ri, at just shy of 40, showing signs of gray hair and a face marred by distress, Shi Qing felt a pang of sympathy and inquired, you are determined to obtain the Xian Tai Ling, yet is there something you wish to request of Xia Yank? After a moment's hesitation, and Feng Ri replied, Shi Zhongyu, I trust you implicitly. It is only right that I confide in you. I wish to ask for his assistance in avenging my son's murderer. Shi Qing gasped. Have you discovered who was responsible for your son's death? Last year, Inferi's only son had been killed in the region of Lanzhou. It was said that Inferi had scoured the earth in search of the killer, yet to no avail. Inferi nodded, indeed, but the adversary possesses immense power. Even if I were to expend the lives of all my brothers, I would still be unable to exact revenge. I believe Xia Yank possesses the prowess to help me. Alas, the Xian Tai Ling appeared on my territory, yet I could not seize it. I am truly cursed. He clenched his teeth, his face contorted in anguish. Shi Qing remained silent, his thoughts swirling. Inferi, forcing a smile, said, my apologies, dear brother, for taking up your time. Where are you and your wife headed? Noticing Shi Qing's silence, he feared he had misjudged, and hastily clarified, Shi Zhongyu, I did not mean to pry into your affairs. Today, with such a significant favor owed from my Golden Blade stronghold, if you were to ask for my life, I, would not hesitate. Suddenly, Shi Qing reached out his hand towards Shi Zhongyu, commanding, hand it over. Feigning ignorance, Shi Zhongyu asked, what do you mean? Hurry up, and Zhiju is a hero. Let us not appear petty in his eyes. Whatever you wish for, I will endeavor to fulfill it, Shi Qing urged. Reluctantly, Shi Zhongyu retrieved the Xian Tai Ling from his bosom and placed it into his father's hands. Last night, upon learning of his son's impending journey to Mo Tian Cliff, his father had entrusted him with the Xian Tai Ling for safekeeping, and now, he reluctantly relinquished it. Feeling a pang of regret, Feng Jinwu and Yuan Cheng Daoist stared at the token in Shi Qing's hands, unable to contain their exclamations. Ah, the Xian Tai Ling. And Fori furrowed his brow. What does this mean, Shi Zhongyu? Shi Qing replied, I originally intended to use this token to procure Xia Yank's assistance in locating a foe who wronged me. That individual abducted my young child. And for over a decade, I have known not whether my son is dead or alive. Fortunately, I found my long-lost son yesterday. The pain of losing a child is something I understand all too well. As I no longer require this token, and Zhaju, please take it. And Feng Ri trembled, Shi Zhongyu. Are you speaking the truth? You truly wish to give this token to me? One must know that countless bloodshed had erupted over this token in the realm of martial arts, and now someone was offering it freely. He could hardly believe it. As if caught in a dream, Shi Qing pressed the token into his hands, saying with a smile, though this item is valuable, it is only worthy when placed in the hands of one who needs it. And Zhiju, you are far more important to me than the Xian Tai Ling. And Feng Ri felt tears welling up in his eyes, immediately kneeling to the ground. proclaiming loudly Shi Zhongju's great kindness. If Fengri fails to repay this debt, I would not deserve to be called a man. Feng Jinwu and Yuan Cheng Daoist followed suit, kneeling and exclaiming, if we do not repay this kindness, we are unworthy of being human. Behind them, hundreds of men from the Golden Blade stronghold also knelt in unison, declaring, if we do not repay this kindness, we are unworthy of being human. Shi Qing hurriedly helped the three leaders to their feet, saying, now that the token is secured, I implore you to allow us to pass. We must continue on our journey. And Fengri commanded, men, rise. Clear the way. The hundreds of bandits stood and dispersed to the sides, making way for the road. Several men called out, the path is clear, those wishing to pass, please do so swiftly. The gathered travelers, hearing the call, hurriedly made their way past, fearing a change of heart might block their path once more. As the crowd thinned, Min Ro rode in on her white horse, holding on to Shi Zhongyu's steed, approaching slowly. Shi Zhongjian, on his black horse, gripped the reins tightly, his face a mask of terror. Fortunately, the well-trained horse remained steady, preventing him from being thrown off. Min Ro occasionally comforted him from the side. Upon witnessing his wife and young child together, Shi Qing felt a wave of contentment wash over him. He mused to himself, having my wife and child by my side is a far greater blessing than what the village master possesses. He clasped his fists in salute to the three village masters and said, we must take our leave now, and village master, may you soon avenge your grievances. And Fengri responded, thank you, Shi Zhongju. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to seek me at Wanshui Mountain. Shi Qing nodded and instructed, you err. Let us mount our horses. He gracefully leapt onto his black steed, took the reins from Shi Zhongjian, and called out, take care, esteemed village masters. With a swift tug on the reins, the black horse reared and galloped forward. Shi Zhongyu also mounted her saddle and spurred her horse to follow closely behind. After riding for several miles, the voices of the Jindao village crowd wishing them well could still be heard behind them. Chapter 15. Who says good people do not receive good rewards? Shi Zhongyu galloped after Shi Qing, inquiring, Father, where are we headed? Shi Qing turned his head and replied, this journey was originally meant to escort you to Mount Moxiang, but I took the liberty of sending the Xian Tailing to Inferi. My dear Yuer, you do not bear any resentment towards me, do you? Shi Zhongyu felt a flicker of dissatisfaction, but refrained from expressing it openly to his father, saying, I understand that father intends to win over the Jin Daozhai. Since you have such plans, how could I be so selfish as to jeopardize your scheme? Seeing that his son grasped the larger picture, Shi Qing felt a surge of happiness and chuckled. You are indeed perceptive. That is correct. I do have such intentions. In the past, your mother and I sought tirelessly for clues regarding Jian'er, yet we uncovered not a single useful lead. The Jin Daozhai wields immense power, with numerous followers, and in Jin Dao boasts extensive connections. If we can gain their assistance, we shall not face future troubles without guidance. However, that is but one reason. Can you guess the other? Shi Zhongyu raised an eyebrow. Father is testing me, I see. But after pondering for quite some time, I am unable to decipher your intent. Shi Qing explained, today, when we encountered the Jin Daozhai obstructing our path, I felt a twinge of worry. Their ostentatious display suggests they are aware of the futility of their efforts and do not intend to conceal the news any longer. By now, I cannot fathom how many martial arts masters have learned of this matter and are lying in wait at the foot of Mount Moxiang, eager to ambush and seize the individual possessing the token. Although your mother and I believe our martial prowess to be commendable, we cannot guarantee your safety. In light of this, why not do a favor and hand the Xian Ailing to Jin Dao, allowing him to navigate these murky waters, while also securing a personal favor from him? It is a win-win situation, is it not? Shi Zhongyu contemplated this, acknowledging the perilous nature of their journey to Mount Moxiang. However, he only sought an opportunity to find the grove where the great Sadness Elder fought, in hopes of acquiring the clay figurine in his possession. He feigned reverence, stating, Father, your considerations are indeed thorough. I had thought you a gentleman, but it seems you possess a cunning side as well. Shi Qing laughed. A gentleman is not a fool. If I lacked guile, I would not have survived to this day. By the way, what exactly do you wish to ask of the Xia Yang? You are but a child. I presume it is nothing of great importance. Speak it aloud, and let me see if I can assist you in fulfilling it. Shi Zhongyu had already devised a strategy to respond, saying, I wish for Xia Yang to take my younger brother as a disciple and teach him martial arts. I have already studied profound martial techniques at the Demon Sect. It would be unacceptable not to find a reputable master for my brother. Shi Qing replied, Your brother has only just returned, and you are already anxious for him. Xia Yank has been betrayed by a disciple before. He may be reluctant to take on another. Furthermore, your mother and I can teach him martial skills. Why seek out others? Seeing his son's affection for his younger brother, Shi Qing felt a sense of contentment. He mused, I wonder how Feng Wanli managed to educate him so well. When next I meet him, I must express my gratitude. If he were to learn that Shi Zhongyu's body had been usurped, I cannot imagine his reaction. Father, since we are not going to Mount Moxiang, why are we still heading east? Isn T Xiong'er Mountain located in that direction? Shi Zhongyu could no longer contain his curiosity and finally posed the question. Shi Qing responded, Xiong'er Mountain is sparsely populated. We must prepare some provisions and rain gear to avoid hunger and exposure. There is a larger town a few miles ahead where we can procure supplies before continuing our journey. Shi Zhongyu vaguely recalled that the grove where the great sadness elder met his demise was not far from the town, and thus felt elated at the prospect of still having a chance to seize the treasures. Before long, they arrived at a town much larger than Hojian. The marketplace bustled with a variety of goods, and the streets were teeming with pedestrians. Minro and Shi Qing divided their tasks. One went to procure provisions while the other sought rain gear and tarpaulins. Shi Zhongyu eagerly declared, Father, Mother, I shall explore the town for some delicacies to bring back for our journey. The Shi couple assumed he was unaccustomed to provisions and allowed him to go, merely reminding him to return promptly so as not to delay their travels. Shi Zhongyu agreed and rode out of the town, scanning the surroundings for any groves. After a brief ride, he indeed spotted a stand of trees in the distance. Dismounting, he tied his horse to a tree and cautiously ventured into the grove. Due to the delay caused by the Jin Dao Zhai, he surmised that the members of the Changlu gang had likely already killed the great sadness elder and departed. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, searching quietly and cautiously. Fortunately, the grove was not extensive, and he quickly discovered the great sadness elder's lifeless body. A wound marred his chest, blood having long since congealed, indicating that he had been dead for some time. He hastily knelt beside the deceased, searching through the folds of his clothing. But after a prolonged search, he found nothing. Despair washed over him, and he sat on the ground, his eyes devoid of life. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had yearned for the clay figurines, only to arrive a moment too late, ultimately missing his chance. After sitting in silence for a while, he thought, it is already quite remarkable that I have triggered this journey and gained a second life. As the ancients say, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Desiring the techniques inscribed on the figurines may be a touch greedy. With this realization, he felt a measure of solace. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the great sadness elder's tragic remains and lamented, Great sadness elder, you acquired this treasure but lacked the knowledge to utilize it, never having practiced the divine skills inscribed upon it before your demise. As for me, I understand the secrets inscribed, yet I cannot obtain the figurines, nor even glimpse them. We are both unfortunate souls in our own right. Today you have perished here, and I cannot allow your body to lie exposed in the wilderness. May you find peace in the afterlife and grant me the fulfillment of my wishes, so that my existence is not in vain. After paying his respects, he contemplated how to bury the elder, but lacking suitable tools, he resolved to follow the original text's method of covering him with branches. Thus, he searched the grove for dry twigs, gathering them to cover the body. Just as he pondered how to dig a grave, he recalled a song from his past life and could not help but hum, in a little garden, dig, dig, dig. Plant a little seed, grow a little flower. Soon, he had collected a bundle of twigs, and just as he was about to return, he noticed a wooden box lying on the ground. His heart raced as he approached, picking it up and opening it. To his astonishment, it contained 6 small clay figurines. His heart raced, and he held his breath. Counting, 6 in a row, 3 rows totaling 18, none missing. It turned out that the members of the Changlu gang had searched the body behind him, realizing that the box he carried was extraordinary, and they had taken it with them. Before leaving, one of them had opened it to find the figurines inscribed with ordinary Shaolin inner strength techniques, mistaking them for mere gifts for their younger kin. Discarding them in the grove, he stood there for a moment, then burst into laughter, thinking, they say good deeds are rewarded, and this is indeed true. Had I not taken it upon myself to bury the great sadness elder, how could I have stumbled upon these clay figurines? Great sadness elder, I earlier referred to myself as your younger brother, which was indeed disrespectful. I hope you do not take offense. Upon my return, I shall hold a memorial service for you, to honor your spirit. Each year, on Qingming and the 15th day, I will burn incense and paper, praying for your blessings. Oh, Umaba. Chapter 16. The Mysterious Woman After Burying the Elderly Master of Sorrow. Shi Zhongyu returned to the small town where Shi Qing and his wife had already procured provisions and awaited his return. Noticing his empty hands, they assumed he had been indulging in frivolities once more and chided him lightly. In a buoyant mood, Shi Zhongyu merely nodded in agreement, offering no rebuttal. The group then turned westward, making their way towards Mount Xiong'er. As night descended, they sought refuge in a quaint inn in a town named Yuzhou, which, though similar in size to the nearby Hejianji, boasted a noticeably more prosperous establishment. As dinner time approached, the common room was alive with 5 tables of patrons, predominantly martial artists wielding swords and knives, likely due to the proximity of a faction known as the Dadaomen. Shi Qing and his spouse secured their lodgings and ordered several dishes from the menu. While waiting for their meal, Shi Zhongyu's curiosity led him to survey the surroundings. He observed a nearby table occupied by 5 boisterous warriors who drank heartily and devoured their food, their loud voices betraying a desire for attention. In stark contrast, his father, Shi Qing, sat neatly attired, consuming his meal with delicate bites, adhering to the decorum of silence during dining, lacking any semblance of a free-spirited hero. Turning to his father, Shi Zhongyu remarked, "Father, observe how they dine. That is the demeanor of true martial men, while you appear rather like a pedantic scholar." Shi Qing chuckled but remained silent, while Min Ro, his mother, swiftly admonished, "Do not emulate their behavior. Should you dare, I shall break your legs." Shi Zhongyu shrank back, silenced by the realization that his father's demeanor was indeed a product of his mother's upbringing. The boisterous warriors continued their raucous antics, spitting food as they spoke, which disgusted Shi Zhongyu, prompting him to look elsewhere. In the corner of the room sat an elderly man hunched over, accompanied by a young girl with a sallow complexion. They ate in silence, appearing to be an unremarkable grandfather and granddaughter. Yet, Shi Zhongyu felt an unsettling familiarity. Upon reflection, he recalled having seen them as guests at Hejianji. His heart quickened with suspicion. If they were merely ordinary villagers, what brought them to this distant locale? The old man seemed to sense he was being watched and briefly met Shi Zhongyu's gaze. In that moment, Shi Zhongyu noted a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes, a stark contrast to the usual dullness of aged eyes, causing him to quickly avert his gaze. Just then, a waiter arrived with their ordered dishes, and Min Ro tapped her chopsticks on the table, signaling it was time to eat. The 4 of them began to satiate their growling stomachs in silence. From the neighboring table, an animated conversation drifted over. "Wei, I hear you share a close bond with Master Lu of the Dadaomen. Is that true?" "Absolutely. Before he assumed the role of master, we frequented the Zualu together. Such camaraderie cannot be fabricated." Laughter erupted, followed by crude banter regarding romantic entanglements and scandals, which caused Min Ro to frown and cast a disapproving glance at Shi Qing, who, enchanted by the tales, coughed discreetly, recognizing his rapt attention. The initial speaker continued, "So, Wei, did you come for that matter? Master Lu summoned me urgently but did not disclose the details. Perhaps Gu knows more? I have heard whispers." "But they may be mere rumors," replied another. "Regardless of veracity, we wish to be informed. We were all summoned by Master Lu and cannot remain in ignorance, can we?" The others nodded in agreement. Gu, taking a sip of wine to clear his throat, proclaimed, "Master Lu's inquiry was regarding my friend S. Apprentice. It is through this connection that I learned the details. Apparently, since assuming leadership, Master Lu has been inundated with affairs, leaving him no respite. Picture him, once a carefree wanderer, now burdened by responsibilities. One day, seeking solace, he encountered a girl who bore a resemblance to a past love. Captivated, he followed her home and, upon returning, dispatched a trusted disciple to learn more about her. Alas, she was already promised to a carpenter in town. Such a man of stature as Master Lu would never relinquish what he desires, especially to a lowly carpenter. That very night, he sent men to eliminate the carpenter." Gu continued. "The following day, he proposed marriage to the girl, but she, fiercely loyal, refused. Enraged, Master Lu had her abducted and held captive at the Dadaomen. Yet, miraculously, she escaped her bonds, arming herself with a knife, and lay in wait for Master Lu's arrival. Unaware of her intentions, he entered as usual for amusement, only to find himself met with a blade. Fortunately, he evaded a fatal blow, sustaining only a wound to his shoulder. But as you all know, once blood is drawn, Master Lu's temper ignites. In a fit of rage, he retaliated and ended her life without a sound. Afterward, he regretted his impulsive actions. He had finally found a woman who piqued his interest, only to have her snuffed out. With no chance of resurrection, he had her body disposed of in the mountains. The listeners exchanged uneasy glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Is this the reason Master Lu summoned us? One questioned incredulously. Do not rush. I have not yet concluded. Gu interjected. Days later, a woman appeared, claiming to have seen her son abducted by the Dadaomen. She was a striking figure, though her countenance was disfigured. The gatekeeper, unwilling to engage, attempted to dismiss her, but she retaliated, injuring 2 ribs. Recognizing her prowess, the other disciples summoned Master Lu, who was bewildered by her accusations. She insisted on seeing her son, stating she had witnessed his capture. Master Lu, aware that they likely encountered her son while transporting the girl, attempted to placate her by offering to investigate. When asked for her son's name, she replied, "His name is Dog Bastard." At this revelation, Shi Zhongyu exclaimed, "That is my mother." Chapter 17. The 3-day ultimatum. As the words left his mouth, Minro swiftly covered it with her hand. Fortunately, his voice was hushed, and the bustling ambience of the hall prevented anyone from overhearing. Removing her hand, Minro gently cautioned, "These are all wicked individuals. Refrain from speaking rashly, lest they overhear you." Shi Zhongyu nodded in acknowledgement. Furthermore, Minro added, casting a sidelong glance at him, "I am your mother." Shi Zhongyu chuckled inwardly, amused by his mother's subtle pride. The man surnamed Gu continued. Upon hearing the woman refer to her son as a bastard, a few individuals chuckled. One disciple jested, "If your son is named Bastard, does that imply his father is a dog?" Before he could complete his jest, a figure flashed before his eyes, followed by a series of sharp slaps, causing a searing pain across his face. The woman had delivered several forceful blows. Startled and enraged, he was about to retort when he suddenly coughed up blood, intermingled with 7 or 8 teeth. It turned out that the woman had struck with such force that she had dislodged his teeth. The woman retreated to her original position, coldly stating, "Even if his father is worthless, it is not for you to denigrate him." Upon hearing this, Minro instinctively glanced at her husband, pondering, "She still defends you," which suggests lingering affection. Shi Qing dared not meet her gaze, continuing to eat his meal as if oblivious to the situation. The man surnamed Gu continued. The disciple clutched his mouth, looking towards Headmaster Lu, hoping he would uphold justice on his behalf. However, Headmaster Lu, observing the woman's uncanny agility and unorthodox techniques in disciplining the disciple, hesitated to intervene. He doubted his ability to evade her attacks, and thus dared not step forward. Headmaster Lu forced a smile, saying, "Young lady, your martial arts are impressive. May I inquire as to your sect?" "I maintain cordial relations with various martial arts leaders. Let us avoid a misunderstanding." The woman cast a frigid gaze upon him, retorting, "Who claims kinship with you? Return my son obediently, and all will be well. Otherwise, I shall not rest today." Headmaster Lu inwardly lamented. If she had come seeking vengeance for the deceased maiden, he would have accepted his due punishment. However, she sought her son, whom he had never even laid eyes upon. How could he possibly satisfy her demand? He reluctantly stated, "We have indeed never encountered your son. If you doubt us, you may personally search the premises. If you discover any falsehood in our words, you may slay us all without objection." Unexpectedly, the woman scoffed, "The premises are vast. How am I to know where you have concealed him? It is best if you find him yourself, lest a confrontation becomes unsightly." Finding the woman impervious to reason, Headmaster Lu, not one to be trifled with, grew incensed. He drew his steel saber, exclaiming, "Young lady, your relentless coercion is excessive. In that case, Lu shall humbly seek guidance from you." With that he advanced, slashing horizontally with his blade. The woman sneered, and with a swift, imperceptible motion, she seized Headmaster Lu's wrist, twisted it slightly, and snatched the saber. In a swift counterattack, she severed one of Headmaster Lu's arms. Headmaster Lu nearly fainted from the excruciating pain. The woman declared, "I shall return in 3 days. If the person is not presented, everyone present shall meet their demise." She flung the saber to the ground and departed. Headmaster Lu, realizing that the great Saber Sect was facing a life-or-death crisis, endured the agony and penned several letters, instructing his disciples to deliver them separately, summoning us to confront this formidable adversary together. As he concluded, the assembled guests gasped. After a moment, someone inquired, "Did the woman truly sever Headmaster Lu's arm with a single move?" The man surnamed Gu nodded grimly. "It should be true. Otherwise, revealing such an incident would be a disgrace." The man surnamed Wei clicked his tongue. "If this woman's martial prowess is so formidable, and our skills pale in comparison to Headmaster Lu's, what purpose does our presence serve? Even with our combined strength, we may not prevail against her. One man questioned. We would have remained ignorant of the situation. Brother Gu, knowing the adversary's strength, why did you accept the invitation? The man surnamed Gu blushed, replying. The younger generation of my friend was present at the time, and I could not decline out of cowardice. Moreover, I intended to consult with everyone upon arrival, hoping that collective wisdom would surpass my own indecision. The man surnamed Wei retorted, what is there to discuss? Friendship is friendship, but we cannot sacrifice our lives in vain. Another hesitated. However, we are on good terms with Headmaster Lu. We cannot simply abandon him in his hour of need. Furthermore, the woman's unreasonable and violent actions compel us, as self-proclaimed chivalrous individuals, to intervene, lest we face ridicule. Shi Zhongyu, hearing him proclaim himself a chivalrous individual, felt a surge of absurdity. When Headmaster Lu murdered her husband and abducted women, these chivalrous individuals were nowhere to be found. Now that Headmaster Lu has been injured, they suddenly remember to uphold justice. How laughable. Suddenly, a voice chuckled, laughable, indeed laughable. The martial arts guests exclaimed, who is it? They seized their weapons and rose to investigate, only to find an elderly villager silently drinking in the corner. The man surnamed Wei demanded, old man, who are you mocking? Shi Zhongyu's heart stirred as he observed the stooped old man, his face flushed with drink, leisurely pouring himself a cup. He lazily replied, I laugh at you shameless scoundrels who dare to call yourselves chivalrous. The man surnamed Gu retorted grimly, old man, one can eat excrement indiscriminately, but one cannot speak carelessly. Drunken ramblings can lead to fatal consequences. The old man, seemingly oblivious to the threat in his words, took another sip and exclaimed, that Lu fellow abducted women and disregarded human life. Severing his arm is insufficient. In my opinion, all the vile thugs of the Swift Saber sect should be slaughtered. The man surnamed Gu sneered, since you are tired of living, I shall grant your wish. He raised his steel saber and advanced towards the old man. Shi Zhongyu whispered, Father, this villain intends to commit murder. Shall we intervene? Shi Qing shook his head. There is no need to interfere. That old man is an expert. We need not take action. A metallic clang echoed behind them as the man surnamed Gu drew his saber. Shi Zhongyu turned to see a figure flying through the air, crashing heavily outside the establishment, motionless and lifeless. The remaining guests paled, drawing their swords and swarming forward. The old man remained seated at the table, his right hand moving with lightning speed. Two more individuals were flung outside, also meeting their demise. The remaining two stood frozen in terror, trembling uncontrollably, their weapons clattering to the ground. The old man ceased his attacks, gazing at his right hand and sighing, a pity, a pity. It was unclear what he lamented. Shi Qing chuckled, if it is inconvenient for senior to act, this junior shall gladly assist. He darted behind the two, placing his hands on their hearts and unleashing his palm force. Their hearts shattered instantly, and they collapsed limply to the ground. The two were petrified. Shi Qing dispatched them effortlessly, without resistance. He lifted them by their necks and tossed them outside. He instructed his wife to retrieve their belongings and whispered, the authorities will arrive soon. We must leave immediately and spend the night in the wilderness. As he spoke, he headed towards the entrance. The innkeeper and staff cowered behind the counter, their faces ashen with fear. The other diners, unfamiliar with Gu and Wei, and witnessing the assailants' extraordinary martial prowess, lowered their heads, focusing on their meals, afraid to utter a word. Shi Qing paid them no heed, leading his wife and child to their horses, mounting, and galloping towards the outskirts of the city. After a considerable distance, they discovered a dilapidated temple 3 miles outside the city. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 18. Within the ruined temple, the temple appeared quite magnificent from the outside, adorned with flying eaves and azure tiles, its entrance spacious. However, due to years of neglect, large sections of the roof had collapsed, and the 2 grand doors had long since vanished. The main hall was indeed spacious, with a Maitreya Buddha enshrined at the center, its rotund figure grinning widely. Red drapes hung on either side, one of which had been torn down by an unknown hand and now lay on the ground. Piles of wooden chairs, missing legs and feet, were stacked on both sides of the hall. Minro spread an oilcloth on the floor and beckoned the gentleman to sit upon it. Shi Zhongyu had just witnessed a fierce battle in the martial world, feeling both exhilarated and satisfied. As he settled down, he exclaimed, what a thrill! Though the old man is advanced in years, his chivalry is truly commendable, far surpassing those hypocritical scoundrels. Brother, do you aspire to be like that old man in the future, to uphold justice and eradicate the world's vile and deceitful beings? In recent days, Shi Zhongyu had listened to Min Ro recount tales of the past, how she had been captured by enemies, how they had received the corpse of a child with 2 swords embedded in it, and how they had searched far and wide for vengeance. While he still grappled with the notion of leaving his mother on the mountain, he was gradually coming to believe in his identity as her son. Upon hearing Shi Zhongyu's question, he replied earnestly, "I think the old man should not have killed them. Those few had not committed any heinous acts. A reprimand would suffice. The one who ought to be punished is the leader of the Quick-Blade sect." Shi Qing had been listening with a smile as his elder son spoke. But upon hearing his younger son's words, his expression shifted. He thought to himself, Jenner is right. Although those individuals spoke harshly, they had not committed any evil deeds. If I were to kill them, would I not be akin to that esteemed elder? As this thought crossed his mind, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Shi Zhongyu was taken aback and said, "Those people are not considered villains? They assisted that Lu leader in his misdeeds. Shouldn't they face death?" Shi Zhongjin replied, "But they were still contemplating whether to help or not. They only qualify as villains if they choose to aid him." Shi Zhongyu countered, "Their hesitation is because of your mother." He noticed his mother looking at him and quickly corrected himself that Aunt possesses formidable martial skills, which is why they are indecisive. If she were but an ordinary person, they would undoubtedly rush to assist without a second thought. Moreover, they intended to kill that old man. If he weren't so skilled, he would have long since been slain by them. Shi Zhongjin considered this and fell silent. Although Shi Zhongyu had won the argument, he felt a sense of discontent brewing within him. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Father, those rogues sought to kill the old man. Did you know who he was?" Shi Qing replied, "Initially, I only knew he was a master. It was when he remarked what a pity while looking at his palm that I recognized him." Shi Zhongyu inquired with curiosity, "Why did you recognize him?" Upon hearing him say what a pity, those words, while peculiar, do not seem particularly significant. Shi Qing explained slowly, prior to uttering that phrase. He had already killed 3 men, a chapter 19. The chime of bells as twilight descended, a crescent moon rose gently from the horizon, casting a soft glow that illuminated the threshold of the temple. Within the sacred space, the figures of the congregants were but shadows, their features obscured in the dim light. Min Ro retrieved a candle from her bundle, rising to place it upon the altar, lighting the wick with a flickering flame. The candle's glow brightened the hall, dispelling the gloom. She then unfolded an oilcloth from her pack, spreading it neatly on the ground, inviting Ding Busan and his grandson to sit. Ding Busan, a wanderer of the Jianghu, often spent his nights in the treetops when towns or villages were scarce, and he marveled at the meticulous preparations, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, your diligence and capability make Shitsi a fortunate man." Shi Qing humbly acknowledged the compliment, steering the conversation toward the curious tales of their adventures in the world of martial arts. Aware that their quest to confront Mei Fanggu would inevitably lead to conflict with Ding Busan, who was her uncle, they deftly avoided the topic, savoring the evening as camaraderie. Both men, reveling in their shared tales, expressed their opinions and critiques, finding common ground despite their differing temperaments. Shi Qing exuded a gentlemanly composure, while Ding Busan's demeanor was more eccentric. As their conversation reached a crescendo, animated gestures accompanied their words, yet the absence of fine wine left a subtle void in the evening's enjoyment. Shi Zhongyu, initially engrossed in their lively exchange, soon felt his mind grow heavy with the weight of repetition. Noticing his mother engaged in a quiet conversation with his younger brother, he decided to step outside the dilapidated temple. The cool breeze that greeted him invigorated his senses, and the moon hung higher in the sky, its pale luminescence draping the night in a delicate veil. Having spent over a month in this realm, he had gradually adapted to its rhythms. Yet it still felt like a dream. In contrast to his former life, this world was fraught with uncertainty, particularly now that he had altered his brother Shi Zhongjin's fate. The future loomed unpredictable, and danger seemed ever closer. It appeared that the only path forward lay in mastering profound martial arts. Although Shi Zhongjin now had the chance to reunite with their parents earlier than expected, he had lost the opportunities to cultivate the deep internal strength that the original narrative had afforded him. Yet, Shi Zhongyu could not permit him to be taken by Xia Yang to the sky-high cliff. His own life trajectory had irrevocably changed. He could no longer flee the snow-capped mountains and become the leader of the Changla gang as in the original story. If he did not assume that role, Bai Haishir would not abduct Shi Zhongjin. nor would Zhang Fei inadvertently meld their disparate energies. Should Shi Zhongyu remain at the sky-high cliff, practicing the disordered internal techniques imposed by Xia Yang, he risked succumbing to madness and death. His very passage into this world had skewed the narrative, a classic example of the butterfly effect. Lost in contemplation, a fleeting white shadow in the nearby woods caught his eye, suggesting the presence of another. Suspicion piqued, he cautiously followed, discovering a grove of locust trees, their foliage dense and obscured in the darkness. "Who goes there?" he called out. A rustle of footsteps echoed in response, retreating deeper into the thicket. Without a second thought, Shi Zhongyu pursued, but lacking the skill of lightness. He found himself unable to catch up. The footsteps came and went, as if teasingly beckoning him forward. Suddenly alert, he halted and turned to flee, the sounds of pursuit fading behind him. Disregarding the fear that surged within, he sprinted ahead, not daring to glance back. However, he had ventured too deep into the woods. An escape was not immediate. Just as he caught his breath, he turned to find a figure suspended from a tree, a woman draped in white, her long hair swaying in the wind. Shi Zhongyu's throat tightened, his scalp prickling with alarm. He pivoted to flee, only to feel soft strands brushing against his head. Startled, he reached up with trembling hands, realizing the strands were numerous and silky, akin to human hair. In a moment of clarity, he recoiled, gazing upward to find a woman hanging upside down, her long hair obscuring her face. How had she arrived above him? Glancing sideways, he saw the earlier figure still swaying in the breeze. A realization struck him. There were now two. Overwhelmed, his legs weakened, heart racing, breath constricted, yet his mind raced. The woman above suddenly slid down, her pale, lifeless face nearly touching his, skin rigid and cold, devoid of breath. Her wide eyes, devoid of pupils, stared unervingly into his. His heart raced even faster, but his mind remained sharp, articulating slowly, "You are Ding Dang." Upon uttering this, his breath steadied, body relaxed, and heartbeat returned to normal. The woman paused, revealing her eyes as she released the branch that held her, dropping gracefully to the ground. She removed the mask that concealed her features, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. Indeed, it was the enchanting Ding Dang. She stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "How dull. You are truly unamusing. Every time I employ this tactic, it frightens people half to death, some even faint. Yet you remain so composed." Shi Zhongyu inwardly lamented, "Compose? I was nearly terrified out of my wits." But he merely replied with feigned nonchalance, "We resolute individuals typically possess the fortitude to remain unruffled even in the face of calamity. What are you doing?" Ding Dang, having crouched down, playfully touched his thigh, giggling, "Oh, so your pants are already wet. By the way, what were you saying?" "Ah, yes," unfazed in the face of impending doom. "I'm impressed." Shi Zhongyu closed his eyes in despair, feeling utterly humiliated. Not only had he nearly been frightened, he had indeed lost control. "Can I at least change my pants first?" he weakly pleaded. Ding Dang carefully tucked away her fright-inducing mask, retrieving a hairpin to gather her disheveled hair into a bun, reassuringly saying, "You needn't feel embarrassed. Compared to my previous victims, you're remarkably courageous." This remark sparked hope in Shi Zhongyu as he inquired eagerly, "Did those others wet themselves too?" "Not quite," she replied. "They all fainted outright, and those who remained conscious begged for forgiveness, promising never to misbehave again." Feeling his pants for moisture, Shi Zhongyu was relieved to find none, his embarrassment morphing into indignation. "Ding Dang, you're deceiving me. I certainly didn't wet myself." With a mischievous grin, Ding Dang replied, "Oh, so you just realized? If I hadn't teased you, how would I know how tense you were? I thought you were utterly fearless." After a moment, she mused, "Ding Dang? That's a rather lovely name. Let us make it my nickname. I've always found my grandfather's nickname rather unappealing, but this one suits me perfectly." Upon realizing her slip of the tongue, Shi Zhongyu inadvertently uttered the nickname she had once used for the original owner during their encounter. Yet, this was a moniker that belonged to her. Thus it bore little consequence. She inquired, "How many people have you frightened?" Ding Dang pondered for a moment, then shook her head and replied, "I can't recall precisely. It may not be fewer than 10, but perhaps 8. Wait for me a moment while I retrieve the dress from the tree." She advanced to the tree, gracefully leaping up to the treetops, where she collected the garments and wig that hung there, stowing them away in her pack. It turned out that the figure Shi Zhongyu had initially glimpsed swaying in the branches was merely a wig and a dress. She descended and waved her hand, saying, "Follow me. I know a place that is quite delightful." Without waiting for his agreement, she proceeded forward. Chapter 20. The evil nature exiting the forest, They turned westward, and after walking less than a mile, a verdant pool of water came into view, shrouded in a delicate mist. Indeed, it was a hot spring. Ding Dang seated herself on a flat stone by the spring, smiling enchantingly as she inquired, "What do you think? This place is rather delightful, isn't it?" Shi Zhongyu nodded in agreement, also finding a stone to sit upon. Ding Dang removed her shoes and socks, dipping her feet into the warm water, feeling an unparalleled comfort that seemed to open all the pores of her body, and she couldn't help but take a deep breath of relief. Shi Zhongyu observed her tender, smooth feet, perfectly shaped without a single flaw, and contrasted with her loose, coarse yellow trousers. There was an inexplicable allure about her. Misinterpreting his gaze as one fixed on her trousers, Ding Dang remarked, "These pants are quite ugly, aren't they? I had no choice. My grandfather insisted I wear these unappealing clothes and a dreadful mask if he were to take me out." Shi Zhongyu, puzzled, asked, "Why is that?" With a smile, Ding Dang explained, "If I don't disguise myself, lecherous men approach me incessantly. Though my grandfather is unafraid, he finds it bothersome. Thus he insists I appear less attractive. It would be disadvantageous for me to alter my appearance alone, so I persuaded my grandfather to change mine instead." Though she feigned dissatisfaction, she took great pride in her beauty. Shi Zhongyu thought to himself, "My sister Ah Xiu's beauty is certainly not inferior to hers." Her peculiar nature of scaring others pales in comparison to Ah Xiu. He then asked, "When did you come out? Why do you enjoy frightening me?" Ding Dang smiled mischievously and replied, "I've been following you for quite some time. You were so lost in thought that you didn't notice me at all. I felt a bit bored and thought to play a prank on you. You aren't angry, are you?" Recalling his startled reaction to her scare, Shi Zhongyu felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, thinking, in the original story, Shi Zhongyu and Ding Dang were evenly matched. Why is it that since my arrival, I cannot handle her? He mused that he had inadvertently hindered the original character, rendering him somewhat foolish. "If you keep scaring people, no one will dare to play with you anymore," he remarked. Ding Dang replied, "I have always been with my grandfather, so I've had no one to play with." Shi Zhongyu inquired, "What about your parents?" Ding Dang's eyes reddened as she recounted, "When I was 3, they were murdered by enemies. Since then, my grandfather has raised me. The neighborhood children found my grandfather's temperament peculiar, so they never played with me. I thought to myself, if you don't want to play with me, then I shall ensure you cannot play either. I would secretly ruin their kites and tops, and at times, I would steal money from their parents and place it under their pillows. When their parents discovered it, they assumed their children had stolen it and punished them severely. Each time they were beaten, I would watch from the side, delighting in their misfortune." As she spoke, she couldn't help but giggle. Initially, Shi Zhongyu felt sympathy for her. But as her story unfolded, he was filled with a chilling sense of dread. He thought to himself that the girl's heart must be as venomous as that of a Z from demigods and semi-devils. Rising to his feet, he declared, "It's getting late. I must return. You may enjoy your bath alone." With that, he took large strides back the way he came. Ding Dang called after him, "Hey, why are you leaving? Are you disgusted by my wicked heart?" Her voice, tinged with a hint of tears, followed him. Shi Zhongyu did not turn back, thinking, "You, with your malicious nature, are only tolerable to the original Shi Zhongyu. I am not foolish enough to provoke you. If I were to become close to you, Ah Xiu would surely be in peril." Then Ding Dang added, "Today I saved you from the hands of the Yellow River's 5 ghosts. And yet you forget your benefactor and ignore me." Shi Zhongyu halted, recalling how he had been splattered with blood from a small ghost, and how, in that moment of impending doom, a hidden hairpin had shot forth, slaying the ghost and saving his life. He turned back and asked, "Was that hairpin yours?" Ding Dang pulled the hairpin from her hair and presented it to him, saying, "Look, is it not identical to the one that killed the small ghost?" Shi Zhongyu took the hairpin, scrutinizing it closely. Though paralyzed by fear of death at that moment, he had indeed seen the hairpin lodged in the ghost's throat, and it was indeed the same. Nodding, he returned it to her. Ding Dang, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "Now you must believe me when I say I am your savior." She then gathered her long hair, securing the hairpin into it. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Zhongyu shook his head, saying, "No, that doesn't add up. The person who shot the hairpin was exceptionally skilled. The ghost didn't even have time to dodge before being struck down. You lack such prowess." Ding Dang was taken aback and replied, "All right, you are clever. I cannot deceive you. It was my grandfather who shot it. And since the hairpin was taken from my head, I suppose I am a half-savior that must count for something, right?" Shi Zhongyu sighed. "You are so fond of deceit that I cannot trust your words in the future." Ding Dang seemed to ponder something and then chuckled. Some people often accuse others of being deceitful, when in fact, they themselves are the true masters of deception. Shi Zhongyu retorted, nonsense. What about me? Ding Dang cleared her throat and first spoke in a feminine tone. Grandfather, why do you seem so glum today? Then she changed her voice to a masculine one. Alas. After hearing such news, how can one feel joy? She turned to Shi Zhongyu and asked, did you say those words? Shi Zhongyu's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed. Those words were overheard by you. Ding Dang scoffed. Those lies were not all your invention, were they? My grandfather and I have never spoken such things. Shi Zhongyu chuckled. All right then, we are both deceivers. One cannot overshadow the other. But how did you hear my voice from so far away? Ding Dang explained. When you were speaking in your room, we were hiding outside your window, so of course we could hear you. Shi Zhongyu's heart raced as he realized. So you disguised yourselves to come for the Xian Tailing. Ding Dang responded. Your reaction is swift. No wonder my grandfather says you're a rare gem. Shi Zhongyu, with a wry smile, said, you saw the Xian Tailing in my possession, which is why you were eavesdropping at my window. Why did you not come to seize it at that time? Ding Dang laughed. My grandfather was so befuddled by your tales that he nearly believed them himself. Later, he told me that your imitation of our voices was so lifelike that he almost fell for it. He even mentioned how talented you are and felt somewhat embarrassed to snatch the token from you. Fortunately, your father transferred the token to Infirmary, which allowed my grandfather to seize it. Shi Zhongyu exclaimed. What? You snatched the token from Jiazhu? Chapter 21. The ambiguity of good and evil. Ding Dang cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, my grandfather is a person of remarkable stature. Who could possibly thwart his desires? Moreover, with Infirmary's martial prowess, even if my grandfather refrains from intervening, he would still be incapable of safeguarding this treasure, ultimately leading to his own demise. Shi Zhongyu responded. So it seems my father has erred in his judgment. He believed that the multitude under the Golden Blade stronghold could protect the treasure. Little did he know it nearly brought harm to the leader, and Ding Dang consoled him. Master Shi, you had good intentions. It is only natural to overlook certain considerations. Shi Zhongyu chuckled. Ah, I never anticipated that you, with your cunning and eccentricity, could offer comfort. Ding Dang, typically fearless and unconcerned, felt a flush of embarrassment at his compliment, stammering, well, not everyone is ill-natured. Those who treat me well, I naturally reciprocate. Shi Zhongyu observed her porcelain-like skin, illuminated by the moonlight, now tinged with a delicate blush, rendering her even more enchanting. He could not help but exclaim, Ding Dang, you look stunning when you blush. Ding Dang lifted her head, smiling. In my youth, I was mischievous and never understood the notion of shyness. You are the only one in this world who has seen me in such a state. Shi Zhongyu, taken aback by the tenderness in her gaze, so reminiscent of the way Xiu looked at him, could not help but stutter. I haven't done anything to you, have I? Ding Dang sighed. From childhood to now, you are the first person to ever praise me. Shi Zhongyu, astonished, replied, how can that be? You are so beautiful. Surely many must have sung your praises. Ding Dang explained, some fear me because of my grandfather. Others seek to curry favor with me, but their motives are often ulterior. Even my grandfather often scolds me for causing him trouble. As she spoke, her eyes reddened, tears welling up, threatening to fall. She quickly turned away, discreetly wiping her tears, adding, regardless, no one likes me. Whether I am good or bad, whether I live happily or not, it matters little to anyone. So, I might as well commit many wrongs to make them dislike me even more. What difference does it make? Shi Zhongyu felt a pang of compassion. It dawned on him that she had been lonely all along. No wonder in the original narrative, ever since Ding Dang recognized Shi Zhongyu. Even knowing that his feelings were insincere, she still devoted herself wholeheartedly to him. If it weren't for Ding Dang's assistance, Shi Zhongyu might have already been taken to the snow mountain and killed. Regrettably, having occupied Shi Zhongyu's body, he had lost the one person who could comfort her. Ding Dang's feet splashed in the water as she softly said, only you, knowing my peculiar nature, genuinely praise me without any ulterior motives. Moreover, ever since my grandfather met you, he has praised you daily in front of me, and even I have unknowingly. Shi Zhongyu's heart raced. He did not wish to be entangled with her. Hearing her seem about to express her feelings, he hastily interrupted, your grandfather has never spoken to me. What has he praised me for? Ding Dang shot him a resentful glance, displeased. After hearing the tall tales you spun, my grandfather was greatly astonished. Upon his return, he remarked that you are exceptionally gifted, a rarity in this world. He said even seasoned veterans would find it difficult to discern the truth from your fabrications. What's more, You imitated both my grandfather's and my tone so perfectly that, had he not known he never uttered those words, he might have almost believed it. Shi Zhongyu's face turned crimson. He could not tell if she was mocking him or genuinely complimenting him, saying, "What merit is there in lying?" Ding Dang laughed. "That is why others say my grandfather is eccentric. He believes that your ability to lie indicates you are not a hypocritical purist. And the fact that your lies go undetected speaks to your innate intelligence. Only someone as extraordinarily talented as you is worthy of being his disciple." Shi Zhongyu was taken aback. "What? Your grandfather wishes for me to be his disciple?" Ding Dang replied, "Indeed. My grandfather has never taken a disciple before. He often claims that the world is filled with fools unworthy of enlightenment. As his granddaughter, he only imparts to me rudimentary martial skills. Having encountered someone like you, who aligns with his ideals, he surely cannot let this opportunity slip away." Shi Zhongyu protested, "That cannot be. I have already pledged myself to the Snow Mountain Sect." Ding Dang dismissed his concerns. "What of it? You can withdraw from the Snow Mountain Sect and become my grandfather's disciple. It is quite feasible." Shi Zhongyu shook his head. No, that is out of the question. Abandoning my master to join another sect is a grave taboo in the martial world. Furthermore, your grandfather's skills may not necessarily surpass those of the Snow Mountain Sect." Ding Dang retorted angrily, "Who says my grandfather's skills are inferior to the Snow Mountain Sect?" Shi Zhongyu countered, "Is it not true that Ding Busi could not defeat Bai Zizai, the leader of the Snow Mountain Sect? He employs the martial arts passed down from your family." Ding Dang pondered for a moment. "While it is true my fourth grandfather could not best Bai Zizai in his youth, they have not sparred for over a decade. It is hard to say who would prevail now. Moreover, my grandfather's martial skills far surpass those of my fourth grandfather. Bai Zizai is certainly no match for him." Shi Zhongyu insisted, "That still cannot be. My master, Feng Wanli, is a close friend of my father. If I were to betray my master, my father would surely be furious." Ding Dang, displeased, retorted, "Humph. My grandfather saved your life, and he even seized the Xian for you. He feared it would be difficult for you, yet did not take your life. How can you not become his disciple and repay his efforts?" Shi Zhongyu was left speechless. "He seized the Xian for me? How can that be? Did he not already have that intention?" Ding Dang clarified, initially. He aimed to seize the token merely for the thrill of it. Upon seeing it in your possession and recognizing your temperament, he decided against intervening. Later, when your father handed the token to Inferi, you appeared reluctant to part with it. Thus, he decided to seize it, intending to present it to you after you became his disciple. Does that not count as acting for your sake?" Shi Zhongyu declared loudly, "Ding Dang, that will not do. I do not want the Xian. It is utterly unacceptable for me to change my allegiance." Ding Dang, irritated by his persistent refusal, recalled her grandfather's words that she was not his match and could not suppress her anger. She put on her shoes, stood up, and declared, "Fine. You say my family's martial arts are inferior to your Snow Mountain Sect. Let us compete and see whose skills are truly superior." She extended her right hand toward his left shoulder's acupoint, employing the grappling techniques taught by her grandfather. Shi Zhongyu, taken aback by her sudden aggression, swiftly extended his right hand's index and middle fingers, using them like a sword to execute the move Dark Fragrance and Sparse Shadows, aimed at her wrist. Ding Dang realized that his strike was faster than hers. If she did not change her approach, she would end up injured before she could grasp his shoulder. She swiftly retracted her right hand and reached out with her left to seize his chest's Qi Hu acupoint. Shi Zhongyu's fingers extended again, targeting her wrist once more. He had already mastered this Snow Mountain sword technique during his training at the guest room in Hojinji, gaining insights from his fight with the little ghost. Now, by only defending, he was able to compel Ding Dang to abandon her attacks entirely. After exchanging over 10 moves, Shi Zhongyu deliberately exposed a weakness in his chest to lure her into attacking. When her strength began to wane, he slightly sidestepped, evading her grasp. And with a swift motion of his left hand, he captured her wrist at the Nei Guan acupoint, employing the very grappling technique she had used. Ding Dang felt her arm tingle. Half of her body was already restrained. Shi Zhongyu then released her wrist, saying, "If I defeat you using your Ding family's martial arts, it does not imply that the Snow Mountain Sect's swordsmanship is superior. Ding Dang, you must not be angry." Ding Dang was filled with a mixture of joy and annoyance, her emotions in turmoil. He was delighted that he could grasp the techniques of the Ding family's grappling art after merely one match against himself, clearly showcasing his extraordinary talent and marking him as an unparalleled prodigy in martial arts. However, he stubbornly refused to join his grandfather's tutelage, defying his own inclinations, which left her seething with frustration. Moreover, she mused that had he not intentionally held back, she would have surely succumbed after just a few exchanges. With a fierce glare cast in his direction and a stamp of her foot, she turned and ran towards the dilapidated temple. Upon their return to the crumbling shrine, they found the candles extinguished, and everyone had already lain down to sleep on the ground. Thus, each found a vacant spot to recline, and before long, slumber enveloped them. Alas, writing romantic scenes is indeed a formidable challenge. Chapter 22. The Great Sword Sect. The Great Sword Sect, a modest faction, is situated not far from Mount Xiong'er. To gauge its insignificance, one might say that at least 80% of the martial world has never even heard of its name. Legend has it that the founder of the Great Sword Sect was once a discarded disciple of Shaolin, expelled for violating the precepts of chastity. He wandered to this desolate region, where he chose to live in seclusion, teaching martial arts to earn a living. This area was sparsely populated, with few sects exerting influence. And before long, he had cultivated a thriving establishment. A decade later, he established the Great Sword Sect, modifying a set of Shaolin's demon-slaying techniques to create the sect's signature art, the Falling Leaves Blade technique. Now, under the leadership of Lu Yuan, the sect boasts a history of over a century. At 32 years of age, Lu Yuan is the direct disciple of the previous sect leader. Several years prior, the former leader and a few trusted disciples accepted an invitation from the 7 major factions of the martial world to join an expedition in Gansu to eradicate the remnants of a demonic sect, only to meet a tragic end, with no survivors. According to sect regulations, the position of sect leader fell to Lu Yuan. Though the Great Sword Sect is small, its influence reaches across 4 towns and 18 villages, making Lu Yuan a veritable local sovereign. In his youth, he indulged in romantic escapades, embodying the carefree spirit of a wandering rogue. Now that he has ascended to leadership, his debauchery has only intensified. Any young woman of remarkable beauty in the nearby towns inevitably falls victim to his predatory advances. With the mountains high and the imperial authority distant, and with the Great Sword Sect's collusion with local officials, even those who dare to lodge complaints find themselves secretly reported to Lu Yuan by corrupt officials, often leading to ruin. As such, the populace has long since abandoned any thoughts of resistance, silently enduring their plight. The Great Sword Sect's actions have grown increasingly brazen. Lu Yuan initially dismissed the matter of the murdered village girl, but unexpectedly, a mysterious woman emerged demanding her son from him. This woman proved formidable and difficult to handle, leaving Lu Yuan with a splitting headache. That day, in agony from his severed arm, he summoned friends made during his travels in the martial world. Yet, feeling insecure, he wrote letters to both Shaolin and Wudong, detailing the plight that had befallen the sect. In his correspondence, he recounted how the former sect leader had perished while responding to the call of the 2 factions, and he implored them for swift assistance against the formidable adversary now threatening the sect. After sending the letters, he dispatched 2 skilled elders to deliver them. Now, on the last day of the woman's ultimatum, only 3 friends had arrived in response, while 5 others had met with misfortune in town. All of Lu Yuan's hopes rested on the reinforcements from Shaolin and Wudong. However, the 2 elders sent to deliver the letters had yet to return. Igniting a sense of urgency within him, seated in the grand hall upon a fine pearwood chair, he felt as if he were sitting on needles. Anxiety etched upon his face. One pale-faced man among the guests noticed Lu Yuan's distress and smiled, saying, "Brother Lu, why the haste? How formidable can a single woman be? Now that we are here, is there not a way to handle this? Even if you doubt my capabilities, Brother Kong is the esteemed disciple of the Kong sect's leader, and Brother Fan is a promising student of the Qinglong sect. Surely you trust them?" The 2 men beside him straightened up, their expressions brimming with confidence as if to convey that with them around, there was nothing to fear. Lu Yuan looked up to see that it was Sima Ji of the Red Spear Society, a group of considerable repute in Hunan. Though Sima Ji himself held a lowly position and was inferior in skill to Lu Yuan, the 2 men accompanying him, Kong Lian and Fan Ji, were of similar caliber. Lu Yuan thought to himself, "What do you know? I need you as allies, not as companions to share my demise." But he maintained a fa ade of gratitude, repeatedly assuring them, "I am most thankful for the support of my 3 brothers. Even the gravest calamity can be faced with your assistance. Yet, I have always been cautious and prefer to proceed with prudence. Please do not take offense." Kong Lian, with his prominent nose and sunken eyes, was of Western descent, his ancestors having settled in the Central Plains. He removed a uniquely shaped hooked sickle from his waist and brandished it, declaring loudly, "Fear not, brother. When that woman arrives, I shall take the lead and avenge your severed arm." In truth, upon their arrival, Lu Yuan refrained from revealing the full circumstances, fearing the truth would frighten away their allies. He merely stated that the woman was not particularly skilled and that he had been ambushed, resulting in his injury. Now, hearing Kong Lian's overconfidence, his face twitched as he advised, "There is no need for any chivalric rules of single combat with that woman. We should all attack her together. Ensuring her demise is the safest course." Meanwhile, Fanji, hearing Lu Yuan's timidity, interjected, "Brother Lu, in your earlier days traversing the martial realm, you were spirited and bold." Chapter 23. Between life and death, the sight of Lu Yuan's ashen complexion, twitching face, and profuse cold sweat convinced Kong Lian, Fanji, and Sima Ji that he was utterly terrified. Sima Ji attempted to assuage his fears. "So what if Shaolin and Wudong don't send reinforcements? A mere woman shouldn't require their intervention. The three of us can certainly help you resolve this matter cleanly." Lu Yuan, however, seemed deaf to their words, pacing faster and faster within the hall. The three exchanged puzzled glances, recalling his past reputation as a man of exceptional courage. They were bewildered by his current timidity, wondering how a single woman could reduce him to such a state of trepidation. Just then, a woman's voice echoed through the air. "The 3-day deadline has expired. Have you located my son? If not, today I shall ensure that all of you atone with your lives." Upon hearing this voice, Lu Yuan appeared utterly crestfallen. He halted his frantic pacing, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Fanji exclaimed, "It's that sorceress." The others nodded in agreement, and in unison, they dashed towards the entrance. Standing outside the gate was a woman clad in purple. Were it not for her face, one might mistake her for a captivating beauty exuding charm. However, her face bore countless scars, as if slashed thousands upon thousands of times, evoking an immediate urge to recoil in disgust. The gatekeepers cowered in fear. Clearly terrified of this woman, the three men burst through the gate, scrutinizing the woman from head to toe. Kong Lian questioned, "Are you the harridan who severed our esteemed brother Lu's arm?" The woman fixed him with a piercing gaze, retorting, "And who are you?" Kong Lian bellowed, "I am a sworn brother of Lu. Today, I shall slay you, vile woman, to avenge him." As he spoke, he unsheathed the hook sickle from his waist, and with a flick of his wrist, the weapon flew towards the woman's neck. Known for his impetuous nature, he launched an immediate attack. This hook sickle was the signature weapon of his determined might school, featuring a long chain attached to the handle, enabling both ranged and close-quarters combat. It was truly a formidable unorthodox weapon. Having honed his skills with this weapon for over a decade, he was confident that his full-force attack would result in the woman's decapitation. The woman scoffed, her right hand darting out to seize the sickle's handle. Kong Lian was taken aback, never anticipating that his powerful strike would be so effortlessly neutralized. He frantically grasped the chain with both hands, exerting all his strength to yank the sickle from her grasp. His biceps bulged, and the chain strained under the immense pressure, emitting creaking sounds as if on the verge of snapping. He appeared to be exerting a force of 1,000 pounds. Yet, the sickle remained firmly rooted in the woman's hand, unyielding. Kong Lian's face flushed crimson as he inhaled deeply, his arms swelling to twice their size. He roared, "Come here," summoning every ounce of strength to wrest his favored weapon from the enemy's grasp. The woman chuckled, "Since you desire it so, you may have it." With a flick of her right hand, the sickle hurtled back, embedding itself in Kong Lian's throat. Kong Lian gurgled, clutching at the sickle's handle, attempting to dislodge it from his neck, but his strength gradually waned, and he collapsed to the ground. Fanji and Sima Ji exchanged apprehensive glances, realizing that they had underestimated her. Wielding a long spear and a sharp sword, respectively, they charged forward with a battle cry, encircling her and unleashing their most lethal techniques. Yet, amidst their coordinated assault, the woman moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll, her evasions exquisitely elegant, as if she considered them inconsequential. After a few exchanges, the woman arched backward, using her left hand to deflect the spear and her right hand to parry the sword. The long spear pierced Fanji's chest, and the sharp sword plunged into Sima Ji's abdomen. Staggering, they succumbed to their wounds and breathed their last. The woman smoothed her slightly disheveled hair, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Where's Lu Yuan? Why hasn't he emerged? If my son is not returned to me, I shall unleash a massacre." Two gatekeepers hastened to reply, "We shall summon the sect leader immediately. Please wait a moment, esteemed heroine." They scurried towards the main hall in a panic, only to find their leader seated listlessly, his eyes vacant and unmoving. One disciple reported, sect leader, that female demon is at the gate, demanding the return of her son. Otherwise, she threatens to kill everyone. What course of action should we take? Please advise us. Lu Yuan roused himself, questioning, where are the allies I enlisted? The disciple hesitated before answering. The three heroes met their demise at the hands of that female demon. Lu Yuan sneered, useless lot. They claimed they would resolve this matter for me, yet they perished at her hands. Their deaths are inconsequential, but how am I to confront that woman? Sensing that their sect leader's mental state was deteriorating, the disciple cautiously inquired, how should we respond to the female demon? Lu Yuan snapped, how should I know? Respond as you see fit. We are all doomed today. As the disciple pressed further, another disciple tugged at his sleeve, leading him outside. Once in the courtyard, the disciple complained, why did you pull me away? With that female demon guarding the gate, if we don't find a way to appease her, we will all face certain death. The other disciple whispered, haven't you noticed that the sect leader is becoming increasingly unhinged? Asking him is futile. I believe the senior members have already fled. Let us make our escape as well, before it is too late. After a moment's contemplation, the disciple nodded in agreement. The two scaled the courtyard wall and fled into the distance. The woman, having waited for a considerable time without seeing anyone emerge, wondered, could it be that everyone inside has already fled? She pushed open the gate, only to find the courtyard deserted. Entering the main hall, she detected a faint, sweet fragrance, reminiscent of the scents favored by men of loose morals. It occurred to her that this was the signature fragrance of the sect leader. Regardless of whether he could return her son, she would eliminate this menace. Glancing askance, she noticed Lu Yuan slumped in a chair, guzzling wine from a flask. Approaching him, she scoffed, you seem to be in high spirits. Where is my son? Return him to me at once. Lu Yuan's hand trembled, causing the flask to shatter on the floor. He slid from the chair, prostrating himself before her, clutching her leg, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, heroine, spare me. I have never seen your son. I beg you to spare my life. The woman, who had always maintained her dignity and had never been touched by a man, was filled with revulsion. She lashed out with a kick to his chest. Lu Yuan was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Although the woman intended to keep him alive to inquire about her son's whereabouts, her kick was still forceful enough to displace his internal organs, causing excruciating pain. The woman coldly stated, even if you did not abduct my son, you should have exerted every effort to locate him. Instead, you secretly sought to harm me. Why should you be allowed to live? Lu Yuan struggled to his feet, his face contorted in anguish. I have never seen your son's face. How am I supposed to find him? Heroine, spare my life, and I will dispatch my men to search for him. With my numerous followers, we can find him more quickly than you alone. The woman pondered whether to kill him immediately or spare his life until he could locate her son. Suddenly, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her limbs growing weak and her vision blurring. Unbeknownst to her, she had been poisoned. Chapter 24. The humiliation of the heroine. A chill coursed through her as she reflected on the moment she had fallen victim to treachery. For the past few days, she had been staying with a humble farmer's family nearby, who bore her no malice. Thus, they could not be the culprits. Upon arriving at the Demon Sect, she had initially engaged in combat with 3 martial artists and had felt no unusual effects. However, upon entering the hall and being enveloped by a sweet fragrance, she began to question her earlier assumptions. How could she have been so careless? She had thought the scent merely came from floral powder scattered in the hall. But now she realized that although the Demon Sect seemed inconspicuous in the martial world, it was indeed a sect. It was implausible that they would scatter feminine powders in the hall. The subtle differences in the fragrances should have been discernible to her. Yet, after spending years in seclusion on Mount Xiong'er, she had become complacent and unwittingly fell prey to this vile scheme. Heroine, are you unwell? Lu Yuan's voice broke through her thoughts, laced with a hint of malicious glee. She gritted her teeth in silence, realizing that he was indeed responsible for her predicament. The once revered Mei Fengdu had now found herself ensnared by this treacherous scoundrel. She remained silent, attempting to channel her energy to dispel the poison, only to find her dantian empty, her vital energy inexplicably vanished. This sweet fragrance was no ordinary poison. It posed no harm to the body but rendered one temporarily powerless, making it more insidious and difficult to detect. Lu Yuan, observing her stillness, understood that the effects of the drug had likely taken hold. Otherwise, given her temperament, she would not remain so quiet. He slowly rose to his feet, wincing from lingering pain in his chest, and limped toward her, feigning alarm. Oh no! I accidentally spilled a packet of soft bone powder. The scent of this drug will sap all your strength. Surely, You haven't fallen under its influence, have you? Mei Fanggu scoffed. A mere drug cannot possibly affect me. If you doubt it, come and test my strength. See if I still possess the power to slay you. Lu Yuan, aware of her formidable skills, dared not confront her. Startled by her assertion of immunity to the soft bone powder, he took a few steps back. Yet, when he saw she did not pursue him, he questioned, "Are you truly unscathed? I've heard that this powder is extraordinarily potent. Even the mightiest warriors fall prey to it. If you are indeed fine, why not take a few steps to prove it?" Mei Fanggu, feeling utterly drained, struggled to move even a few paces before nearly collapsing. "I have no time to waste on your games. Hand over my son at once, or do not blame me for my ruthless actions." Lu Yuan, uncertain yet testing the waters, replied, "Your son is in the rear courtyard. He is unwell and unable to walk. Please accompany me to retrieve him. I have no time to wander about with you. Hurry and bring him to me, and I shall spare your life. Move swiftly." Lu Yuan, a cunning and treacherous man, immediately saw through her facade and sneered, "Even now, you cling to bravado." With a swift motion, he struck out, and Mei Fanggu collapsed, blood seeping from her mouth. Her body unable to rise. A mixture of shock and joy surged within him as he recalled how this woman had severed his arm, rendering him a cripple. Anger flared within him, and he gritted his teeth. Chapter 25. The contest of beauty. Could it be that the fleeing disciples have come to their senses and returned? Since someone has arrived, he can no longer proceed. Fortunately, he had not yet disrobed, although his pleasurable endeavors were interrupted. He felt a pang of irritation but still stepped outside to discern the identity of the newcomer. As he emerged, he beheld a couple accompanied by two young boys entering the hall. The man was strikingly handsome, and the woman possessed a delicate grace. Yet he had never seen them before. He could not help but furrow his brow and inquired, "What brings you here?" The couple, of course, were Shi Qing and Minro. That morning, after awakening in the dilapidated temple, Ding Busan and his grandson had taken their leave, stating they were off to Xiong'er Mountain in search of Mei Fanggu. Shi Qing knew that he had long been renowned in the martial world, and he and his wife were no match for him. Following him in pursuit of Mei Fanggu would only lead to their own humiliation. Since Mei Fanggu had set a 3-day appointment, she would undoubtedly come to the Dedaomen. Thus, the couple, along with their 2 sons, concealed themselves outside the Dedaomen. Before long, they indeed witnessed Mei Fanggu arriving as promised. However, her face was marred by numerous scars, the origin of which was unknown. In their youth, both Shi Qing and Minro had been entangled with her in a web of emotional turmoil. Well aware of her unparalleled beauty, which she had always taken pride in, now, seeing her in such a wretched state, they could not help but ponder the solitude she had endured over the years, accompanied only by her young son. Given her proud nature, one could only imagine the depths of her suffering. Although their intent was to confront her, a sense of hesitation arose within them. They reflected, for all these years, we have been preoccupied with thoughts of Jian-er's life and death, which has brought us no joy. Surely, her solitude on the mountain, guarding the child of her enemy, is tenfold more desolate than our own. As they observed her vanquishing the enemies who tormented her, Shi Qing hesitated and remarked, "Junior sister, I see her now as a pitiable figure. Our grievances with her." Minro, though softened by the sight, felt an unwillingness to reconcile with an enemy she had harbored resentment towards for over a decade. Moreover, her husband's plea on behalf of his former romantic rival incited her ire, and she retorted, "Seeing your old flame in distress has stirred your compassion? Why not go and offer her some kindness? Perhaps she might reconsider and return your affections." Shi Qing offered a wry smile, realizing his wife was consumed by jealousy and unwilling to hear reason, and thus refrained from further discussion. Moments passed, yet Mei Fanggu did not emerge, causing Shi Qing to frown and mutter, "Something feels amiss." He then took his wife and children into the Dedaomen. From the entrance to the hall, they encountered not a single disciple of the Dedaomen. Only upon reaching the hall did someone approach to inquire about their presence. Observing the attire of the individual, Shi Qing discerned that he was no ordinary disciple, and noticing his empty right sleeve, he asked, "Are you the leader, Lu? Where is Mei Fanggu?" Although Lu Yuan was unaware of who Mei Fanggu was, he surmised it to be the name of the unattractive woman from earlier. Fearing that these individuals were friends of hers, he feared for his life should they uncover his intentions to harm her, and thus, he dared not utter a word more but turned to flee. Shi Qing wasted no time in pursuit. Meanwhile, Minro, accompanied by her children, began to search room by room. Upon entering the nearest chamber to the hall, she discovered a woman clad only in undergarments. her purple outer garment torn to shreds and scattered across the floor. Having always regarded Mei Fanggu with disdain, her emotions were conflicted upon encountering her in such a state. After a moment of hesitation, she softly inquired, "Mei Fanggu?" with her face obscured by a pillowcase. Mei Fanggu could see nothing. Initially, she had been writhing in despair, but upon hearing that voice, she froze. Shi Zhongyu, following closely behind his mother, was taken aback at the sight of the disheveled woman sprawled upon the bed, her skin a striking white, and her ample bosom, unable to be contained, revealed patches of delicate flesh. He felt his heart race and his breath quicken. After some time, he regained his composure and took hold of Shi Zhongyu, retreating from the room. Having had only one girlfriend in his past, his experience was limited, and he had never encountered such an enchanting figure. His mind was consumed by the vision of her stunning form, and he marveled silently. So fair, so ample. Min Ro, her emotions stirred, was oblivious to her son's unusual reaction. After a moment of contemplation, she approached and draped the pillowcase over Mei Fanggu's exposed chest, asking, "Are you all right?" Mei Fanggu, who would rather die than allow Min Ro to witness her disgraceful appearance, felt the fear of Lu Yuan's earlier humiliation surge within her as she cried, I nearly lost my virtue just now." Understanding Mei Fanggu's inherent pride, Min Ro sighed, realizing that if she had truly lost her purity at the hands of a villain, she would never wish to live again. Embracing her, Min Ro offered comfort. "Leaning in only my senior brother, and I have come to realize that you did not kill Jinner. You merely frightened us." Upon learning that someone had uncovered her secrets, Mei Fanggu ceased to conceal the truth and confessed, "I initially intended to take the life of your child, but when I beheld that innocent gaze, I found myself unable to act. Instead, I chose to raise him in the mountains, as though he were a companion like Brother Shi. Yet, the mere thought of his abandonment and your union with him stirs a tempest of anger within me." Chapter 26, The Heart of Rejuvenation once again. Shi Zhongyu was instructed by his mother to search for women's garments, diligently scouring each room. If he failed to find any clothing, he would plunder the valuable gold and silver within, embodying the age-old tradition of leaving no thief empty-handed. The disciples of the Demon Sect had fled in haste, some even too frightened to return for their possessions. As a result, Shi Zhongyu's search yielded a considerable bounty, several hundred taels of silver, alongside various jewelry and exquisite trinkets. Only one room remained unsearched, significantly larger and more lavishly adorned than the others, presumably the quarters of the sect leader, Lu Yuan. Upon entering, he meticulously examined the space and soon discovered a stash of silver notes worth hundreds of taels and some scattered silver coins, amounting to nearly 1,000 taels in total. Most intriguingly, he unearthed an extraordinarily sharp sword, its scabbard intricately carved with a dragon motif, no ordinary weapon, its origins a mystery, perfectly lacking a sword of his own. He secured it at his waist, reveling in the serendipity of transforming his quest for women's attire into a newfound fortune. Contemplating the heavy pouch of riches nestled against him, he felt a surge of self-satisfaction. In the corner of the room stood a wardrobe he had yet to explore. Upon opening it, he found a mix of men's clothing and a plethora of women's attire, predominantly designed in a scandalously revealing manner, starkly contrasting the conservative styles of the era. Having come from a different time, Shi Zhongyu was no stranger to such provocative garments. Yet, he mused, it was unlikely that any shops of this nature existed in this age. Perhaps they were custom-made by Lu Yuan himself. Truly, he was a connoisseur of lewdness. Casually, he selected a garment to try on, only to find that its design would leave a significant portion of a woman's bosom exposed. Recalling the voluptuous figure of Mei Fang, he almost succumbed to temptation, nearly reverting to a state of craftiness. While the garments were enticing, he feared that revealing them would provoke Min Ro into a fierce outburst. After much deliberation, he finally settled on a more modest outfit and was about to present it when his gaze was drawn to a dark wooden box beneath the wardrobe. Lifting the box and prying it open, he was met with an array of women's undergarments, some bearing faint stains. Indeed, they were unwashed items. It dawned on him that Lu Yuan had indulged himself here, leaving behind a souvenir with each conquest of a beautiful village maiden. The box contained more than a dozen such garments. Shi Zhongyu could not help but curse Lu Yuan, yet a part of him felt an undeniable longing for the items. What to do? After a moment's thought, he found a pouch in the room and filled it with the silver notes, coins, and jewelry before adding the unwashed undergarments. The precious wooden box was too significant to part with, so he kept it close to his heart. Upon removing the garments, he discovered several thin booklets at the bottom of the box. The first was an exquisite collection of erotic illustrations, rendered with meticulous detail, depicting women in alluring poses. Without a second thought, he tossed it into his pouch. Such treasures were irresistible. The second booklet, however, was a manual titled The Heart of Rejuvenation. A cursory glance revealed it described a practice that allowed a man to control the duration of intimacy and, with mastery, to achieve a state of undiminished vigor. The notion of such prowess, envied by many, was indeed a gem. He eagerly claimed it as well. With his heavy pouch in tow, Shi Zhongyu experienced the thrill of a bountiful return, devoid of any moral burden, as his ill-gotten gains were derived from a villainous foe. It was no wonder so many were drawn to martial pursuits. With skillful prowess, one could simply seek out the affluent and rob them under the cover of darkness, garnering no reproach, and even earning commendation for sharing a portion with the less fortunate. It was, indeed, a most lucrative endeavor. Upon entering the main hall, he presented the garment to his mother, stating, "Mother, I searched high and low and only found this piece. What do you think?" Minro examined it and exclaimed, "What kind of attire is this? It is far too revealing. How can one possibly wear such a thing?" Shi Zhongyu defended himself. "This is all I could find among men. I retrieved this from the leader's quarters, and I assure you, it is the least revealing of the lot." Minro, aware of Lu Yuan's lecherous nature, begrudgingly accepted the situation. She dismissed her son and turned to Mei Fong, saying, "Sister, we have no other choice but for you to wear this." After a lengthy conversation, the two women had surprisingly bonded, referring to each other as sisters. One could not help but marvel at the complexities of female relationships. Mei Fong blushed upon seeing the garment, exclaiming, "This attire is so peculiar, I cannot possibly wear it outside." Indeed, while the outfit boasted ample coverage, critical areas were left daringly exposed. Minro reassured her, "The Demon Sect is but a short distance from Xiongnu Mountain. I shall ride with you, and we will arrive shortly. Besides, the area is quite desolate, and we are unlikely to encounter anyone. If need be, you may sit behind me to shield your front, as no one will recognize you. What truly is there to fear?" Mei Fong, persuaded and with no viable alternative, reluctantly acquiesced. Just then, Shi Qing approached, carrying Lu Yuan. Noticing his two sons outside, he inquired, "Where is your mother?" Lu Yuan lay curled on the ground, uncertain of his fate. Shi Zhongyu gestured toward the room. But as Shi Qing moved to enter, he was stopped. "Father, Aunt Mei is changing inside. It would be best not to disturb her, lest mother become jealous." Shi Qing paused, his anger rising as he retorted, "You insolent boy, how dare you speak to your father in such a manner?" Shi Zhongyu merely chuckled, unfazed by his father's ire. Shi Qing lowered his voice, "Your mother and Aunt Mei have not quarreled, have they?" Shi Zhongyu replied, "I just returned from retrieving clothing for Aunt Mei. They are quite amicable now. Almost like sisters." Shi Qing felt a sense of relief. He had worried about a potential conflict between his wife and Mei Fong, knowing he would bear the brunt of any fallout. As long as they were getting along, he felt at ease. Moments later, Minro emerged with Mei Fong. The latter, graceful and alluring, wore a garment that left little to the imagination, with sheer fabric draping over her ample bosom, adding an enchanting allure. Shi Zhongyu's eyes widened in awe, and even Shi Qing appeared momentarily dumbfounded, while Shi Zhongyu, the younger sibling, averted his gaze in respect. Minro approached her husband and playfully pinched his waist, snapping him back to reality. "What shall we do with Lu Yuan?" she asked. Mei Fong, blushing and hesitant, finally met Lu Yuan's gaze, her eyes flashing with a fierce determination. "I am weak and unable to take action. Please, Brother Shi, end his life for me." Lu Yuan, crumpled on the floor, realized that no plea for mercy would save him. He chose to confront his fate with defiance, sneering, "If only I had acted sooner, I would have." Before he could finish, Shi Zhongyu unsheathed his sword and plunged it into Lu Yuan. Chapter 27. The legacy of the Sword Saint. As Shi Zhongyu listened to the dying man utter vile words, he felt a pang of concern for Mei Fong's reputation. Thus, he swiftly intervened, ending the man's life. He was met with Mei Fong's grateful gaze, which filled him with a sense of pride. Withdrawing the sword from the deceased's chest, he meticulously cleaned it on the man's clothing, yet he hesitated to sheath it. Pondering, what did that Lu fellow mean by dragon scale sword? He inquired, "Father, what is the dragon scale sword?" Shi Qingwei pondered for a moment, then took the sword from his son's grasp to examine it closely. The sword was crafted from an unknown material, radiating a subtle azure hue. The intricately carved dragon head adorned the hilt, its features lifelike, with dragon whiskers curling and nostrils flared, from which hung a blue tassel. The grip was shaped like a dragon coiling around a cylinder, appearing uneven, yet fitting snugly and comfortably in hand, allowing one to feel the fine scales of the dragon. The tail split into two clusters, forming a protective guard, creating the visage of a fierce azure dragon. This sword was heavier than usual, and when thrust, it remained perfectly steady. The spine was slightly thicker in the center, tapering down to the edges, forming the blade. A slight movement of the blade revealed a faint azure shimmer, dazzling the eyes. What a magnificent sword! Truly a rare treasure. Shi Zhongyu was elated, having unexpectedly acquired such an extraordinary weapon. Shi Qing, also a connoisseur of swords, felt inspired and instructed Shi Zhongyu to fetch a sheet of paper. Understanding his father's intent to test the sword, Shi Zhongyu hurried to retrieve a book, tearing out a page to present to him. Shi Qing held the sword horizontally before him, the blade facing upwards, and released the paper from a height of over a foot. The paper gracefully descended, and upon touching the blade's edge, it split cleanly in two without any resistance, clearly a testament to the blade's exceptional sharpness. Indeed, this is undoubtedly the dragon scale sword, Shi Qing affirmed, directing his question to Shi Zhongyu. Where did you find it? Shi Zhongyu replied earnestly, I found it in Lu's room. Father, what is the significance of this dragon scale sword? Shi Qing explained, this sword belongs to the sword saint, Qi Zhongyu. Sword saint? Shi Zhongyu was taken aback. In his previous life, while reading the heroic journey, he had never encountered such a figure. It was understandable that the 5 ghosts of the Yellow River were not mentioned due to their lack of prowess. They had never crossed paths with the protagonist. However, the stature of the sword saint was undeniable, and given the preciousness of the dragon scale sword, it was evident he was no ordinary person. Was his crossing over not only altering the plot but also affecting the very fabric of the martial world? He hastily inquired, is this sword saint truly remarkable? Shi Qing shot him a disapproving glance, as if chastising him for his ignorance, and replied sternly, for a swordsman to be unaware of the sword saint is as ludicrous as a commoner not knowing the emperor. Shi Zhongyu mused, I truly do not know who the current emperor is. Upon returning to the snowy mountains, I shall inquire of Ah Xiu. She is a local of the heroic journey and should have such knowledge. This figure, whose origins remained a mystery, had caused a stir in the martial world upon his emergence. He first vanquished the notorious underworld figure, Fu Jingzhou, before challenging renowned swordsmen across the land. For over 2 decades, he remained undefeated. At the age of 28, he was universally acclaimed as the sword saint, earning the respect of all. Such a prodigy was indeed a rarity in this world. As Shi Qing recounted the sword saint's past glories, admiration shone on his face, revealing that he had idolized Qi Zhongyu in his own training days. Shi Zhongyu curiously asked, if this is the sword saint's sword, how did it end up in Lu's possession? This question momentarily took Shi Qing aback. It was said that a few years ago, Qi Zhongyu had clashed with the Demon Sect, bravely venturing alone into Gansu to confront them. After that, he vanished without a trace. Rumors in the martial world suggested he had been slain by the 4 guardians of the Demon Sect. Why, then, was his sword found in Hunan? This posed a perplexing conundrum. Could it be that he had been gravely injured but not killed, fleeing to Hunan only to be slain by members of the Blade Sect? Unfortunately, Lu Yuan was dead, or else they could have gleaned useful information. Shi Qing stroked his clean-shaven chin, deep in thought. After a lengthy contemplation, he said to Shi Zhongyu, where is the bedroom where you found this sword? Take me there at once. Shi Zhongyu led him to Lu Yuan's bedroom and pointed to a low table, saying, Father, I found the sword beneath this table. Shi Qing noticed a censer and candlestick atop the table, and a portrait hanging on the wall, likely a memorial to the founder of the Blade Sect. Nodding, he began searching the vicinity. What are you looking for, father? Shi Zhongyu asked. Shi Qing replied, Qi Zhongyu is renowned for his thunder sword technique and falling leaf palm technique. Since his sword is here, there may be a chance that his manuals have also fallen into the hands of the Blade Sect. Shi Zhongyu found this reasonable and began to search the room as well. His previous casual search had been lackluster. Now he was thorough. Having gleaned knowledge from novels and dramas about ancient methods of concealing treasures, he was determined. However, after a long search, they found nothing. Disappointment weighed on Shi Qing as he muttered, could I have been mistaken? Shi Zhongyu's gaze wandered, and upon seeing the portrait on the altar, a thought struck him. Father, have you checked behind the ancestor's portrait? Shi Qing's eyes lit up as he reached for the portrait. It had been nailed to the wall, and upon removal, revealed a small hole behind it, within which lay 2 thin tomes. Upon inspection, Shi Qing discovered one volume titled Thunder Sword Technique, and the other Falling Leaf Palm Technique. His reverence for Qi Zhongyu was profound, and the sudden acquisition of his cherished martial manuscripts thrilled him far beyond that of any ordinary find. Though he was over 40 and past the prime age for learning martial arts, he envisioned returning to study the Sword Saint's teachings with his junior sister, believing that even the slightest insight would significantly enhance his martial prowess. Shi Zhongyu removed the scabbard from his waist and handed it to his father. Shi Qing, taken aback, asked, "Why are you giving me the sword you found?" Shi Zhongyu chuckled. "For those in the martial world, the Sword Saint's weapon is a coveted treasure. As my abilities are modest, I cannot safeguard it, so it is best kept with you." Shi Qing inwardly chastised his son for being so clever, yet said, "This is something your mother and I cannot protect either. It is wiser to hide it. When you master the Sword Saint's manuscripts, you need not fear prying eyes." Shi Zhongyu nodded. "I leave it to you, father. Please allow me to study the falling leaf palm technique. You and mother are well versed in swordsmanship, making it perfect for you to learn the thunder sword technique." Since the manuscripts had originally been discovered by Shi Zhongyu, and he was indeed Shi Qing's son, there was no reason for Shi Qing to refuse. He merely cautioned him that the Snowy Mountain sect had many eyes and ears, and he must keep the manuscripts hidden from prying eyes to avoid dire consequences. Shi Zhongyu eagerly complied, tucking the manuscripts into his bosom. With the inner strength he had acquired from the Elder of Great Sorrow and the Sword Saint's extraordinary falling leaf palm technique, he felt he had filled the gap in the Snowy Mountain sect's sword-focused training. At that moment, he sensed he was no longer far from the realm of martial mastery. And this was merely the second month since his arrival in this world. Shi Qing found a large bundle to wrap the dragon scale sword, strapping it to his back, and instructed Shi Zhongyu to keep the discovery of the manuscripts a secret from Mei Fanggu before they exited the room. Chapter 28. Return to the old place. Mei Fanggu, having been afflicted by the soft bone powder, was unable to stand for long. Min Ro assisted her back to a seated position on the bed. Upon hearing the return of the father and son, she hurriedly stepped out to inquire, "Shige, what were you two up to just now?" Shi Qing shook his head, replying, "Nothing much. It is getting late. We should escort Miss Mei back." Thus, Min Ro helped Mei Fanggu mount her horse, while Shi Zhongyu continued to sit behind Shi Qing. Shi Zhongyu, on the other hand, rode a rather slow horse, trailing behind them. One cannot overlook that the original protagonist, Shi Zhongyu, became utterly inconspicuous after losing the opportunities that the narrative had bestowed upon him. Since entering the Demon Sect, he had not uttered a single word. Even upon Mei Fanggu's revelation of his lineage, he found himself at a loss for words in the presence of both mothers, remaining in a state of complete bewilderment. He had never been particularly loquacious, but the upheaval regarding his identity rendered him even more taciturn. In the original tale, he shared a certain innocent charm while interacting with Xia Yang, albeit primarily owing to her coaxing him into conversation. Now, with Shi Zhongyu altering the course of events, he could not even encounter Xia Yang, nor could he meet the 18 clay figures that once provided him companionship. It was not that Shi Zhongyu wished to deprive him of those clay figures. Rather, without Xia Yang's intentional design, the martial skills possessed by the clay figures lost their significance for him. Shi Zhongyu could hardly deceive him into practicing martial arts in the wrong sequence as Xia Yang had done, for if Shi Qing and the others discovered such a ploy, they would surely condemn Shi Zhongyu for betraying his own kin. Moreover, even if Shi Zhongyu could guide him through that erroneous method of practice, the altered narrative meant that no one would assist him in harmonizing the opposing energies within him, ultimately leading to his downfall. Thus, how to restore the martial prowess that rightfully belonged to Shi Zhongyu was indeed a vexing dilemma. Perhaps it would be best to devise a way to impart it to him once he had mastered it himself. As Shi Zhongyu brooded over this troubling matter, he looked up to see his mother aiding Mei Fanggu, who was ahead of him. The attire worn by Mei Fanggu was custom-made by Lu Yuan, revealing a considerable expanse of her fair skin. In the sunlight, she appeared to radiate a dazzling brilliance. As they approached, her figure tapered into a delicate waist, evoking astonishment and disbelief. Below, her ample hips were enticingly voluptuous, eliciting a sense of longing. Merely gazing at her silhouette stirred within him a barely contained desire. In his past life, he had encountered numerous celebrities, yet none matched Mei Fanggu's form. Regrettably, her countenance significantly dampened his spirits. It seemed she sensed his gaze, turning to glance at him. Upon seeing her face, he was instantly elevated to a state of dispassionate wisdom. No wonder Lu Yuan had chosen to cover her face with a cloth. Her beauty was incapacitating. Moreover, he realized he had indeed become considerably more lustful than in his previous life. Although he had not engaged with women after entering the workforce, it was not due to a lack of desire, but rather a matter of time. The captivating films of his instructors stored on Chapter 29, each to their own standing at a distance. Shi Zhongyu observed Ding Dang, and Shi Zhongyu engaged in lively conversation. His cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and admiration, leaving him momentarily mesmerized. Having spent most of his life on the mountain, he had little interaction with others and had never encountered such a captivating young woman. At the tender age of blossoming emotions, his heart was already tethered to Ding Dang. He thought to himself that if she could treat him with even a fraction of the kindness she showed her brother, he would be more than content. His character was remarkably earnest and unassuming, and he had never been adept at winning a girl's affection. In the original narrative, had Ding Dang not mistaken him for Shi Zhongyu, she would likely have ignored him entirely. Later, when Shi Zhongyu was taken to the snowy mountains by the Shi Qing couple to atone for his misdeeds, Ding Dang, in a bid to rescue him, deceived Shi Zhongyu into taking his place and facing the consequences. Such selfless affection would have surely stirred any heart if there had been even a hint of mutual regard. As for Ah Xiu, had she not nearly suffered a grave fate at Shi Zhongyu's hands during her childhood, her sense of security would have been far less compromised. And she likely would not have found the honest and simple Shi Zhongyu appealing. Throughout history, those with steadfast integrity often find themselves viewed as mere fools in the eyes of women. Nearby, Ding Busan, listening to Shi Qing recount the near disgrace of Mei Fanggu at the hands of Lu Yuan, felt a surge of anger. He resolved to make another visit to the Demon Sect upon his return. If he encountered any disciples fleeing, he would see to their demise. If not, he would set the sect ablaze. Mei Fanggu had already changed into fresh attire, and the poison within her system had subsided. Noticing that it was now noon, she made her way to the vegetable garden behind the house to gather some greens and retrieved cured meat hanging from the kitchen eaves, preparing to orchestrate lunch. Minro, lacking culinary skills, could only assist her. Fortunately, Mei Fanggu was quite adept in the kitchen, and soon enough, a splendid array of dishes was prepared. Minro set the table and filled each bowl with rice before stepping outside to invite everyone in for the meal. The group, already famished, eagerly gathered around the table. Although the 4 dishes were modest, the vibrant greens paired with the subtle red of the cured meat created an appetizing contrast that whetted the appetite. Moreover, the aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, promising a delightful feast. Ding Busan praised the meal heartily, while Shi Zhongyu's mouth watered at the sight, exclaiming, "Mother, I never expected your culinary skills to improve so rapidly. I must be in for a treat." Minro, blushing slightly, replied, "All credit goes to Sister Mei. I possess no such talent." Shi Zhongyu, recalling that she was a formidable heroine who trembled at the thought of slaughtering a chicken, sighed, "What was I expecting?" Ding Busan laughed heartily, saying, "My niece is indeed extraordinary. She excels in music, chess, literature, and the arts, not to mention her culinary prowess. It would be a tremendous blessing to marry her. Some people, however, foolishly pursue those devoid of any skills." Minro discerned the veiled insult in his words and shot him an admonishing glare. Shi Qing, inwardly chuckling, thought to himself that Ding Dage's temperament was indeed peculiar. Moments ago, they had been in good spirits, and now he seemed intent on causing trouble. Thus, he interjected, "Ding Dage, there's no need to belittle me. In her prime, Miss Mei was unparalleled in beauty and talent. Every encounter left me feeling inadequate and constrained. Although my junior sister may be ordinary, she is a fitting match for me." At this, Mei Fanggu's expression shifted, and though her face remained impassive, her heart stirred. As Shi Qing articulated his reasons for not choosing her, she was taken aback. She had often pondered this very question during sleepless nights in her secluded mountain dwelling. She believed herself superior to Minro in every aspect. Why then had Shi Qing chosen Minro, and not even cast a glance in her direction? Lost in thought, she found no answer, only an increase in her distress. Hearing Shi Qing's explanation, that it was precisely because she was too exceptional, was a revelation she had never considered. Gazing intently at Shi Qing, she asked, "Is this truly the case? Are you not merely saying this to placate me?" Shi Qing met her gaze with calm sincerity, assuring her, "I would never deceive you. I tread carefully around you, fearful of saying or doing the wrong thing, which only serves to highlight my unworthiness in the presence of your beauty and talent. However, with my junior sister, I feel entirely at ease." Mei Fanggu, momentarily lost in contemplation, suddenly cried out in surprise and dashed out of the house. Minro, concerned for her well-being, hurried after her. Shi Qing scolded, "Ding Dage, why did you have to bring that up? Everything was going well until now." Ding Busan retorted, "What does that have to do with me? My niece's anger is directed at you. Had you married her, would she still be upset?" Realizing that arguing with him would yield no fruitful outcome, Shi Qing chose to remain silent. Ding Dang, with a playful smile, turned to Shi Zhongyu and inquired, Shi Dage, does your father prefer women who are not too outstanding? What about you? Shi Zhongyu replied grumpily, I have not considered this, but I certainly do not like women with strange tempers. Ding Dang was taken aback, asking, why is that? Shi Zhongyu explained, women with peculiar tempers are often quick to anger, and I find it difficult to placate them. Ding Dang stamped her foot in frustration and chose to ignore him. Shi Qing was momentarily taken aback, pondering how Shi Yu and Ding Dang, having known each other for such a brief time, had become so entangled. Ding Busan watched the two squabbling with amusement, unbothered as he remarked, young man, I heard you were the one who dealt with that scoundrel Lu on behalf of my niece. I shall present you with the treasure shortly. Shi Zhongyu feigned indifference to the promised treasure, merely wishing to eat in peace. He replied weakly, thank you, Grandpa. Yet, as the host had departed, the guests could not begin their meal, leaving him in anxious anticipation. Fortunately, Mei Fanggu and Min Rose soon returned. Mei Fanggu's eyes were red, a clear sign of recent tears. She forced a smile, saying, it is merely my younger sister's caprice that has delayed our meal. The mountain is humble, and I beg your understanding. Shi Zhongyu had long awaited her apology, and while others engaged in pleasantries, he swiftly took a chopstick full of cured meat and began to eat heartily. Before long, he had his fill and carried his empty bowl outside to wash. Shortly after, Ding Dang and Shi Zhongyu followed suit with their own bowls. Shi Zhongyu, unconcerned, lowered a bucket into the well to fill it with water. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his leg as Ding Dang kicked him from the side. Not wishing to rise to her bait, he pretended not to notice and poured the water into his bowl. Ding Yang, feeling slighted by his indifference, grew more irate and twisted his waist with greater force. Shi Zhongyu, unable to bear it any longer, retaliated by attempting to twist her waist in return, though he ended up grasping her in a rather inappropriate manner, feeling an unexpected thrill. Ding Dong's face flushed crimson as she shouted, pervert. She placed her bowl atop his and stomped on his foot before turning to leave. Moments later, she returned, retrieving a dark object from her bosom and tossing it at his chest, saying, this is from Grandpa for you. She then disappeared into the hut. Shi Zhongyu picked up tea with a face ashen as iron. Ding Busan continued to grumble under his breath. Ding Dang, amidst her flurry, shot Shi Zhongyu a glare before being tugged away by her grandfather. Following suit, Mei Fanggu briskly exited, retreating into her chamber and slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Upon entering the kitchen, Shi Zhongyu inquired, what ails Grandpa Ding and Aunt Mei? Shi Qing responded, Ding Busan wishes for Mei to depart with him and return to her biological father, Ding Busi. However, Mei insists that having been raised solely by her mother, she would never return to her paternal home. Their discord escalated, culminating in a bitter parting. He continued, assist Jianu in packing. We shall commence our journey home forthwith. Shi Zhongyu retrieved the Xiantai token from his bosom, presenting it to his father. Father, behold. Shi Qing, taken aback, questioned, did I not bestow it upon Shi Fan? How is it still in your possession? Shi Zhongyu recounted the events wherein Ding Busan had intended to accept him as a disciple, then reclaimed the Xiantai token from Chief and, ultimately gifting it to him. Shi Qing remarked, having gifted the Xiantai token to Shi Fan, its return to my hands would undoubtedly imply a jest at old An's expense. Nay, I must return the token to the Golden Saber stronghold. You and your brother shall accompany your mother on the journey back. Shi Zhongyu surrendered the Xiantai token to his father, stating, I shall not return home, but shall instead proceed directly to Snow Mountain. Having absconded, my prolonged absence shall undoubtedly cause my master's undue concern. Shi Qing, after a moment's contemplation, acquiesced, very well, then. Exercise caution on your journey, refrain from idleness, and hasten your return to Snow Mountain. Having readied their belongings, they approached Mei Fanggu's abode. Shi Qing announced in a resounding voice, Miss Mei, we extend our gratitude for your hospitality. We are now en route to Jiang'an. May fate reunite us in the future. Mei Fanggu's voice echoed from within the chamber. I wish you a bon voyage. I find myself weary and shall forego bidding you farewell in person. Please, be on your way. The party mounted their steeds and slowly descended the mountain. Seated upon his horse, Shi Zhongjian continuously craned his neck, yearning for Mei Fanggu to emerge and grant him a final glimpse, yet she remained unseen. As they receded into the distance, the window of the thatched cottage abruptly opened, revealing Mei Fanggu, her eyes brimming with tears, wistfully gazing upon their departing figures. At this moment, her visage was devoid of any blemishes, her skin as fair and delicate as a freshly peeled egg, complemented by her vermilion lips and phoenix eyes. rendering her exquisitely beautiful. Alas, no one witnessed this scene. Chapter 30. Mistress Yao. After parting from his parents, Shi Zhongyu hastened his journey and finally arrived at the foot of the snow mountain. He rested for a night in a stone house at the mountain's base. And before dawn the next day, he rose to commence his ascent. The perilous slopes of the mountain were challenging to navigate, yet Shi Zhongyu, having become accustomed to the terrain, encountered no significant danger. At noon, he paused for a brief respite at a pavilion halfway up the mountain, where he retrieved an oil cake he had purchased during his travels and consumed a piece before resuming his trek. By the time the sun reached its zenith, he finally arrived at the outskirts of Lingxiao City. The thought of soon reuniting with Ah Xiu ignited a fervor within him, and he called out, "Senior brother, lower the drawbridge. It is I, Shi Zhongyu." Not long after, amidst the clanking of gears, the drawbridge slowly descended. Shi Zhongyu hurried across it, and at the city gate, a disciple greeted him with a smile. "You rascal, after having such a good time away, you finally decided to return. Your master is furious and has sworn to make you pay for your absence. You had better watch out." Shi Zhongyu, who had frequently sneaked down the mountain while training, was unperturbed by Feng Qianli's wrath. After entering the city, he made his way directly to Feng Wanli's residence. Upon reaching the door, he knocked several times. A woman's voice inquired from within, "Who is it?" Upon hearing the voice of his mistress, Shi Zhongyu felt a wave of relief, knowing that his master was likely not home. "Mistress, it is I, Zhongyu. Please open the door." Footsteps echoed within, and a woman emerged to open the door. Upon seeing him, she scolded, "Why did you sneak down the mountain again? Your master has expressed his dissatisfaction with your repeated absences. If it weren't for my intercession, he would have punished you long ago. And here you are, disregarding his warnings, having lingered outside for 2 whole months. Let me tell you, this time I cannot help you. If I don't prevent your master from disciplining you, you will become even more unruly in the future." This woman, in her 30s, adorned with a light touch of perfume, had her brows and lips artfully painted. Her attire was tailored to perfection, accentuating her graceful figure. She was Mistress Yao, cherished by Feng Wanli for her beauty and charm. Shi Zhongyu, possessing a clever disposition, often endeared himself to her, and whenever he faced punishment, it was she who pleaded on his behalf, sparing him from considerable distress. "Where is my master? Has he not returned yet?" Shi Zhongyu inquired. Mistress Yao replied with annoyance, "He is busy practicing martial arts again, oblivious to my presence as his exquisite wife, only fixated on that wretched snow mountain sword technique." Shi Zhongyu retorted, "Does he not care for you? He would almost fetch the moon from the sky for you." He swiftly slipped past her into the house. Mistress Yao called out, "Who allowed you to enter? Get out, do you hear me?" She reached out, pinching his ear and pulling him towards the exit. Shi Zhongyu yelped in pain. "Ouch. That hurts. I brought you a set of exquisite clothing from Xia. Wear it, and you will surely be as beautiful as a celestial being, captivating even several suitors of my master. Do you still want it?" Upon hearing the name Xia, Mistress Yao involuntarily released his ear, her curiosity piqued. "Did you truly bring me garments crafted by Xia?" She had long admired the exquisite clothing from this renowned establishment and had persistently urged her husband to procure some. However, he had always claimed the distance was too great. Now, hearing that Shi Zhongyu had brought some for her, she could not contain her excitement. Shi Zhongyu placed his bamboo basket on the ground, smiling apologetically. "When have I ever deceived you? But, mistress, when my master returns, you must speak a few good words on my behalf." Mistress Yao playfully scolded, "You little rascal, trying to bargain with your mistress. However, I cannot resist the allure of the clothes, so I will accept them. It would be unreasonable not to advocate for you in return." Shi Zhongyu lavished praise. "With you on my side, how could anything be unattainable? Besides, when my master sees you in the Xia attire, he will be so captivated that he will forget to punish me." "Impudent boy," Mistress Yao retorted, "if your master hears you speaking this way to me, he might just take your tongue. Where are the clothes? Bring them out so I may try them on. If they do not fit, I shall not be held accountable," she added. Shi Zhongyu quickly retrieved the package from behind him, unveiling the exquisite garments ordered from Xia, and handed them to her, saying, "Your beauty is etched in my heart. I assure you they will fit perfectly." Mistress Yao playfully poked his forehead. "You have a way with words that could lead many a woman astray. I shudder to think how many will fall for your charms." With that, she retreated to the back room to change. After a considerable time, she emerged, adorned in the vibrant attire. She twirled before Shi Zhongyu, asking, "There is no large mirror at home. Can you help me assess how it fits?" Observing how the garment accentuated her slender waist and ample hips, Shi Zhongyu remarked, "Mistress, it could not possibly fit any better." "Mistress," you beamed. "I feel incredibly comfortable in this. The craftsmanship of Long Qingxiang far surpasses that of ordinary tailors." Noticing her admiration for the clothing, Shi Zhongyu grew impatient and reminded her, "Mistress, your master is likely to return soon. Shouldn't you prepare some of his favorite dishes? If he is in good spirits, it will be easier for you to plead on my behalf." Yes, I must hasten to prepare the meal," she replied. "Zhongyu, I cannot keep you here any longer. Rest assured, once your master returns, I shall advocate for you." Shi Zhongyu shook his head. "That cannot be. I must stay for dinner today." Mistress Yao exclaimed, "You staying here is out of the question. I have gone to such lengths to dress beautifully and naturally. I have important matters to attend to with your master this evening. You are clever enough to know better than to impose." Shi Zhongyu, aware that his master was in his 40s and had been married to Mistress Yao for many years without offspring, understood her yearning for a child to carry on the Lei family name. He pondered for a moment and declared, "I must insist. It is not my intention to disrupt your plans, but my transgressions are too grave. I must hear my master's assurance that he will not pursue punishment. Otherwise, if he sees me tomorrow and his temper flares, he will surely beat me out of anger. I am too frail to withstand such treatment." Mistress Yao, witnessing his lethargic demeanor, felt a surge of frustration, wishing she could administer a punishment of her own. This boy was truly endearing at times, yet he could also be quite exasperating. After glaring at Shi Zhongyu for a while, and seeing that he was resolute in his refusal to leave, she reluctantly retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Chapter 31. The rebellious disciple of the snowy mountains. Feng Wanli returned home after practicing his skills and, upon pushing open the door, was greeted by the sight of his mischievous disciple, Shi Zhongyu, who had sneaked down the mountain and had not been seen for quite some time. The audacious young man was comfortably seated in Feng Wanli's favorite armchair, engrossed in a book that seemed to be so captivating that he was nearly drooling. Anger surged through Feng Wanli, causing his temples to throb, and he exclaimed, "You little rascal, you actually remembered to come back." He lunged forward to seize the back of Shi Zhongyu's collar. Shi Zhongyu, with his legs crossed and admiring a collection of spring-themed paintings he had pilfered from the Demon Sect, was startled by his master's voice and nearly dropped the album. Possessing a slippery nature, he evaded his master's grasp before Feng could close the distance, darting towards the kitchen while shouting, "Mistress, trouble! Your husband is back, save me!" Yao, who was in the kitchen preparing her husband's favorite dish of tripe, recognized from his frantic cries that her husband was likely to punish the young rascal. Ignoring the fact that the dish was nearing completion, she hurried out with her spatula in hand to protect Shi Zhongyu. Upon seeing her, Shi Zhongyu felt as though he had found a savior and quickly hid behind her, clutching her waist to evade Feng Wanli's attempts to catch him. Despite several attempts to seize the young man, Shi Zhongyu deftly eluded him, and Feng, growing impatient, said to his wife, "Step aside. If I don't teach this wayward disciple a lesson today, who knows what trouble he'll cause in the future." Yao firmly shielded Shi Zhongyu behind her, adopting the stance of a hen protecting her chicks, and replied, "Why quarrel with the child so soon after your return? You can scold him properly at dinner." Feng Wanli, frustrated and anxious, retorted, "If you keep protecting him like this, one might think he is your illegitimate son from another man." Yao's face shifted, and tears instantly welled up from her long eyelashes as she cried, "You heartless man. After all these years of marriage, how could you say such a thing? You've long suspected I am unfaithful, haven't you?" Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Feng Wanli felt a pang of guilt upon seeing her tear-streaked face. He tossed aside the broom he had been holding and gently grasped her arm, saying, "Oh dear, I was just speaking in anger. You know how I feel about you." Yao remained unconvinced, and Feng, busy trying to appease his delicate wife, hardly paid attention to the rebellious disciple. Yao was remarkably skilled in managing her husband, and despite being nearly 40, she could still employ the playful antics of a young girl. Feng Wanli, unable to resist her charms, found himself at a loss for how to respond. In the background, Shi Zhongyu silently chuckled, knowing that with his mistress intervening, he had once again escaped a severe beating. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of something burning and exclaimed, "Mistress, your dish." Yao, startled, leaped up from Feng Wanli's embrace and dashed back to the kitchen. The tripe had burned. Once Yao had served the finished dishes on the table, she removed her apron, revealing her crimson attire, and sweetly asked, "Wanli, what do you think of the clothes Zhongyu brought me? Do they look good?" Feng Wanli, recognizing the garments as a gift from the mischievous disciple, maintained a stern expression and remained silent. Shi Zhongyu then offered, "Master, allow me to serve you some rice," reaching for an empty bowl in front of him. Feng Wanli blocked the bowl and gruffly replied, "There's no need for that. I wouldn't dare impose upon you." Shi Zhongyu's expression faltered for a moment before he smiled and said, "Today is a joyous occasion for our reunion. How could we not have some wine?" He stood up, retrieved a jar of wine from his bamboo basket, and, breaking the clay seal, a fragrant aroma filled the room. Feng Wanli, who enjoyed drinking, felt his throat tighten at the alluring scent of the wine, but still held back, remaining in a foul mood. Yao, adept at playing the supportive role, exclaimed, "Oh, this wine smells wonderful. It must be quite expensive." Shi Zhongyu chimed in, "This is the finest osmanthus wine, specially brought by my father from the Yonghuan. Although this jar holds only 5 pounds, it cost a full 10 taels of silver." Upon learning that the wine was a gift from Shi Qing, Feng Wanli eagerly asked, "Did you truly visit your parents?" Shi Zhongyu affirmed, "Of course. I left a letter behind. Did I not mention it?" He filled a bowl with wine and placed it before his master. As the bowl approached him, the rich aroma intensified, and Feng Wanli's mouth watered. Yet he still did not touch it. He knew Shi Zhongyu often spoke nonsense, and had previously made excuses to visit home only to frolic in the town below, where he had been caught by several disciples from the snowy mountains. He questioned, "What was the purpose of your visit?" Shi Zhongyu replied, "My parents sent word that they have found my long-lost younger brother and want me to return for a reunion. In my haste, I didn't inform you beforehand. It is entirely my fault. Please do not be angry. Your brother's name is Shi Zhongjian, if I recall correctly. I heard he was abducted at birth. Your parents thought he had died long ago, yet now they claim to have found him?" Feng Wanli, well aware of Shi Zhongyu's penchant for deceit, noted that such a significant matter could not be fabricated without consequences. If this were false, a simple inquiry to Shi Qing would reveal the truth. Little did he know that Shi Zhongyu, having achieved several great feats, was confident his father would support his lies. Shi Zhongyu continued, "I was equally astonished upon receiving the news, which is why I forgot to inform you. After returning home, I learned that the person who abducted my brother was a woman who once admired my father." He spun a tale about the discovery of Shi Zhongjian, carefully crafting his narrative to present himself as a mere bystander. Feng Wanli, hearing the convoluted details, began to believe him, his expression softening. For over a decade, Shi Qing and his wife have been heartbroken over this matter, tirelessly searching. If there is a resolution, it must be a blessing from the heavens, worthy of celebration. With that, he raised his bowl and downed the contents in one go. The warmth spread through him, and the taste was unlike any inferior wine he had previously consumed, bitter and often causing headaches. Shi Zhongyu quickly refilled his bowl and poured a small amount into his own, raising it and declaring, "I owe this toast to you, master, for your guidance." Mimicking Feng Wanli, he gulped it down, only to cough immediately as he was unaccustomed to drinking. Feng Wanli, feeling the effects of the wine, looked at his disciple with newfound fondness and chuckled. "You've never had wine before. Drinking like that will not do you any favors." He took a sip from his bowl, setting it down after just a taste, aware of its rarity and reluctant to finish it too quickly. The meal was harmonious, with the master and disciple sharing a familial bond. After satisfying his hunger, Shi Zhongyu left behind 3 jars of wine from his basket and bid farewell. As soon as he departed, Yao, no longer restrained, nestled beside her husband, leaning against him and cooing, "Imagine if we had a son who resembled Zhongyu. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Feng Wanli wrapped his arm around her waist and laughed. "That young lad is clever and mischievous, always causing trouble. Since I became his master, I feel older by the day. It would be better if our son were nothing like him." Suddenly, he exclaimed in realization, smacking his forehead. Yao, startled, sat upright and asked, "What's wrong?" Feng Wanli, in frustration, said, "We have likely been deceived by that little rascal. Given my relationship with Shi Qing, any message would be directed to me, not to Zhongyu. Besides, Shi Qing is always cautious. How could he allow Zhongyu to return home alone?" In his vexation, he began to blame his wife. "The reason Shi Xiandi sent him here for my guidance is due to your excessive indulgence towards the child, making it impossible for Shi Xiandi to reprimand him. Little did I know that upon reaching the snowy mountains, you would dote on him even more than his own mother. If this continues, how can he ever repay Shi Xiandi's heartfelt efforts when he grows up to act recklessly?" Yao, realizing that her overindulgence was indeed detrimental to Shi Zhongyu's growth, lamented, "Perhaps it is because we have no children of our own. Upon seeing him, I cannot help but treat him as my own son. What can be done?" as Feng Wanli's intoxication surged, leaving him in a state of restlessness. He found his wife's aggrieved demeanor even more enchanting. What should we do? Naturally, we must seize the opportunity to conceive a child, lest you continue to misplace your affections on another's son. He promptly lifted her in his arms and headed towards the bedroom. Yao's legs flailed in a flurry. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. But the dishes have yet to be cleared. We can tidy up afterward, he replied. Chapter 32. Midnight Rendezvous. Shi Zhongyu returned to his chambers, igniting the oil lamp. Despite his absence of several months, he found the room impeccably tidy, as if meticulously maintained. The quilt, once haphazardly strewn upon the bed, was now neatly folded. A porcelain vase graced the windowsill, cradling a sprig of vibrant wintersweet in full bloom. He smiled, knowing that none but Ah Xiu would perform such acts for him. He emptied his pockets onto the table, then appended his satchel, cascading its contents onto the surface. The once spacious tabletop was now laden with goods. Ah, the garments and the golden hairpin are for Ah Xiu, he mused, setting them aside. The remaining silver amounts to 320-odd taels. 300 shall be deposited in the chest, while the remaining 20 will suffice for daily expenses. These trinkets of gold and silver, plundered from the great Saber sect, appear quite valuable, and these silver notes, totaling 2,600 taels, must also be secured within the chest. The fallen leaf palm technique warrants diligent study. However, the returning spring heart sutra and the erotic illustrations are not for prying eyes. They're best kept safe in the chest. The Shaolin internal energy residing within the clay figurine seems to commence with the kidney meridian of foot Shaolin. I shall commence practicing this first, while the rest can remain in the chest. Yet, mastering this internal energy necessitates assistance in unblocking the obstructions within the yin and yang meridians. Perhaps I shall beseech my master's aid at that juncture. What are these? Shi Zhongyu pondered, eyeing the dozen or so undergarments on the table, recalling they were part of Lu Yuan's collection. He lifted a pair of underpants to his nose, but the scent had long dissipated. Nevertheless, a peculiar sensation stirred within him. These are the connoisseur's delight. Ah Xiu must not see them. They, too, shall be concealed within the chest. After organizing his belongings, he retrieved a key from a porcelain vase and unlocked the chest nestled in the corner. This was where he stashed his private funds, all of which he had withdrawn prior to descending the mountain. The capacious chest now housed only a few erotic paintings and novels he had secretly acquired. However, his recent exploits had yielded a bountiful harvest, enough to replenish the chest's emptiness. He deposited the items requiring safekeeping, locked the chest, and returned the key to its hiding place. Observing the lateness of the hour, he surmised that Ah Xiu's attendant had likely departed. He placed the fallen leaf palm technique manual and the clay figurine beneath his pillow, gathered the garments and hairpin, and ventured towards Ah Xiu's chamber. He traversed the corridors and courtyards, fortunate to encounter no one, and finally arrived at Ah Xiu's door. Light emanated from within, indicating occupancy. Anxious lest the maids remained, he tiptoed to the window and listened intently. Hearing no voices, he moistened his fingertip with saliva and gently pierced a hole in the paper window, peering inside. Ah Xiu, her cheeks flushed, was propped up by her hand, engrossed in a book. No one else was present. Reassured, Shi Zhongyu, his ardor ignited by their prolonged separation, hesitated no longer and pushed open the door. Ah Xiu started in surprise, but upon seeing him, her face lit up with joy. "Brother Shi, when did you return?" she exclaimed. Shi Zhongyu chuckled. "Not long ago." "Oh, what are you reading?" Ah Xiu blushed, concealing the book behind her back. Shi Zhongyu was undeterred and reached for it. As he drew near, he detected her intoxicating girlish fragrance, causing him to momentarily forget his purpose. Taking advantage of his distraction, Ah Xiu evaded his grasp and retreated to the opposite side of the table, flashing him a triumphant smile. Shi Zhongyu suddenly cast a glance towards the doorway, his eyes widening. "Oh no, your father is coming," he exclaimed. Ah Xiu, believing him, turned to look. Shi Zhongyu swiftly seized the book from her hand and, upon reading the title, Pear Blossom's Lament, burst into laughter. "So, little one, your heart is stirring with spring." Pear Blossom's Lament was a popular romance novel of the time. Shi Zhongyu had once purchased a copy, but, finding the prose too flowery and lacking in vigor, had discarded it after only a few pages. Realizing she had been tricked, Ah Xiu felt a surge of anger and frustration. Her eyes welled up with tears. You know my feelings, yet you mock me," she sobbed. Shi Zhongyu had not anticipated her tears. Seeing the glistening streaks on her face, like pear blossoms kissed by rain, he was moved. A surge of emotion coursed through him, a blend of pity and a darker impulse. He extinguished the lamp, rushed forward and embraced her waist. Startled by the sudden darkness and his embrace, Ah Xiu trembled. "If you dare to touch me, I shall." Before she could finish, he silenced her with a kiss. Soft by nature and longing for him these past months, she did not resist. After a time, she reciprocated, wrapping her arms around his neck. After an extended kiss, Shi Zhongyu, feeling breathless, released her. He lowered himself onto a nearby chair and pulled Ah Xiu onto his lap. Ah Xiu, still clutching her lips, remained lost in thought. After a moment, she regained her composure. "Why did you blow out the lamp? Were you planning something wicked?" she asked. Shi Zhongyu grinned. "If someone were to see me in your room at this hour, wouldn't that be the end? With the lamp extinguished, they'll assume you're asleep and leave us undisturbed." Ah Xiu, finding his reasoning sound and reassured by his lack of untoward advances, relaxed. Shi Zhongyu held her soft form, whispering sweet nothings and lamenting the pangs of separation. Ah Xiu, her heart filled with delight, inquired about his adventures down the mountain. Shi Zhongyu, of course, could not reveal the truth and fabricated a tale to satisfy her curiosity. Fortunately, Ah Xiu, having rarely ventured beyond the mountain, harbored no suspicions. Recalling his ignorance of the era's precise timeline, Shi Zhongyu inquired, "Ah Xiu, who is the current emperor?" Ah Xiu, puzzled by his sudden question, pondered for a moment. "Emperor Xuanzong ascended the throne not long ago, and the reign is named Xuanda. This year is Xuanda II. Shi Zhongyu, having read web novels about time travel to the Ming dynasty, knew that Emperor Xuanzong Zhuzhanji, despite being slandered as the Cricket Emperor by later generations, was a capable ruler. Gifted in both the arts and martial prowess, he also possessed exceptional artistic talent. In politics, he actively promoted reforms, punished corrupt officials, and alleviated the people's burdens. Militarily, he quelled numerous foreign incursions, safeguarding the peace of the realm. Shi Zhongyu remembered Zhu Gaoji's attempt to emulate Zhu Di's rebellion, which Zhu Zhanji swiftly suppressed. "That happened last year," he thought. "I traveled back too late and missed the excitement." Seeing his silence, Ah Xiu asked, "What are you thinking about?" Shi Zhongyu snapped back to reality and retrieved the garments and hairpin he had purchased for her. "I bought these for you at Long Qixiang. Do you like them?" Ah Xiu, still young, did not comprehend the value of Long Qixiang's garments, but the hairpin, adorned with large, lustrous pearls, was clearly precious, demonstrating his affection. "I like them," she replied shyly. Shi Zhongyu, captivated by her youthful bashfulness, remembered the lateness of the hour. "I should leave now. Tomorrow. Wear the clothes and jewelry I bought for you, and let me see how beautiful you look." Though reluctant to part with her beloved, Ah Xiu nodded in agreement. Shi Zhongyu kissed her cheek, set her down, and departed. Chapter 33. The crucial link. On the following day, Shi Zhongyu sought out his master, Feng Wanli, expressing his desire to cultivate the ice and snow true qi and requesting a private training room. Feng Wanli, having never before witnessed such proactive dedication from him, speculated that he must have faced setbacks on his journey down the mountain, which inspired his newfound fervor. Filled with delight, he personally assisted Shi Zhongyu in finding a secluded chamber, advising him to dedicate himself to his practice, assuring him that the kitchen staff would deliver his meals, freeing him from the need to dine elsewhere. Once his master departed, Shi Zhongyu produced a clay figurine inscribed with the foot and lesser kidney meridians from his bosom, meticulously noting the sequence of true qi circulation before immersing himself in rigorous training. Gifted with intelligence and prior knowledge of internal cultivation, he was far from inexperienced like Shi Zhongjian. Thus, he diligently practiced in the small room day after day, and within a year, he had successfully cultivated all the meridians. Aware of the perilous nature of solely practicing the meridians, he refrained from indulging in reckless thoughts and avoided visiting Ah Xiu, fearing the risk of falling into madness. Fortunately, apart from feeling an unbearable chill, he experienced no other anomalies. It remained uncertain whether his unique status as a traveler, possessing two souls within, contributed to his remarkable progress. Feng Wanli, having harbored doubts about Shi Zhongyu's year-long seclusion, had secretly observed him several times, always finding him engrossed in his practice, which allayed his concerns. Shi Zhongyu, undeterred, then commenced training in the Yang meridians. Another year passed, and he perfected the cultivation of all the Yang meridians. At this moment, he recognized that he had reached the most perilous juncture. Any misstep could result in a catastrophic clash of yin and yang, leading to cardiac failure and death. Over the past 2 years, he had meticulously planned for this moment countless times, ensuring that as long as he adhered to his methodical approach, he would encounter no errors. Steeling himself, he summoned his master and, with a pained expression, implored Feng Wanli to save him from the madness that had engulfed his cultivation. Feng Wanli, taken aback and alarmed, swiftly grasped his wrist, channeling a strand of internal energy into Shi Zhongyu's body to assess the situation. He discovered that Shi Zhongyu's internal power was exceedingly intense, even surpassing that of his own master, Bai Zizai. However, the opposing energies of yin and yang were in constant conflict, and any slight mishap could prove fatal. Having never encountered such a scenario, Feng Wanli was at a loss for solutions. He could only report to Bai Zizai, seeking assistance to rescue his disciple. Anticipating his master's thoughts, Shi Zhongyu immediately knelt, tears streaming down his face, pleading, "Master, this matter must not reach the sect leader. The internal cultivation I practice was acquired from an extraordinary individual, not from our school's teachings. If the sect leader discovers this, I will surely be expelled from the Snow Mountain sect." Feng Wanli had already sensed that Shi Zhongyu's internal energy was not of their lineage, and he stamped his foot, insisting, "Even if you are expelled from our sect, it is far better than succumbing to madness and death." Shi Zhongyu clung tightly to his master's leg, refusing to let go, repeatedly stating, "Master, please do not rush. That esteemed individual foresaw the danger of my cultivation leading to madness and taught me a method of self-rescue." Feng Wanli, intrigued, inquired, "What method?" Shi Zhongyu hesitated. "This method requires your assistance, master." Growing impatient, Feng Wanli retorted, "Just speak. I am your master. Can I truly ignore your plight?" Shi Zhongyu explained, "I will circulate my internal energy shortly, and during that time, the conflict between the yin and yang energies will intensify. If you strike my Zhongwan point with great force, it will harmonize the opposing energies and alleviate the peril of their clash." Upon hearing this, Feng Wanli's expression turned grave, and he fell silent. The Zhongwan point is one of the body's critical acupoints and is exceedingly delicate. A mere application of force can prove unbearable. A full-force strike could very well endanger Shi Zhongyu's life. Seeing the concern etched on his master's face, Shi Zhongyu clung to his leg, pleading fervently. "That esteemed individual possesses unparalleled wisdom. The method he imparted cannot possibly be flawed. If you refuse to assist, I shall be left to perish under the dual forces of heat and cold. Even if the sect leader were to arrive, there would be no remedy." He further declared that he would rather die than renounce his affiliation with the Snow Mountain sect, stating, "In life, I am your disciple. In death, I remain your disciple." Feng Wanli, recognizing the validity of his reasoning and the remarkable prowess Shi Zhongyu had achieved in merely 2 years, finally conceded to offer his assistance. Shi Zhongyu, elated, rose from the ground, seated himself upon a mat, and began to circulate his internal energy. Before long, one side of his face turned pale and ashen, while the other flushed a vibrant red, as if he had consumed fine wine. Moments later, the left side of his body grew increasingly cold, encased in a thin layer of frost, while the right side dripped with sweat, producing wisps of steam. Feng Wanli, observing this, was struck with astonishment, contemplating that any ordinary person would have succumbed to death under such extreme conditions. The martial arts he practiced were indeed perilous. Realizing that Shi Zhongyu had reached the most critical point, he gathered 5 parts of his strength and struck Shi Zhongyu's chest at the Zhongwan point. Shi Zhongyu remained unmoved, and the symptoms of cold and heat on his face began to diminish, only to surge back stronger moments later. Feng Wanli, witnessing that his strike had not harmed Shi Zhongyu but had indeed mitigated some of the turmoil, understood that this method was effective. He then concentrated 8 parts of his strength and delivered another strike. As Shi Zhongyu's facial distress receded slightly, it soon intensified once more, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, and his garments emanating a foul odor. Feng Wanli, unwilling to hesitate any longer, focused all his might into his right hand and struck with full force. With a cracking sound, a tremendous recoil surged back, shattering his right arm and sending him crashing against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Shi Zhongyu felt the instant fusion of his yin and yang energies following Feng Wanli's strike, eradicating the distinction between cold and heat. At that moment, a small stream of icy internal energy surged from his dantian, merging seamlessly, akin to a brook flowing into the sea. However, inexplicably, it transformed the entirety of his internal energy into a uniform chill. The source of this final strand of true energy was the ice and snow true qi he had previously cultivated. Although he had practiced it for a short time, he had already developed a substantial foundation. However, after shifting his focus to the yin and yang meridians, the internal energies he produced were purely yin or yang and could not integrate with the ice and snow true qi. Following the harmonious melding of yin and yang, This ice and snow true chi infiltrated and transformed all his internal energy into the authentic cultivation of the Snow Mountain Sect, one that even by Zizai would find indistinguishable upon inspection. Shi Zhongyu felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him, longing to shout in triumph. However, upon noticing his master collapsed in the corner of the room, motionless, his expression shifted, and he rushed over, shaking him vigorously, calling out, "Master, Master!" Feng Wanli, whose right arm was broken, was jolted awake by the shaking, groggily uttering, "Do not move. My right arm has dislocated." Shi Zhongyu, having learned the art of bone setting, albeit with little experience, clumsily set Feng Wanli's arm back in place, causing him to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. Feng Wanli, regulating his breath and inspecting internally, realized his injury was not severe. He then examined Shi Zhongyu, discovering his internal energy was abundant and continuous, all composed of the genuine ice and snow true chi of the Snow Mountain Sect. Confounded, he questioned Shi Zhongyu, yet could glean no answers. Ultimately resigning himself to the situation, he instructed Shi Zhongyu to refrain from further cultivation of this technique to avoid any future mishaps. Having completed the internal cultivation inscribed on the clay figurine, Shi Zhongyu was eager to practice the falling leaves palm and the Snow Mountain sword technique. Thus, he readily agreed to his master's request. Chapter 34. The initial mastery of divine skills. The Arhut, subduing demon skill, seemed to be a complementary technique to the internal cultivation he had just perfected. Since it required little time to practice, he decided to master both simultaneously to avoid future complications. Once Feng Wanli departed, he returned to his chamber, retrieved all 18 clay figures, and stripped away the earth to reveal the Arhut subduing demon skill inscribed within. It was said that this skill could only be cultivated by those with a pure and simple heart. However, he had already mastered a more demanding and perilous technique. So why not attempt this one? He took the clay figure back to the training room, casually selected one, and began to practice according to the lines depicted on it. From morning until night, and into the following dawn, he finally succeeded in mastering the skill. The inverted Shaolin technique focused on internal strength, whereas the subduing demon skill taught the methods of utilizing that inner power, allowing him to unleash varying degrees of force at will during an attack. He had not eaten or slept for a day, yet felt no hunger or fatigue. Upon returning to his quarters, he decided to examine the manual for the falling leaf palm technique. The first page contained a set of internal cultivation methods. Given the illustrious reputation of the sword saint Qi Zhongyu, this internal technique was far from ordinary. Unfortunately, he discovered it too late. The principles of this method diverged significantly from his own, rendering it unsuitable for him. Nevertheless, he resolved to pass this technique to Shi Zhongyu, as he had usurped an opportunity that rightfully belonged to him. Returning a superior internal cultivation method could be seen as compensating for his loss. Moreover, as his own younger brother, Shi Zhongyu's strength would ultimately benefit him in the future. With this thought in mind, Shi Zhongyu flipped through the pages to find the section on the falling leaf palm technique and began to study it earnestly. The falling leaf palm consisted of 24 stances, each with multiple variations that rendered it difficult to defend against. It was said that a certain sage was inspired by the trajectory of falling leaves and created this technique. In autumn, when leaves withered and fell, propelled by the wind, their erratic descent mirrored the nature of this palm technique, which could strike seemingly in one direction while targeting another. Qi Zhongyu was renowned for his mastery of both sword and palm techniques, and the falling leaf palm was indeed instrumental in that acclaim. The complexity of this technique posed considerable challenges, even for someone of his exceptional talent. Furthermore, he had to adhere to his father's instructions to practice only in solitude. During the day, he could only refine the Snow Mountain sword technique and learn the lightness skill of the Snow Mountain Sect, diligently honing his agility each day. The Snow Mountain Sect's lightness skill, known as footprints in the snow, was frequently depicted in martial arts novels, often associated with numerous characters. However, the true mastery of this technique resided with the Snow Mountain Sect, located in the western regions where snow perpetually blanketed the peaks. The founder had spent years practicing in that environment, achieving the authentic ability to traverse snow without leaving a trace. Other sects rarely encountered such heavy snowfall, rendering their claims to this technique mere imitations. Shi Zhongyu, with his remarkable aptitude, had surpassed his master in swordplay and lightness skill within 2 months. However, he was acutely aware of the adage that a talented individual often attracts envy. Thus, he restrained himself to displaying only a fraction of his true capabilities. Yet even so, Feng Wanli frequently praised his rapid progress. By the third month, he began to seek opportunities to practice the falling leaf palm in secluded woods. Regrettably, his advancement in this technique was slow, having only mastered 2.5 stances. He could execute only half of the final stance, unable to summon the necessary power for the latter half. Perhaps this was due to the unique internal energy manipulation required for the falling leaf palm. Shi Zhongyu had already achieved remarkable internal strength by disregarding the dangers associated with altering the sequence of the Shaolin techniques. Yet, he found the internal cultivation method documented in the falling leaf palm manual to be exceedingly rare, as it contradicted the principles of both the Snow Mountain and Shaolin techniques. Where one would first cultivate the yang channels, this method insisted on beginning with the yin channels. Where one would strengthen the hands, this method mandated focus on the feet. Shi Zhongyu mused that the creator of this technique was likely a born contrarian, perhaps a prodigiously gifted one at that. In his leisure moments, he did not neglect the study of a fundamental technique for strong men, the regenerative heart method. This practice, shrouded in the mysteries of either Taoism or Buddhism, appeared to be closely tied to matters of femininity, as both sects often intertwined with such themes. Moreover, Buddhist monks were typically more inclined towards such pursuits than Taoist priests. However, this technique was quite legitimate, not a lewd practice of indulgence, but a method for refining essence into energy, imbued with a hint of the mystical. The preface stated, "Essence is the foundation of life. Humanity's excessive indulgence in pleasures leads to the depletion of one's essence, an act of squandering one's vitality." The essence of this practice was to fortify one's essence, achieving a state of being without leaks. What does it mean to be without leaks? After reaching a certain age, men inevitably experience nocturnal emissions, especially post-marriage, where the losses become even more pronounced. However, mastering this technique allows one to engage nightly without detriment to the body. Was this not precisely the realm Shi Zhongyu sought? As a transmigrator, it was not mere pretension that drove him. He believed authenticity surpassed pretense. Fortunately, the method was not overly complex, as it merely required the manipulation of internal energy within the dantian. He had become adept at harnessing his internal energy, and, in just 3 nights, was able to execute this technique with ease. As for its effectiveness, he kept that to himself, as he had yet to find a practical application. The girl, Ah Xiu, only permitted him to act as a gentleman, leaving him with no opportunity to engage further, even if her words were sweet as honey. Indulging in them endlessly began to lose its appeal. Consequently, he found himself compelled to seek out places to expend his excess energy, descending the mountain more frequently. In a dense forest at the mountain's base, Shi Zhongyu stood before a massive tree that required 2 individuals to embrace. Concentrating, he summoned his internal power and suddenly struck with his right palm. Midway through the attack, he altered its trajectory in an uncanny manner, striking downward before swiftly redirecting upward. He advanced with his right foot, shifting his left palm through several positions, and delivered a resounding blow to the tree trunk. The giant tree trembled before settling into stillness. Shi Zhongyu's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on the tree. After a considerable pause, a sharp cracking sound emanated from its roots, and the tree slowly began to lean and topple, crashing onto the crown of an adjacent tree. Dust billowed into the air, startling the birds into flight. He had succeeded. He had mastered the latter half of the 3rd stance. In a fit of excitement, he leapt into the air, soaring 10 feet high, and with a swift motion, caught a startled bird in his hand. His white garments billowed in the wind, resembling an ethereal being. Chapter 35. External assistance as Shi Zhongyu basked in his triumph. An abrupt cacophony of chimes reverberated from within the Lingxiao city, each tolling sound resonating through the valley, startling the beasts into disarray. Recognizing the urgent summons from the Demon Sect, he wasted no time and swiftly employed his lightness skill, dashing toward the city. With profound internal strength and unparalleled agility, he propelled himself forward with a mere flick of his foot, soaring several yards in an instant. The wind whistled past his ears, and the fabric of his sleeves billowed, filling him with an exhilarating sense of bravado. As he neared the entrance, he slowed his pace and hurried into the city, arriving at the assembly hall. Inside, several hundred individuals had gathered, including the elusive sect leader Bai Zizai and his wife, Granny Shi, who occupied the central seats of honor. At the guest seating, a gaunt elder clad in ornate attire sat, flanked by several burly bodyguards. Opposite him were seated several esteemed elders of the Demon Sect. Dozens of 2nd-generation disciples stood on either side of the hall, with hundreds of 3rd-generation disciples following behind them. Amidst the throng of 3rd-generation disciples, Shi Zhongyu inquired of a peer, "Pray tell, Who are these newcomers? The individual, slightly older than Shi Zhongyu and a disciple of the Samin, replied in hushed tones. They hail from the outer sect, though their origins remain unclear. Likely, they have encountered some trouble and seek assistance. Shi Zhongyu nodded, gaining insight into the situation. Disciples from the outer sect were a common sight within the martial arts community. Many were scions of noble families or affluent households, who, upon mastering their skills, would return home to inherit their family businesses while generously contributing to their sects as a show of allegiance. A disciple from the Simon, standing to Shi Zhongyu's left, raised his eyebrows and remarked, "Does this not present yet another opportunity for us to venture down the mountain?" The Samin disciple shook his head. While opportunities do exist, it is not guaranteed they will fall to us. In the past, when outer sect disciples sought help, the sect leader would dispatch a couple of second-generation disciples accompanied by several third-generation disciples to resolve the matter, concurrently providing the latter with a chance to gain experience. However, with hundreds of third-generation disciples, only a select few are chosen each time, irrespective of the strength of our adversaries, who may bring only a dozen followers. Having long resided in the frigid heights of Xueshan, the disciples eagerly listened to tales from those fortunate enough to descend, longing for the chance to experience the vibrant world below. After a brief interlude, the second-generation disciples sought their apprentices from the crowd and reported back to the eldest brother. Bai Wanjian nodded at Bai Zizai, signaling that all were present. Bai Zizai cleared his throat, and once the hall fell silent, he addressed the assembly. Today, we have received a request for assistance from the Lin family in Fuzhou. They report that Zheng Luan has passed away, and his younger brother from the second household is attempting to seize control of the first household's assets, disregarding brotherly bonds. Over 20 years ago, Zheng Luan came to Xueshan, apprenticed under me, and after a few years, returned home to manage the Lin family estate. Though his martial skills were modest, he was nonetheless regarded as a second-generation disciple of the outer sect. We, as disciples of the Xueshan sect, cannot allow outsiders to trample upon our dignity. Throughout the years, he has not forgotten the ties of our sect, contributing generously each year. As he faces adversity, the Xueshan sect shall not remain indifferent. He then turned to the elder in ornate attire seated at the lower end of the hall. Elder Xiao, please recount the situation for everyone once more. Elder Xiao, trembling, rose to speak. I am Xiao Fu, over 60 years old, and have had the honor of serving as steward for the Lin family for 40 years, assisting 3 generations of masters. The Lin family has long been in the salt trade, supporting the government in salt distribution. However, operating in a realm dominated by salt cartels has rendered our existence exceedingly challenging. Thus, when the young master was merely a teenager, his father sent him to Xueshan to learn martial arts, hoping he would acquire skills for self-defense. Tragically, fate intervened. The master fell gravely ill and summoned young master Zheng Luan back to take his place. Fortunately, Zheng Luan proved capable, managing affairs with great diligence. Yet, during a salt transport last year, the convoy was ambushed by salt bandits, resulting in severe injuries that ultimately claimed his life. The young master Lin Pei is merely 20 years old and lacks knowledge of the salt trade, while the young mistress, being a woman, cannot intervene. Lin Jingyuan from the second household has taken advantage of his cousin's death, colluding with the sworn enemy, the Feiyu gang, to lay claim to the first household's assets and interfere in the salt trade. The Feiyu gang and the Lin family have been bitter rivals for generations, fighting over salt profits. Lin Jingyuan's treachery, allying with external foes to oppress his own kin, is an affront to our values. I implore you, esteemed masters, to consider our long-standing friendship and the contributions the Lin family has made to your sect over the years, and to aid us in overcoming this calamity. As Elder Xiao concluded, he was visibly exhausted and returned to his seat upon Bai Zizai's gesture. Bai Zizai surveyed the disciples and esteemed elders present, speaking gravely. Having heard the matter, I welcome your thoughts. Though several elders were Bai Zizai's contemporaries, they regarded him with the reverence due to a master, bowing and expressing, Master Bai. Your wisdom is unparalleled. We shall heed your command. Bai Zizai smiled faintly, clearly pleased, and, with a glimmer in his eye, turned to Bai Wanjian. Wanjian, what course of action do you propose? Bai Wanjian stepped forward and declared, the Feiyu gang is notorious for their malevolent deeds. Lin Jingyuan's collusion with them to harm his own kin marks him as a scoundrel. Moreover, this matter concerns our brother Lin's family. I am willing to accompany Sister Hua to resolve it. Bai Zizai stroked his beard and chuckled, excellent. You shall take the lead in this matter. Choose a few third-generation disciples to accompany you down the mountain. Bai Wanjian acquiesced with a respectful bow. Bai Zizai, Granny Shi, and several elders dispersed, while Elder Xiao, supported by his bodyguards, retired to rest. Bai Wanjian then conferred with the second-generation disciples regarding the selection of third-generation companions. Feng Wanli interjected, "Brother Bai, Zhongyu has been on the mountain for 5 years without a chance to gain experience. This time, he must be given an opportunity." Bai Wanjian, sharing a close camaraderie with Shi Qing and aware of Shi Zhongyu's lineage, felt that the Feiyu gang, being a disorganized group, posed little danger. Thus, he nodded in agreement. He selected Hua Wanzi to accompany him down the mountain, motivated by similar reasoning. Although she was nominally his junior, at 26, she was younger than many third-generation disciples. Her parents held significant positions in the court, and Bai Zizai could not refuse, thus making an exception to accept her as a disciple. Concerned for her safety, he seldom permitted her to descend the mountain. Today, realizing the opponent was manageable, he finally relented. Hua Wanzi, elated by the news, felt a rush of excitement. Having spent her youth cooped up on the mountain, she was eager for adventure and hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Bai Wanjian. He smiled gently, finalizing his selection of several third-generation disciples, and they agreed to set out early the next morning. Ah Xiu, overhearing that Shi Zhongyu would also be joining, eagerly exclaimed, "Father, I wish to accompany you down the mountain." Bai Wanjian's brow furrowed, and he sternly replied, "Do not be foolish. If you wish to descend, first hone your martial skills." Typically intimidated by her father, Ah Xiu fell silent at his rebuke, tears brimming in her eyes as she turned away and ran off. Meanwhile, Shi Zhongyu, having learned from his master that he would accompany Bai Wanjian the following day, was filled with joy, oblivious to Ah Xiu's crestfallen expression. Chapter 36. The theft of the Beggars Sect at the break of dawn on the following day, Bai Wanjian and his companions, eager to descend the mountain and assist the Lin family, assembled in the conference hall, awaiting the arrival of Steward Xiao to commence their journey. After a quarter of an hour, Steward Xiao finally entered, having bid farewell to Bai Zizai and the others. Upon entering the hall, he expressed his apologies profusely before taking a seat in a sedan chair, following Bai Wanjian and the others down the mountain. Given his advanced age and the treacherous nature of the mountain path, he found it difficult to walk and thus required the aid of the sedan chair. The 4 bodyguards temporarily took on the role of bearers. Bai Wanjian and his companions, possessing martial prowess, traversed the path swiftly, reaching the base of the mountain in no time. Meanwhile, Steward Zhao's sedan was still halfway down. Growing impatient, Bai Wanjian instructed a disciple stationed at the base to convey a message to Steward Xiao upon his arrival. Due to the urgency of the matter, he would proceed to Fuzhou with his party, and Xiao could follow at a leisurely pace. Mounted on their steeds, the disciples hastened their journey, galloping at a swift pace. Fuzhou lay a considerable distance from the Snow Mountain Sect, and it took nearly a month to finally arrive in the Fujian region. Along the way, they encountered numerous beggars traveling in groups, heading eastward. By evening, upon reaching the city of Shunchong, the number of beggars had noticeably increased. Their expressions animated as they engaged in fervent discussions, a stark contrast to their usual plight. Hua Wanzi, riding at a brisk pace, caught up with Bai Wanjian and exclaimed, "Brother Bai, something seems amiss." Bai Wanjian pondered for a moment and replied, "Such a small place typically does not have so many beggars. Their demeanor suggests that something significant has transpired within the Beggars Sect. It is of no concern to us. Let us not complicate matters unnecessarily." Spotting an inn ahead, they halted their horses and entered, requesting 2 large rooms and 2 smaller ones from the innkeeper. Bai Wanjian and Hua Wanzi each took one of the small rooms while the 5 disciples occupied the 2 larger rooms. After placing their belongings in their respective chambers, they gathered at a large table in the dining hall to prepare for their meal. At that moment, the hall was relatively empty, with the innkeeper seated at the counter, lamenting the disturbances caused by the beggars, which had adversely affected his business. Before long, the dishes Bai Wanjian had ordered arrived. He quietly instructed, "Eat swiftly. Once finished, return to your rooms. No drinking, no trouble." The disciples nodded in agreement and began to eat in silence. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside as 2 men entered. The innkeeper, recognizing them as familiar faces, greeted, "Manager Wang, Manager He, it has been a while. How is business? Have you made a good profit?" Manager He complained, "Profit? We barely managed to bring in a batch of fresh fish, only to have it disrupted by this horde of beggars. If we don't sell them soon, they will spoil." The innkeeper hastily replied, "Be cautious with your words, Manager He. We cannot afford to offend those people. Both managers Wang and he fell silent, choosing a table and ordering several dishes along with 3 jin of white wine. As the food took time to prepare, they grew impatient and began to drink the wine straight away. As the saying goes, wine deepens sorrow, and both men, already troubled by business matters, found themselves drinking more than intended. Manager he, after scanning the room for any unsavory characters, inquired of the innkeeper, "What do you suppose these beggars are searching for each day?" The innkeeper, astute as ever, waved his hands dismissively. "How would I know? I have no idea." Manager Wang provoked him. "You've always been timid. Even if you did know, you wouldn't dare say." The innkeeper, fully aware of their intentions, retorted, "And what about you? Would you dare speak?" Manager Wang replied confidently, "Of course I would. I am not as fearful as you." The innkeeper chuckled and said, "Too bad you might be wrong." Unexpectedly, Manager Wang countered, "This time you guessed incorrectly." Manager he asked, "What do you mean? Do you really know something?" Manager Wang drained his cup and smacked his lips. "The dog-whacking stick." Upon hearing this, Bai Wanjian and Hua Wanzi simultaneously paused with their chopsticks. Shi Zhongyu, well-versed in martial tales, was already familiar with the beggar sect's token of leadership and, while eating, perked up his ears. Manager he was taken aback, then eagerly filled Manager Wang's cup and asked, "Is this related to the dog-whacking stick?" Manager Wang smirked, "Naturally. The dog-whacking stick is the treasured symbol of the beggar sect, akin to the emperor's jade seal. If such an item were lost, how could the beggars remain calm?" Manager he was astonished, stuttering, "Are you saying the beggar sect has lost the dog-whacking stick?" Manager Wang asserted, "Not merely lost, it has been stolen." Manager he argued, "Nonsense. The beggar sect is the largest sect in the world, filled with skilled fighters. Who would dare to steal their prized possession?" Manager Wang replied, "I do not know who the thief is, but the dog-whacking stick has indeed been taken." Manager he pressed, "What exactly happened? You must tell the whole story. How can one understand half of it?" Manager Wang took a sip of his wine but did not rush to speak. Instead, loudly inquiring, "Are our dishes ready yet? We cannot have the gentleman drinking in vain." The innkeeper, eager to hear the continuation, shouted at the servant, "Hurry and urge chef who, it has taken far too long to prepare the dishes." Shortly after, the servant brought forth the dishes for Managers Wang and he. Only then did Manager Wang continue, "Do you recall how the last leader of the beggars sect met his demise?" Manager he replied, "What was the name of the last leader?" "I remember he died over a decade ago." Manager Wang stated, "The last leader was named Jiao Si, known as the divine beggar of the 4 seas. 10 years ago, he perished in a battle against the demonic sect's protector, Li Mingyun, resulting in a mutual destruction." Manager he inquired, "What does this have to do with the theft of the dog-whacking stick?" Manager Wang replied, "It is inherently connected. Following the old leader's last wishes, the beggar sect interred his remains in Putian. Subsequently, his disciple Chu Hao assumed leadership of the sect and, according to custom, was obliged to pay respects at the old leader's grave every 5 years. This year marks the 3rd such observance since the old leader's passing. Jiao Sihai died on the 3rd of May, which was just a few days ago. Chu, the leader, arrived in Putian several days in advance with several heads of the sect, purchasing incense, candles, floral wreaths, and paper offerings for the ritual. When the day of homage arrived, he, along with the leaders, proceeded to the grave of Jiao Sihai to pay their respects. According to tradition, the leader was to place the dog-whacking stick at the head of the grave and bow 10 times before it, after which they would share a meal with the other leaders to complete the ritual. Thus, each time they visited, they often brought along a cook and prepared food and drink to facilitate a meal at the grave. On that day, after preparing the offerings, Chu placed the dog-whacking stick at the grave, performed the customary bows, and upon standing to retrieve the stick, discovered it had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 37. The display of authority. The man surnamed he inquired, "Did you just mention that all the leaders of the beggars sect were present at that time?" The man surnamed Wang replied, "Indeed, apart from the chief, Chu, there were also the 4 elders and the 13 branch leaders in attendance." The man surnamed he pressed further, "How far was the dog-beating stick placed from Chief Chu?" To which the man surnamed Wang responded, "The dog-beating stick was positioned beneath the tombstone, no more than 2 steps away from where Chief Chu knelt." The man surnamed he remarked, "Are you suggesting that someone could steal the beggar's sect treasure from such close proximity, surrounded by so many skilled individuals? I find that utterly unbelievable." The man surnamed Wang smiled faintly and said, Chief Chu was equally astonished, exclaiming, "Where is the dog-beating stick? Who has taken it?" It was only then that the leaders realized the dog-beating stick had vanished. They had been engrossed in their ceremonial kneeling and had noticed nothing unusual. To claim that someone could pilfer the dog-beating stick under the watchful eyes of so many experts seems implausible to most. Yet, the undeniable truth remains, the dog-beating stick is indeed missing. Chief Chu, having led the Beggars Sect for over a decade, had successfully advanced its standing even beyond the times of his mentor, demonstrating that he was no simpleton. He composed himself, pondering. Surely no one could steal the dog-beating stick under these circumstances without detection, unless there is something amiss. He approached the grave of the former chief and discovered a troubling detail. The gathered crowd, whether from the Snow Mountain sect or the man surnamed He and the innkeeper, listened intently, holding their breath to hear what he would reveal next. The man surnamed Wang continued, "The former chief's tomb is constructed from dozens of stone slabs, exuding a grand and ancient elegance. However, upon closer inspection, Chief Chu noticed that one of the stone slabs was slightly loose. He employed his skills to remove it and, peering inside, was struck with both shock and anger. It turned out that someone had excavated a tunnel beside the coffin within the tomb. The thief had evidently entered through this tunnel, stealthily shifting the stone slab during the ceremony to abscond with the dog-beating stick unnoticed. Nonetheless, for someone to deceive so many adept observers speaks to their remarkable abilities. Without further deliberation, Chief Chu struck the stone wall of the tomb, creating an opening large enough for a person to pass through, and, resolutely, he crawled inside, determined to apprehend the culprit and reclaim the dog-beating stick. The 4 elders followed suit, while the remaining 13 branch leaders scattered to search for the tunnel's exit. It was not until the late hours that Chief Chu and the 4 elders returned. Not only had they failed to capture the thief, but 2 elders had also sustained injuries. However, Chief Chu assured them that he had severely wounded the assailant, who should not have escaped far. He then dispatched elite disciples from the Beggars Sect to converge in Fujin, searching diligently in every town and city, vowing to locate the thief and retrieve the dog-beating stick. As he finished speaking, applause sounded at the entrance of the inn, and a voice exclaimed, "Wonderful, simply wonderful. I, Old Huang, am truly impressed." The expressions of the 2 men, surnamed Wang and He, changed dramatically as they turned to see 4 beggars enter. The foremost among them was a tall, lean man carrying 5 bags, followed by 3 others, each with 3 bags. The lanky man approached the man surnamed Wang, his piercing gaze fixed upon him as he coldly inquired, "Our Beggars Sect has issued a gag order regarding this matter. You must not speak of it to outsiders. Yet, I wonder from where you acquire this information?" The man surnamed Wang turned pale, stammering, I have no news from anyone. I was merely speaking carelessly." "You needn't take it so seriously." The tall man scoffed. "You claim to speak carelessly yet provide such detailed accounts? At this juncture, if you do not speak the truth, must I resort to extreme measures to extract it from you?" Realizing he could not deceive them any longer, the man surnamed Wang confessed. It turned out he was connected by marriage to the branch leader, Yin Hochun, having both wed sisters from the same family. Recently, they had met on the street, and the man surnamed Wang had invited Yin to his home for drinks. After consuming too much alcohol, Yin revealed the details, cautioning the man surnamed Wang not to speak of it to anyone. Today, spurred by the innkeeper, he could not resist boasting, only to find himself caught by members of the Beggars Sect. Regretting his indiscretion, he feared not only for himself but also for Yin, who would likely face repercussions due to his actions. The tall man, upon learning that the informant was a branch leader, realized he lacked the authority to deal with such a person since he was merely a 5-bag disciple. He contemplated that the matter of Yin leaking secrets was beyond his jurisdiction and needed to be reported to the branch leader and then escalated to the elders and chief for collective resolution. Despite the man surnamed Wang being related to Yin, his public discussion of the sect's secrets could not be overlooked. Leniency would undermine the sect's reputation. Thus, he addressed the man surnamed Wang. "You have recklessly discussed our sect's secrets today and must face the punishment of tongue removal. Will you extend your tongue willingly, or must I forcefully extract it?" The man surnamed Wang's face drained of color as he opened his mouth and extended his tongue. The tall man retrieved a small knife, a common tool among the disciples for dispatching dogs. With a swift motion, he severed half of the man surnamed Wang's tongue, which fell to the ground as blood gushed from his mouth. The tall man had no intention of taking his life, instructing his subordinates to apply a hemostatic powder to stop the bleeding. After a while, the blood finally ceased flowing from the man surnamed Wang's mouth. The man surnamed He, terrified by the scene, dared not linger and hurriedly assisted the man surnamed Wang away. The tall man ignored them and turned to the innkeeper, asking, "Innkeeper, have any guests checked in today?" The Innkeeper, Chapter 38. The decisive battle of the First World War. At that moment, the disciple was drenched in oil. And although he was not injured, the reputation of the Snow Mountain Sect had undoubtedly diminished. Bai Wanjian and Hua Wanzi wished to intervene and assist the disciple, but they found themselves seated in a more sheltered position, while the disciple was outside, leaving them unable to provide timely aid. Just then, Shi Zhongyu reached out to support the disciple, smiling. "Brother, spinning around like that, don't you feel dizzy? Perhaps you should sit down and rest for a while." Strangely enough, the disciple, who had been feeling nauseous from the spinning, suddenly felt a wave of clarity wash over him as Shi Zhongyu's steadying hand countered the disorienting force. Consequently, his knees buckled, and he involuntarily sank onto the stool. Bai Wanjian and Hua Wanzi exchanged glances, astonished, pondering. When did this slippery lad's martial skills improve so significantly? The tall, lean man observed the scene and exclaimed, "Ah, so there is a master among you. Allow me to have a friendly spar." As he spoke, he swiftly advanced, attempting to seize Shi Zhongyu's shoulders with both hands. Shi Zhongyu elegantly waved his right hand before him, deftly grasping the man's left wrist and redirecting it to the left, then intercepting his right wrist, ultimately capturing both with his fingers. Bai Wanjian was momentarily taken aback and murmured, "Washing the face, not retreating." Hua Wanzi's mind raced as she recalled Shi Zhongyu's movements, realizing they mirrored a technique from the Snow Mountain swordsmanship known as washing the face, not retreating. This technique was specifically designed to counter two attackers simultaneously, making it the perfect response to the tall man's dual assault. However, Shi Zhongyu's subsequent maneuver, where he pressed the thumb and index finger against the opponent's pressure point, was a spontaneous adaptation. Bai Wanjian and Hua Wanzi were greatly impressed by his masterful application of the Snow Mountain swordsmanship, contemplating that, even if they had attempted the same technique, they might not have executed it as effectively. Initially, they had felt regret over Feng Wanli's decision to take only this one disciple, believing Shi Zhongyu's penchant for leisure was a waste of his master's efforts. Yet now, they found themselves enviously admiring Feng Wanli's choice. The tall, lean man, now immobilized, was internally astonished. A youthful junior possesses such impressive skills. These individuals must have remarkable backgrounds. He inquired, "Forgive my ignorance, but which sect do you hail from?" Bai Wanjian replied with a smile, "I am Bai Wanjian of the Snow Mountain Sect, and this is my junior sister, Hua Wanzi. The others are all disciples of the third generation of our sect. We have business to attend to in Fuzhou, and may have offended you today. Zhongyu, release this brother." Upon hearing this, Shi Zhongyu promptly let go and returned to his seat. The tall, lean man clasped his fists in respect. "Today, I humbly acknowledge my defeat. I shall return another day for further instruction." With that, he departed with his companions. Shi Zhongyu sighed. "Well, he has gone to fetch reinforcements. When the adversaries return, we shall rely on the two of you to handle the situation." Hua Wanzi shot him a glare. "You have such a timid heart. What is there to fear? Our Snow Mountain Sect is certainly not inferior to their Beggar's Sect." Shi Zhongyu chuckled. "You fear nothing, but Master Bai does not share your sentiment." Hua Wanzi glanced at Bai Wanjian, noticing his furrowed brow, and asked, "Senior brother, is the Beggar's Sect truly that formidable?" Bai Wanjian stated, "The Beggar's Sect is reputed to be the largest in the land, and their reputation is well-deserved. However, we had no part in the theft of the dog-whacking stick, so I believe they will not make matters difficult for us." His words, however, betrayed a lack of confidence. Hua Wanzi, unwavering in her belief, turned to Shi Zhongyu. "You, lad from the Shi family, how have your skills improved so remarkably? I recall you were utterly inept before." Shi Zhongyu, with a slight tilt of his nose, responded, "That was merely due to my prior lack of diligence. I have recently exerted a bit more effort, which has naturally resulted in significant improvement. Master has even remarked that I possess the talent of platinum." Hua Wanzi questioned, "What does platinum talent mean? I've never heard such a phrase." Shi Zhongyu thought to himself, perhaps it refers to exceptional intelligence. He then pondered, "Will I ever reveal that before arriving here, I was an aspiring novelist, only to be called the street rat by others? Never." At that moment, distant barks of dogs echoed, quickly escalating into a cacophony as more voices joined in, drawing ever closer. Bai Wanjian whispered, "They have arrived." Hua Wanzi inquired, "What has arrived?" But Bai Wanjian remained silent. Shi Zhongyu interjected, "Those who relish in dogfighting have come." Realization dawned upon Hua Wanzi. "Oh, you mean the Beggar's Sect." Bai Wanjian rose to his feet. "Since our opponents are here, it would be prudent to greet them." He stepped outside the inn, followed closely by the others. The night had just fallen, casting a gentle twilight over the sky. On the right side of the street, a throng of people surged forward, forming a long queue as they approached. The crowd was dense, likely numbering in the hundreds. As they passed, the dogs of the nearby homes barked incessantly, unsure whether it was fear or hostility that drove their barks. A wild dog from the street lunged toward the crowd, only to be met with a swift throw of a butcher's knife, which struck the dog in the neck. The creature yelped in agony and collapsed, motionless. Upon reaching the entrance of the inn, the crowd halted a distance of over 10 feet from the Snow Mountain Sect members. The tall, lean man they had encountered earlier stood at the forefront. Upon spotting the Snow Mountain Sect, he leaned toward a towering figure beside him and whispered a few words. The large man nodded and called out loudly, "Which one of you is Bai Shifu of the Snow Mountain Sect?" Bai Wanjian clasped his fists. "I am he. May I ask which branch you represent?" Having navigated the martial world for years, he discerned the man's elevated status from the pouch he bore, one of the leaders of the 13 branches of the Beggar's Sect. The large man smiled. Bai Shifu truly possesses keen insight. "I am Shi Jing, the leader of the Fujin branch. Just now, this brother Huang approached to investigate, and Bai Shifu obstructed him. Is that correct?" Bai Wanjian's expression darkened as he scanned the throng of several hundred individuals. He had not intended to clash with the Beggar's Sect, had they only sent a few to inquire. He might have clarified the situation and allowed their search to proceed without incident. However, the Beggar's Sect had mobilized such a formidable force, clearly intending to intimidate. Should he show weakness now, it would only portray him as cowardly, tarnishing the reputation of the Snow Mountain Sect. He responded firmly. "Indeed." Shi Jing continued. "Since Bai Shifu insists on non-cooperation, and as I have been entrusted by the leader, I cannot afford to be reckless. We shall see for ourselves in a contest of skills. If you best me, I shall not make things difficult for you." Bai Wanjian replied, "If we are defeated, you may handle us as you see fit. Let us not prolong this. All of you may come at once." Shi Jing hesitated for a moment before smiling. "Though the Beggar's Sect may not be esteemed, we do not resort to the despicable tactic of overwhelming sheer numbers. We bear no significant enmity. Let us simply compare our skills and settle the matter in a single bout, shall we?" Bai Wanjian secretly exhaled in relief. Had they chosen to disregard the code of the martial world and rushed him, he and his fellow disciples would likely meet a grim fate today. He nodded, assumed a stance, and drew his right hand diagonally. "Please." The dust around them stirred as his aura surged forth, swirling in a tempest of energy. Chapter 39. A peaceful conclusion upon witnessing the sudden transformation in Shi Jing's demeanor. It was as if the depths of a chasm had risen to meet the heights of a mountain, his spirit fully invigorated, presenting an impeccable facade devoid of any flaw. Inwardly, he marveled at the exceptional prowess of the foremost disciple of the Snow Mountain Sect, recognizing him as a formidable opponent. Trained in the 5 elements fist from Shamshi, which emphasizes striking first, he refrained from further discourse and advanced with a gliding step, executing a diagonal slash with his left hand while delivering a palm strike to the chest with his right. Bai Wanjian deftly evaded, his right palm executing a technique reminiscent of gazing at glaciers, aimed at Shi Jing's left flank. Shi Jing exhaled forcefully, meeting the strike with a punch. A resounding clash echoed as their fists and palms collided. Both combatants momentarily jolted back, each stepping back a pace. Bai Wanjian felt an unusual force in his opponent's punch, akin to a rapidly spinning drill, penetrating through his robust palm strength and reaching deep into his hand, igniting a fiery sting that left him achingly sore. Conversely, Shi Jing was met with the chilling energy of Bai Wanjian's palm, which surged up his wrist and into his arm, causing a temporary stagnation of his internal energy flow. In this moment, a mutual respect arose, and neither dared to underestimate the other any longer. After a brief standoff, they engaged once more. Shi Jing, disheveled yet imposing, struck with unparalleled ferocity, while Bai Wanjian, clad in flowing white, executed the intricacies of the ice palm with elegant finesse, his long sleeves billowing gracefully, exuding an air of unmatched charm. Despite their contrasting styles, their strengths were remarkably balanced, resulting in an impasse. Shi Zhongyu observed the duel with a sense of admiration, exclaiming, "Marvelous! Had I known the ice palm was so visually captivating, I would have diligently practiced it myself." Although Feng Wanli had taught him the technique, he had never witnessed a master from the Snow Mountain Sect employ it, dismissing it as a trivial skill, and thus had not pursued its study. Hua Wanzi shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, "Martial arts serve to confront adversaries. Mere aesthetics hold no merit." Her striking beauty and spirited demeanor lent her words a captivating allure. Shi Zhongyu chuckled, "You misunderstand. A man may not possess brute strength or striking looks, but lacking elegance is simply unacceptable. While Wanzi dismissed his argument, stating, "What do you, a mere boy of your age, know of manhood?" At this point, Shi Zhongyu was already 18, tall and robust, yet his youthful visage bore the innocence of a child, with only sparse facial hair. Rather than engage in dispute, he redirected his attention to the ongoing match. After over 100 exchanges, neither Shi Jing nor Bai Wanjian could claim victory. Both were extraordinary young talents of the martial world, having faced numerous opponents in their lives, yet they had never encountered such an evenly matched rival, stirring a mutual admiration for each other's abilities. Suddenly, Shi Jing leapt outside the circle, calling out, "Halt! Allow me to speak." Bai Wanjian immediately ceased his movements, inquiring, "What insight does Brother Shi wish to share?" Shi Jing replied, "Our martial skills are closely matched, and it seems difficult to discern a superior. I am now aware that your sect is not composed of thieves who pilfered the dog-beating staff. There is no need for further contest. I humbly ask for your forgiveness regarding any offense caused earlier." Bai Wanjian, taken aback, pondered the certainty with which Shi Jing spoke, unsure of his conviction regarding their innocence in the matter of theft. Before he could respond, a tall, lean man named Huang interjected, "Leader Shi, this matter bears significant weight. Our chief has strictly ordered against letting any suspects escape. I urge you to act with caution and not allow emotions to cloud your judgment." Shi Jing interrupted. "No further discussion is necessary. Allow me to inquire, how does the chief's martial prowess compare to mine?" Huang hesitated, "Though your skills are indeed impressive, they pale in comparison to the chief's." "Then it follows," Shi Jing continued. "Earlier, Brother Bai and I exchanged blows, and you all witnessed it. His abilities are equal to mine. I ask you, could he escape from the chief or harm two elders under such circumstances?" After a moment of contemplation, Huang recognized the validity of Shi Jing's argument. Being a straightforward man, he promptly apologized to Bai Wanjin and the others. "My earlier remarks were rash. Please do not take offense." Bai Wanjin, understanding Shi Jing's implication that his own martial prowess was insufficient to be implicated as a thief, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Recognizing Huang's willingness to acknowledge his mistake, he responded, "Brother Huang, you bear a heavy responsibility. It is only natural that you adhere to your duties." Shi Jing smiled. "It is a rare fortune to have crossed swords with Brother Bai today. Alas, I must attend to pressing matters and cannot extend the hospitality of a host. Should fate allow us to meet again, I would be eager to learn from your exquisite skills." With a courteous bow, he departed with his companions. As Bai Wanjin watched them fade into the distance, he remarked, "The members of the Beggar Sect are indeed men of clear principles. My Snow Mountain Sect has much to learn from them." Reflecting on the myriad of conflicts within the Longmen and other factions, he felt a deep sense of introspection. While Wanzi quipped, "Why must you diminish the reputation of others? The Snow Mountain Sect is home to many distinguished individuals." Bai Wanjian, aware of her noble lineage and her naivety regarding the intrigues of their sect, chose to refrain from further discussion, merely responding, "It grows late. Let us retire to our chambers to rest so we may rise early for our journey tomorrow." The disciples nodded in agreement and returned to their rooms. Shi Zhongyu shared a large room with a senior from the fourth sect, whose somber demeanor left little space for conversation, rendering Shi Zhongyu quite bored. As time lingered, he was at a loss for what to occupy himself. Suddenly, while Wanzi's voice called out, "Shi boy, come out," he opened the door to find her standing outside, vibrant and lively. "Uncle Shi, what is it?" he inquired. "I need to buy some things in town. Accompany me," she commanded, turning without awaiting his consent. Shi Zhongyu, eager to alleviate his boredom, promptly followed her. After walking a distance from the inn, he asked, "Given our recent entanglement with the Beggar Sect, do you think Bai Shibo will hold it against us for coming out?" While Wanzi shot him a sidelong glance. "Are you afraid of Bai Shixiang's reproach yet still dare to accompany me?" She quickly discerned his ulterior motive. He wished to escape any potential blame should Bai Shibo inquire about their absence, and had feigned concern to assuage his own guilt. This cunning thought process irked her, and her expression darkened as she admonished, "At such a young age, your thoughts should be directed toward righteousness. Shi Zhongyu and his wife are honorable and selfless. How could they have produced a son like you?" Unfazed by her scolding, Shi Zhongyu retorted with a grin, "You specifically chose me to accompany you for shopping, did you not? It is because I am clever, handsome, and eloquent." While Wanzi feigned a stern demeanor for a moment before succumbing to laughter, chastising him playfully, "You little rascal." In her time at the Snow Mountain, she had never maintained a strict demeanor as a senior, often disregarding his playful banter. Moreover, Shi Zhongyu's words held a semblance of truth. She had chosen him for companionship because Bai Wanjian was too old and serious for her to relate to, and his marital status necessitated discretion. The other third-generation disciples were also older, making it awkward for a young woman to be seen with them. Although Hua Wanzi was approachable, the other disciples, mindful of their sect's rules, treated her with utmost respect, which she found rather dull. Shi Zhongyu, being the youngest, bore no such concerns and did not regard her as merely a senior, allowing for a more relaxed interaction. Hua Wanzi halted her steps and asked, I have heard that your relationship with Ah Xiu has become rather special. What is the story there? Chapter 40. The background of Hua Wanzi. Shi Zhongyu was taken aback, pondering how he and Ah Xiu had been so cautious, yet still discovered. He wondered if Master Bai was aware of this matter. Ah Xiu was his daughter. If he knew, he would not let him off easily. Yet, he resolutely denied. How could that be? Ah Xiu is so gentle. How could she possibly take an interest in a superficial fellow like me? Hua Wanzi furrowed her brow, saying, I too find it hard to believe. However, the way Ah Xiu gazes at you seems rather peculiar. Shi Zhongyu, relieved that she had no concrete evidence, replied, perhaps Master Bai misjudged. You're already 26 and have no suitor. How could you know how a girl looks at her beloved? Hua Wanzi felt a pang in her heart, realizing the implication behind his words. Are you mocking me? With a frown, she seized his ear and admonished, You impudent brat, your manners have greatly declined lately. Why speak to your master-aunt in such a tone? What's wrong with me being 26 and without a suitor? Am I eating your family's rice? Shi Zhongyu, caught by her grip, dared not resist, feeling quite aggrieved. Heroine, spare me, I know I was wrong. Seeing him indulge in role-play, Hua Wanzi played along. This heroine is quite furious and shall punish you properly. You will pay for today's purchases. Releasing his ear, she strode toward the cosmetics shop. Shi Zhongyu rubbed his ear, uncertain whether her words were sincere as he mourned the meagerness of his purse. Hua Wanzi, hailing from a wealthy family, had never worried about money. Upon entering the shop, she selected the most expensive items. After a while, she had amassed a significant collection of goods. The shopkeeper, overjoyed, specially packaged them in a cloth bag and handed it to her. Shi Zhongyu wore a gloomy expression, fearing he would not have enough silver to settle the bill. He had only brought a few dozen taels, which he thought ample, yet here he was, about to play the role of the fool. To his surprise, Hua Wanzi did not mention that he should pay. Instead, she took out her purse and settled the bill herself. Shi Zhongyu eyed the thick stack of silver notes in her purse, envious of this young and beautiful master-aunt, who turned out to be a wealthy lady. Hua Wanzi, having purchased a plethora of cosmetics and jewelry, still felt unsatisfied and ventured into a women's clothing store. Shi Zhongyu hurried after her, advising, Master-aunt, we are here on business. Is it appropriate to buy so many things? Hua Wanzi retorted, mind your own business. Wait outside. This is a women's clothing store. You are not allowed inside. She then entered and whispered to the female shopkeeper, who produced a package. Hua Wanzi sneakily selected a few items, wrapped them in an outer garment, and emerged after paying. Shi Zhongyu inquired, where to next? Hua Wanzi replied, I am done shopping. Let us head back. As they walked towards the inn, Shi Zhongyu, recalling her mysterious background, could not help but probe, Master-aunt, you spend money so lavishly. Your background must be quite extraordinary, right? The Snow Mountain sect held Hua Wanzi's identity in high regard, and while Shi Zhongyu knew she came from a wealthy family, he was unaware of the specifics. Moreover, children of prominent families typically trained at nearby sects in the Central Plains. It seemed unlikely they would send her to the frigid Snow Mountain sect in the far west. Hua Wanzi halted, turned to him, and with a strange expression, asked, Do you truly wish to know about my origins? Shi Zhongyu, sensing her demeanor hinted at a troubling revelation, nodded eagerly despite his apprehensions. After a prolonged hesitation, she decided to share. Very well, follow me. She turned and walked towards a secluded alley. Shi Zhongyu trailed closely behind, his excitement mounting at the prospect of uncovering a monumental secret. Not far along, they passed a dilapidated house that appeared abandoned. Hua Wanzi gestured to him, then leaped over the wall and landed in the courtyard. Spotting the door ajar and the windows broken, she entered the empty house. Inside was pitch dark, rendering everything invisible. She took out a fire starter from her pocket, blew on it, and soon a flame flickered to life. Noticing a half-burnt candle on a candlestick in the corner, she lit it and tucked the fire starter away. Hua Wanzi turned to Shi Zhongyu and said, There's no one here, so we can speak freely. Shi Zhongyu, following her closely, felt his heart racing and urged, Master-aunt, please go on. I am all ears. With a sigh, Hua Wanzi found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, she finally began. You should know about the late Emperor Zhu Gaoqi, also known as Emperor Renzong. Shi Zhongyu recalled Ah Xiu mentioning events from that era. The current emperor was Zhu Zhanji, and Zhu Gaoqi was indeed his father. Hua Wanzi continued, Emperor Renzong had 10 sons, and my father was one of them. You need not inquire which one. It is a matter of great significance that I cannot disclose. She paused, reflecting on her past, and continued. My mother was the daughter of an ordinary family in the capital. One day, she caught my father's eye while out shopping. As a powerless woman, she found it impossible to resist the advances of such a powerful figure, who wooed her with sweet words and threats, leading her to unwittingly submit to him. However, my father was already married. The princess he wed was of noble birth and harbored suspicions. Although he doted on my mother, he had to keep her in a separate residence. A few years later, my mother gave birth to me. Shortly thereafter, the princess discovered the affair and was furious, sending assassins after my mother. Fortunately, my father's guards managed to fend them off. My mother, aware of the jealousy of the first wife, knew that this attempt would not be the last. As long as she remained favored, my father would protect her. But once her beauty faded, it would spell doom for both mother and daughter. She did not want me to face danger at such a young age. So she implored my father to send me secretly to the Snow Mountain sect, located in the west. Even if the princess learned of my whereabouts, she would have no power to intervene from afar. Shi Zhongyu's mind spun in confusion as he exclaimed, I never imagined, Master-aunt, that you were actually a princess. Hua Wanzi smiled sadly. What sort of princess am I? In this world, I am like a rootless leaf, drifting aimlessly. Surviving is already a challenge. Yet, all these years, I have not seen my mother and have no idea how she is faring. Seeing his usually spirited master-aunt reveal such vulnerability made Shi Zhongyu feel a surge of compassion. He asked, Have you not contacted your family since coming to the Snow Mountain? Hua Wanzi gazed out into the dark night and replied, My mother feared that someone might discover my whereabouts, so she has never dared to send anyone here. I arrived at the Snow Mountain when I was 8, and now it has been 18 years since I last saw her. Shi Zhongyu ventured, Is it possible that your mother is no longer? He could not bear to finish his sentence. Hua Wanzi shook her head. No, I know she is still alive. Shi Zhongyu pressed. How do you know? After a brief pause, Hua Wanzi explained, When I turned 18, the princess sent someone to find me. Shi Zhongyu was taken aback. Does she already know about your whereabouts in the Snow Mountain? Hua Wanzi nodded. That person arrived at Lingxiao City and insisted on seeing me, carrying a message from the princess. The sect leader, aware of the princess's animosity towards me, worried that the messenger might pose a threat. Yet he could not refuse the princess's order and reluctantly arranged for us to meet. If it comes to confrontation, I can still protect myself. Upon seeing me, the man conveyed a message from the princess. As long as I remain obediently in the snowy mountains, she would not trouble my mother and me. However, if I were to return to the central plains or marry and bear children, both my mother and I would be doomed. Shi Zhongyu expressed his confusion, saying, I can understand why you are forbidden from returning to the central plains, but what does it mean to be barred from marrying and having children? Hua Wanzi coldly replied, Because in her eyes, I am merely a bastard born of my father. She does not wish for this illegitimate child to propagate further. Chapter 41. Past affairs. Shi Zhongyu inquired, Master Uncle, do you truly intend to remain unmarried for the entirety of your life? Hua Wanzi shook her head. Her expression shadowed with melancholy. What can I do? Even if I am unafraid of death, I must consider my mother. Shi Zhongyu responded. Perhaps prestigious sects like Shaolin or Wudong could provide protection. He then recalled that the Xia sect also held a commendable reputation in the martial world. And Bai Zizai was Hua Shishu's master. With the prince's endorsement, he could ensure her safety. Yet, Shaolin and Wudong held no personal ties to her. Why would they risk offending the authorities for her sake? Moreover, her mother was far away in the capital, making matters even more tenuous. Thus, he ceased his speech halfway. Hua Wanzi spoke softly, In truth, when I was 20, I once harbored feelings for a man. Upon uttering this, her cheeks flushed, only to pale shortly thereafter. Shi Zhongyu pondered. So, Master Uncle had once loved. It is only natural for the young to yearn. He asked, What happened next? Hua Wanzi gathered her spirits and replied, He was the son of the current Minister of Rites, 23 years of age, who had taken a master on Wudong Mountain, becoming a lay disciple. That year, I descended the mountain with Brother Feng to address a matter involving an outer disciple's misconduct and encountered him in Yangzhou. He was an acquaintance of Brother Feng and traveled with us. Throughout the journey, he often attended to me with great care. His appearance was handsome, and he was both cultured and polite. Before long, I found myself developing feelings for him. We agreed to keep in touch through letters after parting. Upon returning to the mountain, A month passed, and indeed, I received a letter from him. Initially, he wrote about amusing occurrences in his life, but as our relationship deepened, his words grew increasingly intimate. Sometimes, at times, his words would leave my heart racing and my cheeks flushed. Shi Zhongyu mused, "This is akin to an online romance. I understand." While Wanzi continued, "In my youth, I held no grievances against him. Instead, I eagerly anticipated his letters each day. A year later, he finally wrote to inform me that he had spoken to his parents about us, who had always doted on him, and consented to our union. Upon reading his letter, I felt a rush of shyness and joy. However, I still remembered the words of the princess and dared not easily agree. I replied, urging him to focus on his training and not to dwell on fantasies. Little did I know, from that day forth, he never wrote again. I feared he had misconstrued my sentiments upon reading my response and therefore chose to ignore me. My mind swirled with confusion, as if I had lost something precious, leaving me in a daze. One day, I could no longer resist and secretly descended the mountain to seek him out. My intention was to reveal everything upon seeing him. If he, too, was unafraid, then I would stand by his side, accepting death as my fate. Upon reaching Wudong, I requested the gatekeeper to summon him. The disciple regarded me with a peculiar expression for a moment before entering to convey my message. My heart raced in anticipation as I stood at the door, wondering how to approach him when he emerged. To my surprise, after a lengthy wait, an old Taoist priest appeared instead. I inquired why he had not come. Was he still angry with me? The old priest informed me that his master could not meet me because he had passed away months prior. My heart gradually sank, as if it had lost its capacity to beat. I asked how he had died. The old priest recounted that his death was shrouded in mystery, possibly at the hands of an enemy. Initially, Wudong was infuriated and vowed to investigate thoroughly, but soon after, the leader commanded that no one could involve themselves in the matter. Thus, the case faded into obscurity. His parents were heartbroken and sent officials to inquire, but within days, they retracted everyone, abandoning the investigation altogether. The old priest found it strange. How could even a parent disregard their child's death? In that moment, I thought of the princess. Only she possessed the authority to compel both Wudong and the Minister of Rites to obey her commands. Yet, how did she come to know of our secret affair? Most likely, she had placed spies around me, monitoring my every move. Shi Zhongyu shuddered, contemplating. Goodness, the princess is both well-informed and ruthless. Now that I know the truth, will she send someone to eliminate me as well? While Wanzi continued, in that instant, I felt as though my heart had died. Confused, I left Wudong and returned to Xueshan. It rained incessantly for 2 days, and in my days, I paid no heed to seeking shelter, trudging through the downpour. Upon returning to Xueshan, I fell gravely ill. My master, having heard of my unauthorized descent, was furious at my disappearance. However, upon my return, collapsing on the ground, he could not express his anger and hurriedly summoned a physician to attend to me. I endured a severe fever, nearly succumbing, and it took over a month for my health to improve. From that point on, I resolved to extinguish my feelings and dared not open my heart to anyone again. I knew I could never contend with the princess. My master also became hesitant to permit me to descend the mountain again, fearing I might encounter further misfortune. Perhaps I would remain here, alone and desolate, until my hair turned white, enduring this remnant of life. Her voice was filled with profound sorrow, yet not a single tear fell. Perhaps she had long since exhausted her supply of tears. No amount of pain could elicit them now. Seeing her in such a state, Shi Zhongyu felt a deep sense of compassion. I am truly sorry, Master Uncle. I am powerless and can offer you no assistance. Hua Wanzi forced a smile and replied, Your willingness to listen has already provided me with substantial comfort. Today, I have finally voiced the sorrows buried for years, and I feel considerably lighter. Let us return to the inn. The two walked back to the inn in silence. Upon reaching the entrance, they suddenly heard a frail voice from within saying, Sir, please have mercy. I have not eaten for several days. Could you spare me a few buns? It was an old beggar soliciting alms at the inn. The innkeeper, seeing the beggar without a bag, showed no courtesy and harshly ordered, Get lost. Go beg elsewhere. If you disrupt business, can you afford to compensate? He shoved the old man, sending him sprawling to the ground. Hua Wanzi, with her kind heart, approached the old beggar to help him up and purchased a few buns from the counter, placing them into his hands. The old beggar repeatedly expressed his gratitude, trembling as he lifted the buns to his mouth, but before he could take a bite, he suddenly collapsed, losing consciousness. Hua Wanzi was taken aback, thinking, this man must have been starving for an extended period. If left unattended, he might perish. She called out to Shi Zhongyu, "Come help me. We must carry him to a room." Shi Zhongyu noted the beggar's unkempt hair, tattered clothing, and wrinkled face, emanating a foul odor from lack of bathing. Holding his breath, he assisted Hua Wanzi in carrying him into the inn. The innkeeper grumbled from the side, "This man is filthy. How can you bring him inside? What if he dirties the place?" Hua Wanzi replied, "Whatever dirt he brings in, I shall bear the responsibility. That should suffice." With that, she produced a silver ingot and tossed it onto the counter. The innkeeper, seeing that the ingot was worth at least 4 or 5 taels, was immediately filled with joy and ceased his complaints. Chapter 42. The trader within the Lin family. Hua Wanzi instructed further, "Take this silver to find a doctor. The remainder shall serve as your compensation for losses." The shopkeeper mused that hiring a doctor would not be overly costly, and the leftover funds would suffice to cover the recent business shortfall. He hastily summoned an assistant to seek out a physician. Hua Wanzi and Shi Zhongyu carried the old beggar into the courtyard, heading towards a guest room. Upon realizing that they were approaching his own quarters, Shi Zhongyu grew anxious and inquired, "Master, you do not intend to place this beggar in my room, do you?" Hua Wanzi replied, "If not in your room, pray tell, where else would a woman place him?" Shi Zhongyu inwardly lamented, fearing the beggar's foul stench would permeate the entire space, yet he dared not oppose her will. After much effort, they managed to lay him on an empty bed. Observing the beggar's flushed face and rapid breathing, Hua Wanzi touched his forehead and found it alarmingly hot. Realizing the gravity of his condition and worrying about the doctor's arrival, after an agonizing half-hour, the doctor finally arrived, examined the beggar, and declared that he merely suffered from a common cold, exacerbated by extreme hunger and physical weakness. With some medication and rest, he would recover in about 10 days to 2 weeks. The doctor happened to have some restorative medicine on hand, eliminating the need for further purchases. Hua Wanzi expressed her gratitude and personally brewed the medicine, administering it to the old beggar. She then instructed Shi Zhongyu and the other disciples to tend to him well before returning to her quarters. By the following day, the old beggar awoke, yet remained too weak to rise. Concerned for his care, Hua Wanzi arranged for a horse-drawn carriage to transport him. Bai Wanjin, anxious to make headway, was displeased to see his junior sister traveling with an old beggar. He thought to himself, "There are countless beggars in the world. How can you hope to save them all?" Nevertheless, recognizing that her intentions were noble, he refrained from hindering her. With Fuzhou not far off, he reasoned that they would arrive even if they moved slowly, and thus chose to remain silent. The journey proceeded smoothly, as members of the Beggar Sect seemed to have received orders from their leader, allowing them to pass without hindrance. As dusk approached, they finally reached the city of Fuzhou. Lin's family held significant repute in Fuzhou, and Bai Wanjin, upon casually inquiring, soon learned the location of the Lin residence. Situated on the outskirts of the city to the east, they exited Fuzhou and walked 8 more miles before arriving at the Lin family entrance. Nestled beneath Mount Gu, the Lin estate was vast and grandly constructed. The red-painted gate stood firmly shut, with 2 lanterns flickering in the wind. Bai Wanjin noticed a group of menacing-looking individuals loitering nearby, glancing towards the entrance, and surmised these were likely members of the Flying Fish Gang. He wondered, since the departure of Steward Xiao to seek assistance, it has likely been over 2 months. Why does the Lin estate appear so tranquil? Approaching the door, he knocked with the knocker, producing a series of loud thuds. After a moment, a small gap opened, and a voice from within inquired, "Who are you? And what brings you here?" Bai Wanjin responded, "We are disciples of the Snow Mountain Sect, here at Steward Zhao's request to provide aid." The voice replied, "Please wait a moment while I inform my mistress," before shutting the door once more. Hua Wanzi approached and asked, "What did they say, master brother?" Bai Wanjin hesitated. The Lin residence appears overly calm, which does not align with the urgent circumstances described by Steward Xiao. I remain uncertain whether the heirs within are from the main house or the second house. Hua Wanzi nodded, "Then let us proceed with caution. The Flying Fish Gang lacks formidable strength, so we need not fear them." Bai Wanjin, frowning at her bravado, cautioned, "Regardless, we must remain vigilant." At that moment, the main gate swung open, and several individuals emerged. Leading them was a youth of about 20, with a refined appearance and an air of scholarly elegance. Accompanying him was a man slightly older, robust yet shorter in stature, and a young woman in her 20s, possessing a curvaceous figure and fair features. The refined youth smiled and said, "Your journey across great distances to offer assistance demonstrates noble virtue. My family is immensely grateful. My mother is unable to greet guests personally, so I shall ensure you are well received. Please, come in." He stepped forward, guiding them through the gate. Inside, they found 2 rows of armed men, each adorned with steel knives, standing guard. The courtyard was heavily fortified, with sentries stationed at intervals. Bai Wanjian recognized these men as likely being subordinates of Lin Zhongluan from his salt trading days. Upon entering the main hall, they saw a large table laden with dishes. As servants hurried to and fro, the refined youth remarked, "I have arranged a feast and will first ensure your accommodations are satisfactory before dining. Old Huang, please escort our guests to their quarters." An elderly servant bowed and led the group to the back, where they were assigned rooms. Once their belongings were settled, he brought them back to the hall. The refined youth invited the disciples of the Snow Mountain sect to sit at the table. Filling a cup with wine, as he declared, "Your sect's generosity will forever be remembered by the Lin family. Allow me to toast you with this humble cup of wine." He raised his cup and drank it down in one gulp. Bai Wanjian observed that while the youth appeared genteel, his demeanor exuded sophistication, prompting him to nod in approval. "Given the current perilous situation, it is unwise for us to partake in wine. You are Lin Shidi's son, are you not?" The youth replied, "Indeed, I am Lin Pei. You must be Bai Wanjian, revered elder of our sect. My father often spoke of his friendship with you, praising your integrity and the kindness you showed him." Bai Wanjian sighed. Alas, he met his untimely demise at the hands of treachery. "I no longer have the chance to see him." Lin Pei's eyes glistened with tears as he said, "My father was betrayed by Lin Jingyuan, who colluded with the Flying Fish Gang to bring about his demise. I beseech you, elder, to seek justice for my father's death." His grief transformed into a deep-seated hatred for Lin Jingyuan, and he no longer addressed him as uncle. Bai Wanjian inquired, "Was Lin Shidi truly killed by the Flying Fish Gang?" Steward Xiao did not mention this. Lin Pei replied, "I too have only recently discovered the truth. Bring forth that villain who conspired with outsiders to murder my father." His final words were directed at 2 armed men outside. The men responded affirmatively and soon returned with a tightly bound man. They dragged him into the hall and kicked his knees, forcing him to kneel before them. Bai Wanjian asked, "Who is this man?" Lin Pei seethed with rage. "This man is Lei Ming, the captain of our salt transport team, whom my father trusted implicitly. Little did he know that Lei Ming secretly conspired with the Flying Fish Gang and poisoned my father's tea. When the gang ambushed the salt convoy, my father was unable to defend himself and was ultimately slain." Chapter 43. The nature of brutality. Bai Wanjian's cold gaze swept across Lei Ming like a flash of lightning, and he spoke in a grave tone. "It is indeed lamentable that Lin Shidi has been secretly harmed by this treacherous individual. However, this person, having caused the death of the family head, must be exceedingly cautious, daring not to attract suspicion." "How did you, dear nephew, manage to discern his flaws?" Lin Pei replied, "I possess no such means. This matter is entirely due to Brother Fang's efforts." Bai Wanjian was taken aback and inquired, "Which Brother Fang?" Lin Pei, with an apologetic tone, gestured towards the burly man seated beside him, saying, "Uncle Master, this is Fang Wei, an esteemed disciple of the Kongdong sect. Had it not been for his timely assistance, the Lin family would have surely fallen to the attacks of the Flying Fish Gang." Bai Wanjian mused, "So, there is a disciple of the Kongdong sect stationed at the Lin family. No wonder the members of the Flying Fish Gang have surrounded but not attacked. The Kongdong sect ranks among the 7 great sects. Though this man is young, his mere presence is enough to deter the Flying Fish Gang, indicating he possesses considerable skill." He clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "I have heard of the Kongdong sect's prowess in Shaanxi. It is indeed a privilege to meet you, Brother Fang." His respectful demeanor towards a junior, referring to him as brother, showcased the importance he placed on their meeting. Unexpectedly, Fang Wei responded with arrogance, merely grunting in acknowledgement, while his eyes inadvertently settled on the young woman beside Lin Pei. Having roamed the martial world for years, Bai Wanjian remained unfazed and smiled softly, turning his attention to the young woman. "And who might this young lady be?" Lin Pei replied, "Her name is Fengzhen, and she is a dear friend of mine." His tone softened naturally as he introduced her. Fengzhen exchanged a brief glance with him, offering a shy smile that revealed the extraordinary closeness of their relationship. Fang Wei's expression darkened momentarily before returning to his haughty demeanor. Bai Wanjian, astute as ever, noted this peculiar dynamic. Fang Wei was indifferent towards Lin Pei, yet exhibited a keen interest in Miss Feng. This was indeed curious. Fengzhen gracefully bowed to Bai Wanjian, addressing him as Uncle Master. Bai Wanjian remarked, "Upon my arrival, I noticed numerous members of the Flying Fish Gang surrounding the premises without making an attack. Has it always been this way?" Lin Pei shook his head. "Initially, the Flying Fish Gang launched fierce assaults, and our guards fought valiantly to protect the Lin residents. Knowing that this could not persist, Steward Xiao proposed we break through and seek aid from your esteemed sect. With no other options, we took a risk. We gathered everyone and made a concerted effort to break through the front gate, drawing the enemies towards us. Only then did Steward Xiao manage to escape through the back door, shielded by 10 brothers. Once my mother and I saw that the steward had safely escaped, we withdrew our men from the front. However, it seems the Flying Fish Gang was aware of our attempt to seek help, and their attacks intensified. In just a few days, several brothers in the residence suffered casualties, and what is more alarming is the growing discontent among the ranks, if this continues. I fear many may defect. Fortunately, Brother Fong is a close friend of Miss Feng. Upon learning she was within the residence, he bravely charged in from outside, eliminating several members of the Flying Fish Gang, which dissuaded them from further assaults. When one plan failed, the Flying Fish Gang concocted another. They secretly informed Lei Ming to poison the food during our meal, attempting to incapacitate us all in one fell swoop. Fortunately, the Kongtong sect is also skilled in the use of poison. Brother Fong immediately recognized that the food had been tampered with. He summoned the cook for questioning, which led to suspicions about Lei Ming. We apprehended Lei Ming and subjected him to rigorous interrogation, only to discover that he had also poisoned my father to death. I have ordered his confinement in a cell, and when the Flying Fish Gang retreats, I shall personally bring him before my father's grave and extract his heart to appease my father's spirit. At this point, Lin Pei's voice trembled with emotion, tears glistening in his eyes. Feng Zhen softly consoled him, offering her sincere support. Feng Wei, however, was clearly displeased. He raised a cup of wine and downed it in one gulp, slamming the cup back onto the table. Lin Pei, startled, asked, "Brother Feng, what troubles you?" Feng Wei grumbled, "It's nothing," as he poured himself another cup of wine. Just as he was about to drink, Feng Zhen admonished, "If you get drunk, what will happen when the Flying Fish Gang returns?" Feng Wei retorted stubbornly, "Since you have the esteemed Bai Da Xia now, you no longer need me." Despite his words, he obediently placed the cup back on the table. Bai Wanjin grasped the emotional entanglements among the three. Lin Pei and Feng Zhen shared mutual affection, while Feng Wei harbored unrequited feelings for Feng Zhen. Given the precarious situation of the Lin family, Feng Zhen, in loyalty to her beloved, did not dare to offend Feng Wei too openly. He, a man of martial prowess, remained indifferent to matters of love, thinking to himself, in such a dire moment, "You still concern yourselves with these trivial emotional affairs." At that moment, Lin Pei regained his composure and urged everyone to dine. The banquet was lavish, and the Snow Mountain sect members, weary from their journey, were famished, devouring the feast with abandon. Only Huan Wanzi maintained her composure, savoring her food delicately. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound echoed through the hall. It was Lei Ming, kneeling on the ground. Having poisoned Lin Jingluan, Lin Pei loathed him deeply, providing him merely scraps to sustain his life. After days of such treatment, Lei Ming had grown gaunt. The aroma of the food heightened his hunger, causing his stomach to rumble audibly, befitting his name. Lin Pei turned to him with a cold smile. He relished in tormenting Lei Ming daily, even haunting his dreams. And now he was more than delighted to see him terrified, shaking his head and stammering, "It was Timmy, it was Timmy." Lin Pei sneered, "Not you. Was it not you who poisoned my father?" Chapter 44. Retreat without a fight. Lin Pei chuckled for a moment, yet his mood swiftly descended into despondence. He commanded that Lei Ming be returned to his cell, and lifted his wine cup, sipping lightly, while neglecting his meal entirely. Feng Zhen advised, "Pei Di, your uncle has been deceased for quite some time. Why must you torment yourself daily in this manner?" From her words, it became evident that Lin Pei succumbed to madness each day, which explained why she and Feng Wei had grown accustomed to his behavior. Bai Wanjin inquired, "Miss Feng, how long has he been like this?" Feng Zhen replied, "Since the death of his uncle, his disposition has been rather unhinged. Upon discovering that his uncle was poisoned through the treachery of Lei Ming, he has been in a frenzy, dragging Lei Ming out each day to torment him. And his mother is powerless to dissuade him." Bai Wanjin surmised that the loss of his father had struck him profoundly, compounded by his uncle's collusion with the Flying Fish Gang to usurp the family fortune, leaving him in constant peril. Thus, it was no wonder his emotions spiraled out of control. Turning to Lin Pei, he asked, "Why have you not pursued martial arts? Did Lin Shidi not instruct you?" Lin Pei responded with a rueful smile, "My father always wished for me to learn martial arts, yet I was enamored with literature and was reluctant to acquiesce. Eventually, he ceased to press me. Had I mastered martial arts, perhaps my father would not have perished." Feng Zhen interjected, "Your father was poisoned, leading to his demise. Your choice to pursue martial arts is irrelevant. Stop indulging in such futile thoughts." Do eat something. Lin Pei shook his head, replying, I have no appetite. He then turned to Bai Wanjian, asking, Master Uncle, why did Steward Xiao not return with you? Has he encountered any trouble? Bai Wanjian explained. Steward Xiao is advanced in years and moves slowly. I feared for the situation at your home, so I came ahead with others. You need not worry. Lin Pei inquired. Then does Master Uncle have a strategy for dealing with the Flying Fish Gang? Bai Wanjian had already devised a plan en route, responding with a smile. The Flying Fish Gang is merely a disorganized rabble. Resolving this matter should not pose a challenge. Feng Wei scoffed, such bravado. The Flying Fish Gang has nearly 100 members. You cannot possibly eradicate them all. Having spent a month at the Lin residence, he could intimidate the gang from launching an outright assault, but could do little to lift the siege. Hearing Bai Wanjian's casual remarks, he could not help but mock. Bai Wanjian remained unfazed, calmly stating, though the Flying Fish Gang boasts numerous members, if we can subdue their leader, they will think twice before acting recklessly. Feng Wei retorted with a cynical laugh, your words are facile. Their leader, Cheng Daong, has mastered the profound techniques of the Hainan sect. To subdue him is no trivial task. Bai Wanjian, feeling irked by Feng Wei's persistent opposition, declared, I shall visit the Flying Fish Gang after supper. Whether I can subdue them will soon be evident. Feng Wei coldly replied, very well, I shall await the demonstration of your remarkable skills. Lin Pei, sensing the tension escalating between them, hastily interjected, Master Uncle Bai and Brother Feng are both on the same side. There is no need for discord. Let us dine first. Bai Wanjian, with a stern expression, replied, I have finished my meal. Snow Mountain disciples, follow me. Let us meet the valiant heroes of the Flying Fish Gang. He grasped his sword and led the way. Feng Wei rose, calling out, I too wish to witness the prowess of the Snow Mountain sect. Shi Zhongyu, annoyed by Feng Wei's repeated insolence towards his master, suddenly collided into him as he approached. Feng Wei, sensing the movement, thought, if I disregard Bai Wanjian, why should I fear a mere Snow Mountain disciple? He braced himself for impact. When their shoulders collided, Feng Wei was taken aback by the immense force, feeling himself propelled backward with a crash against the wall. Unbeknownst to him, Shi Zhongyu possessed exceptional internal strength, making him a formidable opponent in the martial arts world. In the tale of Xia Ke Xing, Shi Fan, after acquiring this internal skill, had once sparred with Bai Zizai, the leader of the Snow Mountain sect. Enduring all of Bai's attacks without sustaining harm, and even causing Bai's palms to swell painfully. Moreover, Shi Fan had faced the formidable duo known for their lethal poison, consuming their toxic wine with ease, while they, after only a few sips, were rendered powerless. These two were figures so feared that even prestigious sects like the Snow Mountain and Long Legang dared not oppose them. Shi Zhongyu's innate talent surpassed even that of Shi Fan, and his strength was equally remarkable. He had only exerted 30% of his power. Otherwise, Feng Wei would have suffered far greater injury. Bai Wanjian, witnessing Shi Zhongyu's actions, admonished, Zhongyu, cease this disturbance. He took Shi Zhongyu's hand and exited the hall. Once distanced from Feng Wei, he smiled faintly and whispered, well done. Shi Zhongyu returned the smile, gently squeezing her hand. Only then did Hua Wanzi realize she still held his hand, casting him a sideways glance before releasing it and hurrying after Bai Wanjian. Feng Wei, sprawled on the ground, remained motionless for a considerable time. Lin Pei hurried over to assist him up, asking, Brother Feng, are you all right? Feng Wei, ashamed and infuriated at being knocked down by a disciple of the Snow Mountain sect, snorted and strode out, though one side of his body remained numb, causing him to limp and appear even more disheveled. Lin Pei, perplexed by Feng Wei's anger, could not comprehend how he had offended him. Bai Wanjian stepped outside, noticing a distant throng of figures gathered. He called out, Cheng Daong, leader of the Flying Fish Gang, may I request an audience? He projected his voice with strength, ensuring it could be heard clearly for miles. After waiting a considerable time without a response, he called out again, but still, no one answered. He pondered to himself, if the Flying Fish Gang seeks to dominate the Lin family's affairs, why do they hide now that I have come to confront them? Seeking to inquire with a member of the Flying Fish Gang about their leader's whereabouts, he was taken aback to discover that the gang members he had previously seen had vanished without a trace. Having traversed the martial world for many years, he had never encountered such peculiarity. Typically, when wrongdoers aim to seize wealth, they resort to various coercive and threatening tactics. Such behavior is hardly unexpected. Yet, the Flying Fish Gang, who had previously monitored from a distance, now retreated into obscurity at his summons. This behavior exhibited no semblance of authority. Even Bai Wanjian, with his extensive experience, found himself bewildered. Hua Wanzi, equally astonished, remarked, "Master, it seems the Flying Fish Gang has fled." Feng Wei, feeling increasingly disgruntled, thought it absurd that the Flying Fish Gang would retreat without a fight upon hearing Bai Wanjian's voice. When had the Snow Mountain Sect gained such formidable renown? Shi Zhongyu, unaware of the circumstances, recognized this as an opportune moment for boasting, and smiled at Feng Wei, saying, "Did you see that? The reputation of the Snow Mountain Sect has grown to the point where our enemies flee in terror. You, from the Kongdong Sect, ought to learn from us." Chapter 45. Illicit Affections. Feng Wei, already in a foul mood, found his irritation further aggravated by the provocations of the young man beside him. He recognized the impressive internal strength of the youth and refrained from unleashing his anger, merely letting out a cold snort and choosing to ignore him. Lin Pei inquired, "Master Uncle, has the Flying Fish Gang completely retreated?" Bai Wanjian pondered before responding, "It may not be so simple. Remain here for a moment. I will conduct a thorough search." He employed his lightness skill and ventured forth, traversing beyond the confines of the residence without discovering any signs of the enemy sect. After circling the Lin estate and finding no anomalies, he returned to report his findings to Lin Pei. Upon hearing this, Lin Pei was overwhelmed with joy and hastily instructed old Huang to arrange for personnel to procure provisions at the market the following day. Bai Wanjian soon realized how fortunate it was that he had arrived in time. Otherwise, in a few days, the Lin family would have found themselves in dire straits. The Lin family had been besieged for several months, unable to venture out for supplies. Their sustenance relied solely on their past reserves. Their ancestors had been engaged in the salt industry for generations, amassing a considerable following and possessing vast storage facilities for salt. Consequently, they had to construct a larger estate on the outskirts to store the salt and accommodate their subordinates. Eventually, for convenience, they relocated the Lin residents from Fuzhou. They even built an ice cellar within the estate to preserve food. The grains and vegetables stored in the ice cellar were resistant to spoilage and could sustain them for half a year. However, the supplies had dwindled, leaving only enough for a few days. Therefore, upon learning of the siege's end, Lin Pei promptly arranged for provisions to be purchased. With the arrival of the Snow Mountain Sect, the significant threat was dispelled, and the inhabitants of the estate revered them, surrounding them with gratitude. Feng Wei's expression darkened further. He had always been the one thanked, yet now no one paid him any heed. Feng Zhen cast him a glance and entered the courtyard. Feng Wei paused for a moment before discreetly following her. Shi Zhongyu, having noticed the peculiar dynamics between the two, quietly trailed behind. The pair walked deliberately to a secluded area, eventually arriving at a park adorned with flourishing flora. In the distance, they spied a large lake within the garden, accompanied by a rocky outcrop with an opening for passage. They both entered the cave, disappearing from sight. Shi Zhongyu, gathering his energy, leaped beside the cave, peering inside. He observed the two standing a short distance from the entrance, Feng Wei grasping Feng Zhen's hand, embroiled in a heated argument. Feng Wei exclaimed, "Zhen Mei, for days you've been wrapped around that Lin scion, utterly disregarding me. If it weren't for you, I would have relished letting the Flying Fish Gang wipe out the Lin family without a second thought." Feng Zhen bit her lip and replied, "Wei Ge, I am aware of the grievances you have endured on my account. I am not oblivious to your affections. However, Lin Pei is my master's chosen disciple. You wouldn't wish to see me reprimanded, would you?" Feng Wei countered, "I suspect your master has erred in judgment. Lin Pei possesses no martial prowess. So how could he be a prodigy in martial arts? Your master would have been better off selecting me. I am far more reliable." Feng Zhen sighed. "My master's discernment is beyond reproach. Even if she were mistaken as a disciple, I cannot defy her orders." Feng Wei retorted, "I fear that if you spend too much time with that lad, you may develop genuine feelings and abandon me, leaving me wronged." Feng Zhen shot him a look of exasperation, saying, "You have always been self-assured. Why this sudden self-deprecation? That Lin is naive and rigid. He could never compare to your awareness and adaptability. Even a year by his side pales in comparison to a day spent with you." Feng Wei, elated by her words, exclaimed, "Is that truly the case? Am I really so significant in your heart?" Feng Zhen responded with a playful smile, "Of course it is genuine. Otherwise, why would I have been so unable to resist when we first met by West Lake, surrendering even my innocence to you?" Feng Wei stammered, "I thought your affection for me stemmed solely from my possession of the soul-pursuing sword manual. Otherwise, why did you take the manual and vanish without a word? Today, I realize I hold a significant place in your heart." Feng Zhen felt a chill run through her. She was unsure whether he had truly discerned her past intentions or was merely speaking without thought. She recalled when they first met a year prior. Feng Wei had been battling his enemies, dispatching them one by one with the soul-pursuing sword technique, enchanted by its subtle and graceful nature, particularly suitable for women. She had sought to befriend him, using her charms to acquire the manual. Eager to practice it, she had not lingered with him and left without notice. This time, she had set her sights on Lin Pei's talents, planning to ensnare him as a gift for her master. Unbeknownst to her, fate had conspired against her. As the second house plotted to seize the Lin family's salt business, colluding with the Flying Fish Gang to besiege the estate. Although she had acquired the techniques, her grasp of combat was limited. Having practiced the soul-pursuing sword manual, she still lacked mastery. Now trapped within the Lin estate, not only was her goal unattainable, but her life was also at stake. Thus, she resorted to discreetly placing tokens of communication in conspicuous areas of the estate, hoping someone would notice and recall their past connection, ultimately rescuing her. Unfortunately, the one who arrived was Feng Wei. She had many suitors, most of whom shared her spirited disposition, yet Feng Wei stood out with his unremarkable looks and arrogance. She harbored no affection for him, having only engaged with him to obtain the sword manual. The most vexing aspect was his jealousy. He treated her as if she were his fiancée. It was absurd. She was known for her flirtations, surrounded by carefree rogues, yet here was a man who clung to her relentlessly. Whenever she displayed even a hint of affection toward Lin Pei, his anger flared. Had she not continually sought ways to placate him, her intentions would have been easily discerned. Upon hearing Feng Wei recount her past schemes with such precision, she was taken aback, scrutinizing his expression for any signs of deceit, wondering if he had merely played the fool to manipulate her. Yet, his demeanor remained unchanged, devoid of any hint of artifice. She resolved, regardless of the circumstances, she must maintain control over him, ensuring he did not thwart her plans. With this thought, she feigned sorrow and said, "So you blame me for leaving without a word? Do you think I wanted to? I encountered my master while out, and she was enraged that I had lost my virtue, dragging me back and punishing me severely, demanding I divulge the name of my seducer. I feared she might direct her wrath toward you, so I dared not reveal your identity, and I suffered greatly for it. Only this year was I released to atone for my sins. I never imagined that despite my efforts to protect you, you would still harbor doubts about me." As she spoke, 2 tears cascaded down her delicate cheeks. Chapter 46. Mysterious Cultivation Method. Feng Wei, taken aback, uttered, "Jin sister, it is all my fault. I have wronged you. I am truly deserving of punishment." He raised his hand and heavily struck his own face, drawing blood from his mouth after several blows. Shi Zhongyu watched with a mixture of astonishment and amusement. He mused that Feng Zhan, though not exceptionally beautiful, held such sway over an arrogant man. Such tactics, if employed in modern-day multi-level marketing, would undoubtedly yield substantial earnings. Feng Zhan grasped Feng Wei's arm, lamenting, "Why must you do this? Know that our hearts are intertwined. Your pain is my pain." Her heartfelt words left Feng Wei at a loss. "What do you want of me?" he asked. Feng Zhan whispered, "I only wish for my dear Wei to understand my predicament and prevent the Lin fellow from becoming suspicious of me. Otherwise, enduring my master's agonizing punishments would be bearable. But being confined and unable to see you is more than I can endure." Feng Wei stamped his foot. "Very well, I shall heed your instructions from now on. If you bid me go east, I shall not go west." Feng Zhan smiled enchantingly. "That's my obedient darling. I shall not mistreat you." She took his hand and placed it upon her bosom. Feng Wei's face flushed as his palm encountered a soft, ample object. You," he stammered. Feng Zhan giggled. "I know you are virile and need frequent release. There is no one around now, so what are you waiting for?" Driven mad by her teasing, Feng Wei turned her around, ready to act. A sudden gleam flickered in Feng Zhan's eyes, making her appear even more alluring. Even Shi Zhongyu, standing at a distance, felt his mind reel and nearly betrayed his presence. Fortunately, his profound inner strength allowed him to regain clarity. What bizarre art is this? He wondered. How can this woman suddenly transform, igniting a feverish desire in anyone who beholds her? Is it possible to find such power in the martial world? He saw Feng Wei staring into Feng Zhan's eyes, frozen like a wooden statue. After an extended pause, Feng Wei shuddered and finally snapped out of his trance. Feng Zhan withdrew her gaze, feigning to adjust her attire and hair. "There, you have had your way. Are you satisfied now?" Feng Wei appeared weary and drained, even slightly breathless, as if he had just engaged in a forbidden act. Shi Zhongyu, however, knew that he had not even touched Feng Zhan. He was secretly alarmed. What sorcery is this? How is it like the bewitching magic in a Chinese odyssey? Footsteps echoed, and Fong began to walk out of the cavern. Without hesitation, Shi Zhongyu leaped onto the rockery, concealing himself behind a large stone. The two walked in silence, like strangers, parting ways and soon disappearing from sight. Shi Zhongyu found himself intrigued by Fengzhen. He unleashed his lightness skill and followed her from a distance. She passed through 2 moon gates and arrived at a secluded courtyard, entering a refined dwelling. Shi Zhongyu tiptoed closer and overheard Fengzhen's voice. "You, what are you doing in my room?" Intrigued, he wondered who was in her room. He pierced a hole in the window paper and peered inside. He saw a handsome man sitting at the table. It was young Master Lin Pei. Lin Pei calmly stated, "What? Are you surprised to see me here?" Fengzhen, having just returned from her rendezvous with Feng Wei, was flustered by his presence. "What are you doing here?" she asked. Lin Pei replied, "I have come to find you." "Of course. I have been waiting for you. Where did you go?" Fengzhen hesitated. I, Lin Pei said softly. "You went to see Feng Wei, didn't you?" Fengzhen exclaimed. "How did you know?" Realizing her slip, she knew there was no turning back. A hint of anger flashed across Lin Pei's face. "So it is true. I knew your relationship was unusual, but I never imagined you would. Overcome with anger, he could not finish his sentence. Fengzhen anxiously said, "You must be mistaken. My relationship with him is not what you think." Lin Pei sneered. A solitary man and woman in the dead of night can only engage in nefarious deeds. "Tell me, what were you doing?" Fengzhen stamped her foot, retorting, "I never imagined you would think so lowly of me." "Very well, you do not trust me, so my words are futile. Think as you please." This tactic was invariably effective on men. Lin Pei, initially enraged, hesitated, wondering if he had wronged her. She is usually gentle and considerate, not a licentious woman. But why does Feng always look at her with such affection? She is clever and must have noticed. Why did she keep it from me? His thoughts swirled, and his anger subsided. "Very well, tell me why you would meet a man so late at night." Fengzhen replied, "I did it for you, my dear Pei." Lin Pei could hardly believe his ears. "For me? What do you mean?" Fengzhen explained, "If not for Feng's assistance, the Lin family would have fallen long ago. Overwhelmed by the Flying Fish Gang, wouldn't it?" Lin Pei conceded, "That is true, but you cannot." Fengzhen interrupted, "But when the Snow Mountain Sect arrived today, they stole all the thunder. You know how proud and petty Feng is. You, as the host, did not consider his feelings. If I did not appease him, and he felt alienated, where would we turn for help if the Lin family faced another crisis?" Lin Pei's expression softened. "Were you appeasing him on my behalf? But he clearly has feelings for you. I'm not blind. You are always so clever. How could you not notice? Why did you hide it from me?" Tears welled up in Fengzhen's eyes. "How could I, a virtuous woman, speak of such things? Besides, we need his help. If I revealed it, wouldn't it be awkward for you to interact?" Hearing her say we, implying they were on the same side, Lin Pei felt relieved. "I was suspicious and wronged you. I apologize." Fengzhen softly said, "Why speak of such things between us? I am a girl who disregards her reputation to stay in your home. Would I care about such trivial matters?" Lin Pei felt even more ashamed, thinking, "Jin is wholeheartedly devoted to me, yet I doubted her. I was wrong." Chapter 47. The indolent beggar outside the window, Shi Zhongyu listened intently, utterly captivated by the woman's enchanting techniques of seduction. Such prowess could no longer be simply labeled as that of a mere seductress. She deserved the title of goddess. In his past life, he had never possessed the qualifications to associate with such a remarkable individual. As he overheard the two within the room exchanging sweet nothings, lavishly displaying their affection, he discerned there was little left to uncover. Quietly, Shi Zhongyu departed, striding back to his quarters. His mind swirling with thoughts. If Fengzhen's words concerning her master's admiration for Lin Pei's talents were true, it suggested a rather dubious nature of her sect. Moreover, Fengzhen possessed a rather extraordinary ability. By fixing her gaze upon an adversary, she could manipulate them. Could she be a concealed master? This technique bore a resemblance to the hypnotism of his former life, albeit hypnosis required cooperation and was convoluted in its execution. In contrast, her method appeared significantly more formidable. Yet, how is it that such a skill was absent in the tales of the past? Truly, this world harbored a profound malice towards those who traversed from another realm. He had already disrupted the narrative flow, and now the unfolding events seemed increasingly unpredictable, compounded by an unwelcome escalation in difficulty. How was one to endure such a fate? Upon entering his abode, he was greeted by the sight of the old beggar, bare-chested and kneeling upon the bed, covered by a blanket, ravenously devouring a chicken leg. A plate of dishes and 2 empty bowls littered the floor. The bowls filled with nothing but bones and fish spines. Grease dribbled down from the corners of his mouth, oblivious to the mess. As the flesh of the chicken slipped from his grasp, leaving nothing but a clean bone in his hand. After a few chews, he swallowed, carelessly tossing the bone into the empty bowl before reaching for another piece of chicken, inhaling it ravenously while discarding the bones back into the bowl. The 4 disciples seated nearby could hardly believe their eyes. In no time, 1 bowl of chicken had been entirely consumed. Finally, the beggar let out a satisfied belch. Wiping his greasy hands on the bed linens, stretching lazily as if in bliss, Shi Zhongyu, both astonished and intrigued, inquired, "Have you had enough to eat, old man?" The old beggar replied languidly, "It suffices. I am about 80% full. Eating too much at night is unwise. It leads to weight gain." Shi Zhongyu glanced at the beggar's bony chest and the 3 large bowls laid out, exclaiming, "To be only 80% full after 3 bowls. You truly possess an extraordinary appetite." One of the disciples interjected, "Not merely 3 bowls. Master Hua has already taken away 3 empty bowls." Shi Zhongyu was further astonished, pondering, such an insatiable eater, yet he does not gain weight, truly a bottomless pit. It is no wonder even the taciturn senior brother could not help but comment on him. The old beggar, unfazed, scratched his nose and remarked, "What of it? In my youth, I consumed even more." Shi Zhongyu, with a hint of mischief, teased, "Is it possible that your family fortune was squandered on your gluttony, thus forcing you into beggary?" The old beggar snorted, nostrils flaring. "I did not become a beggar out of necessity. I simply relished this carefree existence." Shi Zhongyu, believing himself to be a rather boastful individual, was taken aback to encounter someone even more shameless, truly a king of arrogance. Yet, he was not inclined to engage in idle chatter, and upon reaching his own bed, he removed his shoes and lay down. However, the old beggar was relentless, calling out, "Hey, young lad, what is the name of that girl who saved me? How old is she?" Shi Zhongyu replied irritably, "That is my master Hua, and she has high standards. She would never glance your way." The old beggar was taken aback. "What nonsense! At my age, I have no such intentions. I merely ponder how to repay her kindness for saving me." Shi Zhongyu retorted, "There is no need for repayment. As long as you do not cling to her and consume her resources, that would suffice." Yet the old beggar remained straightforward, persistently questioning, growing increasingly annoyed. Shi Zhongyu finally divulged, "My master's name is Hua Wanzi. She is 26 this year and unmarried. If you can introduce her to a wealthy gentleman, I would be most grateful." The old beggar chuckled, revealing a grin with 2 missing front teeth. "That is quite a tall order. How could a poor wretch like me know any affluent young gentleman? However, that girl is indeed charming. Finding a suitor should not be a challenge. In my youth, my own beloved Chunhua was renowned for her beauty, perhaps even surpassing that of Miss Hua." At this, Shi Zhongyu was instantly intrigued. "You had a woman in your life?" The old beggar retorted indignantly, "What sort of question is that? Do not let my current state fool you. In my youth, I was among the finest young men in the village. Which maiden would not blush and cast her flirtatious glances my way?" Shi Zhongyu smirked slyly. "So how did you win the heart of the fair Chunhua?" The old beggar, brimming with pride, began to speak, but was interrupted by one of the disciples. "Enough of your banter. It is late, and I wish to sleep." The old beggar fell silent, mumbling under his breath about the disrespect shown to a 65-year-old man. Shi Zhongyu found this senior brother exceedingly dull, preferring the company of the old beggar instead. He lay in bed, lost in thought, and soon drifted off to sleep. The following day, the Lin family dispatched several carriages and sent 10 guards to escort the kitchen staff to the city for provisions. With nothing to occupy his time, Shi Zhongyu approached one of the guards, intending to practice the Xianbing palm technique at the training grounds. He had been envious of Bai Wanjian's elegant display the previous day and felt it prudent to refine a technique his master had taught him long ago. The guard led him to the training grounds before taking his leave. Upon arrival, he observed a figure engaged in swordplay. The individual was stocky and dark-skinned, none other than Feng Wei, who had previously clashed with Shi Zhongyu. Though short of stature, his swordsmanship was light and swift, employing dangerous and unpredictable strikes. After watching for a short while, Feng Wei sheathed his sword and departed, seemingly wary of Shi Zhongyu as potential to learn from him. Perhaps still haunted by their earlier encounter, Shi Zhongyu, unfazed, began to recall the Xianbing palm techniques taught by his master, executing each move with precision. Thankfully, this technique was not as bizarre or difficult to master as the falling leaves technique. Within an hour, he had completed a thorough practice. With diligent daily training, He felt confident that he could hold his own against ordinary experts. Should he encounter a master of unparalleled skill, he would have to rely on the 3 moves of the falling leaves technique to determine the outcome. If he found himself unable to prevail after those 3 moves, his only option would be to flee. Fortunately, his internal energy was unparalleled, and even if he could not win in combat, he would rarely be pursued due to his exceptional speed. Chapter 48. Bloodthirsty Transformation. As Shi Zhongyu contemplated practicing once more, a voice echoed from a distance, calling out, "Young hero, young hero." Turning towards the sound, he noticed the guard who had escorted him earlier rushing towards him, shouting with urgency. Since his arrival in this world 3 years ago, he had rarely ventured down the mountain, dedicating most of his time to training. Thus, he had never been addressed as young hero, and he felt a mix of unfamiliarity and pride. How amusing it was to think that he once watched others flaunt their prowess in novels, and now someone was calling him a young hero. He approached and inquired, "What has happened?" The guard, panting heavily, replied, "The caravan sent to buy supplies has been ambushed. Master, by request that the disciples of the Snow Mountain Sect gather in the hall." Nodding in acknowledgement, Shi Zhongyu activated his lightness skill and glided through the courtyard like a wisp of smoke, leaving the guard astounded and envious. Upon arriving at the hall, he found Bai Wanjian, Hua Wanzi, and several other disciples already present. A few bloodied guards from the Lin residence were reporting the grim news. They had accompanied the caravan to the city for supplies, but on their return, they were unexpectedly attacked. Out of 10, only 4 managed to escape. The rest had perished. Lin Pei furrowed his brow and asked, "Who were the assailants? How many of them were there? Were they clearly visible?" One of the guards responded. They were members of the Flying Fish Gang, numbering around 30, lying in ambush among the trees. As soon as we approached, they charged at us, striking indiscriminately. Lao Huang was also killed. Lao Huang, over 50 years of age, had served in the Lin residence for decades. He was known for his calm demeanor and kindness, never once losing his temper. The residents of the Lin household, including the master and young master, had always regarded him with respect, not as a mere servant. After Steward Xiao went to the Snow Mountain for help, Lao Huang had taken sole responsibility for the household affairs. Upon hearing of his death, Lin Pei's eyes reddened with grief. Feng Wei seized the moment to interject. "Master Bai asserted yesterday that the members of the Flying Fish Gang had retreated. How is it that our people were attacked again today?" Before Bai Wanjian could respond, Lin Pei countered, "This is not the fault of Master Bai. I suspect they have merely retreated to a more distant location to observe. Master Bai could only search within a mile radius and could not clear the entire vicinity. What shall we do now?" Feng Wei, displeased that Lin Pei defended Bai Wanjian, scoffed. Bai Wanjian pondered, "I ventured out last night to negotiate with their leader, but they avoided me. Now they have resorted to murder, indicating their unwillingness to resolve matters peacefully. Their intentions are difficult to discern." Feng Wei sneered, "If you know nothing, what can be done? Yesterday you claimed it was simple, yet today you appear helpless." Bai Wanjian retorted coldly, "If you possess any insights, please share them." Feng Wei, lacking any profound thoughts, found himself at a loss for words, feeling utterly embarrassed. Feng Zhen could not help but shake his head in private, thinking, "This man is utterly foolish yet craves attention. Were it not for the lack of other allies, I would not deign to curry his favor." Bai Wanjian concluded, "It is futile to overthink this. I will lead a group to take vengeance and seek another opportunity to resolve this matter. Disciples of our sect, come with me to confront the enemy." With that, he rose and exited. As Shi Zhongyu approached Feng Wei, he slightly moved his shoulder, causing Feng Wei to suspect another trick. His expression shifted, and he jumped back a few steps. However, Shi Zhongyu merely intended to startle him, laughing heartily as he departed. Feng Wei's face flushed with shame. The disciples of the Snow Mountain Sect mounted their steeds, armed and ready, pursuing the trail. After traveling a short distance, they encountered a gruesome sight. A dozen corpses sprawled across the road, of which only 6 belonged to the guards. The rest were unarmed servants. Blood painted the ground. A shocking spectacle. Having never witnessed such carnage, Shi Zhongyu was struck by the sheer number of lifeless bodies. Previously, during the skirmish at Hejianji, only 2 had fallen in a dispute for the Xian Chapter 49, who was the benefactor. Hua Wanzi was taken aback as she supported his body, noticing the flush on his face and his tightly shut eyes. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Senior brother, come quickly. What has happened to Shi Zhongyu?" Bai Wanjian had already sensed something was amiss with Shi Zhongyu. Upon hearing her call, he was startled and hurried over to grasp his wrist. Feeling the chaotic internal energy surging within him, a clear indication of being possessed by demonic forces, As he prepared to channel his own energy to help stabilize Shi Zhongyu's internal flow, he realized that Shi Zhongyu's power far exceeded his own. His energy, upon entering Shi Zhongyu's body, felt like a tiny boat adrift in a vast ocean. Managing to keep the boat from capsizing was already a challenge, let alone calming the tumultuous waves. Alarmed, he thought, when did his internal strength become so profound? Only my father could possibly save him. But my father is in the western regions. Help from afar is of little use in an urgent situation. What am I to do? After a prolonged period of contemplation, unable to devise a strategy, he decided to have Shi Zhongyu taken back to the Lin Manor for further consideration. In a haze, Shi Zhongyu felt utterly drained, as if something within him was violently colliding, with a particularly unbearable pain in his lower abdomen. Dimly, he sensed that he had been helped onto a horse, enduring an incessant bumpy ride, before being laid onto a bed. Initially, he heard voices, but soon, all sounds faded into silence. His mind was gradually clearing. Yet he could not open his eyes, feeling the chaotic energy within his meridian surging wildly, as if it might burst forth from his body. He attempted to cultivate his inner strength to regain control, but the energy remained in disarray, refusing to obey him. It seemed he was indeed experiencing the demonic possession his master had often warned him about. Terrified, he thought, how could I suddenly fall into demonic possession? Suddenly, he recalled the moment he had witnessed the brutal slaughter by the Flying Fish Gang. His mind had transformed, filled with a violent and ferocious desire to kill, leading to an uncontrollable state thereafter. He realized that must have been the moment when things went awry. Yet, in such a perilous situation, why had Bai Shibo and the others not attempted to help him? Lost in confusion, he was unaware of how much time had passed when he suddenly felt a warm surge of true energy entering his body from behind, gradually subduing the erratic internal energy coursing through his meridians. Although this energy was inferior to his own, it began to guide the chaotic fragments of his internal energy into his dantian, one after another. Shi Zhongyu felt all his pain dissipate, his spirit relaxed, and he fell into a deep sleep. When he awoke again, the sky was dark, and an oil lamp had been lit in the room. He turned to sit up, recalling his earlier loss of control over his true energy, and quickly attempted to regulate it, discovering that everything was functioning normally, leaving him uncertain whether he had merely dreamt of the demonic possession or if it had truly occurred. The disciple from the fourth gate, seeing him awake, rarely allowed a smile to break his usually stern demeanor, saying, "Ah, has your injury healed? I shall inform Master Hua." He hurried out the door. The old beggar, lying on the bed and picking at the lice on his body, chuckled, "Little one, you've been lying in bed all day, worrying your master and uncle. Now you're all right, aren't you?" Shi Zhongyu mused. "So it turns out I truly encountered a mishap, and it was not just a dream." He inquired, "Who saved me? Was it my master?" The old beggar casually crushed a louse between his fingers and flicked it away, responding indifferently, "How would I know? I only heard them say you were gravely injured and sought someone to help heal you, but I didn't pay attention to anything else." Shi Zhongyu pondered. Could it be that my injury was beyond even my master's ability to heal? Then who could it have been that saved me? Just then, footsteps approached the door, and Huawanzi entered alongside the fourth gate disciple. Upon seeing him, Huawanzi gently inquired, "Zhongyu, is your injury healed?" Shi Zhongyu nodded. "Thank you for your concern, master. I feel much better now." Huawanzi remarked, "Your injury was serious. Bai Shibo attempted several times to help you regulate your internal energy, but to no avail. How did you recover?" Shi Zhongyu sensed from her words that his recovery was not due to her or Bai Wanzhen's efforts. Yet who else in the Lin Manor possessed greater skill? Moreover, in his dazed state, it was uncertain whether someone had indeed tended to his injuries. He replied, "I don't know. I just woke up and found that my injuries had healed on their own." Huawanzi expressed her joy. "That is truly wonderful. Bai Shibo mentioned that your skills far surpass his. Is that true?" Shi Zhongyu feigned ignorance. "How could my internal power compare to that of my master? However, a great master once imparted a set of skills to me, which I have practiced for several years, and indeed my internal strength has improved considerably." Huawanzi exclaimed in interest. "What kind of master was he? How did you encounter him?" Shi Zhongyu fabricated a story. "I used to be reluctant to practice, often sneaking down the mountain to play. One time, I encountered an old man at an inn who, after finishing his meal, was surrounded by the staff for lack of payment. Seeing him in distress, I paid for his meal. Unexpectedly, the old man insisted on following me, claiming my talents were remarkable and he wanted to teach me a profound martial art." The old beggar, upon seeing Huawanzi enter, feigned decorum, lying quietly on the bed and neglecting to scratch at the lice, but couldn't he help but chuckle. That old man was beaten by others and still wanted to teach martial arts? Isn't that a jest? Hua Wanzi replied seriously. Perhaps that elder held himself in high esteem, unwilling to lower himself to common folk, which is why he allowed himself to be beaten without retaliating. Or perhaps he suffered an accident that caused him to lose his skills, making it possible for him to teach others. Shi Zhongyu had merely brought up the incident with the old beggar to deflect her inquiries, adjusting details about the old man and the circumstances. Little did he know, she had filled in the gaps of his story for him, which he found quite advantageous. He continued, at that time, I was just as skeptical as this old beggar. Old man, and I initially refused him. However, the old man said that practicing his method wouldn't require hardship, and once mastered, it would grant great power, ensuring no one would dare bully me again. Hearing that piqued my interest, especially since he didn't ask for payment. It was an opportunity not to be missed. From then on, I began to learn martial arts from him. Soon after, he taught me the methods of practice and then disappeared, never to be seen again. Hua Wanzi was highly intrigued by the great master, asking, did he mention his name? What sect did he belong to? What did he look like? Shi Zhongyu replied, he didn't mention his name or lineage, but as for his appearance, he bore some resemblance to this old beggar. He pointed at the old man. The old beggar, surprised, asked, I look like him? Shi Zhongyu, feeling lazy to elaborate on the description, decided to use the old man as a model and said, yes, quite similar, though not as thin as you. And his eyes were a bit larger. In short, there was about 70% likeness. Hua Wanzi lowered her head in contemplation, trying to recall if any renowned elder in the martial world resembled that description, but she was momentarily speechless. The old beggar suddenly exclaimed, if that person resembles me so closely, could it be that I have a long-lost brother? Shi Zhongyu nodded vigorously, it's quite possible. Since you have such a skilled brother, you need not beg for food any longer. The old beggar retorted grumpily, you're seeing ghosts. My parents had only me as a son. How could there be a brother? Chapter 50. The flying fish returned. Shi Zhongyu rolled his eyes in exasperation, muttering to himself, what's the excitement without an elder brother around? Out loud, he lamented, what a pity, it seems you are destined to be a freeloader. The old beggar realized that this young man was subtly mocking him. Were it not for Hua Wanzi's presence, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Hua Wanzi, lost in her thoughts, couldn't recall which elder had such an appearance. Eventually, she decided not to dwell on it and tentatively asked, Zhongyu, is the martial art passed down by that old master really so easy to master? Upon seeing the direction the conversation was taking, Shi Zhongyu felt uneasy. His Shirsh seemed intent on extracting information from him. Did she harbor thoughts about his martial skills? He quickly responded, Shirshu. That old man made me swear an oath of secrecy when he taught me thus. Well, the martial art he had mentioned, which could supposedly be mastered without hardship, was nothing but a fabrication to deceive. If such a technique truly existed, who would still toil away? The old beggar recognized the absurdity of the situation, yet Hua Wanzi remained naively convinced. His profound internal energy had been acquired through the perilous method of practicing Shaolin techniques in a disordered sequence. A misstep could lead one down a dark path. He certainly did not wish for this beautiful Shirshu to meet an untimely end. Hua Wanzi sighed in disappointment, not out of greed for herself, but out of concern for her sole disciple, Shi Zhongyu, who was merely 13 years old and notoriously lacking in talent within the Snow Mountain sect. She had spent 5 years teaching Shi Zhongyu the Shinbing Palm technique, yet the girl had not mastered it. Thus, upon hearing that Shi Zhongyu possessed an easily learned martial art, she hoped to acquire it for her cherished disciple, as she could not bear to see her fail in her training. In an attempt to divert the topic, Shi Zhongyu asked, by the way, Shirshu, where is Uncle Bai? Why haven't we seen him? Hua Wanzi replied dejectedly, he went to Zhangzhou to seek the renowned Master Zhou, known for his unparalleled martial prowess, in hopes of treating your injuries. He won't return until tomorrow. Shi Zhongyu inquired, who is Master Zhou? Can he truly heal my wounds? Hua Wanzi scoffed. You don't even know the esteemed Master Zhou, who is a close friend of my master and possesses formidable internal strength, well known in the martial world? My senior brother said that he is the only one in Fujin who could be summoned for such matters. While he may not guarantee your healing, attempting something is better than doing nothing and watching you suffer. Shi Zhongyu felt a surge of gratitude. By Wang Jian and his master, Feng Wanli, were indeed fulfilling their obligations towards him. He then asked, is Uncle Bai not concerned about the flying fish gang attacking the Lin residence again? Hua Wanzi explained, today, my senior brother interrogated a survivor left by them. Their leader has been mysteriously absent, having instructed his followers to keep an eye on the Lin residence until his return. Thus, For the time being, they are unlikely to strike again. Shi Zhongyu lamented. But if we wait indefinitely, won't we be trapped here? Hua Wanzi sighed. What can we do? Our Snow Mountain sect is a reputable and righteous faction, and we must avoid wanton slaughter. Having already killed so many today is excessive. Do you truly believe we can eradicate the entire Flying Fish Gang? Shi Zhongyu retorted. The Flying Fish Gang has committed numerous atrocities. Even if we were to eliminate them all, it would be a service to the people. What harm would it do? Hua Wanzi countered. Things are not as simple as you think. Ultimately, it is the imperial court that holds authority. The more people we kill, the more we will attract the court's ire. If it were not for this reason, how could so many prominent sects in the Central Plains allow the Flying Fish Gang to survive to this day? Shi Zhongyu muttered. The righteous sects are overly concerned with propriety. Hua Wanzi admonished, do not speak nonsense. You may express such thoughts in my presence, but if my senior brother hears you, he will surely reprimand you. With that, she decided to return home. Shi Zhongyu escorted her to the door, thinking that since he had already slept for a day, he was not tired and went to the training grounds to practice the Xianbing palm technique for another 2 hours before finally retiring for the night. By the next day, as darkness fell, Bai Wanjian had still not returned. The members of the Snow Mountain sect were increasingly anxious, and the Lin family, who regarded Bai Wanjian as their pillar of support, felt increasingly insecure in his absence. On the third night, members of the Snow Mountain sect and the Lin family gathered in the hall to discuss Bai Wanjian's prolonged absence. Suddenly, loud shouts and curses erupted from outside, followed by a thunderous crash as the Lin family's red-painted doors were shattered. A throng of men clad in blue, adorned with embroidered flying fish insignias, surged into the courtyard. A few guards rushed forward to block their path but were swiftly cut down. The remaining guards retreated to the hall, brandishing their weapons in defense. The Lin family, seeing Bai Wanjian still absent and the Flying Fish Gang returning, fell into disarray. At that moment, Hua Wanzi, possessing the highest martial skills among them, felt uncertain due to her lack of experience in the martial world. Conversely, the seemingly frail scholar Lin Pei remained calm and shouted, "Everyone, do not panic. We can handle this as we have before. Hua Shu, Fong Dage, I ask you to take charge. We must confront the Flying Fish Gang without diminishing our morale." Hearing his steady tone and confident demeanor, the others felt a renewed sense of courage. Fong Wei, seizing the opportunity with Bai Wanjian absent, declared, "With me here, you shall be safe." He took a leap and silently crossed the hall, despite his smaller stature, exuding an air of authority. Hua Wanzi affirmed, "The Snow Mountain sect will not lag behind." With a push of her feet, she gracefully exited through the door. The others followed her into the courtyard. Shi Zhongyu stood behind Hua Wanzi, filled with concern. The Flying Fish Gang had been planning for this moment for quite some time, and this time, it would likely not be as easy to deal with. The members of the Flying Fish Gang continued to pour into the courtyard, creating a sea of darkness, with even the eaves and walls lined with their figures. After a while, a deep voice announced, "The leader has arrived." The members of the Flying Fish Gang immediately parted to create a passage, allowing several men in various colored garments to walk through and stop before the Lin family. Upon seeing the foremost figure, a man with high nose and deep-set eyes, Lin Pei's heart sank. This was Lin Jingyuan, his uncle, who had conspired with the Flying Fish Gang to murder his father. Overcome with rage, he shouted, "Lin Jingyuan, you despicable scoundrel! How dare you step into the Lin family residence? Our family has no place for unworthy descendants like you." Lin Jingyuan, with a facade of cordiality, replied, "My dear nephew, is it not customary to address your uncle with respect? Others might say our family lacks proper upbringing and fails Chapter 51. Hidden intentions. Lin Jingyuan remained unfazed when publicly confronted about his misdeeds, responding calmly, "You claim that I conspired with outsiders, which may have some merit. However, your accusation of me murdering my brother is a baseless slander that I cannot acknowledge." Lin Pei sneered, "Lei Ming has clearly detailed how you instructed him to poison my father and how he collaborated with the Flying Fish Gang to ambush the salt convoy. Even if you wish to deny it, your efforts will be futile." Lin Jingyuan replied, "Oh, is that so? During my time serving under my uncle, I had developed a certain rapport with Captain Lei. I cannot fathom why he would choose to frame me. Are you bold enough to summon him for a confrontation?" While Lin Jingyuan did serve as the captain of the salt convoy during Lin Pei's father's lifetime, Lei Ming was the deputy captain at that time. Later, when Lin Pei's father fell gravely ill, he summoned Lin Jingyuan back from the Snow Mountain sect to take charge of the salt business. Due to Lin Jingyuan's rising reputation within the salt convoy, Lin Jingyuan dismissed him from his captaincy and promoted Lei Ming instead. seeing Lin Jingyuan's confident demeanor. Lin Pei felt a twinge of confusion, yet with witnesses present, he was unafraid of his attempts to obfuscate the truth. With Bai Wanjian still absent, this was an opportune moment to buy some time. If Bai Wanjian were to arrive promptly, that would be even better. He gestured for his subordinates to bring Lei Ming from the dungeon. Lin Jingyuan smiled. You are still young and may sometimes take others' words at face value, leading to misunderstandings about your elders. I bear you no ill will. Lin Pei thought to himself. He still pretends to be magnanimous. Let us see how he manages once Lei Ming arrives. He continued. Whether Lei Ming has falsely accused you remains to be seen. But you have admitted to colluding with the Flying Fish Gang, which has always been at odds with my family, having repeatedly attacked our salt fields. How do you explain your association with such outlaws? Lin Jingyuan replied. As the saying goes, there are no permanent enemies in this world. I do not wish to see the salt business, cultivated by my family for generations, fall into your hands. If the gang leader is willing to assist me in achieving my aspirations for our family's legacy, what harm is there in bearing this infamy? Lin Pei felt anger swell within him at Lin Jingyuan's grandiloquent reasoning. So you believe that handing over the salt business to you is the only path to righteousness? Lin Jingyuan shook his head. If you were capable of managing the salt business well, I would have no objections. However, since you lack the ability, do not blame me for usurping authority. Lin Pei retorted sternly. On what grounds do you assume I would mismanage the salt business? I have yet to even handle it. Lin Jingyuan laughed. You are aware that you have never dealt with the salt industry, so how could you manage it? Do you understand how many bandit strongholds one must navigate from the salt fields of Fuzhou to Shaanxi, and how many docks one must pay homage to? Lin Pei paused, momentarily at a loss, but quickly countered. My father had never encountered these matters before taking over, yet he managed everything with great order. Lin Jingyuan replied. You and your father are vastly different. What distinguishes you? Lin Jingyuan continued. Your father acquired profound martial arts skills from the Snow Mountain sect, commanding respect and authority. That is one. Although my uncle is gravely ill, he is still alive, and the forces in the martial world still regard him with some deference. That is two. Your father had the capable Captain Lei by his side, allowing him to familiarize himself with the business quickly. That is three. What advantages do you possess? Lin Pei found himself momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Though he was clever, his youth placed him at a disadvantage against such a cunning veteran. Fortunately, at that moment, several subordinates had brought Lei Ming into the courtyard. He resolved, with Lei Ming as my witness, I will not allow you to evade responsibility for plotting against my father. Upon seeing Lei Ming, Lin Jingyuan exclaimed, Captain Lei, it has only been a few months since we last met, yet you appear to have lost so much weight. I heard you poisoned my cousin, and I find that hard to believe. He has always held you in high regard, and you have been loyal to him. Could it be that someone coerced you into confession? Lei Ming, once a robust man, now appeared gaunt and haggard. Lin Jingyuan, ever the cunning strategist, subtly suggested that Lei Ming deny his guilt, hoping to deflect blame away from himself. Lin Pei, sharp-witted, discerned Lin Jingyuan's intent and coldly warned, Lin Jingyuan, I advise you against harboring any ulterior motives. Lei Ming has admitted to poisoning my father, and at that moment, I did not lay a finger on him. The brothers in the salt convoy were all present and witnessed everything clearly. Do not attempt to sow discord. Lin Jingyuan felt a weight in his chest, secretly blaming Lei Ming for being so cowardly, confessing before any torture had been applied, thus leaving him without a chance to exploit the situation. His intricate machinations to evade responsibility were aimed at winning over key figures within the Lin family's salt convoy. Half a year prior, Cheng Daong, the leader of the Flying Fish Gang, had sought him out, proposing a lucrative partnership. Having once served as captain of the Lin family's salt convoy and bearing a grudge against the Flying Fish Gang, he was initially wary of their representatives. However, upon learning their intentions, he felt as though fortune had smiled upon him, almost doubting the veracity of his own ears. Cheng Daong sought him out to scheme for control over the Lin family's salt business. The Flying Fish Gang had long established itself along the banks of the Yangtze River, engaging in various transport businesses, with salt trading, a highly profitable venture, naturally included. However, greater profits often entailed higher risks. The casualties suffered by the Flying Fish Gang and salt trading over the years were not few. Contrarily, official salt, being under the protection of the government, inherently bore far less risk than private salt. He had long harbored ambitions for the official salt trade. However, such operations were strictly controlled by the authorities, and despite his envy, as a member of the underworld, he knew he could never gain their approval. The Flying Fish Gang had engaged in several dealings with the Lin family's salt convoy, yet the Lin family's deep-rooted influence, coupled with Lin Zhongluan's martial prowess derived from the Snow Mountain sect, made them formidable adversaries, resulting in minimal gains for the Flying Fish Gang. Fortunately, within the gang, a clever advisor had devised an excellent plan. Chang Daong, upon hearing this, praised the idea profusely. Lin Zhongyuan, once the captain of the Lin family's salt convoy with considerable standing, had been dismissed by Lin Zhongluan upon his assumption of the salt business, harboring resentment in his heart. If they could promise him substantial profits and support him in replacing Lin Zhongluan as the head of the Lin family, the Flying Fish Gang could retreat into the shadows, using Lin Zhongyuan to exert control over the Lin family's salt operations. Thus, Chang Daong promptly dispatched his advisor to negotiate with Lin Zhongyuan. This advisor, surnamed Chung, was well-versed in literature and skilled in strategies. Upon learning that the Flying Fish Gang only sought the income from the salt business while allowing Lin Zhongyuan to retain ownership of the Lin family's assets, he was understandably tempted. Moreover, the resentment he felt towards his cousin for removing him from his position upon Chapter 52, the hearts of men are like ghosts. Lin Zhongyuan, a man of considerable experience, was not one to be easily thwarted. Upon witnessing the failure of one scheme, he quickly conceived another. He sighed, "Captain Lei, you have poisoned my cousin, and my nephew will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. While that is of little consequence, it pains me to be falsely accused of having instigated your treachery. I have always considered our professional relationship to be amicable. Now that I am contending for the position of family head, regardless of who prevails between us, the outcome for you will likely be grim. Therefore, I must ask you once more, what was your true motive for poisoning my cousin?" Lin Pei readily discerned the implication within his words. "You have slain Lin Zhongluan, and I will not let you escape unscathed." If he wished to survive, he could not admit to having acted at Lin Zhongyuan's behest. Should he ascend to the position of family head, he could certainly guarantee Lin Pei's safety. His heart sank as he realized that if Lei Ming comprehended the underlying meaning of his words, he would undoubtedly strive to extricate Lin Zhongyuan from this affair. His only hope now lay in Lei Ming's ignorance. He knew he must not display even the slightest hint of panic and feigned calmness as he said, "Lei Ming, please recount your testimony from that day, so everyone may know of Lin Zhongyuan's vile treachery against his brother and the usurpation of his nephew's inheritance." Yet, a man capable of attaining the rank of captain was no fool. He promptly replied, "I apologize, young Master Lin, I deceived you. The poisoning of the elder was solely my own initiative, with no connection to the second master." Lin Pei, astonished and furious at this sudden recantation, trembled with rage and snarled, "Nonsense. My father has always treated you well, promoting you to captain. What grievance could you possibly harbor against him that would drive you to such treachery? Speak." Lei Ming, having suffered at Lin Pei's hands, felt a surge of fear at his frenzied demeanor, causing his legs to weaken as he stammered, I. Lin Zhongyuan, inwardly triumphant, yet outwardly composed, interjected, "Nephew, there is no need to frighten him further. Captain Lei, what deep-seated animosity do you hold against my cousin that would compel you to take such drastic measures? I am quite curious myself." Lin Pei, witnessing the pretense of Lin Zhongyuan, felt his ire intensify, his teeth grinding in frustration. Lei Ming, resolute, declared, "In your eyes, the master has shown me mountains of kindness, for which I should be eternally grateful. Yet he knew of my affection for Xiao Zue and still chose to betroth her to Yu Asen. How could I not harbor resentment toward him?" Lin Zhongyuan's heart jolted. He had previously sought to find someone to poison his cousin and had approached several acquaintances from the Lin family, but they had all declined to assist him. Lei Ming, however, was a different matter. Lin Zhongyuan lamented his cousin's lack of loyalty, having dismissed him from the salt shipping crew, and Lei Ming resonated with this sentiment. After multiple tests, Lin Zhongyuan finally confirmed that Lei Ming indeed harbored ill will toward his cousin. Thus, he revealed his plan to poison Lin Zhongluan, to which Lei Ming readily agreed. It was only now that Lin Zhongyuan understood the depth of Lei Ming's grievances, which stemmed from a mere woman. Lin Pei, filled with suspicion, inquired, "Your discontent with my father is solely due to Xiao Zue?" Xiao Zue had originally served his mother as a maid, though of ordinary appearance. Her graceful figure and youthful age lent her an undeniable charm. When Xiao Zue turned 21, Lin Zhongluan and his wife decided to marry her off to Yu Asen of the salt shipping crew. Lei Ming replied, "Indeed. I have long held feelings for Xiao Zue and implored the master to grant me her hand, but he refused. I have been steadfastly loyal to the Lin family. Such a modest desire should not have been denied. Why should I show him mercy?" Even Lin Jingyuan, known for his cunning and ruthlessness, felt a shiver at such words. He resolved that should he ultimately claim the position of family head, he could not allow this man to remain alive. One never knew when he might become a significant threat. Lin Pei, his face pale with rage, retorted, Xiao Zui and Yu Asen are deeply in love. She chose to marry him of her own volition. What grounds do you have for dissatisfaction? Lei Ming protested. I have rendered countless services to the Lin family. Yet he would rather heed the words of a maid than acknowledge my feelings. How could I accept that? The man escorting him was none other than Yu Asen, Xiao Zui's husband. Unable to endure the disrespectful comments about his wife, he struck Lei Ming across the face with the back of his blade, drawing blood, and shouted, What right do you have to complain? Speak another word, and I shall slice off one of your ears. After receiving the blow, Lei Ming suddenly recalled his current predicament and quickly fell silent. Lin Pei recognized that the situation was dire. If he did not eliminate Lei Ming now, he might never have another opportunity for revenge. He commanded, Yu Asen, kill him. Lei Ming's expression changed, and he struggled against his bindings, pleading, Second Master, save me. Yet Lin Jingyuan remained silent and indifferent. Yu Asen, though his name was unrefined, was of strict Chapter 53, the sword technique of the left hand. Feng Wei nodded, stating, Indeed, only those who survive till the end are the true victors. As he pondered the gravity of this life and death struggle, a thought struck him. This contest of fate was entirely for the sake of Zheng Mei. If I were to perish at the hands of my adversaries, would she mourn my loss? Turning his gaze towards Feng Zhang, he noticed her engaged in hushed conversation with Lin Pei, although her face bore signs of worry. It was not for herself. A wave of despondency washed over him as he slowly unsheathed his longsword, performing a few elegant flourishes before swiftly closing in on Cheng Daong. Thrusting twice at him, Cheng Daong parried with his twin hammers, deflecting Feng Wei's strikes. However, as he prepared to counterattack, Feng Wei darted back. Despite the turmoil within, Feng Wei's extensive combat experience reminded him of Cheng Daong's short hammers, preventing him from engaging in close-quarters combat. He danced around, delivering a few stabs before retreating, determined not to linger in battle. After several exchanges, Cheng Daong focused on dismantling Feng Wei's swordplay, failing to mount a single substantial attack. Cheng Daong mused. Enduring blows without retaliating leaves no chance of victory. As he observed Feng Wei leap forward, aiming a thrust at his shoulder, he resolved to forego evasion, opting instead to sustain an injury to his left shoulder while landing a hammer strike to Feng Wei's calf. The soul-tracking sword technique relied heavily on agility. An injury to his leg would diminish its efficacy by at least 70%. Reluctantly, Feng Wei altered his approach, redirecting his sword to deflect the hammer strike. Yet, this maneuver allowed Cheng Daong to close the distance, trapping Feng Wei in a relentless assault. Cheng Daong's hammers flew in a continuous barrage, targeting Feng Wei's vital points. Feng Wei, wary of any lapse in concentration, defended himself with swift blocks and parries. After the eighth exchange, he seized an opportunity to counterattack. The Kangtong School's swordplay emphasized lightness and speed, while the Hainan School's hammer techniques were brutal and fierce, both relying on swiftness to gain the upper hand. In a flurry of metal clashing, the two engaged in over 20 exchanges. Spectators were astonished to witness Cheng Daong's agility, despite his corpulent frame. Moving with the nimbleness of a monkey, Feng Wei, wielding a longsword in close quarters, matched him blow for blow, leaving onlookers awestruck. Despite their prolonged duel, neither could decisively claim victory, both men unleashing their most profound techniques. Cheng Daong's hammer techniques took a sudden turn, launching a series of aggressive attacks without a single defensive maneuver. Embracing the Hainan School's philosophy of seizing victory through peril, he attacked with reckless abandon, resembling a desperate outlaw rather than a dignified leader. His frenzied style rendered Feng Wei unable to mount a counteroffensive. Feng Wei, previously capable of exploiting openings in Cheng Daong's hammer techniques, found them now perfected, with any vulnerabilities obscured by the relentless onslaught. Unbeknownst to him, Cheng Daong's hammer techniques were the culmination of his master, Gu Han, a legendary figure who had long since withdrawn from the martial world, leaving few familiar with his art. As Feng Wei's momentum waned, Cheng Daong seized the opportunity, one hammer knocking Feng Wei's longsword aside while the other struck his right shoulder. The force of the blow rendered Feng Wei's shoulder numb, his right arm limp and nearly unable to grip his sword. With his initial success, Cheng Daong wasted no time, launching a series of strikes, one aimed at Feng Wei's head and another at his chest. In a moment of instinct, Feng Wei grasped the sword hilt with his left hand, deflecting the hammers with two resounding clangs. Cheng Daong, momentarily taken aback by the speed of Feng Wei's left-hand strikes, found himself wounded in the thigh by Feng Wei's third thrust. Feng Wei's left-hand swordplay was his hidden ace. Naturally left-handed, he found his left hand more dexterous than his right. However, his master had insisted on right-handed swordsmanship, leading to a gradual forgetfulness among the Kongtong practitioners regarding his superior left-handed skill. Yet, practicing in secret, he had perfected techniques with both hands. He had not realized the true potential of his left-hand swordplay until a fateful encounter with vengeful foes. Surrounded in a forest, his longsword knocked from his grasp and his right hand injured, he had resorted to using his left hand, swiftly dispatching his attackers. From that moment on, he recognized that his left-hand strikes were not only swifter, but also delivered from an entirely different angle, enhancing their power. Since then, he had refrained from showcasing his left-hand technique, guarding this secret fiercely. Little did he expect that today, a mere leader of the Flying Fish Gang would force his hand to reveal this ultimate skill. With a steely countenance, he lunged forward, aiming his sword at Cheng Daiyang's chest, determined to end the confrontation. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth from among the entourage that had entered with Cheng Daiyang. An elderly figure with a rigid expression leapt to intercept. Just as Feng Wei's sword was poised to pierce the elder's chest, the elder Chapter 54, by Wan Jin captured Cheng Daiyang was nearly killed, and he felt a lingering fear, breaking into a cold sweat. Although he had rolled in the martial world for many years and was once a ruthless figure who licked blood from the blade, since becoming the leader, he had indulged in comfort, and the fierce spirit within him had faded significantly. It was only with great effort that he steadied his mind to avoid trembling and embarrassing himself, thanking the stoic elder. "I owe my life to Senior Wei. Otherwise, I fear my days would have been numbered." The elder waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There is no need for such formalities between us. Besides, without you, I would not have survived to this day." His facial muscles remained immobile as he spoke, with only his lips moving, imparting an indescribable sense of strangeness. "It was merely due to Senior Wei's great fortune that I, Cheng Daiyang, cannot claim credit," he quickly flattered. The elder, surnamed Wei, stroked his short beard, smiling silently before returning to his previous spot. Hua Wanzi, witnessing this, could not suppress her musings. This elder's surname is Wei, and there are indeed few skilled martial artists in the world with that surname. The only one who matches his appearance is the notorious Wei Zizhong from Ling'an. Legend has it that Wei Zizhong fell into a trance while practicing the Black Evil Palm, damaging the nerves in his face, leading to his emotionless visage. However, he was killed 10 years ago by the chivalrous Su Huai, and his body sank into the Yangtze River. How could he possibly return to life and reappear in the martial world? Could it be that he was not dead at that time, and that the Flying Fish Gang fortuitously saved him? Her conjecture was not far from the truth. Years ago, Wei Zizhong was severely injured by Su Huai. In a moment of crisis, he feigned death and plunged into the Yangtze River, holding his breath and sinking to the bottom. Su Huai patrolled the riverbank for a long time, not seeing a corpse surface, and assumed it had been washed away, leaving without suspicion. Wei Zizhong clung to the aquatic plants at the riverbed, sustaining himself with internal energy for a full hour. Unbeknownst to him, Su Huai had departed, and he believed his adversary was waiting for him to resurface to strike. Terrified, he dared not surface easily. Yet, despite his high martial prowess, he was grievously injured, and his ability to hold his breath was not as long as he anticipated. When he finally sensed something was amiss and attempted to swim back to the surface for air, it was too late. He inhaled water and lost consciousness. By chance, a boat from the Flying Fish Gang was passing downstream and spotted a body floating on the surface. Some curious members fished him out and discovered he still had a flicker of life. Unsure what to do, they reported to their leader, Cheng Daiyang. At that time, Cheng Daiyang had just taken over as leader, and after a few days of joy, he began to worry secretly. The Flying Fish Gang had long been known for its tyranny and misdeeds, making it a target for chivalrous individuals. The previous leader had been killed for such reasons. Although he had gained the position of leader and no longer needed to risk his life for robbery, the sword of justice could fall upon him at any moment, with renowned disciples perhaps aiming to use him as a stepping stone for fame. At this critical juncture, his subordinates had rescued the notorious Wei Zizhong. As a senior disciple of the Hainan faction, his martial skills might not be extraordinary, but his knowledge surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He immediately recognized the person they had rescued as Wei Zizhong. Having traversed the martial world for decades, with countless enemies, his survival hinged on his exceptional skills. Now that he had become Cheng Daiyang's savior, how could Wei Zizhong remain indifferent if someone came to kill him? Cheng Daiyang promptly ordered for Wei Zizhong to be revived and sheltered within the gang, going to great lengths to find rare herbs to restore his health. It could be said that he cared for Wei Zizhong with more dedication than he had shown his own parents. Wei Zizhong, grateful for his kindness, also began to see the martial world's fame and fortune as trivial after this brush with death, settling down within the Flying Fish Gang. Over the course of 10 years, a few righteous individuals who sought trouble were swiftly dealt with by him. Within the Flying Fish Gang, his identity was deliberately concealed, and no one knew that the notorious Wei Zizhong was still among the living. Although Cheng Daon had suffered an injury to his leg, the opposing side had also lost a capable fighter. In the grand scheme, the Flying Fish Gang had gained the upper hand. He looked around at the Lin family members with a smile and said, "Young Master Lin, the situation is now settled. If you are willing to leave with your mother and abandon the Lin family, I can spare your life. What do you think?" Lin Jingyuan seized the opportunity to add, "If the Salt Brigade brothers wish to survive, they should promptly join my side. I will plead with Chief Cheng to spare you. Delay, and I cannot guarantee my words will hold any weight." Upon hearing this, some of Lin family's guards began to exchange glances, clearly swayed by his words. Lin Pei's expression darkened. He knew that the opposing side was intent on seizing the salt trade and would not spare him. The promise of a safe passage was merely a tactic to sow discord. Seeing his subordinates begin to waver, he raised his voice, "Everyone, do not panic. Although Brother Fong has been defeated, the experts from the Snow Mountain Sect are still here. The Snow Mountain Sect is a prestigious faction, far beyond the reach of a small gang like the Flying Fish Gang. Moreover, my Master Bai will return soon. With him in charge, how can we fear these ruffians?" Upon hearing this, the previously uncertain guards appeared reassured. Cheng Daong chuckled. "You are still hoping for Bai Wanjin to come to your aid? That is quite the delusion." Hua Wanzi sensed the ominous tone in his words. Fearing that Bai Wanjian had met with misfortune, her heart trembled. She hurriedly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Cheng Daong glanced at her and said, "You must be the renowned Hua Wanzi, correct? It is said that the heroine of the Cold Plum is exceptionally beautiful, and today, I see it is indeed true." After uttering these words, he bowed and declared, "Since you wish to see your master, I, Cheng, can never refuse a request from a beauty. Bring Bai Wanjian here, so that Miss Hua may see him." The deputy chief, standing next to Lin Jingyuan, immediately shouted, "The chief has commanded, bring Bai Wanjian forth." His voice was deep, reminiscent of the one that had called for the chief earlier. Moments later, Bai Wanjian was escorted into the courtyard by two members of the gang. He walked unsteadily, his face haggard, completely devoid of the heroic spirit he had displayed just days prior. Upon seeing him, Hua Wanzi cried out, "Master." Her figure swayed as she rushed toward Bai Wanjian, attempting to slip past the two guards. Wei Zizhong, noticing her intent to rescue Bai Wanjian, called out, "Young girl, do not overestimate your abilities." He aimed a palm toward her shoulder. Chapter 55. 1 against 3. Hua Wanzi immediately sensed that her entire being was enveloped in a powerful, blood-scented force, rendering her unable to evade its grasp. Gritting her teeth, she was poised to confront it head-on when a hand suddenly seized her wrist, exerting strength that propelled her toward Bai Wanjian. She then heard Shi Zhongyu's voice, urging her, "Aunt, go save uncle, I will handle things here." The force behind this throw was immense, sending her like a released arrow into the throng. Upon landing, she swiftly drew her long sword and, with a flurry of deft strikes, aimed at the two individuals restraining Bai Wanjian. These two were mere members of the Flying Fish Gang. Ill-prepared for the exquisite swordplay she unleashed, with a collective cry of surprise, they were simultaneously struck by her blades, relinquishing their hold on Bai Wanjian's arm. Fortunately, Hua Wanzi, with her kind heart, refrained from delivering fatal blows, landing one sword strike on a shoulder and another on a thigh. Her third strike severed the ropes binding Bai Wanjian, and as she pulled him behind her, she sensed his weakness and exclaimed, "Brother, what has happened to you?" Bai Wanjian weakly replied, I was injured by Wei Zizhong's venomous palm." It was then that Hua Wanzi noticed the dark mark between his brows, a telltale sign of someone afflicted by the black, evil palm. Panic and confusion swirled within her as she danced her sword in a protective arc, shielding both herself and Bai Wanjian. Meanwhile, Shi Zhongyu had been following Hua Wanzi, intending to assist her in rescuing Bai Wanjian. Suddenly, Wei Zizhong launched a diagonal strike towards Hua Wanzi's shoulder. Realizing the inky hue of Wei Zizhong's palm and the fierce wind accompanying it, Shi Zhongyu feared she might not withstand the assault. He grasped her wrist and propelled her away to Bai Wanjian's side. Just as Wei Zizhong's palm approached Shi Zhongyu's chest, he acted instinctively, raising his left palm in defense. With a resounding clap, their palms collided, causing Wei Zizhong to stagger back several steps. Feeling a tumultuous surge within his chest, he gasped, "This little brat is skilled. Someone deal with him first." Cheng Daong, initially intent on intercepting Hua Wanzi to prevent her from rescuing Bai Wanjian, was taken aback as he witnessed Wei Zizhong and a young disciple from Shueshan engaged in combat, forcing Wei Zizhong to retreat. Astounded, he noticed that Hua Wanzi had managed to rescue Bai Wanjian, who was now incapacitated, causing her to be distracted and hesitant in her actions. With determination, Cheng Daong called out, "Wei Zhezhu, please assist us. We must subdue this young one first." A tall, dark-faced man emerged, wielding a ghost-headed knife. This man was Wei Sikun, the leader of the Qinglong village in Chaobai Mountain, an old friend of Cheng Daong. He had come to the Flying Fish Gang's headquarters to visit Cheng Daong, but stayed behind upon learning that Cheng had gone to Fujian. Having witnessed Wei Zizhong's toxic palms in action, he brandished his ghost-headed knife and aimed a low sweep at the young disciple. Cheng Daong instructed his deputy to ensure the safety of the accompanying Qing Shiye and Lin Jingyuan, then turned to observe the struggle between Wei Zizhong and the young disciple. Realizing that they were still at a disadvantage, feeling a pang of fear, he dismissed his leg injury and swung his hammers directly at Shi Zhongyu's back. Shi Zhongyu, aware of the poison coursing through him, had initially pushed back Wei Zizhong, but he had not anticipated the toxicity of the palm strike. As the poison seeped up his arm, he hurriedly attempted to expel it, but Wei Zizhong, cunning and experienced, would not grant him such an opportunity. Regaining his footing, he lunged forward once more. Shi Zhongyu was compelled to contain the poison in his palm and engaged Wei Zizhong with his right hand. Aware that Wei Zizhong had learned from their previous encounter and would not engage in a contest of internal strength, he resorted to stealthy strikes. However, Shi Zhongyu shared the same sentiment, wary of the poisonous strikes, and avoided a direct confrontation. Their hands danced like a choreographed performance, never truly connecting. With Wei Sikun joining the fray, the pressure on Shi Zhongyu escalated. The ghost-headed knife was insidious and targeted his lower defenses, while Wei Zizhong focused on his upper openings. Shi Zhongyu felt increasingly beleaguered, realizing that if this continued, he would be at a significant disadvantage. He unsheathed his sword and executed a swift horizontal slash, the plum blossoms blooming in the snow. Seeing the flashing blade, Wei Zizhong hastily retreated, though he could not avoid having his right sleeve severed, causing a cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Wei Sikun, daunted by the brilliant swordplay, hesitated to attack, opting to defend himself with his ghost-headed knife. Armed with his sword, Shi Zhongyu seized the upper hand. Previously relying on the Xianbing palm, which he had not yet mastered, he had reduced its effectiveness. However, the Shueshan swordplay had been his primary training for years, allowing him to wield it with ease and thereby subdue both attackers. Just as the battle reached its peak, a sudden gust of wind heralded the arrival of another adversary, prompting him to slightly shift leftward, evading Cheng Daong's dual hammers while circling his sword to encompass Cheng Daong within his protective stance. Cheng Daong, caught off guard, raised his hammers in defense as Shi Zhongyu's blade flew toward him. Though he managed to block the attack, his arms felt numb and sore, leading him to conclude, "This young one is indeed formidable. No wonder Wei Zizhong and Wei Sikun struggle to contend with him." Consequently, he intensified his efforts, employing the unique hammer techniques taught by his master, seeking to disrupt and ambush Shi Zhongyu from behind. At this juncture, Lin Fu's guards, under Lin Pei's orders, had engaged the members of the Flying Fish Gang. Observing his younger brother surrounded by 3 opponents, several disciples from Shueshan rushed to his aid. However, before they could reach him, one disciple fell victim to Wei Sichuan's ghost-headed knife. Aware of their limited skills, Shi Zhongyu admonished them, "You need not assist me. Focus on protecting the Lin family." As he spoke, he unleashed 3 consecutive sword strikes, forcing Wei Zizhong and his cohorts to retreat. The 3 disciples, witnessing their fallen companion, hesitated to approach and instead lifted the injured disciple, retreating to protect Lin Pei from potential harm. Hua Wanzi remained by Bai Wanjian's side, encircled by dozens of Flying Fish Gang members, yet none dared to advance. Though she lacked the prowess to contend with a master like Wei Zizhong, the ordinary members of the gang found it incredibly challenging to inflict harm upon her. The ground around her bore the bodies of several fallen gang members. Initially, she had heeded her master's teachings, reluctant to take lives. However, the members of the Flying Fish Gang, accustomed to preying on the weak, grew emboldened by her reluctance. Several times, they nearly harmed Bai Wanjian, prompting Hua Wanzi to abandon her restraint. With successive strikes, she dispatched 6 of her attackers. The remaining members exchanged glances, hesitation evident in their eyes, as none dared to gamble with their lead. Chapter 56. One strike to vanquish the enemy at this moment. Hua Wanzi no longer needed to wield her sword constantly, expending her energy. Anyone who dared to take a step forward would be met with her fierce glare, causing them to retreat in fear. Only then did she have the leisure to inquire of Bai Wanjian, "Senior brother, how did you come across Wei Zizhong?" Bai Wanjian behind her remained silent, the only sound being the grinding of his teeth. Hua Wanzi turned to see that he appeared even weaker, the dark mark between his brows having spread to his forehead, and his entire body trembled. He gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain composure, not wanting her to notice, lest it distract her focus. The poison from Wei Zizhong's palm was exceedingly potent. Anyone injured by the Black Fiend palm, without his unique antidote, would succumb to the poison within a few hours to a few days. After Bai Wanjian was captured, Wei Zizhong had intended to use him to intimidate the disciples of the Shi Fan sect, often delaying the onset of the poison during their journey. However, upon reaching the Lin family, as the two sides engaged in battle, no one took notice of him. Just an hour later, the poison began to take effect, and he felt as though he were exposed in a frigid wasteland, his entire body cold to the core. Upon witnessing his condition, Hua Wanzi understood the cause. A glance revealed Shi Zhongyu fiercely battling three formidable foes, still managing to hold his ground. Knowing that the hope of the Shi Fan sect rested solely on him, she called out, "Zhongyu, senior brother has been poisoned by Wei Laogui's Black Fiend palm. We must find a way to obtain the antidote." Only then did Shi Zhongyu realize that Bai Wanjian had been harmed by Wei Zizhong. An urgency filled his heart. Bai Wanjian was a dear friend of his father and also the father of Ah Xiu. He could not allow anything to happen to him. With this thought, he made a slight movement with his sword, causing Wei Cheng and his companion to believe he was about to strike, and they immediately braced themselves, unwilling to attack recklessly. He swiftly executed a move, cold plum blossoms blooming, aimed at Wei Zizhong. This technique encapsulated the essence of the Shi Fan swordplay, where reality intertwined with illusion, and motion harmonized with stillness, exhibiting strict control over internal energy. Only Bai Zizai of the Shi Fan sect could execute it. Shi Zhongyu had studied this technique for a long time and finally devised a way to compensate for his lack of proficiency by drawing upon his abundant internal energy, enabling him to forcibly employ it. Seeing the glimmering sword light approaching, Wei Zizhong, unsure of where the attack would land, did not dare to act carelessly. He quickly evaded, retreating to avoid the blade's edge, which was always a wise choice. However, Shi Zhongyu was like a shadow, relentlessly pursuing him. The myriad points of sword light vanished, and the sword was already near Wei Zizhong's left chest. Wei Zizhong, despite being at a disadvantage, managed to assess the urgent situation, and with his blackened right palm, he struck against the blade, forcing it back half a foot, only grazing his left arm. Wei Sikhun and Cheng Daong then joined the fray, compelling Shi Zhongyu to divide his attention and forfeit the pursuit of Wei Zizhong. Aware that this young boy was an unprecedented adversary, Wei Zizhong thought that if he did not eliminate him today, he would be even more troublesome in the future. Though injured, he showed no signs of retreat and pressed forward. Shi Zhongyu, entangled in combat with three opponents, felt a growing sense of urgency yet remained powerless. While Wei Qing and his companion were manageable, Wei Zizhong was indeed formidable. Though he fought unarmed, his palm power was immense, and his poison was vicious. He was cunning, evading direct confrontation and prolonging the battle. Shi Zhongyu had to expend most of his energy countering Wei Zizhong, leaving only a fraction to deal with Wei Qing and his companion, rendering him unable to overcome Wei Zizhong. Casting a glance at Bai Wanjian and Hua Wanzi, he saw Hua Wanzi's face marked by panic and indignation as she took the initiative to attack the members of the Flying Fish Gang. Evidently aware that Bai Wanjian's condition was dire, he thought, if my master were to perish in this moment, how could I ever face Ah Xiu again? Resolute, he decided to gamble everything. Life or death depended on the heavens' decree. The thought of Ah Xiu weeping at the news of her father's demise steeled his resolve even further. In that instant, his sword surged diagonally towards Wei Qing and his companion, forcing them back. He held back a portion of his sword technique, then turned his attention back to Wei Zizhong. Wei Zizhong, having learned from previous encounters, anticipated that Shi Zhongyu would attempt a close-range strike, making it difficult for him to change tactics. However, the strike Shi Zhongyu executed appeared utterly mundane, seemingly just a simple thrust, devoid of any variation. Wei Zizhong sidestepped, pondering, such a swordplay is hardly a threat to me. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Shi Zhongyu raised his poisoned left hand and struck towards him. Wei Zizhong was taken aback. This child is poisoned by my palm's venom. Even if he possesses remarkable skills, how can he possibly contend with me? He wondered if the boy had lost his senses. Since the age of 8, under his father's guidance, he had submerged his hands in basins filled with various lethal toxins, absorbing their potency through the family's secret techniques. Although this training rendered him immune to the toxins, the pain endured was excruciating. After each training session, he would be carried to bed by his father, lying motionless, feeling as though he were on the brink of death, devoid of even the energy to think. For over 20 years, this was his daily reality, with no respite. It was only after his father's passing at the age of 30 that he entered the martial world and gained fame, perhaps due to the suffering endured during his training. Once he achieved recognition, all his latent vices emerged, leading him to indulge in violence until he found a meager existence within the confines of the Flying Fish Gang. Yet, he held great confidence in his poisonous palms. Although he questioned why Shi Zhongyu would engage him with an injured hand, he reasoned that Hua Wanzi's shout about by Wang Jin's poisoning must have thrown the young boy into a state of recklessness. With this thought, he hesitated no longer. Gathering all his strength, he struck back. At that moment, Wei Cheng and his companion realized they had been deceived, drawing their weapons and attacking Shi Zhongyu from behind. Shi Zhongyu, in a desperate gamble, paid no heed to the two behind him. Channeling his internal energy through his left palm, he clashed with Wei Zizhong. Wei Zizhong unleashed the poison from his palm, intending to invade Shi Zhongyu's body, believing that even if he could not wound him, he could still compound the poison within him. As Shi Zhongyu's palm met Wei Zizhong's, he initially felt the invading poison surging into his hand. However, as his internal energy surged forth like a tidal wave, not only did he reverse the newly introduced toxins, but he also forced the poison previously within his own body back into Wei Zizhong. Wei Zizhong's face changed dramatically as he sensed the poison within his palm being compelled back towards his own chest. Although his expression remained stoic, his face became increasingly darkened, and he gradually collapsed to the ground. This notorious figure, renowned for his lethal poisonous palms, ultimately fell victim to the very toxins he had mastered, succumbing to his own malice, a rather ironic and humorous end. Chapter 57. The conclusion of the situation. Although the unfolding of this event may appear lengthy, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Shi Zhongyu had scarcely caught his breath when the whistling wind announced Wei Sichuan's ghostly knife, which came slicing down upon him. Almost simultaneously, Cheng Dayong's twin hammers were aimed at his left shoulder and back. In a flash of lightning, Shi Zhongyu assessed the perilous situation, swiftly dodging to the left to evade both the ghostly knife and one of the hammers, yet he was ultimately struck on the back by Cheng Dayong's other hammer. This blow, delivered with all of Cheng Dayong's might, was formidable enough to challenge even Shi Zhongyu's profound internal energy. Staggering back several steps, he tasted the coppery tang of blood in his throat, a trickle seeping from the corner of his mouth. With a swift movement, he countered with a sword thrust that forced both assailants to retreat momentarily, allowing him to turn and reveal a smile upon his face. This gamble had indeed paid off handsomely. By sacrificing his own injury, he had taken the life of Wei Zizhong, the most skilled among the three, while also inadvertently expelling the toxic gas from his left hand. The remaining two adversaries possessed less than half of Wei Zizhong's prowess. Thus, despite his injuries, he could easily manage them. It was only then that Wei Sichuan and Cheng Dayong realized that Wei Zizhong had perished. They exchanged a glance, their faces drained of color. However, retreat was no longer an option. The opponent may not show them mercy. Moreover, Shi Zhongyu had clearly sustained internal injuries from Cheng Dayong's hammer. If the two united, they might still have a chance of survival by eliminating him. As longtime friends, their thoughts were aligned, and they discerned each other's intentions through their expressions. After a brief pause, they lunged forward once more. Shi Zhongyu wielded his left hand to counter Cheng Dayong's hammers, while his right hand brandished the sword to fend off Wei Sichuan's ghostly knife. With a series of resounding clashes, Shi Zhongyu deftly seized Cheng Dayong's hammers, tossing them aside, and deftly grasped the nape of Cheng Dayong's neck. Meanwhile, Wei Sichuan's knife was flicked away by the point of Shi Zhongyu's sword, leaving him frozen in a murderous stance, unable to move, his eyes darting restlessly. In a swift motion, Shi Zhongyu had also managed to strike Wei Sichuan's Jingmen acupoint with Chapter 58, teasing Hua Wanzi as Cheng Dayong regained his freedom. He immediately intended to withdraw from the Lin residence. His original plan was to seize the Lin family's salt business to secure a stable financial route for the Flying Fish Gang. However, after traveling such a long distance to Fuzhou, he encountered setbacks, and even the formidable ally, the old monster from Ling'an, suffered losses here. At present, the Flying Fish Gang was greatly weakened, making them even more wary of the valiant and spirited heroine, Ha Mei. With a disgruntled smile on his plump face, he said, "Heroine Hua Wei." Before he could finish, Hua Wanzi, impatient, retorted, "Get lost, hurry up." Cheng Daong, eager to comply, commanded his subordinates to carry Wei Zizhong's corpse. Waving his hands, "Did you hear the heroine? Get out quickly." In the blink of an eye, the flying fish gang had left without a trace. Seeing his potential ally abandoning him, Lin Zhengyuan regretted his greed, lamenting that he should not have ventured into this murky water. Now, not only had he failed to seize the family fortune, but his own life was also in jeopardy. Overcome with fear, he collapsed to the ground, kowtowing to Lin Pei, begging for mercy and pleading for his life. Lin Pei, having triumphed over his uncle in previous encounters, felt a sense of satisfaction at his uncle's current plight. He watched with a smile, remaining silent until Lin Zhengyuan had bloodied his forehead from the repeated blows, before saying, "I had planned to bring Lei Ming to my father's grave for a heart sacrifice. Since he is dead, you shall take his place. Lock him in the dungeon." The Lin family had narrowly escaped disaster, thanks to the timely rescue from the Snow Mountain sect. Not wanting to disturb Shi Zhongyu, who was treating Bai Wanjian's injuries in the hall, Lin Pei expressed his gratitude to Hua Wanzi. Though Hua Wanzi had not actively participated, she felt a flush of pride at his praise. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and a group of burly men stormed into the courtyard. It was the flying fish gang returning. Mistaking their intentions as malicious, Hua Wanzi swiftly drew her sword, ready for confrontation. Cheng Daong repeatedly gestured, "Heroine Hua, please do not misunderstand. We returned because we were blocked at the entrance. We did not come to fight." Hua Wanzi, skeptical, questioned, "Blocked at the door? How could that be? Do not take me for a fool." Cheng Daong, with a forced smile, replied, "Who in the martial world is unaware of the illustrious name of Heroine Hanmei? We would never dare deceive you. The entrance is indeed blocked by the Beggar Sect's people. You may check for yourself if you do not believe me." Hua Wanzi murmured, "The Beggar Sect is a reputable and upright faction. Why would they block the Lin family's entrance?" At that moment, as Shi Zhongyu was at a critical juncture in treating Bai Wanjian's poison, she hesitated to investigate herself, fearing the flying fish gang might take advantage of the situation. Instead, she sent a third-generation disciple to check. Before long, the disciple returned, reporting that the Beggar Sect had surrounded the area, preventing passage. Unable to discern the Beggar Sect's motives, Hua Wanzi prioritized ensuring Shi Zhongyu could treat Bai Wanjian's poison. She instructed Cheng Daong to restrain his men, ordering them to remain in the courtyard and not enter the hall, before stepping into the hall herself to stand guard at the entrance. Inside, Bai Wanjian sat cross-legged, while Shi Zhongyu placed his hands on Bai Wanjian's back, channeling his inner energy to expel the poison from his body. However, due to the critical nature of the poison's location, Shi Zhongyu proceeded cautiously, guiding the toxic energy slowly along the chest cavity and through the neck, forcing it out through Bai Wanjian's mouth. After a long while, Bai Wanjian spat out a large mouthful of black blood. His complexion visibly improved, and his internal energy began to circulate on its own. Shi Zhongyu let out a sigh of relief, retracting his energy as he stood up. Hua Wanzi hurriedly asked, "How is Bai Xixiang?" Shi Zhongyu smiled, "I have expelled the deadly poison from Sherbua. He just needs to cultivate for a while to recover from the injuries to his chest. He should be fine." Only then did Hua Wanzi feel reassured. But she noticed Shi Zhongyu was drenched in sweat, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Concerned, she asked, "Did you sustain injuries as well?" Taking out a handkerchief from her pocket, she gently wiped the corner of his mouth. Shi Zhongyu caught a whiff of the fragrance from her handkerchief and, seeing her delicate hand, his playful nature resurfaced, seizing the moment to kiss her on the back of her hand. Startled, Hua Wanzi withdrew her hand, surprisingly not angry, but shot him a fierce glare before stepping out into the courtyard. After the kiss, Shi Zhongyu felt a pang of regret for his impulsive act. Realizing he had wronged Ah Xiu, yet he found himself unable to resist following her outside. Hua Wanzi, noticing him trailing behind, couldn't help but admonish him. "Wasn't your earlier indiscretion enough? What are you trying to do now?" Her tone was severe. Shi Zhongyu lowered his voice, "Shizhu, I was momentarily swept away by emotion. Please do not hold it against me." Hua Wanzi, both embarrassed and angry, retorted, "You are aware that I am your Shizhu. How can a disciple show such disrespect?" Seeing her cheeks flushed, a stark contrast to her usual spirited demeanor, Shi Zhongyu felt emboldened and boldly remarked, "Since Shizhu has no intention of marrying, it would be a pity for your beauty to go to waste. Why not let your disciple take advantage?" In her lifetime, Hua Wanzi had encountered many men who treated her with respect and decorum, Even past lovers adhered to proper etiquette, only revealing intimate sentiments in letters. Thus, hearing his audacious words, reminiscent of the passionate letters she once received, stirred feelings long dormant within her heart. Have you forgotten what I told you about the princess forbidding me from marrying? You reckless boy, are you not afraid of death? Shi Zhongyu, noting the absence of her authoritative tone and the playful banter reminiscent of lovers, felt his courage swell, whispering, to spend a lifetime with Shi Zhongyu. What is there to fear in death? After all, to die beneath the peony is to be a spirited ghost. Hua Wanzi recalled his status as her disciple and her master by Zizai's strict adherence to propriety, which would never allow for such forbidden romance. Her expression turned pale as she coldly warned, "Speak further nonsense, and I shall inform your master. Let us see if he does not flay you alive." Shi Zhongyu sighed inwardly, realizing that Shi Zhongyu, being older, was not as easily swayed as Ah Xiu. While he had long admired her from afar in his past life reading novels, he refrained from pushing too hard, lest she develop an aversion to him. He asked, "Why has the Flying Fish Gang returned? What has happened?" Hua Wanzi furrowed her brow and recounted the situation of the beggar sect blocking their exit. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Zhongyu stated, "The beggar sect is renowned for its benevolence and righteousness. They would not act without cause. Shi Zhongyu, please tend to Shibois. I will investigate." With that, he made his way toward the entrance. Watching his retreating figure, Hua Wanzi found herself lost in thought. Although her disciple was not yet 20, he exhibited a calm demeanor that inspired trust. Were he not her disciple, his appearance and eloquence might have made him an ideal companion. Moreover, at such a young age, he possessed remarkable martial skills, possibly surpassing her master by his eye, making him less likely to fear the princess's wrath. In the martial world, many renowned masters were often much older and already had families. Few were suitable like him, yet alas, he was her disciple, forbidden by societal norms. With a quiet sigh, she dared not dwell on these thoughts and returned to the hall to guard by Wang Jian as he cultivated. Chapter 59. The beggar clan surrounds the Lin mansion. As Shi Zhongyu stepped out of the door, he raised his head and gazed around. Noticing that a long line of beggar clan disciples encircled the Lin mansion, situated several dozen paces away. The sky was completely dark, indicating that it was around the hour of the high. Among the disciples, every 10th person held a torch, standing solemnly without whispering to one another. In the flickering firelight, the Lin mansion appeared to be encircled by a fiery dragon, rendering it impossible to count the exact number of people present. The Lin mansion, built on the outskirts where land was inexpensive, was constructed on a grand scale. To maintain such a perimeter, it likely required thousands of people. As Shi Zhongyu approached, before he could utter a word, an elderly voice called out, "Young one, this road is sealed off. No entry or exit is permitted. Please turn back." Shi Zhongyu noticed that the speaker was clad in tattered clothing, carrying several bags on his back. Upon counting, he found there were as many as 9. Realizing this was an elder of the beggar clan, he did not dare to be dismissive and respectfully inquired, "May I ask, elder, why has the beggar clan surrounded the Lin mansion?" The speaker was none other than Wu Daong, the elder in charge of the clan's bowl. Upon hearing that the young man recognized his status, he did not underestimate him, replying gently, "A thief has stolen an important item from our clan and has secretly infiltrated the Lin mansion. Until we apprehend this individual, not even a fly shall be allowed to leave the premises. This matter does not concern you. It is best for you to return inside." Shi Zhongyu suddenly understood and remarked, "So you have already located the thief of the prized dog-beat stick." Wu Daong's expression changed, and he pointed his bamboo staff accusingly, exclaiming, "Who are you? How do you know our clan's secrets?" His tone was stern, as if ready to engage in combat. Shi Zhongyu hastily clarified, "I am a disciple of the Shui Mountain sect. I heard about this matter at an inn." He then recounted what he had overheard between Wang and he regarding the theft from the beggar clan at the Shunchong Inn. Wu Daong's demeanor relaxed, and he lowered his staff. This bamboo stick was his weapon of choice, and the position of elder often granted one access to the clan's ultimate techniques. The dog-beat stick and the 18 dragon-subduing palms. However, those who attained such ranks often had a lengthy tenure and found it difficult to learn new martial arts, especially when they already possessed skills from their original sections. The leader of the Fujin branch, Shi Jing, was one such example. Wu Daong, however, was different. His original martial art was the Wulong Bagua staff, which shared some similarities with the dog-beat stick technique. He was only in his 30s when he was promoted to leader and had since diligently studied the dog-beat stick technique, making significant progress over the years. Thus, he had abandoned his original long staff in favor of the bamboo stick. Upon hearing Shi Zhongyu's affiliation with the Shui Mountain sect, he felt reassured and said solemnly, "The branch leader Yan Hotsuan has been negligent in his duties, leaking confidential information. Branch leader Shi has reported this to the law enforcement elder and the chief Chu, and appropriate measures have been taken. Although you are aware of our clan's secrets, it is not your fault." Shi Zhongyu inquired, "Did the thief truly enter the Lin mansion? How curious, as everyone within appears to be merely ordinary martial artists without any formidable skills." Wu Daong replied, "Someone witnessed the thief enter the Lin mansion, so there is no doubt about it. Once he has infiltrated the mansion, he will naturally conceal his martial prowess to avoid drawing attention. By the time Chief Chu arrives, hiding his tracks will not be so easy." Noting Shi Zhongyu's youth and poise, Wu Daong developed a favorable impression, fearing that the young man might impulsively venture into the mansion and fall victim to the thief. He cautioned, "Young one, should you encounter any unfamiliar faces within the mansion, do not provoke them, lest they turn violent against you." Shi Zhongyu quickly replied, "Could you perhaps disclose the thief's appearance, so I may remain vigilant?" Wu Daong pondered for a moment before answering. According to Chief Chu, the individual is likely around 40 years old, handsome, and possesses exceptionally high martial skills, far surpassing me and the other 3 elders. Shi Zhongyu mused to himself, no wonder the beggar clan sought trouble with Bai Wanjian. His appearance perfectly matched the description of a handsome man in his 40s. After asking a few more questions, Wu Daong refused to divulge any further details, prompting Shi Zhongyu to thank him and return to the Lin mansion. Upon his return, Hua Wanzi approached him eagerly for information. Shi Zhongyu observed her demeanor, which was entirely devoid of the earlier embarrassment from being teased, easing his concerns and bolstering his resolve to win her affection. However, he had no intention of resorting to the underhanded tactics often depicted in romantic novels. He found such methods unappealing, akin to purchasing fleeting pleasures, far less satisfying than earning genuine affection. In his previous life, he was of ordinary appearance, yet he had managed to attract a beautiful and intelligent girlfriend during his university days, possessing no lack of charm. It was simply that work had left him little time to pursue romantic interests. Coupled with his current personality, infused with the original owner's charm and eloquence, along with his enhanced looks and past experiences, there was little reason he could not win a woman's heart. Noticing Shi Zhongyu's captivated gaze, Hua Wanzi, feeling somewhat flattered yet annoyed, retreated a step and whispered, "Hey, Bai Xixiang is still here. You mustn't act recklessly. If he sees you, it could spell trouble." Only then did Shi Zhongyu snap back to reality, recognizing the underlying implications of her words. He thought to himself, if Bai Xixiang is not present, does that mean I can act freely? However, he knew that relentless teasing would only provoke disdain, so he suppressed his thoughts and recounted the information he had just gathered. Hua Wanzi bit her finger in contemplation, saying, "Around 40, handsome. I haven't seen anyone like that in the Lin mansion these past few days. However, with so many servants, it's possible I simply haven't encountered him. I should ask young Master Lin about this." As Shi Zhongyu observed her innocent gestures, he found it hard to look away, nearly drooling. Hua Wanzi, noticing his lingering gaze, muttered a curse, "This lecher," feeling a sense of pride in her captivating beauty. She withdrew her finger from her mouth, playfully kicked him, and said, "What are you thinking now? Go fetch young Master Lin. Do you hear me?" Shi Zhongyu responded with an "O," complying with her request to summon Lin Pei. Hua Wanzi, observing his obedient demeanor, felt a mixture of dissatisfaction. This young man was either a bold rogue or an overly compliant follower. Both extremes were unappealing to her. She recalled the moment when the notorious Wei Zizhong unleashed a fierce palm strike against her. Just as she prepared to fight back, someone had pulled her out of harm's way, commanding her in a tone that brooked no refusal, "You go save Bai Xixiang. I will handle Wei." In that fleeting moment, she felt an inexplicable sense of reliance and admiration. Yet, was that savior truly Shi Zhongyu? How could one person embody such contrasting traits, sometimes sly and cunning, at other times innocent and clever, occasionally brazen and audacious, while also exhibiting a sense of righteousness? Can a single individual truly encompass such a diverse array of personalities? Chapter 60. The seduction of a wayward woman. While Hua Wanzi was lost in her thoughts, Shi Zhongyu had already escorted Lin Pei into the hall. Fengzhen, who was with Lin Pei, heard that Hua Wanzi had summoned him for an inquiry. Knowing that Hua Wanzi was both youthful and beautiful, she feared that this enticing fish might be lured away by her, so she followed along. Hua Wanzi steadied her thoughts and inquired about any respectable individuals around the age of 40 within the Lin household. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Pei named a few. Upon closer inspection, While they were indeed respectable, they fell considerably short of being handsome. Hua Wanzi felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Lin Pei, unaware of her intentions, remarked that when his father was alive, he fit this description well. Now, the only one in the Lin household who could be deemed worthy of such a description was Master Bai. Hua Wanzi recalled Lin Jinluan's extraordinary looks in his youth. Even now, despite showing signs of decline, he could still be considered handsome. However, since he had passed away, he was naturally excluded from consideration. A sudden thought struck her. Could it really be the doing of Brother Bai? She immediately remembered that when the dog-whacking stick was stolen, Bai Wanjian had been with her. Yet they had not yet arrived in Fujin. This left her mind in a muddle, as she was not adept at analysis. Shi Zhongyu, too, felt a sense of suspicion. Elder Wu had spoken with such certainty, suggesting there must be substantial evidence. The old beggar that Master Hua had saved exuded an unusual demeanor. Could he be a figure from the beggar's sect, fortuitously encountering a thief who fled into the Lin household? Otherwise, how could the beggar's sect have learned of this matter so fortuitously? Seeing Hua Wanzi's troubled expression, he said, Master, Elder Wu specifically instructed us not to alarm the thief, lest he act rashly and harm innocent lives within the Lin household. The beggar's sect has a reputation for honor. They should handle it themselves. At this, Hua Wanzi felt relieved and instructed the disciples of the Snow Mountain sect to return to their quarters for rest, while she remained in the hall to guard by Wanjian. Shi Zhongyu, having finally made some progress with Hua Wanzi, was reluctant to part ways. However, when she noticed him following her, she immediately lost her temper, saying, And you? Go back to your room as well. You are not permitted to follow me. Seeing Shi Zhongyu stirred her heart, and she dared not be alone with him again. Shi Zhongyu could only smile bitterly as he returned to his room, intending to probe the old beggar. Not long after he left, he heard light footsteps behind him. Someone was following. Curiosity piqued. He turned to see it was Miss Feng Zhan, Lin Pei's companion. He found this enigmatic woman intriguing, yet as a potential romantic interest. He feared that her flirtatious nature might lead to complications. What puzzled him more was why Feng Zhan, whose affections were clearly directed at Lin Pei, would risk discovery to seek him out. Thus, he halted, smilingly inquired, Miss Feng, where might you be headed? Feng Zhan cast a flirtatious glance and replied, I'm following you, of course, so why pretend otherwise? It must be said that although she was 2 years younger than Hua Wanzi, she possessed a captivating allure. She had long observed Shi Zhongyu's flirtations with Hua Wanzi and, with a demeanor suggestive of a seductress, approached him without pretense. In his former life, the original owner of this body would have fallen victim to her charms, but having traversed through many emotional dramas, he was cautious not to act impulsively. She was taking a significant risk to pursue him, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. Suppressing the tumult of desire within, he feigned nonchalance and asked, Why are you not with young Master Lin? What brings you to me? Feng Zhan chuckled softly and replied, He is far too earnest. Where is the charm in that? You, on the other hand, are quite the dashing young man, and our conversation flows effortlessly. Shi Zhongyu responded, Are you dissatisfied with young Master Lin? Wishing to make me your confidant? I must confess, I hold you in high regard, but if you are with me, you must maintain your distance from that Lin fellow. Feigning a smitten demeanor, he shamelessly scrutinized her alluring figure, as if in a state of eager longing. Feng Zhan's heart leaped with delight. This young man was indeed as lascivious as he appeared, making him all the more enticing, though he surpassed Lin Pei in talent. She lamented that she had recognized him a little too late. Such a treasure should be savored for herself. She could leave Lin Pei to bestow upon her master. And once she received the grand reward, she could indulge in an intimate entanglement with this young man, extracting his exceptional spirit energy along the way. However, like Lin Pei, he was greedy, unwilling to share her with anyone. She needed a plan to distract him. Suddenly, she recalled the method she used to deal with Feng Wei. It would surely work. With her eyes glistening, she resolved to shed a few tears, feigning sorrow. Seeing her prepared to employ her feminine wiles, Shi Zhongyu couldn't help but chuckle. He was not Lin Pei or Feng Wei. He would not be so easily ensnared. Nonetheless, he pretended to care, asking, Sister Zhenith, why are you crying? Have you suffered some grievance? Feng Zhan, seeing that he had indeed taken the bait, felt a surge of joy beneath her sorrowful facade. She whispered, I yearn to share a mutual affection with you, but Lin Pei is favored by my master, and I must ensnare him for her. As a disciple, I cannot defy my master's wishes, which makes it seem that my fate with you is sealed. Shi Zhongyu was taken aback. Which sect do you belong to? That your master would compel you to do such an immoral thing? Feng Zhan wiped the tears from her delicate face and said, My sect is but a small one in the Jianghu. You would not know it. My master is burdened with affairs and cannot personally recruit talents. She fears losing someone like young Master Lin and laments daily, finding it hard to eat or sleep. As her disciple, I cannot bear to see her suffer. So I volunteered to fulfill this task in hopes of pleasing her. Having grown up without parents, I owe my life to her. My heart is entirely devoted to you, wishing to leave Lin behind and soar away with you. But before I depart, I must fulfill my master's wish to find peace. Yet, I am torn, fearing you may despise me for it. What should I do? Woe is me. Shi Zhongyu silently admired her acting prowess. However, having undergone countless relationships in his past life, he was not easily outdone. He boldly pulled her into his embrace and declared with deep emotion, "So it is because of me that you suffer. It pains me greatly. Your loyalty to your master truly makes you a rare companion in life. Since you feel this way, how could I not support you? Very well, once you have fulfilled your master's wishes, I shall pursue our relationship." Fengzhen's tears turned to smiles as she said, "You are so kind, young master. Are you truly willing to let me complete my task without jealousy or interference?" Chapter 61. A midnight appointment? Of course not. Shi Zhongyu firmly shook his head, feeling as if he were embodying a master of the silver screen. Moreover, I shall assist Sister Jin in fulfilling her duties swiftly. We can inform our parents together and hasten our union. His words were imbued with deep affection, while his large hand discreetly squeezed her bosom. Indeed, the allure was substantial and difficult to resist. Compared to Mei Fong, she might be slightly lacking, yet her stature far surpassed that of Hua Wanzi. Fengzhen naturally sensed Shi Zhongyu's impudence, but she merely chided him inwardly, lecher, rather than feeling anger. She found satisfaction in the attention. After all, for someone like her, it was far easier to manipulate someone who desired her. It was the virtuous gentleman she truly feared. She intentionally arched her chest and teased, I knew I had not misjudged you. You truly care for me." Shi Zhongyu, while scaling the heights of pleasure, reminded her, however, "While you may indulge in fleeting encounters with Lin Pei, I want to intervene, but he must not touch you. Otherwise, I shall feel a pang of jealousy." Though he was not genuinely jealous, it would seem disingenuous to care for someone yet remain unbothered by their companionship with other men. His words were merely a ruse to allay Fengzhen's suspicions. Upon hearing this, Fengzhen felt reassured and playfully replied, What do you take me for? I am still untouched. Not even a single fingertip has he laid upon me. From now on, my entire being belongs to you. Let no other man dare to think otherwise." Shi Zhongyu suppressed a laugh, thinking, if you are still untouched, then surely Pan Jinlian deserves a title of virtue. With a mischievous grin, he inquired, "What reward will you offer for the humiliation I endure for you?" As he spoke, he squeezed her a little tighter, eliciting a soft gasp from Fengzhen. She shot him a playful glare and retorted, "My body is yours. Is that not sufficient? What further compensation do you seek?" Shi Zhongyu declared, "Tonight, I shall claim your virtue. Otherwise, I cannot rest easy knowing you are with other men daily." Fengzhen hesitated. Isn't tonight a bit too rushed? Her hesitation was not out of concern for her virtue. Such notions were foreign to someone like her, but rather an awareness that, having claimed to be a maiden, she needed to prepare, lest he discover her true past. Yet, lacking her usual disguises, she found herself in a predicament. Shi Zhongyu remained resolute. "It must be tonight. Having acquired such a beautiful jewel as you, how could I possibly sleep without possessing you?" Finally, Fengzhen devised an alternative plan and smiled seductively. "You leave me no choice. Very well, after midnight, slip quietly into my room, and I shall leave the door ajar for you." She then divulged her location. Shi Zhongyu, who had tracked her previously, was already aware. Hearing her truthfulness, he remarked with an unusual tone, "Sister Jin, make sure to be thoroughly prepared for my visit. I intend to adore you properly." The frankness of his words caused even the ever-flirtatious Fengzhen to blush. The thought of a rendezvous with such a striking figure sparked an exhilarating anticipation within her. They lingered a while longer, exchanging sweet nothings that would seem utterly dull to a sober mind, allowing Shi Zhongyu ample opportunity to indulge before parting ways. As he returned to his quarters, he reflected on the 3 years since his arrival, feeling a thrill at the prospect of finally experiencing the pleasures of intimacy. He felt no remorse about entrusting his first experience to such a provocative woman. Did a man's first time hold any true significance? Not at all. What man has indulged in a few youthful fantasies? He even considered the concept of a first time for men to be a fallacy. With a partner as alluring as Fengzhen, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Those familiar with Xia Ke Xing would certainly know how restless Shi Zhongyu was. Having attempted to seduce Ah Xiu, while simultaneously entangling with Ding Dang and even taking liberties with a subordinate's wife, He had sought refuge in the brothels of Yangzhou, driven by an insatiable desire. After 3 years of restraint regarding Ah Xiu's youthful body, he had reached his limit. The pent-up energy within him had become overwhelming. Though Ah Xiu was only 15 and still appeared quite innocent to him, Fengxian, despite her ordinary looks, possessed a captivating charm. More importantly, she presented a facade of purity before Lin Pei, while being scandalously wanton in private, a contrast that rendered her utterly irresistible. Furthermore, there was an undeniable thrill in claiming what belonged to another. Upon returning to his lodging, he found his fellow disciples from the snowy mountains already nestled in slumber. Eyes shut tight, unaware if they were truly asleep. The old beggar, however, was wide awake, idly picking at his toes and occasionally bringing them to his nose. Shi Zhongyu chuckled. "You seem quite lively, old man. Heard any news?" The old beggar stretched lazily, unimpressed. "As an old beggar, news bears little significance to me." Shi Zhongyu shook his head. "Not so fast. Today, the members of the Flying Fish Gang faced a crushing defeat and fled, only to return shortly thereafter. Can you guess why?" The old beggar perked up, intrigued. Did a formidable figure prevent their escape? Shi Zhongyu raised his thumb in praise. "Indeed, you are quite astute." The old beggar snorted, eager for him to continue. Yet, to his surprise, Shi Zhongyu shed his outer garments and lay down, yawning repeatedly. Unable to contain his curiosity, the old beggar demanded, what figure was it that stopped the Flying Fish Gang outside? Delighted that the old man could no longer contain himself, Shi Zhongyu feigned ignorance. "Oh? Were you not uninterested in this matter?" The old beggar, aware of his teasing, felt a flare of annoyance. "I have become interested now, haven't I?" Shi Zhongyu, suspecting that the old beggar might be an extraordinary individual, perhaps the one who had tended to his injuries, was cautious not to offend him, hastily replied, "It is not just one person outside. Rather, it is a multitude of gang members." The old beggar was astonished, genuinely unaware, and inquired, "Which gang would specifically oppose the Flying Fish Gang?" Shi Zhongyu smiled. "They are not here solely to confront the Flying Fish Gang. They merely faced unfortunate timing. The Beggars Gang is here to apprehend the thieves who stole their treasured possession." Chapter 62. The tragic Fengxian. Upon learning that disciples from the Beggar Sect had arrived, the old beggar displayed no hint of emotion on his face. Neither joy nor disappointment. Shi Zhongyu observed his expression closely, noting its neutrality, and found himself uncertain, pondering whether his assumptions were misguided. After a prolonged silence, the old beggar remarked, "Given the significance of capturing such a notorious thief, surely many skilled individuals have come." Shi Zhongyu replied, "Indeed. Standing guard at the main entrance is an elder, and the number of disciples from the Beggar Sect is countless, at least several thousand." The old beggar inquired further about the elder's appearance, and Shi Zhongyu recounted what he had witnessed. The old beggar murmured, "That must be Elder Wu Daong, renowned for his 5 dragons, 8 trigram staff technique, who has now taken to mastering the dog-beat stick method with considerable success. If he is present, the other 3 elders and the 13 branch leaders should have arrived as well. With so many experts on guard, the thief cannot escape. However, with the Beggar Sect fully staffed, I wonder why they have yet to enter the mansion to apprehend the criminal." Hearing his evident familiarity with the Beggar Sect, Shi Zhongyu chuckled. "Elder Wu mentioned that the sect leader has yet to arrive. They are quite wary of the thief and insist on waiting for the leader before taking action." The old beggar nodded. Given that the thief managed to steal the dog-beat stick, he is certainly not an ordinary individual. The Beggar Sect is wise to proceed with caution. Shi Zhongyu asked, "Given your extensive knowledge of the Beggar Sect, you must be a significant figure within it, correct?" The old beggar's expression shifted, and he forced a laugh. "How could I possibly hold any position in the Beggar Sect? I am merely a beggar, gathering hearsay while seeking alms." Realizing the old beggar's adamant denial, Shi Zhongyu ceased his inquiries. He lay back down, his thoughts consumed by the anticipation of losing his virginity that night, making it difficult for him to find rest. After a long wait until midnight, he heard the 2 within the room snoring loudly, indicating they were fast asleep. Quietly, he rose, tiptoed out, and made his way to Fengxian's quarters. Upon reaching the door, he noticed a light still glowing within. Fengxian was awaiting his arrival. Gently pushing the door, he found Chapter 63. The leader of the beggar gang as dawn broke. Fengxian roused Shi Zhongyu, urging him to leave swiftly while the others remained asleep. Observing her panda-like eyes and haggard appearance, Shi Zhongyu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After rising, he engaged in a brief exchange of acting skills with the esteemed actress before departing her quarters and returning to his own lodgings. On his way back, he noticed several guards from the Lin residence rushing out in a flurry. His curiosity piqued, he stopped one to inquire. The guard, recognizing Shi Zhongyu as a disciple of the Snow Mountain Sect and aware that he had single-handedly resolved the Lin family's crisis the previous day, felt compelled to reveal, last night, a thief attempted to escape but was intercepted by the beggar gang outside. Failing to flee, the thief re-entered the Lin residence and was now hiding within. Young Master Lin was quite distressed over the matter and had reinforced the guards overnight. Fearing for the safety of those within the estate, Shi Zhongyu, understanding that if the thief truly was concealed inside, the encirclement by the beggar gang would certainly prompt the thief to devise an escape plan rather than surrender, was not overly surprised. Upon returning to his quarters, he found his fellow disciples absent, but the old beggar was awake. Upon seeing Shi Zhongyu return at such an hour, the old beggar remarked with a smirk, "Last night, the thief attempted to break through the siege, causing quite a commotion, and you just happened to be away. Wouldn't you be the thief, would you?" Shi Zhongyu protested. "Senior, that would be a grave misjudgment. With my meager skills, how could I possibly steal from the beggar gang? Besides, at the time of the dog-beating staff's disappearance, I was traveling with Elderby and others who can vouch for my whereabouts." The old beggar pondered. "If it was you, then who could it be?" Shi Zhongyu replied with a grin, "Rest assured, once Chief Chu arrives, with so many disciples of the beggar gang, it won't be difficult to uncover the true culprit." The old beggar sighed. "Let us hope so," his tone laced with concern. Shi Zhongyu, in good spirits and unwilling to sleep further, fetched water to freshen up and declared, "I shall go out and gather some intelligence for you." With that, he stepped outside once more. Upon reaching the Lin residence's hall, he found a considerable gathering of people. Bai Wanjian, Hua Wanzi, and several disciples of the Snow Mountain Sect were present. Lin Pei sat in the central chair, his expression grave. Several hundred members of the Flying Fish Gang had spent the night in the courtyard, now half sitting, half laying, most still fast asleep. A dozen guards from the Lin residence stood at the hall entrance, armed and watching the Flying Fish Gang members with hawkish vigilance. As Shi Zhongyu entered the hall, he inquired, "Elderby, how is your health faring?" Bai Wanjin smiled. "I am quite well now. Thanks to your assistance in expelling the residual poison from my system yesterday, I would have surely perished here." Shi Zhongyu replied, "Elder, you ventured to seek treatment for my injuries, so I am relieved that I could be of help." Then, he asked, "By the way, how did you cross paths with Wei Zizhong and his entourage?" Bai Wanjian frowned. "I intended to visit Zhangzhou to enlist the help of the Venerable Zhou, only to discover upon arrival that he was away visiting an old friend. With no other recourse, I reluctantly returned. Coincidentally, I then encountered Qing Deong, who was accompanied by Wei Zizhong and Wei Sikun, and we immediately clashed. I was struck in the chest by the old monster from Ling'an and severely injured, ultimately captured." Hua Wanzi interjected, "Elderby, do not be disheartened. The Ling'an monster is a well-known figure with formidable skills. Being defeated by him is not a matter of shame." Bai Wanjian sighed. "I had thought this journey would be a simple task, yet it unfolded with so many unexpected twists. Were it not for Zhongyu's timely intervention in vanquishing Wei Zizhong and defeating Qing Deong and Wei Sikun, the outcome would have been dire." He recalled something and added, "Zhongyu, you must not speak of your martial training with the peculiar individual. My father is quite proud. Should he learn that you use techniques from another school to defeat the enemy, he would surely be displeased." Having heard from Hua Wanzi about Shi Zhongyu's extraordinary encounter, he felt compelled to caution him. Shi Zhongyu assured, "All the techniques I employed against my foes are from the Snow Mountain Sect. Thus I have not used any foreign skills to prevail. However, the source of my power will undoubtedly be discerned by Master Bai. How shall I explain this?" Bai Wanjin smiled. "That is simple. My father also gained his prowess through a fortuitous encounter in his youth, consuming the gallbladder and blood of a rare snake from the Snow Mountain. I shall devise a means to cover for you, ensuring that you receive praise from my father." Shi Zhongyu's abilities stemmed from his familiarity with the narrative of his past life, making it impossible to clarify to others. Thus, upon hearing Bai Wanjin's offer to shield him, he eagerly agreed. By midday, after the group had dined, they were in discussion about when the siege by the beggar gang might be lifted, when suddenly a commotion at the entrance caught their attention. A dozen figures clad in the garb of the beggar gang entered the courtyard together. Leading them was a towering man with a square face and high nose, his gaze piercing and commanding. Though his attire was not extravagant, it was tidy and free of patches. As he walked, he exuded an aura of authority that compelled all who beheld him to acknowledge his impressive stature. Following him were 4 elderly men, their eyes sharp, clearly skilled in martial arts. Shi Zhongyu recognized that Elder Wu Deong, the leader of the gang, was among them. Behind these 4 men followed 13 robust individuals, each carrying 8 bags, presumably the sub-leaders of various branches, including Shi Jing from the Fujian branch. The imposing figure at the forefront was undoubtedly Chu Hao, the leader of the beggar gang. As the members of the Flying Fish gang sat in the courtyard, sharing their rations, they instinctively rose and stepped aside, intimidated by the formidable presence of the newcomers. Upon reaching the entrance of the hall, Chu Hao clasped his fists and proclaimed, "I, as the leader of the beggar gang, extend my sincerest apologies for the inconvenience caused to your esteemed residents due to the theft of our treasured dog-beating staff. I humbly seek your forgiveness." As the host, Lin Pei should have stepped forward to address the matter, but the overwhelming presence of the newcomers left him momentarily paralyzed with fear. He hastily turned to Bai Wanjian, saying, "Elder, I must trouble you to handle this situation on my behalf." Bai Wanjian rose with a smile, clasped his fists, and responded, "You must be Chu Hao, the renowned leader of the beggar gang. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, and it is only today that I have the honor to meet you. I once had the pleasure of interacting with your sub-leader, Shi, and I hold him in high regard. It is no wonder that your gang is filled with such remarkable heroes, maintaining a long-standing reputation in the realm." Chu Hao, observing Bai Wanjian's elegant demeanor, responded, "Your kind words are greatly appreciated. May I ask your name?" Bai Wanjian replied with a gentle smile, "I am Bai Wanjian, a disciple of the Snow Mountain Sect." Chu Hao's eyes lit up with recognition. "Ah, you are the esteemed Mr. Bai, known across the Northwest. My brother Shi often spoke of your exploits, praising you as a true hero. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person." Bai Wanjian chuckled. "While I may accept praise from others, it is a different matter altogether when such compliments come from a figure of your stature." With a gesture, he invited, "Chu Hao, let us converse inside." Chu Hao accepted the invitation, and together they entered the hall. Bai Wanjian took the primary seat on the left, while Chu Hao settled into the guest position on the right. Bai Wanjian remarked, "Recently, our Snow Mountain Sect was stationed in Shunchang County, and I was astonished to learn of the theft of your gang's treasured item. Do you have any insight into which faction's expert dared to commit such a brazen act against the beggar gang?" Chu Hao sighed. "This is indeed a great disgrace for our beggar gang since its inception. I issued strict orders to keep this matter confidential, yet it seems the news has still spread. In the future, our disciples will inevitably face ridicule while traversing the martial world." Chapter 64, Pursued Across 1,000 Miles by Wanjian. Perceiving the hint of despair in his words, said solemnly, "Chief Chu, you are gravely mistaken in your thoughts." Chu Hao inquired curiously, "Where have I erred? I implore you, Mr. Bai, to enlighten me." Bai Wanjian replied earnestly, "You believe that the theft of the dog-beating stick is an immense humiliation, inviting ridicule. Yet, consider the plight of Yang Guo, the wife of the legendary hero, who endured far greater disgrace, despite the shame she suffered. How many today dare speak a word of disrespect when recalling her and her husband? Even Xiaofeng, the illustrious leader of the Beggars Sect, was once derogatorily labeled as a barbarian and falsely accused of heinous crimes. In comparison to your current predicament, how does it measure? Today, when heroes speak of him, they raise their thumbs in admiration, hailing him as a paragon of virtue." Chu Hao felt a shiver run through him and replied solemnly, "Your words resonate deeply, Mr. Bai. I stand corrected." He felt a surge of gratitude as Bai Wanjian invoked the names of such titans to console him. Furthermore, having listened to his master, Jiao Sihai, recount tales of Qiao Feng's legendary exploits since childhood, he had come to idolize him, emulating his every action. Reflecting on his own humiliation, he realized that few could withstand such tribulations. Yet, Qiao Feng bore his humiliation with dignity, never allowing it to tarnish his reputation for chivalry. Ultimately, in a bid to quell the flames of conflict between the Song and Liao dynasties, he even coerced his own emperor, sacrificing his life to uphold his integrity. This spirit of heroism not only inspired Han warriors, but also earned the respect of the Khitan warriors. In stark contrast, Chu Hao found himself disheartened by his minor setbacks, a disparity that felt as vast as the ocean. Amidst the crowd, Shi Zhongyu listened intently as Bai Wanjian spoke of the renown of Yang Guo and Xiaofeng, noting the respect etched upon the faces of both the Beggars Sect heroes and the lesser members of the Flying Fish gang. In his past life, while he had admired these figures in novels, he had regarded them merely as fictional creations. Yet, now immersed in the world of the heroic journey, he felt a profound connection to their enduring legacies. He lamented the missed opportunity to witness these legendary characters firsthand, regretting not being transported to the realms of the Divine Eagle or the Heavenly Dragon. Despite its charming title, the heroic journey lacked any truly noble figures. His brother, Shi Zhongyu, though virtuous and innocent, had meandered through life without ever engaging in notable acts of heroism. Xia Ke Xing, while both righteous and wicked, in Bai's eye, who had become excessively arrogant, along with Ding Busan and Ding Busi, were all unworthy of the title of hero. The leaders of the major sects had all been invited to Hero Island for a celebratory feast, leaving no significant deeds to speak of. As for the Dragonwood's second island master, despite his formidable skills, he devoted his life to deciphering the heroic journey diagrams. In a vast martial world, the absence of a worthy character rendered it exceedingly dull. Lost in his own self-pity, he suddenly heard Chu Hao's voice. Mr. Bai inquired about the identity of the thief. And I believe I have gleaned some insights. Shi Zhongyu snapped back to attention, eager to hear more. Bai Wanjian too was keen to learn the continuation of the story. Chu Hao, his gaze distant as if transported back to the day he pursued the villain, spoke after a moment's pause. My master's grave is situated on Mount Jihua, where he fell in battle against Li Mingyan. Following his wishes, I buried him at the site of his death. On the day I paid my respects, I discovered that the dog beating stick had gone missing, and my heart sank in alarm, leaving me utterly at a loss. The stick has been preserved by each chief of the beggars sect throughout the ages. To the disciples, it symbolizes the presence of the leader. If it were taken by a thief for nefarious purposes, the reputation of our sect, built over nearly a millennium, would be irreparably tarnished. As Shi Zhongyu listened to him recount the events, he could not suppress the tremor in his voice, vividly imagining the turmoil Chu Hao must have felt. Chu Hao continued. I approached the grave, scrutinizing it closely, and eventually noticed the peculiarities surrounding it. I used my internal strength to widen the opening and crawled into the tunnel beside the coffin to pursue the enemy. The four elders followed suit, assisting me in the chase. With our combined martial prowess, even if the thief were the greatest martial artist of our time, escape would be impossible. The tunnel was rudimentary, its entrance barely allowing one person to crawl through. I used all my limbs, crawling for what felt like an incense stick's length before finally emerging from the tunnel. Outside, I noticed some tree branches and straw scattered about, evident signs that the thief had propped up the tunnel with wooden supports, filled it with straw, and covered it with dirt to conceal its entrance. I must admit, it is shameful that the tunnel, which must stretch for dozens of meters, was excavated without my knowledge. Despite my constant vigilance over my master's grave, upon emerging, I spotted a shadowy figure in black fleeing into the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, I activated my lightness skill and pursued him relentlessly, with the four elders trailing behind. The thief possessed remarkable agility, despite summoning all my strength. I could not close the distance between us. He may have attempted to shake me off, but that was far from achievable. I followed the thief down Mount Jihua, along the narrow path below for half an hour more. Gradually, he began to tire, and I could see his form more clearly from afar. He wore a black cloth bag over his head, obscuring his hair and face, with only 2 holes for his eyes. I discerned that he was a lanky man. As I drew closer, he grew anxious and frequently glanced back. Realizing he could not elude my pursuit, he ducked into a dense thicket ahead. There exists a common rule in the martial world. Do not enter the woods when pursuing an enemy, as it is a dangerous practice. An enemy concealed within the forest can ambush a pursuer, often leading to disastrous consequences. However, given that he had stolen such a significant item from the beggar's sect, how could I possibly abandon my pursuit? Seeing the 4 elders trailing me by several dozen paces, I knew they would arrive shortly. Alone and on high alert, I ventured into the woods after him. The forest was dimly lit, and I could not hear a single sound, suggesting the thief was either cautious or had chosen to hide, possibly setting a trap for me. I dared not be careless, remaining vigilant to avoid falling victim to a hidden attack. As I proceeded with utmost caution, my progress was slow. Suddenly, I heard commotion behind me. The 4 elders had entered the woods as well. Fearing their recklessness might lead to the thief's ambush, I called out, "Elders, please remain vigilant and cautious." Lest, before I could finish my warning, 2 anguished cries pierced the air, followed by the voices of Elders Wu and Ming exclaiming, "Who goes there? Who dares to launch a surprise attack?" Upon hearing their words, I was struck with horror, realizing that the 2 elders had already fallen victim to the thief's treachery. Without a moment's hesitation, I abandoned stealth and rushed towards the sound. Chapter 65. Memories. At this juncture, Chu Hao paused, clenched his teeth, and continued. That nefarious villain was exceedingly cunning. Upon entering the forest, he did not hastily flee. Rather, he concealed himself behind the trees, waiting until I had ventured far ahead, allowing the 4 elders to enter the woods before launching a sudden ambush. Elder Tian, walking at the rear and caught completely off guard, received a blow to his back, cried out, and collapsed. Elder Fan, ahead of him, was startled by the shout and turned back. The villain struck again, this time targeting Elder Fan's chest. His anguished scream echoed as he fell to the ground, incapacitated. The assailant was remarkably swift. Though the elder's cries were sequential, they sounded virtually simultaneous. Realizing his position was compromised and that he could no longer injure the vigilant elder Wu Ming, the rogue fled deeper into the woods. I deduced these events only after inquiring with the injured elders. At that moment, who could have anticipated that I was relentlessly pursuing him? In such a precarious situation, he still had the audacity to devise a plan to strike against us. This illustrates his extraordinary wit and audacity, even at such a critical juncture. He deemed my gang of heroes unworthy of concern. Upon arriving at the scene, I glimpsed a shadow darting away into the distance. The two elders, engaged in tending to the wounded, upon spotting me, shouted in fury, "Chief, we have this covered. Hurry and retrieve the dog-beat stick to avenge the two elders." Having been toyed with by this villain and having lost two capable members of my gang, my anger surged, and I instantly pursued him. This time, the scoundrel dared not conceal his tracks and ran with all his might, although I could not see him through the dense foliage. The sounds of his garments brushing against branches and his feet trampling the grass were unmistakable to my ears. I followed closely, thinking, if I cannot capture him this time, I shall have no face to return to my brothers in the gang. As I emerged from the woods, I noted he was merely a few paces ahead. It would not be long before I caught up with him. After running several more miles, I found myself just a few feet away and could no longer contain myself. Shouting, "Friend, halt!" I unleashed a powerful strike aimed at his back. The rogue, displaying remarkable cunning, sensed he could not escape. He sidestepped my attack and turned to face me, evidently no longer intending to flee. Noticing he was unarmed, my heart sank, and I inquired, "Where is the dog-beat stick? Where have you hidden it?" He burst into an eerie laughter before declaring, "They say Chief Chu is more formidable than his predecessor. Today, witnessing your prowess, I can see that it is indeed no exaggeration. However, if you wish to reclaim the dog-beat stick, that is but a futile dream." I understood that his bizarre voice was a deliberate attempt to obscure his true sound. Thus, I asked, "Who are you? If you dare to steal the dog-beat stick, yet do not reveal your true identity, you cannot be regarded as a true hero." He scoffed. "Whether I am a hero or not is not for you to decide." Seeing his obstinacy, I realized that unless I subdued him, he would likely never reveal the whereabouts of the dog-beat stick. I executed a technique known as seeing the dragon in the field, striking at his chest. With a cold grunt, he countered with a palm strike of his own, intending to contest my palm strength. The technique I practiced, the 18 palms of the dragon subduing, is renowned for its formidable power, and I was undeterred by his challenge. In the initial two exchanges, our strengths were evenly matched, but by the third, he faltered, showing signs of weariness. Inherently crafty, he avoided further direct confrontation, opting instead to engage in evasive maneuvers, hoping to exhaust my inner strength before contesting me again. What he did not realize was that while the 18 palms are indeed celebrated for their might, they also encompass intricate and refined combat techniques. After the 17th exchange, I landed a strike upon his chest, and he coughed up blood. Although this technique was subtle, its power was not to be underestimated. Striking at his vital point and leaving him incapable of further resistance, I employed a technique known as capturing the dragon, attempting to seize him and force him to disclose the location of the dog-beat stick. To my astonishment, he deftly pushed against my wrist and slipped away, his movements deceptively light. The technique he employed was one I had witnessed over a decade ago, the family secret of the former demonic sect's protector, Li Mingyun. With Li Mingyun having perished at the hands of my master, Jiao Sihai, this man before me was likely Li Mingyun's son, Li Yaoqiang. Rumors had it that he had surpassed his father in mastering their family secret and had triumphed over numerous challengers to become the protector after his father's demise. With his father slain by my master, it was only natural he sought to avenge him by stealing the dog-beat stick and wreaking havoc upon my gang. At this point, he fell silent, lost in thought. The assembly awaited him to continue, yet after a prolonged silence, they exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what was transpiring. They remained unaware that Chu Hao's thoughts had drifted back to that stormy night of his master Jiao Sihai's death. On that fateful day, Chu Hao had learned that his master had ventured alone to Jihua Mountain. With a pressing matter weighing on his mind, he rode from Luoyang to Putian. Upon arrival, rain poured down, and darkness enveloped the sky. He rode to the foot of Jihua Mountain, dismounted, and ascended the mountain that very night. Though he was still young, his martial prowess was formidable, and with swift agility, he reached the summit in no time. As he traversed the mountaintop, he finally discovered his master in a hollow. Drenched and pale, blood pooling around him. A tall, handsome middle-aged scholar stood several feet away, coldly remarking, "Xiao Sihai, you who are renowned as the divine beggar of the four seas, have finally succumbed to me today." Upon witnessing his master in such a dire state, Chu Hao could no longer restrain his emotions. He cried out, "Master," and lunged towards the scholar, delivering a powerful strike aimed at his chest. The scholar, employing the same silken snaring technique, deftly deflected Chu Hao's attack with a flick of his wrist. Fueled by rage, Chu Hao unleashed a second strike, his inner strength surging. Though the scholar had triumphed over Xiao Sihai, he too was gravely weakened. Unable to evade, he took the hit to his chest and fell heavily to the ground. Chu Hao, momentarily stunned, turned to support Xiao Sihai, only to find him gasping for breath, on the brink of death, repeatedly calling, "Master." In the dark, Xiao Sihai vaguely recognized Chu Hao's visage, asking, "How did you come to the mountain?" Chu Hao, cradling him, wept in silence. The scholar, continuously coughing blood, struggled to rise, exclaiming, "Brother, we are both about to perish on Jiuhua Mountain. Even now, you refuse to divulge the truth." Chu Hao was taken aback, unsure of whom the scholar referred to as brother. At that moment, Xiao Sihai responded, "If you truly wish to know, I shall reveal it to you from the underworld." In due time, the scholar, unable to bear it any longer, finally breathed his last. Later, Xiao Sihai instructed Chu Hao to bury his body alongside that of the scholar Li Mingyun. It was then that Chu Hao learned the scholar was none other than the infamous protector of the demonic sect, Li Mingyun, while his master was Li Mingyun's elder brother. Afterward, when the rain ceased, Chu Hao descended the mountain, commissioning a craftsman to create an exceptionally large coffin of golden silk namu. He excavated a grave in the hollow and interred both his master and Li Mingyun together. Out of respect for his master's legacy, he refrained from disclosing that Xiao Sihai had fallen to Li Mingyun, instead stating they had perished in mutual combat. At times, he often recalled the words exchanged between Li Mingyun and his master in those final moments. It seemed Li Mingyun had inquired about something significant. Yet what that matter was remained forever unknown with their passing. Chapter 66. Audacity. Chu Hao finally regained his composure, clearing his throat before speaking. "Knowing he is a protector of the Demon Sect, I will show no mercy. I used all my strength in my second strike, aiming to ensure that even if he does not perish, he will be gravely injured." Li Yaoqiang seemed unable to evade in time, amidst his hurried movements. His body tilted slightly to the left, allowing my strike to land on his right shoulder. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his body floated backward like a kite severed from its string, drifting several yards away before finally landing. At that moment, I sensed something amiss. Though my palm strike was powerful, it should not have sent him flying that far. It seemed he had realized he was no longer my match after taking my blow and had resorted to lightness skills, using my force to propel himself away in a bid to escape. Without waiting for him to land, I took off in pursuit. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he wasted no time and turned to flee into the distance. At this point, he was about 10 yards away from me. I remained calm, thinking, when you were uninjured, you could not outrun me. Now that you have taken 2 of my strikes, how could you possibly escape? However, despite my full-speed chase, I found myself unable to close the distance. I was perplexed, recalling my master's words about a nefarious technique employed by the Demon Sect that could stimulate a person's latent potential through injury, allowing for a temporary surge in power, known as the blood ignition technique. While this method was potent, it inflicted severe damage on the body, and its effects were fleeting. Typically employed in desperate situations for survival or flight, I slowed my pursuit, contemplating, once your dark technique wanes and your injuries worsen, I shall see what you can do then. Yet, before long, I was confronted with a wide, rushing river ahead, the renowned Mulan River of Putian. Realizing the peril, I quickened my pace, intent on intercepting him before he reached the water's edge. Li Yaoqiang, aware that his life hung in the balance, disregarded his injuries and accelerated as well. As I saw that I could not reach him in time, panic surged within me, and I unleashed a strike aimed at his back. He neither dodged nor evaded. My strike, though distant, merely caused him to stumble slightly before he continued his flight. Leaping into the river, I rushed to the riverbank and peered down, only to see the murky, turbulent waters, with no clue as to his whereabouts. Having been raised in the north, my swimming skills were poor, and I dared not venture into the water to search. Instead, I waited on the shore. But when he did not resurface for air, I concluded that he had been swept away by the current and reluctantly turned back empty-handed. Chu Hao sighed deeply and continued. In my lifetime, I have faced countless adversaries, yet I have never felt as frustrated and helpless as I do today. Despite clearly being inferior in martial prowess, he employed cunning schemes that kept me on the defensive, placing me at a disadvantage. Under ordinary circumstances, I might have set aside grievances and forged a friendship with such an opponent. However, knowing he is a member of the Demon Sect and a formidable foe who has stolen treasures from my clan, I cannot let him go unpunished. Thus, upon obtaining a lead on him today, I resolved to offend the Snow Mountain Sect, mobilizing our entire clan to encircle the Lin estate. He cannot escape this time. Bai Wanjian, observing Chu Hao's respectful gesture, hastily returned the courtesy, saying, Chief Chu, you are too modest. Your clan is facing a critical moment and should not be bound by mundane etiquette. Capturing the enemy is paramount. But how did the beggar clan discover that this man was hiding in the Lin estate? Chu Hao smiled faintly, albeit with a hint of helplessness in his expression, and replied, if he had been discreetly concealed within the estate, it would have been difficult for us to uncover his whereabouts. However, this man is exceedingly audacious. Defying all logic, Bai Wanjian's heart stirred as he inquired, could it be that he? Chu Hao smiled bitterly, you guessed correctly. He attempted to excavate my master's tomb on Jiuhua Mountain the night before last. Even Bai Wanjian, well-versed in the world, was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Chu Hao continued, at that time, my master's tomb had been repaired and the previously excavated tunnel had been filled in. The disciples tasked with guarding the tomb had been replaced due to negligence when the passage was discovered. Late in the night, one disciple, while on patrol, found that the sealed tunnel had been reopened and raised the alarm. Li Yaoqiang emerged from the tunnel and killed him with a single strike. The other disciples, awakened by the commotion, rushed to investigate. Li Yaoqiang, seizing the opportunity, intended to eliminate them all to silence them. Given the martial prowess of these disciples, they were no match for Li Yaoqiang. Fortunately, fearing further attempts to desecrate my master's resting place, I had dispatched Elder Wu to lie in wait. Upon seeing Li Yaoqiang, Elder Wu engaged him directly. Li Yaoqiang, likely still weakened from his injuries, was struck on the back with a bamboo staff by Elder Wu and fled in panic. Elder Wu pursued him closely, but his lightness skills paled in comparison to Li Yaoqiang's, and he ultimately lost track of him. However, Li Yaoqiang underestimated the capabilities of the beggar clan. Believing he had evaded Elder Wu, he thought himself safe. Little did he know, we had already set up watchmen at key intersections. As he rode from Putian to Fuzhou, he was clearly observed at each point, and through our communication methods, the information spread throughout the clan. By the time he concealed his horse in the woods outside Fuzhou and stealthily approached the Lin estate, he was still under the watchful eyes of our scouts. One remained hidden to monitor him, while the rest swiftly informed the higher-ups. No matter how cunning he may be, under the extensive network of the beggar clan, he could not escape detection. He cast a disdainful glance towards the flower room on his right, seemingly with great significance. Shi Zhongyu felt a surge of curiosity and looked towards the flower room, only to see an old beggar, clad in tattered clothing and with graying hair, emerging from behind a lush cluster of ferns. He chuckled, I wondered how your beggar clan deduced my whereabouts. It turns out you relied on sheer numbers. Humph. Even though I, Li Yaoqiang, have been caught, it is not due to my incompetence. Shi Zhongyu, recognizing the old beggar as the same person he had seen in the same room, gasped in surprise. Chu Hao frowned upon seeing the beggar's attire and exclaimed angrily, You, sir, have stolen the dog-whacking stick and now dare to disguise yourself as a beggar. You truly have no respect for the beggar clan. Li Yaoqiang laughed. Do you think I relish dressing as a beggar? I have to live with dirt and filth every day, almost to the point of suffocating myself. He rubbed his face, casually discarding the wig and mask, revealing a refined, scholarly middle-aged man. Most astonishingly, Shi Zhongyu distinctly remembered Li Yaoqiang's yellowed teeth, two of which were missing. Yet now his teeth appeared white and whole, leaving one to wonder what trick he had employed. Li Yaoqiang tore off his beggar's garments, revealing a white scholar's robe underneath, and sighed contentedly, it is far more comfortable to be oneself. Chapter 67. The reckless Li Yaoqiang. Chu Hao gazed at the man as he revealed his true self, momentarily lost in thought, recalling the visage of Li Mengyun he had encountered on that rainy night. He contemplated, not only do this father and son share a striking resemblance, but their demeanor is also remarkably similar. Outside the hall, the four elders and several leaders of the gang, witnessing him ensnared in peril, could no longer contain their fury and erupted in a chorus of curses. The sound of their vitriol roused Chu Hao from his reverie, and with a slight gesture, he silenced them immediately. He coldly addressed Li Yaoqiang. At this juncture, you still refuse to yield. Your father has only you as a descendant. Should you perish, the Li family will have no heir. How will you face your father in the afterlife? Surrender the dog beating stick, and I shall spare your life. I, Chu Hao, am a man of my word, unwavering in my commitments. The elders and gang leaders outside were incredulous that he would consider sparing such a formidable enemy. They clamored in protest. Leader, this man is a chief of the demonic sect. He must not be spared. He has stolen the dog beating stick and desecrated the grave of our late leader. If you allow this tiger to return to the mountain, how can we justify our late leader's spirit? His heinous crimes, including injuring 2 elders, demand retribution. Hearing his subordinates' objections, Chu Hao was troubled. Unable to disclose that Li Yaoqiang was the son of his master, he retorted, I have my reasons for acting as I do. Do you dare disregard my command? His usual fairness and strict governance had earned him great respect within the gang, and his authoritative tone quelled the dissent. He turned to Li Yaoqiang once more. What say you? But Li Yaoqiang remained unmoved, responding with a cold smile. If you desire the dog-beating stick, you may have it, but only in exchange for my father's remains. Years prior, upon learning that his father had perished in a duel with the gang leader Jiao Sihai, he had rushed from Gansu to Jiuhua Mountain, only to find no trace of his father's body. He had presumed that the gang had taken the remains for burial. After returning, he dedicated himself to martial arts, vowing to avenge this grievous wrong. Years passed, and through his exceptional skills, he defeated several rivals to claim the vacant position of protector after his father's death. However, each request he made to lead a group to seek revenge was rebuffed by the sect leader, citing the perilous situation of the demonic sect, advising against creating more enemies. This year, unable to endure further, he descended from Qilian Mountain alone, arriving at Jiao Sihai's grave a month prior. He excavated a tunnel beneath the grave and stealthily entered the tomb, prying loose a slab of stone with a dagger. Having prepared ample provisions, he concealed himself within the tomb 2 days before the memorial, making no sound as he ate and drank. The gang, unaware that someone was hiding within the old leader's mausoleum, conducted a thorough search around the tomb the day before the memorial and, finding nothing amiss, relaxed their guard. When the time for the memorial came, Li Yaoqiang stealthily seized the dog-beating stick and escaped through the tunnel, shocking the entire gang. He could have fled unhindered, given his cunning, but his deep-seated grudge against the gang compelled him to strike when 4 elders entered the woods, although he injured 2 of them before retreating. Chu Hao had marked him, and he could not escape. Fortunately, he ultimately leaped into the Mulan Creek, evading Chu Hao's pursuit and disguising himself as a beggar, which led him to Shunchang County. While begging at an inn, he noticed the kind-hearted Hua Wanzi and devised a plan, pretending to faint from exhaustion. True to her nature, Hua Wanzi refused to let him perish and brought him back to the inn for treatment. The next day, feigning that he had not yet recovered, he followed the members of the Xueshan sect into the Lin residence. Lying in bed, he secretly practiced healing his injuries and gradually improved. Once his health was restored, he felt the urge to stir trouble, sneaking out at midnight with some clothing concealed, pretending to sleep, and made his way from the Lin residence, procuring a horse and heading towards Putian. Alas, he was eventually exposed and surrounded, and despite his ingenuity, escape was now impossible. At this moment, hearing Chu Hao's threats concerning life and death, his strong-willed nature compelled him to assert that he would rather perish than relinquish his father's bones. Chu Hao, exasperated by Li Yaoqiang's obstinacy, exclaimed, Is your father's remains more important than the continuation of the Li family? Think carefully. Li Yaoqiang replied with a slight smile, Undoubtedly. The remains are of utmost importance. If I were to cower in fear for my life and neglect my father's affairs, then the continuation of the Li family would hold no distinction from extinction. Leader Chu, I, of the Li family, am a man of my word. If I do not see my father's remains, you may flay me alive, but I shall not divulge the whereabouts of the dog-beating stick. The gang leaders exchanged glances. Recognizing Li Yaoqiang's resolute spirit, they feared that no amount of torture would compel him to reveal the location of the dog-beating stick. While his life was of little consequence, the dog-beating stick was a treasured heirloom of the gang. Its loss would invite scorn from the martial world and severely tarnish the gang's reputation. Chu Hao was increasingly troubled. Li Mingyan's remains were interred alongside his master, a fact unknown even to the gang members. Although Li Yaoqiang was Li Mingyan's son, he was also a protector of the demonic sect. How could Chu Hao disclose this? The demonic sect was the sworn enemy of the righteous martial world. Should anyone discover that Jiao Sihai was the master of the previous protector of the demonic sect, and that they were buried together, it would not only disgrace his master's name, but also leave the gang with nowhere to hide in the martial world. At that moment, a burst of fireworks suddenly erupted in the distant sky, ascending and blooming into a hammer-shaped pattern. Li Yaoqiang's spirit soared at this sight. He reached into his bosom and retrieved a short firecracker, igniting the fuse with his finger. Chu Hao's expression shifted, and he swiftly struck out, aiming to knock the firecracker from Li Yaoqiang's grasp. Yet, Li Yaoqiang deftly used his shoulder to absorb the impact, the firecracker flaring to life and sending forth a signal that exploded above the hall, forming the very same hammer shape. Chu Hao leaped forward, deftly pressing several acupoints on Li Yaoqiang's body, rendering him immobile. Yet, Li Yaoqiang's face remained adorned with a smile, seemingly unconcerned for his own safety. Chu Hao recognized that this hammer-shaped firework was a signal for the demonic sect's reinforcements. Having set off the signal, it was likely that help would arrive momentarily. In his life as a wanderer of the martial world, Chu Hao had rarely encountered formidable foes, and even in perilous situations, he possessed the courage to fight. However, he now felt a sense of foreboding, aware that formidable adversaries were approaching and the outcome was uncertain. Li Yaoqiang, merely a protector of the demonic sect, had already thrown the gang into disarray. The demonic sect had a leader, 2 holy maidens, and 3 protectors remaining, with Li Yaoqiang being one of the 4, along with 10 esteemed elders, who knew how many more experts would arrive to support them. The ensuing conflict promised to be nothing short of catastrophic. Chapter 68. The genesis of the demonic sect. Shi Zhongyu inquired abruptly, Mr. Li, when I was in the throes of cultivation deviation and unconscious, someone secretly aided me, tending to my injuries. However, my condition was peculiar, beyond even Senior Bai's capabilities. Furthermore, who in our manner possesses such healing prowess? I had attributed it to my delirium. Now that I reflect, was it you who rendered assistance? Li Yaoqiang, with his major acupoint sealed, was immobilized, unable to even turn his head. Yet, his face betrayed no hint of discouragement as he retorted, Indeed, I found your youthful banter amusing and to my liking. Thus I casually saved your life. Shouldn't your Snow Mountain sect reciprocate by extricating me from these mendicants? Bai Wanjian's countenance darkened upon hearing this. This man had healed Zhongyu, indeed placing the Snow Mountain sect in his debt. Those in Jianghu upheld the principle of repaying kindness, but he was a member of the demonic sect. How could he antagonize the beggar clan for his sake? Shi Zhongyu chuckled. Sir, you are mistaken. You pilfered the beggar clan's dog-beating staff, an act of transgression. If you return the staff, Clan Chief Chu will naturally cease to make things difficult for you. Although this humble one was saved by you, I cannot condone your evil doing. My Snow Mountain sect and the beggar clan are allied righteous factions, bound to mutual assistance. I can only pledge to remain neutral, which should suffice as repayment. Wouldn't you agree? Li Yaoqiang scoffed. You are indeed an ungrateful whelp. Very well, were it not for Lady Hua's benevolence in bringing me to the Lin residence, I might have been exposed by the beggar clan sooner. Let us consider it a mutual cancellation, with no further obligations. With the meager capabilities of your Snow Mountain sect, you were never going to rescue me from the beggar clan. Despite his impolite words, Shi Zhongyu was not offended, finding them rather fitting. Bai Wanjian was a chivalrous soul, and Shi Zhongyu feared he might overestimate himself, meddling in the conflict between the demonic sect and the beggar clan, potentially leading to the demise of the 7 Snow Mountain sect members present. Li Yaoqiang's words would hopefully instill some self-awareness in Bai Wanjian, who was not foolish. As expected, Bai Wanjian's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. He had initially intended to lead the Snow Mountain disciples in solidarity with the beggar clan against the demonic sect, but now realized that even if he was willing, others might not value their limited manpower. He would be deeply troubled if his misjudgment led to the demise of his disciples. Therefore, he followed Shi Zhongyu and Li Yaoqiang's coordinated performance, seizing the opportunity to extricate himself from the situation, and said to Chu Hao, Clan Chief Chu, this Mr. Li has shown kindness to my Snow Mountain disciple. The affairs between you are not for my Snow Mountain sect to interfere with. Please forgive us. Chu Hao knew that even if Bai Zizai himself came, he might not be of much help. He waved his hand and said, this matter is unrelated to the Snow Mountain sect. Mr. Bai need not be so polite. Although Bai Wanjian was relieved that he was not blamed, he could not help but feel ashamed. Shi Zhongyu said, Mr. Li, in my opinion, you should return the dog-beating staff to Clan Chief Chu. No matter how good the dog-beating staff is, it is only a symbol of the beggar clan. How can it be more important than your own life? Li Yaoqiang could not turn his neck and could only look at him askance. What do you know, little child? Do you think I covet a broken stick? My father died in battle with their clan chief more than a decade ago, and his body is nowhere to be found. Most likely in the hands of the beggar clan. I stole their staff to exchange it for my father's remains. As long as they are willing to return my father's remains, let alone returning the dog-beating staff, I will admit my mistake and accept punishment without complaint. Shi Zhongyu had no personal relationship with Chu Hao, so he could not easily offer advice. He could only look at Bai Wanjin, signaling him to come forward. Bai Wanjin coughed and said, Clan Chief Chu, it is said that enemies should reconcile rather than remain enemies. This Mr. Li is stubborn and difficult to deal with. If you give him the remains of Senior Li, you can get back the dog-beating staff. Why not do it? It was not that Chu Hao did not want to give him his father's remains. But the matter of Li Mingyun and his master Jiao Sihai being buried in the same coffin could not be exposed. He had to be tough and said, the beggar clan had the dog-beating staff stolen by him first. If we return his father's remains because of this, the friends in Jianghu will only say that the beggar clan is afraid of the name of the demonic sect. This is absolutely impossible. Bai Wanjian knew that famous sects valued their reputation more than their lives and would rather die than weaken their reputation. He could not persuade him anymore. Shook his head at Shi Zhongyu and stopped talking. Shi Zhongyu noticed that Chu Hao had been preoccupied and worried since Li Yaoqiang released the fireworks. He was very surprised and hurried to ask Hua Wanzi. Hua Wanzi whispered to him that the hammer-shaped fireworks were a demonic sect contact signal and told him what she knew about the demonic sect. When Shi Zhongyu heard this, he realized that things were not as simple as he thought. According to legend, the demonic sect was founded by Emperor Jiangwen Zhu Yunwen. In those years, Zhu Yunwen deeply felt that the vassal kings in various places were powerful, had heavy soldiers, and were a great threat to his imperial power. After Zhu Yunwen was granted the title of crown prince, Zhu Di once met him in the palace and patted him on the shoulder provocatively, saying, I didn't expect you to be like this. It should be known that at that time, Zhu Yunwen was already the appointed future emperor, which shows Zhu Di's contempt for him. Most of the other vassal kings also relied on their status as imperial uncles and did not take him seriously. Therefore, at the beginning of Zhu Yunwen's ascension to the throne, he made a big show and carried out the policy of weakening the vassal states. Unfortunately, he was still young, unfamiliar with government affairs, and indecisive. After Zhu Di rebelled, he even issued an order saying, Don't let me bear the name of killing my uncle. As a result, the generals who were fighting against Zhu Di did not dare to kill him and allowed Zhu Di to escape death many times. Zhu Di was indeed a talented general, and his team became stronger and stronger. Finally, he came to the capital and captured the palace. Fortunately, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard at that time was Sun Xia, who was recognized as the #1 martial artist in the world. He desperately protected Zhu Yunwen and killed his way out of the palace and fled Nanjing. Finally, he was sheltered by the Tatars and established the Huitian sect in Jin. Gansu, Sun Xia served as the great protector, and the dozens of surviving elite embroidered uniform guards were the main force. At that time, public opinion in the world was on Zhu Yunwen's side, and martial arts masters came to join him, which made the Huitian sect become the #1 sect in the world in a short period of time. The major sects also maintained friendly relations with the Huitian sect. For a time, the Huitian sect was so popular that it was rare in ancient times. Zhu Di had been in power for several years at that time. When he heard that his nephew was developing well in Gansu, he not only did not send troops to encircle and suppress him, but also wrote a letter to congratulate him. I heard that my nephew started in Jianghu, and I am very happy. I hope you will take care of your health and not die early for your uncle. Of course, he knew that Zhu Yunwen's intention to build the Huitian sect was to use the power of Jianghu to regain the throne. It's just that he despised him very much. When he held the military power in the world, he could still seize his throne. Now that he has fallen into Jianghu, he does not believe that he has the power to return to heaven. Secondly, Zhu Yunwen had shown mercy to him several times, and he did not want to force this nephew too much and leave a bad name. His personal letter of congratulation was certainly not kind, but purely to disgust Zhu Yunwen. Sure enough, on the day when Zhu Yunwen, the sect leader of the Huitian sect, saw the letter, he saw that he called himself and even had the ironic words of take care of your health and don't die early. He was so angry that he smashed several precious playthings that he had brought out of the palace when he fled, and he couldn't sleep well. Chapter 69. Whose responsibility is the fall of the nation? In the 7th year of the Yongle reign, the court had thoroughly purged officials loyal to the Jiangwen emperor, thereby solidifying Zhu Di's imperial authority. Only then did Zhu Di find the time to attend to external affairs. He could not believe that Zhu Yunwen had developed such momentum for the Huaitian sect in Gansu without the covert support of the Tatars. He thought to himself, now that I am the sovereign of the realm, how dare the mere Tatars disregard me and bolster my political adversary? This is truly contemptible. Although he was known for his hardline approach, he understood the necessity of avoiding premature conflict in foreign relations. Thus, he dispatched Guoji as an envoy to the Tatars, demanding that they cease their support for Zhu Yunwen. Unexpectedly, the Tatar king Benai Shirley not only disregarded the order, but also executed the envoy Guoji. Zhu Di, incensed, appointed Xiu Fu, who had distinguished himself in the Jingnan campaign, to lead an army of 100,000 northward to confront the Tatars. Unfortunately, Xiu Fu failed to meet expectations, falling into a Tatar ambush, resulting in the annihilation of the entire force. Zhu Di had intended to demonstrate his military prowess to his nephew, but the initial defeat brought him great humiliation. Naturally, he was unwilling to relent and personally led an army of 500,000 to the front lines. After 2 fierce battles, he decisively routed the Tatar forces, leaving only Benai Shirley and the Grand Minister Alutai to flee in disarray. At last, Zhu Di quelled his fury, returned to the capital, and upon his return to Gansu, sent emissaries to publicly proclaim his victory over the enemy. Although Zhu Yunwen appeared unfazed at the time, once the envoys departed, he erupted in anger, nearly destroying the reserves he had brought from the palace. To complicate matters further, the 4 major sects, intimidated by Zhu Di's military accomplishments, began to shift their allegiances, aligning themselves with the current court and showing indifference to the commands of the Huaitian sect. Zhu Yunwen, filled with ire, thought, if Zhu Di can lead an expedition against the Tatars, why can't I establish my authority in the martial world? He immediately gathered the masters from his sect and advanced eastward, successfully breaching the 5 major sects of Amei, Kantong, Kunlun, Qingcheng, and Wudong, just as he was preparing to unite at the foot of Songzan to attack Shaolin. Zhu Di could no longer stand idly by and dispatched elite agents from the Eastern Depot to intervene. The Eastern Depot, established by Zhu Di to counter the Huaitian sect, boasted numerous skilled operatives, rivaling the strength of the Huaitian sect. Zhu Yunwen, wary of provoking his uncle further, withdrew his forces and returned to the headquarters in Gansu. In this confrontation, only the Xueshan sect, being distant, was spared from disaster due to the timely intervention of the Eastern Depot, while the other 5 sects suffered significant losses, no longer enjoying their former prosperity. From then on, the Huaitian sect was labeled as the demonic sect, and the saying the demonic sect has descended, causing unrest became prevalent, reflecting the profound impact of these events. Later, the Huaitian sect retreated deep within Gansu, nearly severing ties with the martial world. By the 15th year of Yongle, the despondent Zhu Yunwen passed away at the tender age of 40, fulfilling Zhu Di's ominous prediction of an early demise. On the day of the funeral, not a single figure from the martial world came to pay their respects. The Wudong sect, in alliance with the other major sects, seized the opportunity to advance into the Qilian Mountains, planning to assault the headquarters of the demonic sect, the Xuantian Palace, to avenge their previous humiliation. However, the Xuantian Palace was constructed in the style of the Imperial Palace of Ur, complete with a deep and wide moat. The demonic sect, preoccupied with the arrangements for their leader's funeral, paid no heed to these righteous individuals. The martial heroes gazed at the magnificently styled fortress across the moat, powerless to act despite their indignation. When Zhu Di learned of his nephew's death and the siege by the major sects, he sent envoys to express his condolences, instructing the accompanying officials from the Eastern Depot to drive them away. Not only did Zhu Di send a personally penned elegy, but he also issued an edict posthumously conferring the title of Emperor Hui upon Zhu Yunwen, granting amnesty to the realm, treating him with the same honor as the previous emperor, a gesture that left the ministers utterly perplexed. After Zhu Yunwen's demise, his son Zhu Yongping ascended to the position of sect leader, with his daughters Zhu Yonglan and Zhu Yongning serving as the holy maidens. Zhu Yongping adhered to his father's dying wish, severing ties with the martial sects, rendering the demonic sect a veritable paradise hidden within the Qilian Mountains. Only a decade prior, the major sects had initiated a second campaign against the demonic sect in the Qilian Mountains, dispatching articulate spokespersons to enumerate Zhu Yunwen's tyrannical deeds outside the city to provoke Zhu Yongping into opening the gates. Ultimately, Zhu Yongping succumbed to their provocations, leading the masters of the demonic sect out to confront the enemy. This battle resulted in significant casualties among the elite disciples of the 7 sects. while the smaller sects that came to assist faced near-total annihilation. After this encounter, the martial world trembled at the mention of the demonic sect, no longer daring to speak of avenging their grievances in Gansu. Notably, during the 2 campaigns against the demonic sect, the Shaolin sect abstained from participating the first time, citing the recent death of their leader as an ethical reason for their absence. The second time, although they could not refuse, they only sent a few external disciples, specifically instructing them to merely feign involvement and avoid engaging in combat. Consequently, the Shaolin sect incurred the least losses. The other sect that refrained from participation was the Xia sect. Bai Zizai, having gained immense power through a fortuitous encounter, felt himself invincible and refused to follow the orders of those he deemed inferior, thus neglecting to send any aid during both campaigns. The Xia sect emerged as the sole faction to emerge unscathed. Upon hearing Womanzi's account, Shi Zhongyu could scarcely believe his ears. Various interpretations of Zhu Yunwen's death had been portrayed in films and dramas of his past life. Some claimed he perished in self-immolation, others that he became a monk, and still others that he lived as an ordinary man, reaching an understanding with Zhu Di. The most ludicrous of all was a famous television series that suggested Zhu Yunwen and his lover transcended to the modern era. Little did he expect the truth to be that Zhu Yunwen, with the aid of the Tatars, had established the demonic sect, aiming to reclaim the throne through martial alliances. Yet, if that were the case, why did he fall out with the 7 major sects and personally pursue them, ultimately leading to such enmity? Logically speaking, although Zhu Yunwen was a deposed monarch, he was by no means a short-sighted fool. During his reign, he implemented benevolent governance, welcomed talented individuals, and maintained a firm stance against corrupt officials. The sole factor that led to his national downfall was his policy of reducing feudal powers. However, after Zhu Di ascended the throne, he was even more aggressive in his efforts to diminish the feudal lords. Clearly, Zhu Yunwen's approach to reducing feudal power was not inherently flawed. Rather, his methods were not sufficiently stringent, and many capable generals had been eliminated by the previous Zhu. In the vast Ming dynasty, it was challenging to find anyone as adept in warfare as Zhu Di, who came to be known as Little Zhu Yuanzhang, second only to the former emperor in martial prowess, a reputation that was not unfounded. In light of this, it seems incongruous that the visionary Zhu Yunwen would undermine his own prospects for recovery by engaging in a conflict with the 7 major sects, thereby extinguishing any hope for restoration. Upon further contemplation, Shi Zhongyu recognized that Zhu Yunwen's actions were a desperate response to the gambit posed by Zhu Di. Zhu Di understood that the foundation of the demonic sect's survival lay in its covert support from the Tatars, combined with Zhu Yunwen's own commendable reputation. Thus, he took the audacious step of personally leading troops to dismantle Zhu Yunwen's Tatar allies, reducing them to a state of disarray and insignificance. Moreover, this brazen maneuver further deterred the 7 sects from forging alliances with the demonic sect. As a result, the demonic sect resembled a towering edifice with its foundation hollowed out. Though it appeared imposing, it was perpetually at risk of collapse with the slightest disturbance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhu Yunwen had no choice but to acquiesce to Zhu Di, leading his forces to confront the 7 sects and decisively severing ties. This was a clear signal to Zhu Di that he had irrevocably obliterated his own hopes of restoration. It was only when Zhu Di sent emissaries to intervene, indicating that he recognized Zhu Yunwen's resolve, that he could retire in peace, promising not to harm his descendants. This intricate political chess match remained inscrutable to all observers. Subsequently, Zhu Yunwen indeed settled down in Gansu, ignoring the tumult beyond the city walls, even advising his son after his death to act with discretion to avoid attracting fatal repercussions. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 70. The holy maiden of the Demon Sect. At that moment, the sound of thundering hooves echoed from outside, followed by the unified shouts of the beggar clan disciples. Who goes there? Halt immediately. Before their cries could fade, a chorus of anguished screams erupted, signaling that the disciples of the beggar clan had attempted to thwart the intruders but had suffered injuries instead. Chu Hao, aware that the assailants were likely reinforcements from the Demon Sect, understood that the capabilities of the beggar clan disciples would be insufficient to fend them off. He quickly gathered his breath and shouted, "Allow the newcomers to enter. Do not obstruct them." The beggar clan disciples thus permitted the intruders to enter. In the blink of an eye, 5 figures appeared atop the courtyard walls, their garments billowing in the wind as though they were celestial beings. At the center stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman clad in red, with phoenix-like eyes and cherry-red lips, her skin as flawless as jade. She was youthful, around 20 years of age, exuding an air of noble elegance that deterred any thoughts of impropriety. Beside her was an elderly man in his 70s. Donned in a blue robe, his hair and beard completely white, yet his face bore few wrinkles and was flushed with health. Were his hair dyed black, one might mistake him for a man in his 40s without raising suspicion. The remaining three were middle-aged men in their 40s, each radiating a powerful presence that signified their mastery in martial arts. Chu Hao, with Li Yaoqiang in tow, leaped from the courtyard and inquired, "Are you esteemed individuals from the Demon Sect?" The white-haired, red-faced elder responded with ire, "You already know our identity. Why do you not release your captive? Do you wish for us to take matters into our own hands?" Li Yaoqiang exclaimed, "Uncle Gua, you have come as well." The elder was none other than Gua Luqing, one of the four guardians of the Demon Sect. He was a close friend of Li Yaoqiang's father, Li Mingyan. After the death of Yaoqiang's father, his rapid progression in martial arts was not solely due to his own diligence, but also to Gua Luqing's devoted guidance. In recent years, Gua Luqing had secluded himself to refine his skills and had only recently emerged. Upon visiting Li Yaoqiang's residence and failing to find him, he grew perplexed and inquired with Yaoqiang's subordinates. Bound by Yaoqiang's orders, they initially evaded the question until Gua Luqing's temper flared, prompting them to reveal the truth. Upon hearing the news, Gua Luqing was struck with alarm. The beggar clan was renowned as the largest gang in the world, and Yaoqiang was risking himself alone. Such recklessness could lead to dire consequences. Without a moment's hesitation, he reported the matter to the sect leader. Zhu Yumping's expression changed dramatically upon receiving the news. Although he adhered to his late father's wishes to avoid entanglements with various martial factions, Li Yaoqiang was a guardian within the sect and akin to family in his eyes. He could not bear the thought of anything happening to him. He immediately dispatched his younger sister, Zhu Yongning, along with Gua Luqing and three esteemed elders, to rush to Fujian in hopes of ensuring Li Yaoqiang's safety. Among the Zhu family, Zhu Yonglan was the eldest at 30 years old, born during the reign of Zhu Yunwan. Her disposition was serene, and she seldom involved herself in sect affairs. Zhu Yongping and Zhu Yongning were born after the family had been scattered, hence their names reflected an ordinary and peaceful connotation, unlike their elder sister. Zhu Yongping, now 27, was shrewd and cunning, closely resembling his late father in temperament. At 24, Zhu Yongning was particularly close to her master, Sun Xia. In her leisure, she would either engage her master with tales of his past adventures or listen intently to discussions on current affairs within the sect. All three of them shared the same mother, Empress Ma, contrary to popular belief, which claimed that Empress Ma perished in a palace fire, a rumor secretly disseminated by Zhu Di to manipulate public opinion. He had spared Zhu Yunwen, but did not wish for news of the late emperor to reach scholars, thereby preventing widespread dissemination. Thus, he instructed the Eastern Depot to issue a strict edict to the martial artists. The news of Zhu Yunwen was not to be shared, lest it bring calamity upon their families. Even the most formidable martial factions refrained from openly opposing the imperial court, and the Snow Mountain sect, being located abroad, adhered to this principle. Consequently, while many well-informed masters were aware of the truth, the general populace remained blissfully ignorant. Feng Wanli would often reminisce about past encounters with Shi Zhongyu, but refrained from mentioning this matter. Had it not been for Hua Wanzi's unique status and her timely intervention during a crisis, Shi Zhongyu would likely still be oblivious. Chu Hao felt a surge of indignation as the elder invoked the authority of the Demon Sect to question him so vehemently. He retorted, "Are you the illustrious Gua Luqing of the Five Elements Divine Fist? I have heard of your righteous and warm-hearted nature, yet today you hastily accuse me without discernment, which is rather unbecoming." Gua Luqing bristled at the disrespectful tone, his white brows rising in anger as he barked, "You insolent youth, dare you mock me? Behold my palm." He leaped down from the wall, landing before Chu Hao, and unleashed a strike from the Five Elements Fist, the fire in the flames. The red-clad woman, Zhu Yongning, was taken aback by his explosive temper at such an advanced age and recalled her brother's parting instructions to resolve matters peacefully without creating more enemies. She urgently called out, "Guardian Gua, do not act impulsively." But her plea came too late, and Gua Luqing, consumed by rage, paid her no heed. Chu Hao, sensing the ferocity of the incoming attack, did not dare to underestimate it. With Li Yaoqiang still in his grasp, he braced himself and met the blow with all his might. A loud clash reverberated as their palms collided, sending shockwaves that forced the nearby beggar clan elders to retreat. Chu Hao staggered slightly, while Guo Luqing was compelled to step back 3 paces. Internally alarmed, Guo Luqing thought, I have heard this person is a disciple of Jiao Sihai. Yet his martial prowess surpasses that of his master by such a margin. Just as he was poised to strike again to regain his lost dignity, Zhu Zhongning's voice rang out, Guardian Guo, I command you to withdraw. Will you not heed my words? Though Guo Luqing held a revered position, he could not defy the orders of the Holy Maiden, and thus, with a glare at Chu Hao, he retreated to the side. Zhu Yongning, accompanied by the 3 esteemed elders, gracefully descended into the courtyard beside Guo Luqing. Chu Hao, struck by her noble demeanor, recalled the rumors circulating in the martial world and could not suppress his curiosity. Are you perhaps surnamed Zhu? He inquired, his voice trembling with excitement, revealing that even his composure could not withstand the thrill of the moment. The onlookers, well-versed in the intricacies of society, turned their eager gazes toward Zhu Yongning, awaiting her response. In contrast, Shi Zhongyu's interest was piqued not only by her identity, but also by her striking beauty. Since the appearance of the enchanting woman in red, his gaze had been fixated upon her, utterly captivated by her resplendence. Hua Wanzi observed with displeasure as Shi Zhongyu's admiration shifted from her to another, an annoyance that soon morphed into a pang of jealousy. Unable to resist, she cast him a reproachful glance, yet he remained oblivious, leaving her perplexed by her own feelings. Zhu Yongning, accustomed to the prying eyes of those interested in her identity among the Demon Sect's followers, was not taken aback. She nodded and replied, Indeed, I am surnamed Zhu. Chapter 71. A contentious dispute upon the utterance of these words. All present felt as though this radiant and gentle woman had suddenly grown in stature, necessitating a gaze of reverence to behold her. It is well known that throughout the ages, the status of the heroes of the martial world has been exceedingly low, often looked down upon even by common scholars. Thus, encountering a daughter of the former emperor inevitably inspired feelings of inferiority, leading to a sense of trepidation and restraint, which is entirely natural. However, only Shi Zhongyu, having come from a past life, was untouched by notions of social hierarchy. He merely perceived that the beauty, now adorned with royal status, possessed an even greater allure. He turned to Hua Wanzi and remarked, Master Uncle, this woman, being of royal blood, shares a kindred spirit with you. Surely you will find common ground. Hua Wanzi, annoyed by his unrelenting flirtation, huffed and ignored him, though inwardly she found his observation quite reasonable. Chu Hao, his demeanor suddenly serious, bowed and said, So it is truly Her Highness the Princess. Please forgive me for my earlier indiscretion. Zhu Yongning smiled slightly and replied, Chu Gangs, my current status is no different from yours. I am but an ordinary woman, so please refrain from addressing me as princess. Hearing her humble words, Chu Hao felt a surge of affection and nodded in agreement. Zhu Yongning continued, Though I am a woman, I hold a deep admiration for the martial world and delight in hearing tales of contemporary heroes. I have heard that Chu Gangs is generous and straightforward, fond of friendship, and possesses martial prowess that is unparalleled. In his youth, he single-handedly defeated the notorious twin eagles of Yangzhou, gaining renown in a single battle. Since then, he has bested all renowned masters without a single defeat. I had thought this praise was merely flattery, yet today I see that beneath the lofty reputation lies a true hero. Guo Hufa had mastered the 5 elements fist to the point of perfection, yet when pitted against Chu Hao, he still fell short. The renown of the gangs for his bravery and martial prowess is indeed well-deserved. Though Chu Hao was accustomed to self-restraint, he could not help but feel a sense of elation at her compliments. His cheeks flushed as he said, Such praise is merely the kindness of my friends in the martial world. My skills are still quite rudimentary. Zhu Yongning replied, You are too modest, Chu Gangs. I wonder what trouble my sect's Li Hufa has caused that the gangs is intent on capturing him? Chu Hao explained, Your esteemed Hufa has stolen my gang's dog-driving stick and hidden it away, refusing to return it. I implore you, Miss Zhu, to persuade him to return the dog-driving stick, and I shall immediately release him. Zhu Yongning had come knowing that Li Yaoqiang's purpose was to trouble the beggar's gang, but she did not expect him to bring such significant trouble upon himself. The beggar's gang has always regarded the dog-driving stick as a treasured possession, and now that it has been stolen, demanding its return is a tremendous act of mercy. Zhu Yongning was about to persuade Li Yaoqiang to return the stick when he interjected, Third miss, you need not advise me. Even if you command me, I shall not obey. My father's remains are most likely in the hands of the beggar's gang. Unless they return my father's remains, they shall not retrieve the dog-driving stick from me. Zhu Zhongning looked at Chu Hao and asked, Chu Gangs, is it true that the remains of my sect's former Hufa, Li Mingyun, are truly in the possession of the beggars gang? If it were anyone else, they would have already denied it with a lie. However, Chu Hao, being forthright and honorable, would never deceive, especially with Zhu Yongning gazing at him with her large, watery eyes, making it even more difficult to utter falsehoods. He thought to himself, although my master instructed me to bury him alongside Li Mengyun, the power of the Demon Sect is formidable. Should this lead to enmity with the beggars gang, it would not be my master's wish. Moreover, Li Yaoqiang is the son of Li Mengyun, and it is entirely reasonable for him to seek his father's remains. I may have no choice but to contravene my master's final wishes. After gathering his thoughts, he said, the remains of the former Hufa Li are buried by me. If everyone here can wait for a few days, I will personally retrieve them and hand them over to Hufa Li. Li Yaoqiang smiled and said, excellent. Just point out the location, and I shall handle the matter of exhuming the remains. Chu Hao refused, saying, that will not do. The remains are buried in a confidential area of my beggars gang, and not even the elders are permitted to accompany me. This task must be undertaken by me alone. Li Yaoqiang, being naturally astute, began to harbor doubts. When I first expressed my desire to reclaim my father's remains, she was evasive. Now, under pressure, he finally agrees to return the remains, but refuses to allow me to take action. Surely, there must be some ulterior motive. He then declared, my father's remains must be exhumed by my own hand. Otherwise, how can I be certain that you have not simply dug up someone else's remains to pass off as my father's? Oh, I see. Your master died at my father's hands. You must harbor a deep-seated hatred for him. You have buried my father's remains beneath a lavatory to humiliate him, have you not? Typically, exceptionally clever individuals tend to complicate matters. Seeing Chu Hao's expression darken upon hearing his words only solidified Li Yaoqiang's suspicions. Little did he know that Chu Hao was merely a man of honor, unable to bear such a slanderous misinterpretation. His insistence on handling the matter himself stemmed from a desire to keep the secret of his master's and Li Mengyun's shared burial hidden, lest it tarnish Zhao Sihai's reputation. The two continued their heated dispute, neither willing to yield, resulting in a stalemate. Zhu Yongning felt greatly troubled, with both parties steadfast. She was at a loss for how to resolve the situation. Shi Zhongyu found the spectacle amusing, noting that the actions of the Demon Sect were not as incomprehensible as the outside world had portrayed. They had come to negotiate with the beggars gang. Observing the deadlock, he thought, how long will this negotiation drag on? I have been away for too long, and am eager to return to my beloved Ah Xiu. Though the young lady Zhu is beautiful, her noble status makes her unattainable. Even Master Hua has not been able to win her over, let alone me. Ah Xiu, however, is innocent and delightful, truly to my taste. Thus, he interjected with a suggestion. What is so difficult about this? Each side should send forth a representative to engage in combat. The victor shall dictate the terms, and all will be resolved. Hua Wanzi, unable to contain herself at his audacity to incite conflict, kicked him sharply on the leg. Shi Zhongyu exclaimed, ouch! Master Uncle, why did you kick me? Hua Wanzi, noticing the attention of the crowd upon her, flushed with embarrassment and refrained from striking him again. Zhu Yongning, upon hearing Shi Zhongyu's proposal, had a sudden inspiration and proposed, Chu gangs, since you are at an impasse, how about we adopt this young brother's suggestion? What do you think? Chu Hao mused. The strongest martial artist on the opposing side must be Guo Luqing. If he had not held back earlier, you would likely not be my match. He nodded in agreement, saying, if I lose, I shall personally exhume the remains of the late Hufa Li and present them to your sect. If I win. Before he could finish, Li Yaoqiang interrupted, no, that is entirely incorrect. What you say is utter nonsense. This man is indeed true to form, stubborn and defiant, even when caught in a difficult situation. Chapter 72. Eloquence and Persuasion. Chu Hao is momentarily taken aback, pondering, I have yet to finish my statement. And you already cry foul? Are you not simply causing a disturbance? With restrained irritation, he inquired, where have I erred? Li Yaoqiang, though immobile, exhibited a deftness of tongue as he replied, if you were to lose, you ought to reveal the location of my father's remains, and I shall retrieve them myself. To lose yet dictate the terms is to treat us as fools, is it not? Chu Hao considered, acknowledging the validity of his argument. However, the matter concerned his master's lifelong reputation, and he could not afford any negligence. The holy maiden of the Demon Sect had clearly discerned that Guo Luqing was inferior to him, yet she readily agreed to settle matters through martial prowess. Clearly, she harbored a backup plan. Perhaps Guo Luqing had feigned weakness intentionally. In any case, the opponent was the Demon Sect, a name that instilled trepidation in the martial world. And he could not afford to underestimate them. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "This matter pertains to the secrets of our sect. Ah Xiu cannot make unilateral decisions. It must be resolved either in accordance with my terms, or we shall part ways amicably." Li Yaoqiang countered, "That will not suffice, without supervision. How can I be certain that what you retrieve is indeed my father's remains? I cannot place my trust in that." Chu Hao, incensed, retorted, "What do you propose we do then?" Li Yaoqiang suggested, "Of course, we shall adhere to what the younger brother proposes. If we win, we shall unearth the remains ourselves. If we lose, you shall dig them up. Regardless of the outcome, I shall retrieve the dog-beating stick and return it to you. We, too, uphold fairness in our dealings at the Heavenly Return Sect." Chu Hao's face flushed with anger as he exclaimed, "I have already stated that I lack the authority to decide this. I cannot make such a determination." Thus, negotiations reached an impasse. Zhu Zhongning, listening intently, found herself at a loss. Although she was astute and enjoyed tales of the martial world, her inexperience left her unable to devise a suitable plan for such a convoluted affair. She turned her gaze towards Shi Zhongyu, hoping he might provide some insight. Noticing her expectant gaze, Shi Zhongyu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation at being sought for assistance. After a moment's thought, he proposed, "Given the current stalemate regarding the retrieval of Elder Li's remains, it may be prudent for both parties to take a step back. Let us set aside the matter of Elder Li's remains and the dog-beating stick for now. We shall first determine the fate of Protector Li through this duel, and address the rest later." As soon as he concluded, both Chu Hao and Li Yaoqiang voiced their objections simultaneously. Chu Hao insisted, "That is unacceptable. The dog-beating stick is a vital token of the Beggar Sect. It cannot be postponed even for a day." Li Yaoqiang added, "My father's remains have been outside for over a decade. If we do not reclaim them today, what a filial piety." Shi Zhongyu, anticipating their dissent, addressed Li Yaoqiang, "Protector Li, your sect has deep-seated enmities with the various factions of the martial world. To safeguard you, the sect has dispatched the Holy Maiden and her companions, demonstrating their earnest concern for your well-being. However, if we delay too long and the 7 great factions learn of the Holy Maiden's whereabouts, they will undoubtedly send men to capture her. Surely, you do not wish to see her suffer due to your predicament?" The 4 great protectors and 10 esteemed elders of the Heavenly Return Sect, along with the majority of its martial artists, were all early disciples who had gathered from various martial masters. The loyalty they displayed, even after a complete rupture with the 7 great factions, stemmed from Zhu Yunwen's benevolent treatment, akin to familial bonds. Li Yaoqiang thought, "Should I be the cause of the 3rd miss being captured, it would be a sin beyond redemption." Thus, he relented, stating, "Very well. I shall find another means to address my father's remains. For now, I shall follow your suggestion." Shi Zhongyu then turned to Chu Hao. "Since you have taken on the mantle of leadership in the Beggar Sect, you have endeavored to revitalize it, leading to its flourishing state. Surely, you do not wish for the sect to incur the wrath of the Heavenly Return Sect, placing it in jeopardy?" Chu Hao understood that a decade prior, the Heavenly Return Sect had withstood an assault from the Shaolin and Wudong sects, along with various minor factions, and managed to repel them with great force. They were not adversaries the Beggar Sect could contend with. Yet, the dog-beating stick was of paramount importance to the Beggar Sect, and relinquishing it was out of the question. He replied, "Young brother, the dog-beating stick is the symbol of our sect. If it were lost, the Beggar Sect would be reduced to a mere name. Ah Xiu cannot comply with that." Shi Zhongyu smiled slightly. "What if I could assist you in retrieving the dog-beating stick?" Li Yaoqiang interjected, "Impossible. I have hidden the dog-beating stick in a place so obscure that no outsider could ever guess its location. You were not present. How could you possibly retrieve it? You must be seeking to draw attention to yourself, attempting to deceive this Chu into following your lead. Am I wrong?" Though Chu Hao remained silent, his gaze toward Shi Zhongyu was rife with doubt and skepticism. Unperturbed, Shi Zhongyu replied with a smile, "Protector Li is indeed a person of exceptional intellect, yet one who delights in taking risks. Your thoughts are rather predictable. Were you a fool, acting on impulse, then I would truly be at a loss." Li Yaoqiang, sensing Shi Zhongyu's composure, asked, half in disbelief, "Very well then, enlighten me as to where I hid the dog-beating stick." Shi Zhongyu did not respond directly, but turned to Chu Hao. "Chu Gangmaster, might I inquire about the condition of the coffin housing old Master Jiao? After the dog-beating stick was stolen, did you inspect the coffin for any damages?" Li Yaoqiang's expression shifted dramatically, revealing disbelief. Chu Hao, perplexed by his inquiry, pondered briefly before responding, The coffin for my master was crafted by a skilled artisan using the finest golden silk nanmu. Upon my return from pursuing the enemy, I personally inspected the tomb and found the coffin to be entirely intact. Why do you ask? Noticing the change in Li Yaoqiang's demeanor, Shi Zhongyu grew more confident. Gang Aster Chu, you may wish to verify this. I suspect the dog beating stick is likely concealed within old Master Zhao's coffin. Li Yaoqiang turned pale, stammering. How do you know this? Were you perhaps hiding in the tomb when I concealed the dog beating stick? He was aware that escaping with the dog beating stick had been no easy feat, and thus he had chosen to hide it in the coffin of Jiao Sihai, relying on the darkness to conceal it. If he managed to flee, he could later return to the tomb and retrieve it, should he be captured. The whereabouts of the dog-beating stick could serve as leverage to protect his life. The members of the Beggar sect held great reverence for Jiao Sihai's remains. None would dare to open the coffin. Initially proud of his cunning plan to conceal the dog-beating stick, he was taken aback when Shi Zhongyu exposed it openly, leading him to suspect that Shi Zhongyu must have witnessed his actions firsthand while hiding in the tomb. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. Recalling how cramped the tomb was, there would hardly be room for another person to hide alongside him. Li Yaoqiang, who had always prided himself on his cleverness and unpredictability, found himself utterly astonished that his most triumphant scheme had been so easily unraveled, as if it had been witnessed firsthand. The shock and disbelief he felt were beyond description. Chapter 73. Subtle Thoughts. Chu Hao, upon hearing Li Yaoqiang's inquiry, was bewildered and asked, "Little brother, how did you come to know this? Could it be, as Li Hufa has suggested, that you were lurking in my master's tomb, witnessing everything with your own eyes?" Shi Zhongyu chuckled and said, "Both Li Hufa and Chu Bangzhu are well-informed individuals. How could they pose such a naive question? Consider the tomb. How much space could there possibly be? Even if I could conceal myself within, how could I evade Li Hufa's keen senses? Furthermore, when the dog-beat stick was stolen, I had yet to arrive in Fujian." Chu Hao reflected that while his master's tomb was relatively spacious, it was shared by two coffins, which occupied considerable space. With the presence of the thief's tunnel, there was hardly any room left, making it nearly impossible for both Li Yaoqiang and Shi Zhongyu to remain undetected in such a confined area. His confusion deepened, and he asked, "Then how did you deduce that Li Hufa had hidden the dog-beat stick in my master's coffin?" Li Yaoqiang shared Chu Hao's curiosity, his gaze fixed on Shi Zhongyu, eager to hear his explanation. Observing the attention of those present, Shi Zhongyu smiled slightly, savoring the moment as the protagonist of the narrative. He spoke leisurely. This inference rests on three main points. First, when Chu Bangzhu pursued Li Hufa, the dog-beat stick was nowhere to be found by his side. Li Hufa might have concealed it before Chu Bangzhu emerged from the tomb, allowing him to escape. Alternatively, he could have hidden it within his clothing, only to stash it away in the woods after entering. Or perhaps, he retained possession of it when he leaped into the Mulan stream. Chu Hao, as the leader, could hardly have overlooked these possibilities. He had already dispatched his disciples to search the vicinity of his master's tomb in the woods where Li Yaoqiang had concealed himself. But alas, they found nothing. Shi Zhongyu continued, "The second point, and the most crucial, concerns Li Hufa's intentions to return to Chu Laobang's grave the previous night." Chu Hao could not fathom what made this piece of information so significant. The expressions of those present mirrored his confusion, except for Lin Pei, whose demeanor shifted slightly, as if he grasped something profound. Li Yaoqiang appeared to have an epiphany, a look of regret crossing his face. Observing this, Shi Zhongyu mused that while young Master Lin lacked martial prowess, his intellect surpassed that of many celebrated figures in the martial world. He continued, "It is essential to understand that prior to stealing the dog-beat stick, Li Hufa had already excavated a tunnel into the tomb. If there were any valuable items within that he coveted, he would have taken them long ago. If he wished to desecrate the remains of the former leader, he likely would have done so already. Why, then, would he risk traveling 100 miles across dangerous terrain to excavate Chu Laobang's grave? What was his purpose?" As Chu Hao absorbed this, realization dawned upon him. Of course, it was for the dog-beat stick. How foolish of me, he lamented, striking his own head in frustration. The assembled elders and leaders of the Beggar Sect, including Zhu Jiangning, Guo Luqing, Bai Wanjian, and Wan Ziqing, regarded Shi Zhongyu with newfound respect, their previous confusion dissipating. However, a few simple-minded individuals remained bewildered, exchanging puzzled glances. Shi Zhongyu added, "As for the third point, it involves understanding one's adversary. If I were Li Hufa, there would be several methods available to me under these circumstances. However, given his penchant for risk and his desire to display his cleverness, It is natural that he would resort to the audacious plan of concealing the stick within the coffin. He nodded respectfully towards Li Yaoqiang and remarked, Li Xianzhang, your clever strategy has eluded their comprehension. Even if you were to retrieve it discreetly later, it would be akin to wearing fine garments in the night. No one would recognize your brilliance, and you would unwittingly offend the Beggar's Sect. I shall be the one to proclaim your ingenuity. You won't hold it against me, will you? Li Yaoqiang shot him a glare, saying, You little rascal. Do you think I wouldn't announce my success myself? Today, you've stolen my thunder, leaving me with no glory. After all, I saved your life. Yet you assist others in scheming against me. Though his tone held a hint of reproach, there was no real ire behind it. Shi Zhongyu smiled, rest assured. I shall ensure you do not suffer any loss. Turning to Chu Hao, he continued, given that the dog-beat stick has been located, you surely have no objections to a duel to determine Li Hufa's fate? Chu Hao nodded, naturally not. While I could return the dog-beat stick without a duel, I, by nature, am drawn to martial contests and cannot let the opportunity to spar with a master slip by. I shall take to the arena. Which hero will join me in battle? He stepped forward, emanating an imposing aura that commanded respect and admiration. Shi Zhongyu called out, Chu Bangzhu, please wait. Chu Hao turned back, speaking gently, little brother, if you have something to say, do not hesitate. Shi Zhongyu said, Chu Bangzhu, I have a humble request that I hope you will grant. Chu Hao chuckled, you have aided the Beggar's Sect tremendously. I would not deny you even 100 requests. Shi Zhongyu replied, thank you, Chu Bangzhu. I wish to ask you to send Li Xianzhang's remains to Gansu for the return to the Huaitian sect. And I swear that the remains I send will indeed belong to Li Xianzhang. Chu Bangzhu, possessing a magnanimous spirit, was known for his honesty. And he felt certain that none present would doubt his word. He had been troubled by the matter of Li Mingyun's remains and the enmity it had incurred with the Demon Sect. Upon hearing Shi Zhongyu's request, it was as if a pillow had been delivered just as he was feeling drowsy. There was no reason to refuse. Thus, he declared, very well, I, Chu, will undertake this task. I shall personally retrieve Li Xianzhang's remains today and send them to Gansu. I swear that what I send will be Li Xianzhang's remains, and I will not dishonor him in any way. Li Hufa, do you trust my words? With that, he released the pressure points on Li Yaoqiang. Li Yaoqiang felt a rush of relief and turned to Chu Hao, who exuded an air of integrity and nobility, and said, Chu Xiong, we may have been adversaries, but I feel as though we have formed a bond. If you truly wish to deceive me, you could easily deny having seen my father's remains, and I would be powerless to contest it. I certainly trust your words. Chu Hao laughed heartily. It is indeed a fortunate encounter to battle someone as astute as yourself. As we part today, I lament not knowing when we shall meet again. Though they stood on opposing sides, their previous encounters had fostered a mutual respect, and the thought of never crossing paths again felt like a great loss. Li Yaoqiang shared this sentiment, his keen mind suddenly alighting with inspiration. He turned to Shi Zhongyu and said, Shi Xiaoge, we have hit it off remarkably well. I would like to propose that we become sworn brothers, though we share different surnames. What do you think? Though directed at Shi Zhongyu, his gaze was fixed on Chu Hao, hinting at deeper intentions. It feels as though the narrative grows increasingly engaging as I write. Initially, I had not intended to include a brotherhood subplot, but inspiration struck, leading to new creative ideas. Zhu Yongning, originally intended to be as clever as Lin Pei, was toned down as I envisioned her as part of a harem. I wonder why everyone is so fond of Huang Rong. I simply prefer not to seek out overly clever women, as it feels challenging to handle. There are still many fascinating plot lines left unwritten in this book, and I am reluctant to abandon it. I will commit to updating twice a day and will write until I reach 200,000 words, at which point I will assess the response. Thank you, dear friends, for your support. I love you all. Chapter 74. The Alliance of Two Parties. Upon hearing these words, Shi Zhongyu was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to why Li Yaoqiang suddenly desired to form a brotherly bond with him. Observing that Li's gaze was predominantly fixed on Chu Hao during their conversation, Shi felt a lack of genuine regard in his words. As his thoughts shifted, he quickly discerned Li's true intentions. The reason Li sought to ally with him was merely to establish a connection with Chu Hao, as they belonged to two opposing factions. Any brotherhood formed would undoubtedly meet with disapproval from Zhu Yongning and the elders of the Beggar's Sect. However, if Li Yaoqiang were to bind himself to Shi Zhongyu first, and subsequently Chu Hao followed suit, a fraternal bond would indeed be forged between Li and Chu. Although Shi Zhongyu was also a member of the seven great sects, aligning himself with Li Yaoqiang, a protector of the demonic sect, would likewise be frowned upon by the righteous path. Yet, given that Shi had rendered significant favors to both parties, his situation was considerably more favorable. This matter was rife with benefits and drawbacks, ultimately depending on Shi Zhongyu's choice. The advantages included the formidable backing of both the Demonic Sect and the Beggars Sect after their alliance, which would elevate the status of the Snow Mountain Sect within the martial world, making it less susceptible to provocation from rival factions. Conversely, the downside was that the Snow Mountain Sect would inevitably become a target of jealousy among the other sects, rendering integration into the larger community increasingly difficult. Nevertheless, considering that Bai Zizai had led the Snow Mountain Sect with a strained rapport with other factions, having abstained from participating in the recent campaigns against the Demonic Sect, there seemed to be minimal repercussions. After considerable contemplation, Shi Zhongyu ultimately resolved to seize the opportunity to cultivate a relationship with both the Demonic Sect and the Beggars Sect. Noticing Shi's prolonged silence, Li Yaoqiang's heart sank as he queried, "Are you hesitant to associate with me due to my status?" Shi Zhongyu, dismissing Bai Wanjian's disapproving gesture, replied without hesitation, "Brother Li, your esteemed status and the life-saving grace you have shown me compel me to gladly accept this bond." Reassured, Li Yaoqiang chuckled, "I am 41 this year. May I ask how old you are, Brother Shi?" Shi Zhongyu responded, "I am but 18, considerably younger than you." Internally, he scoffed, "You are older than my father. Forming a brotherhood with you certainly favors me." Li Yaoqiang remarked, "In our world, age matters not. As long as we share a mutual understanding, that suffices." He then instructed the servants of the Lin residence to fetch some incense and candles. The servants, fearing disobedience, promptly complied, lighting the offerings upon the table. After exchanging vows of brotherhood through 8 prostrations, they rose. Li Yaoqiang grasped Shi's hand, exclaiming, "Brother." Shi Zhongyu reciprocated, "Elder brother." They exchanged smiles, an unspoken bond blossoming between them. Although Shi had initially considered this alliance for pragmatic reasons, he now found himself admiring Li's cunning and character. Realizing he was indeed a remarkable individual, the onlookers from the Demonic Sect, Snow Mountain Sect, and Flying Fish Gang watched in astonishment as the two exchanged bows in front of hundreds, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation. While Zhu Yongning sensed Li Yaoqiang's alliance with Shi Zhongyu contradicted the Demonic Sect's traditional avoidance of entanglements with the martial world, she remained silent. Recognizing Shi's contributions to the sect, Bai Wanjian harbored reservations about Shi's association with the Demonic Sect, but, with numerous important figures present, refrained from openly opposing it. Seeing the camaraderie between the two, Chu Hao suddenly interjected, "Young brother, I too wish to form a brotherhood with you. Would you grant me this honor?" Li Yaoqiang smiled slightly, releasing Shi Zhongyu's hand. Anticipating this move, Shi was unperturbed and replied, "It would be my utmost desire to become brothers with the esteemed leader of the Beggars Sect." Chu Hao laughed heartily, such wisdom at such a young age. "It seems I am the one fortunate to know you. By the way, what is your name?" The crowd chuckled at Chu's ignorance of Shi's name before forming a brotherhood. Shi Zhongyu replied, "My name is Shi Zhongyu." Chu Hao continued, "Are you related to the renowned hero Shi Qing of Xuanzi Manor?" Shi Zhongyu smiled, "Indeed. He is my father." Chu Hao beamed, "I have long heard of the illustrious Shi hero. It is a pleasure to meet his son. Truly, a tiger begets no dog." Shi Zhongyu mused to himself, "What you do not know is the infamous reputation I bear." Outwardly, he said, "It is an honor for my father and me to receive your commendation." The two exchanged their ages. Chu Hao was 43, a full 25 years older than Shi Zhongyu. After the formalities, Shi Zhongyu called out, "Elder brother," and then addressed Li Yaoqiang as second brother. Both Chu Hao and Li Yaoqiang replied, "Younger brother," solidifying their fraternal connection without a formal ceremony. Hua Wanzi observed Shi Zhongyu forging alliances with two renowned martial artists and felt a profound shift in her perception of him, no longer seeing him as a mere youth but as an equal. Zhu Yongning's captivating gaze lingered on Shi Zhongyu as she inquired, "Leader Chu, shall we continue our duel?" With newfound camaraderie fueling his spirit, Chu Hao replied, "Indeed. Which of your sect will take the challenge?" Zhu Yongning smiled charmingly, "I, an unworthy girl, shall engage with you, Leader Chu." Her declaration astonished the crowd, who wondered how such a delicate maiden could dare challenge the formidable leader of the Beggars Sect, even if she had trained her entire life. Her age rendered her no match for Chu Hao. However, Chu was aware of the formidable Sun Xie, the former #1 martial artist, residing within the Demonic Sect, and he recognized Zhu as a holy figure within her sect. Her willingness to battle indicated she possessed unique skills not to be underestimated. "Very well," he conceded. "I look forward to witnessing your esteemed prowess." He lowered himself, adopting a defensive stance with one palm forward and the other behind. Zhu Yongning, understanding his respect for his status, knew he would not strike first. With a slight smile, she declared, "Be cautious, Leader Chu." In an instant, she moved with ghostly agility, closing the distance and striking towards his chest with her delicate hand. Chu Hao, taken aback by her uncanny footwork, found himself cornered in an instant. After years of traversing the martial world, he had never encountered such exquisite technique. As her palm advanced, it appeared deceptively simple, lacking in ostentation or ferocity. Doubt crept into his mind. Could she truly defeat him with mere trickery? Determined to test her inner strength, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, the force of which was monumental, contrasting starkly with Zhu Yongning's approach. Spectators expected her to evade, yet she did not flinch, meeting his strike head-on. When their palms collided, an uncanny silence enveloped the scene. Zhu's expression remained serene, while Chu's face flushed as he felt a sudden constriction in his chest. Realizing he had been outmatched, Chu Hao was astounded, contemplating how such a young woman had cultivated such formidable inner strength, executing her moves without the slightest hint of force. It left him utterly perplexed. Chapter 75, the end of the performance. Unbeknownst to him, although the Demon Sect was established by the fallen empire, its wealth was substantial, far surpassing that of the Beggars Sect. Zhu Zhongning, being the third daughter of Zhu Yunjun, had consumed countless treasures coveted by ordinary martial artists during her training, resulting in an unparalleled enhancement of her inner strength. Furthermore, her master was the renowned divination master, Sun Xie, and the divine art she practiced was a superior martial skill, which cultivated Zhu Yongning's astonishing abilities. The divine art was created by the ancient divination elder, characterized by its silent execution and the cunning, unpredictable techniques of the divination palm, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Aware of Zhu Yongning's formidable prowess, which exceeded his own, Chu Hao dared not engage her in a contest of strength. Instead, he employed the 18 dragon-subduing palms, countering her moves and focusing on a counter-offensive. However, Zhu Yongning resorted to cunning tactics, relying on her profound inner strength. Regardless of Chu Hao's attacks, she mirrored his moves, insisting on competing in inner strength. Although her method was somewhat unscrupulous, it proved effective. Even Chu Hao, despite his extensive combat experience, found himself at a loss against her. Once, on a ship, Shi Zhongyu had faced Ding Busi, receiving guidance from Granny Shi, and employed similarly unscrupulous tactics, which forced Ding Busi to resort to the Heavenly King's totem move to avoid injury. At that time, Shi Zhongyu was merely a naive youth with remarkable inner strength but no martial skills. In contrast, Zhu Yongning had received instruction from eminent masters from a young age, mastering her martial arts to a degree far surpassing that of Shi Zhongyu, making her even more formidable. With each of Chu Hao's attacks, Zhu Yongning replicated his moves, compelling him to alter his strategy mid-fight. Growing increasingly frustrated, he felt a deep sense of injustice, wishing to howl at the heavens to vent his grievances. Yet, as a renowned master, he quickly devised a countermeasure. With a circular motion of his left hand, he thrust his right palm towards Zhu Yongning's left shoulder. Zhu Yongning also raised her right palm to engage him. This time, however, Chu Hao did not change his move. He unleashed another palm strike before their energies met. This was akin to two palms against one. Although the force of the successive strikes diminished, the combined strength remained significantly greater. This technique was one he had comprehended in recent years, specifically designed for opponents with superior inner strength. Unaware of his deception, Zhu Yongning only realized the intensity of his inner strength upon their energies colliding, causing her to stagger slightly, her fair face paling as she sustained a hidden injury. She furrowed her brow, perplexed by the erratic fluctuations of his inner strength, but she dared not continue to contend with him directly. Adapting her strategy, she employed the divine palm technique imparted by Sun Xie, complemented by the exquisite, unpredictable footwork of the divine steps, creating a flurry of graceful palm shadows. Chu Hao, uncertain of which were real and which were illusions, understood the principle of overwhelming force defeating myriad techniques. Regardless of her approach, he continued to strike towards her, palm after palm. Although Zhu Yongning could inflict wounds upon him, she too would be harmed by his force, prompting her to sidestep to avoid his strikes. As such, despite Zhu Yongning's superior martial skills, she found herself thwarted by his crude tactics, unable to gain the upper hand. Observers could only see the fleeting red shadows and swirling palm forces, unable to discern her techniques, and they were filled with awe. Meanwhile, Chu Hao remained unfazed, methodically landing powerful strikes towards the elusive red shadow, leaving Zhu Yongning in a position of helplessness, which garnered their admiration. Guo Luqing noted several opportunities for the saintess to claim victory, but due to her lack of battlefield experience and being intimidated by Chu Hao's relentless offense, she missed her chances, inwardly lamenting. After several exchanges, Zhu Zhongning grew increasingly anxious, reflecting, "This person's martial prowess is far inferior to mine. And yet I cannot secure a victory. If Guo Hufa and the others return to Tianxuan City and spread word of this, where will I find the face to stand among the Demon Sect brothers and boast?" Despite being the youngest daughter of Zhu Yunjun, her spirited nature led her to enjoy sparring with the sect's masters. Her martial skills were already superior, and her status often granted her leniency during contests, resulting in her victories. In her pride, she sometimes emulated the crude boastfulness of these rough men after winning. The members of the sect cherished this naive saintess, showering her with praise. In her determination to avoid ridicule from her brethren, she resolved to take risks. As she saw Chu Hao's fist approaching her face, she swiftly dodged and closed in on his inner circle. Chu Hao retreated a step to create distance, sweeping his left palm outward. Zhu Yongning lowered her head and evaded, darting beneath his arm, and found herself behind him. Chu Hao, startled, prepared to execute a move to strike backward, but his palm faltered mid-movement as Zhu Yongning seized his Dazui acupoint. Releasing her hold, she leaped back a few steps and smiled. "Chu Gangs, I may have offended you earlier." Now free, Chu Hao felt a sense of loss upon realizing he had been defeated by a woman after decades of acclaim. After a moment of reflection, he forced a wry smile. "Saintess, your skills are impressive. This match is one I concede to you. May I inquire if your martial arts were taught by the divination master, Sun Xia?" Zhu Yongning, though fortunate to emerge victorious, felt a deep sense of shame. She had regarded herself as superior, believing the world's heroes to be mere trifles. However, after her encounter with Chu Hao, she recognized her own lack of refinement. "Indeed, he is my master." Upon hearing this, Chu Hao's dissatisfaction faded. Sun Xia was once proclaimed the best in the world, with his divine palm techniques and footwork unmatched. Being defeated by his disciple was not as difficult to accept as he initially thought. The Demon Sect had garnered numerous enemies in the Central Plains, and with matters settled, they planned to withdraw. Li Yaoqiang mentioned to Shi Zhongyu that they could linger in the Qilian Mountains for a while. Zhu Yongning was deeply impressed by this astute youth. Had he not mediated, the Demon Sect and the Beggar's Sect might have ended in bitter enmity. Now, both parties had achieved their objectives peacefully, and the youth's contributions were paramount, eliciting expressions of gratitude from all. However, Shi Zhongyu dared not agree, for his brotherhood with Li Yaoqiang was already a significant taboo. Should he accept an invitation to the Demon Sect, Bai Wanjin would likely lose his composure and speak out. Fortunately, the members of the Demon Sect understood his predicament and did not press the matter. After some polite exchanges, they took their leave, mounting their horses, the sound of hooves gradually fading into the distance. With the Demon Sect departed, Chu Hao was eager to return and retrieve the dog-subduing staff from his master's grave to prevent any loss, and he too bid farewell. He was far more diligent than the Demon Sect. First, he apologized profusely to Lin Peiwei for disrupting the Lin family's normal activities. Then he engaged in conversation with Bai Wanjian and Hua Wanzifeng, the leaders of the Snow Mountain Sect, and even remembered to greet Cheng Daong of the Flying Fish Gang. Finally, he produced a token from his pocket and handed it to Shi Zhongyu, advising him that should he encounter any perilous or troublesome situations in the future, he need only present the token to any Beggar's Sect disciple to summon assistance. He also encouraged Shi Zhongyu to visit the headquarters in Luoyang to strengthen their brotherly bond. His sincerity far surpassed that of Li Yaoqiang. Shi Zhongyu had allied with Li Yaoqiang primarily due to the esteemed reputation of the Beggar's Sect leader. His parents had spent over a decade searching for their enemies, yet found no trace of their son. With the support of the Beggar's Sect, any future troubles would be far easier to navigate. Moreover, Chu Hao's sincere and bold demeanor bore similarities to Qiao Feng. Among the martial characters Shi Zhongyu admired in his past life, the foremost was Yang Guo, followed closely by Qiao Feng, which naturally drew him closer to Chu Hao. After a lengthy and heartfelt farewell, Chu Hao led the Beggar's Sect disciples back to Putian. Chapter 76, while Manzi's returned to Heart holding the token in his hand. Shi Zhongyu examined it attentively. The token, crafted from jade, exhibited a delicate blend of pale pink and a hint of tender green, with a bamboo stick intricately carved upon its surface. As he was lost in thought, a slender jade hand suddenly snatched the token away. When he looked up, he found Womanzi had taken it, turning it over and over with eyes full of admiration and envy. Shi Zhongyu chuckled, noticing the commotion as the Feiyu gang noisily exited the Lin residence. Bai Wanjian and Lin Pei were deep in discussion regarding their return to Xueshan. while several disciples from Xueshan had also vanished, likely to pack their belongings. Gaining some courage, he whispered, "Ah Zi, do you desire this token?" Womanzi, surprised by his audacity, addressing her not as Shu but as Zi, felt a flutter in her heart, but quickly adopted a stern expression, retorting, "What did you call me? You think you can call me Zi?" Having grown familiar with her, Shi Zhongyu's fear had diminished. He knew that although she was 26 this year, her thoughts remained innocent and playful. Her anger was merely a facade, and he responded with a smile, "If you dislike being called Zi, how about I call you Huawan instead?" Seeing him adopt a lazy demeanor, reminiscent of a street urchin rather than the imposing figure he had presented before the beggar gang and Demon Sect, Womanzi felt a surge of annoyance and pinched his ear. Shi Zhongyu feigned pain, exclaiming, "You're twisting my ear to death. Let go first." Womanzi coldly replied, "For a slippery fellow like you, a lesson is necessary." As she spoke, she tightened her grip. With one ear turned crimson from her grasp, Shi Zhongyu exclaimed, "Wah, if you don't let go soon, I may have to be impolite." Womanzi, undeterred by his defiance, challenged, "Oh, I would like to see how you intend to be impolite." Without further hesitation, Shi Zhongyu embraced her slender waist. Womanzi, who had always guarded her virtue, had never been held this way before. A rush of masculine fragrance enveloped her, rendering her weak and causing her to release his ear. Attempting to struggle free, having trained in martial arts since childhood, her figure was well proportioned, with a slim waist and curvy hips. In his embrace, Shi Zhongyu felt her softness and the alluring fragrance of her youth, making it hard to resist as he leaned in to kiss her lips. Huama Chapter 77. The divergence of justice and evil. As Shi Zhongyu entered the hall, he found Bai Wanjin seated alone on a pearwood chair, deep in thought. His brows furrowed, an expression grave. Apart from him, there was no one else in the hall. Noticing Bai's serious demeanor and the fact that he had specifically summoned him, Shi Zhongyu surmised that it was likely regarding the matter of forming a brotherhood with Li Yaoqiang, and he began to ponder his response in secret. Upon hearing footsteps, Bai Wanjin looked up and greeted him warmly. "Zhongyu, you have arrived. Please, take a seat." He gestured towards an empty chair beside him. Shi Zhongyu complied, smiling brightly as he inquired, "I heard that my esteemed uncle summoned me. What instructions do you have?" After a moment of hesitation, Bai Wanjin replied, "You possess great intelligence and have made significant progress in your martial arts. Your future is indeed bright. However, you are still quite young and may not fully grasp the age-old truth that justice and evil cannot coexist. To rashly form a brotherhood with a protector of the demonic sect is, without a doubt, a grave error. If word spreads, gaining the acceptance of the righteous path will become exceedingly difficult. Alas, it pains me to see such a rare talent emerge from the Xueshan sect, only to be shunned by the martial world due to misguided alliances." Yet, Shi Zhongyu harbored no aspirations of becoming a celebrated hero revered by all. Transplanted from his former life, he had witnessed the dangers of helping an elderly person in distress, where one could easily find themselves accused and doubting one's very existence. In an era where a true-hearted hero like Guijing might find himself burdened with insurmountable debt, he had seen countless instances of good Samaritans being dragged to court. In a world devoid of space for chivalry, abiding by the law and causing no harm had become the standard for most. Consequently, this led him to arrive in this new world devoid of the typical obsessions held by martial artists. Instead, having lived a life of relentless busyness and oppression in his previous profession, the greatest aspiration he now held was to live freely and authentically. With a glint of curiosity in his eyes, he asked, "Esteemed uncle, could it truly be so severe to associate with figures from the demonic sect?" Bai Wanjin sighed, "Indeed. Many years ago, when the 7 great sects severed ties with the demonic sect, they retaliated fiercely, resulting in the deaths of numerous esteemed martial artists. Since then, the enmity between the righteous and demonic factions has only deepened, escalating into a bitter rivalry. Many of the demonic sect's main forces were originally righteous individuals who defected. It is unclear what strange sorcery the demonic sect employed to keep them loyal despite the schism. Their family and friends, primarily from the righteous path, have earnestly attempted to persuade them to renounce the demonic sect and return to righteousness, but after repeated failures, they have had to sever ties. Only a small number maintain connections with the demonic sect, creating an awkward situation as they are shunned by various factions. Now, decades have passed. Although the demonic sect has been reclusive in Gansu, their reputation has only grown stronger following a disastrous retaliation against the sects 10 years ago. Should you form a brotherhood with Li Yaoqiang, it is likely that you will face opposition from those on the righteous path. making it exceedingly difficult for you to rise above. Shi Zhongyu had little regard for the so-called righteous individuals and had no desire to become a renowned hero. Thus, he brushed off Bai Wanjian's concerns, asking, "Will my actions affect the reputation of the Xia sect in any way?" Bai Wanjian smiled slightly. "Since my father took over as the sect leader, the Xia sect has had little interaction with other factions. Furthermore, Lingxiao City, perched atop the Great Snow Mountain, is even more perilous than Xuantian City, so we have no fear of others causing us trouble. Now that a disciple from the Xia sect has formed a brotherhood with a protector of the demonic sect, our reputation may even grow stronger." With that reassurance, Shi Zhongyu felt relief wash over him. "That is well and good. I had no intention of forming a brotherhood with Li Yaoqiang. I merely believed that establishing a connection with the leader of the Beggars Sect would ultimately benefit the Xia sect. Hence, I reluctantly agreed to Li Yaoqiang's request." Bai Wanjian expressed curiosity. "You sought to befriend the Beggars Sect leader by forming a brotherhood with Li Yaoqiang? How does that work?" Shi Zhongyu explained. "Li Yaoqiang desired to form a brotherhood with me as a means to build a connection with Chu Hao. Did my esteemed uncle not notice that?" Bai Wanjian reflected on Li Yaoqiang's earlier remarks about forming a brotherhood with Shi Zhongyu while gazing at Chu Hao. Now, with Shi Zhongyu's reminder, he began to understand the underlying intentions. "Are you suggesting that had you not agreed to form a brotherhood with Li Yaoqiang, Chu Hao would not have sought to form one with you either? They aim to establish this connection indirectly through you? How could that be?" he questioned. "One is the leader of the Beggars Sect, and the other is a protector of the demonic sect. Although the Beggars Sect did not participate in the campaign against the demonic sect, they are still the largest and most righteous gang in the martial world. And the previous leader fell victim to the hands of a protector of the demonic sect. What would prompt Chu Hao to desire a friendship with Li Yaoqiang?" Shi Zhongyu shook his head. "I cannot say. My initial thought was that the Beggars Sect is the largest gang, and if I had a relationship with their leader, they would naturally not turn a blind eye to any troubles the Xia sect might face in the future. That is why I agreed to form a brotherhood with the protector of the demonic sect. My intentions were solely for the sake of the Xia sect. If the sect leader were to hold me accountable in the future, I hope my esteemed uncle will speak a few words on my behalf." Previously, Bai Wanjian had viewed Shi Zhongyu as a sly and lazy individual, but after personally working with him, he began to reassess his opinion. He readily agreed. "Very well. If my father becomes angry, I will speak on your behalf." After observing Shi Zhongyu for a while, he inquired, "What is the nature of your relationship with A Xiu at this point?" Surprised, Shi Zhongyu exclaimed, "My relationship with A Xiu is merely that of ordinary fellow disciples." "Why does my esteemed uncle ask this?" Bai Wanjian huffed. "A Xiu is usually shy, yet she is always exceedingly warm towards you. Upon hearing that you would be among the disciples coming out this time, she insisted on joining. As her father, how could I not be aware of her feelings? However, I must warn you, A Xiu is still quite young. Should you dare to overstep any boundaries, I will not forgive you." Though Bai Wanjian's tone was stern, his expression remained gentle, causing Shi Zhongyu to feel elated. Unsure if this constituted approval from his future father-in-law, he assured, "Esteemed uncle, rest assured. While I have affection for A Xiu, I would never think of her inappropriately." Bai Wanjian's tone softened, "Though you may be a bit slippery. Your character and martial skills are indeed worthy of her. When A Xiu is older, I will take it upon myself to arrange your betrothal. Now, go and prepare. We shall set off for the Snow Mountain today." With Bai Wanjian's promise of a betrothal to A Xiu, Shi Zhongyu felt as though he were floating on air, as if in a dream. Since his arrival in this new world, A Xiu had been the first girl he met, and their bond had grown profoundly. A Xiu was gentle and kind, an ideal candidate for a virtuous wife. Recalling their initial awkward encounter and the deepening of their relationship, a smile spread across his face. Chapter 78. The Promise. Bai Wanjian observed Shi Zhongyu lost in thought, a foolish smile adorning his face, yet he remained silent. With a slight furrow in his brow, he inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Finally roused from his reverie, Shi Zhongyu cleared his throat and replied, "Disciple indeed has a matter to beseech Uncle Shi's approval. I have been away from home for 3 years, and having descended the mountain with great difficulty this time, I wish to return home for a visit. I hope for your kind consent." Bai Wanjian smiled gently. I have heard that your brother, Shi Zhongjian, has been located by Shi Xian. You two have been separated since childhood, and your meetings have been few. It is only fitting that you reunite. You have made great strides in your studies, and your character has improved considerably. You are no longer the reckless youth who first ascended the snowy peaks. Your parents will surely find great solace in seeing you. Very well, you may linger at home for a while. I shall convey your return to the sect leader." A surge of joy filled Shi Zhongyu's heart as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Uncle Shi. It is through your guidance that I have reached this day." Bai Wanjian chuckled. "What credit is due to me? It is entirely the merit of Master Feng. He has devoted himself to teaching you, forsaking the acceptance of other disciples, and has truly labored tirelessly for your benefit. No matter how far you soar in the future, do not forget his nurturing grace." Shi Zhongyu's smile faded as he solemnly replied, "Disciple understands. The benevolence of a master is such that even if I were to shatter into 1,000,000 pieces, I could scarcely repay it." Though Bai Wanjian was not a mother-in-law scrutinizing a son-in-law, he found himself increasingly fond of the boy. Shi Zhongyu possessed a keen intellect, was humble and courteous, and at such a tender age had already attained martial prowess far surpassing his own. It was rare to encounter such youthful talent. He mused that his daughter was indeed not worthy of him. However, reassured by Shi Zhongyu's evident affection for Ah Xiu, he felt a sense of relief. He repeatedly cautioned the young man to remain at home for several months before hastily returning to the snowy mountains, warning him against the temptations of frivolity and wandering. Though gifted in martial arts, Shi Zhongyu was still young and inexperienced in the ways of the world. Should he fall into the wrong company or be led astray, it would be a fate he would not wish upon him. Shi Zhongyu recognized that Bai Wanjian's concerns stemmed from genuine care for him, far exceeding the diligence of Guijing's mentors. For instance, when Guijing first entered the world, he was easily deceived by the female impersonator Huang Rong, who, despite her many fabrications and outrageous demands, captivated him without a hint of skepticism. Fortunately, Huang Rong was inherently kind-hearted and was moved by his sincerity, remaining by his side and offering invaluable counsel, ultimately transforming Guijing into a revered hero. Yet, had he encountered someone with ulterior motives, his naivety could have led to dire consequences. It was unclear if the 7 freaks of Jiangnan had failed to advise him, or if he was simply too dim-witted to remember. Having read the novel The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Shi Zhongyu was aware that Guijing ranked among the top 3 in Jin Yong's pantheon of heroes. Yet he felt the portrayal of Guijing's intellect was exaggeratedly simplistic. How could a fool master the secrets of martial arts and achieve unparalleled skills? In contrast, Dian's natural demeanor was clumsy and inarticulate, while Shi Zhongjian, having spent years in seclusion, appeared somewhat duller, lending credibility to the perception of his simplicity. Shi Zhongyu readily agreed, and bid farewell to Bai Wanjian as he exited the hall. Upon returning to the place he had parted from Hua Wanzi, he found her idly gazing at the ground, tracing circles with her toes. Stealthily approaching her, he suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Hua Wanzi was startled and instinctively attempted to struggle, but then realized that no one else would dare to tease her in such a manner but Shi Zhongyu. Consequently, she relaxed her body and allowed him to embrace her, asking, "What did Bai Xiang summon you for?" Having trained in martial arts from a young age, Hua Wanzi possessed a figure more voluptuous than that of the average woman. Shi Zhongyu felt the delightful softness of her curves against his abdomen, accompanied by the fragrant scent of youth emanating from her, igniting a fiery passion within him. To avoid appearing overly eager, he composed himself and shared his conversation with Bai Wanjian, carefully omitting the matter of Ah Xiu's betrothal to him, given the nascent nature of their relationship. Revealing such information would undoubtedly cause a rift. Hua Wanzi, generally indifferent to matters of the Demon Sect, hesitated before saying, "Bai Xiang's words hold merit. You would do well to heed him." Shi Zhongyu chuckled. "Naturally, I shall listen to Uncle Shi's counsel. But what instructions did Master Wu impart?" Hua Wanzi blushed and retorted, "Is it appropriate for a disciple to hold their master so intimately, taking such liberties?" Shi Zhongyu laughed heartily. "Indeed. Is it not I who does so?" Hua Wanzi, feeling embarrassed, pinched his hand hard, yet remained silent. Shi Zhongyu, feigning distress, exclaimed, "Alas! Someone is attempting to murder their husband." Loosening his embrace, he turned her around and kissed her on the lips. In a moment of enchantment, Hua Wanzi instinctively wrapped her arms around him, forgetting all else. After a brief kiss, Shi Zhongyu released her, whispering, "Let us retreat to your room, Hua Hua." Hua Wanzi was momentarily taken aback, and after a considerable pause, she reacted with a frown, scolding, "What are you planning? I shall not allow you to act recklessly." Shi Zhongyu smiled. "Where are your thoughts wandering? This is a public space. Should we be seen, it would not be appropriate. In your room, it would be far safer." With a huff, Hua Wanzi hesitated before ultimately leading him back to her quarters. Upon entering, Shi Zhongyu noticed 2 chairs with a rope strung between them, on which hung a pair of undergarments. Evidently, Hua Wanzi had washed them and dared not hang them outside, instead opting to dry them indoors. Hua Wanzi let out a soft exclamation, preparing to put away her garments. However, before she could react, Shi Zhongyu had already embraced her, pulling her down onto the bed and kissing her once more. In their playful antics, while they did not engage in any truly intimate encounters, they both indulged in the thrill of the moment. Shi Zhongyu, a spirited young man, managed to make the fierce young heroine blush and breathe heavily. Aware that a woman in love treasures emotional connection above all, he took care to express tender sentiments, advising her to take good care of herself while he was away, lest she let her enchanting figure become diminished. Seeing that he was not solely fixated on her physical form, Hua Wanzi felt deeply moved, and her affection for him grew. She then inquired, "How shall we broach the subject of our relationship with Bai Zizai in the future?" Shi Zhongyu smiled, "Fear not, Hua. I have already made significant contributions to the Snow Mountain sect." Once I chapter 79, returning home listening to her tone, Shi Zhongyu found it amusing. Akin to a modest wife asserting control over her husband in a previous life. He teased, "You dare to use this matter as leverage? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Hua Wanzi coldly retorted, "You are nothing but a lecher, your mind solely preoccupied with this affair. If I were to use something else to pressure you, you would hardly care." Shi Zhongyu felt a tinge of embarrassment at her words, his face slightly reddening as he exclaimed, "How strange. How did you come to know that?" Hua Wanzi swatted away his wandering hand with a hint of annoyance. "Isn't this enough proof? Moreover, Senior Brother Feng has mentioned that you frequently descend the mountain to purchase romantic illustrations and risque novels, having been caught more than once. Do you still wish to deny it?" Shi Zhongyu felt a deep sense of shame, muttering, "Feng is quite unkind, bringing up such disgraceful matters with you." Hua Wanzi smiled sweetly, saying, "You can engage in such behavior, but cannot bear to have others speak of it. What kind of logic is that?" Shi Zhongyu replied, "I was merely too young then, naturally curious about such things. I refuse to believe you have no thoughts on the matter." Hua Wanzi spat, "Pa, do you think I am as lecherous as you?" With a forlorn expression, Shi Zhongyu implored, "Wanzi, be lenient. Surely you cannot deny me even a kiss or a hug. Would that not make me a monk?" Understanding the fervent curiosity of a boy his age regarding matters of intimacy, Hua Wanzi realized that outright rejection might lead to his annoyance and possible infidelity. Furthermore, her heart was already completely devoted to him. She found joy in his affectionate gestures. Thus, she said, "It depends on your efforts. If you diligently practice every day without slacking, then if you wish to kiss or embrace, I would not refuse." As she spoke, she felt a rush of embarrassment, burying her face in the covers, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Shi Zhongyu smiled gently, lifting the blanket from her face. He beheld her flushed cheeks akin to spring blossoms, her eyes closed yet her long eyelashes fluttering, enhancing her beauty. He couldn't help but recall his college girlfriend from his past life, equally shy yet less beautiful than Hua Wanzi. In his previous existence, he had been a mere programmer, devoid of wealth or influence. Such a stunning girl would either have become a star or a wealthy man's plaything, far beyond his reach. For reasons unknown, since inhabiting Shi Zhongyu's body, he had garnered the affection of beauties, first the heroine Ah Xiu, then Hua Wanzi, and even Ding Ding Dang Dang had shown interest. He pondered in confusion, did they love Shi Zhongyu, or the reincarnated Shi Fan? This question was far more complex than even a learned scientist could unravel. He found himself momentarily lost in thought. Hua Wanzi, upon having her blanket lifted, initially thought he sought to tease her again. But after a moment of silence with no response, she opened her eyes to find him gazing at her with an expression of deep complexity, confusion, tenderness, and even a hint of sorrow. Startled by this unusual demeanor, she inquired, "What troubles you?" Awaking from his reverie, Shi Zhongyu leaned down and gently kissed her cheek, whispering, "Wanzi, why do you like me?" This question rendered her momentarily speechless. However, touched by the affection reflected in his eyes, she pondered before responding. "Perhaps it is because I feel most at ease with you, allowing me to forget my misfortunes. Or maybe it is because you regard me as an ordinary girl, unconcerned with my identity." Shi Zhongyu could only smile wryly. Her answer did not clarify which aspect of him she liked. He was naturally charming, adept with words, easily winning the favor of women. As Shi Fan, he bore no significant concerns regarding her royal status, thus feeling little pressure. Fortunately, he quickly resolved his confusion. He was destined to be Shi Fan's soul inhabiting Shi Zhongyu's body, regardless of whether Hua Wanzi liked him or the other. They were both parts of himself, and there was no need for excessive concern. He took her hand in his, smiling, "To win your heart, Wanzi, is a privilege I cherish greatly." Hua Wanzi rested her head on his lap, softly stating, "I have entrusted my heart to you. but I hope you will not forsake me in the future. Shi Zhongyu was momentarily taken aback, as Shi Fan, having such a beautiful companion, left him thoroughly satisfied, with no further desires. However, he had inherited Shi Zhongyu's nature, easily enamored by every beautiful woman he encountered. To remain devoted to one alone was simply impossible. He gently ran his fingers through her hair, remaining silent. Hua Wanzi, feeling serene, soon drifted into a deep slumber. After a while, Shi Zhongyu carefully moved her head from his lap to the pillow, rising to leave. To his surprise, Hua Wanzi abruptly awoke, groggily asking, "Where are you going?" Shi Zhongyu replied, "I must return to pack my belongings and prepare to visit my parents. You may sleep a little longer." Hua Wanzi rubbed her eyes. "Sitting up to scold him, you let me doze off, and you didn't even call me. I nearly missed something important." Shi Zhongyu assured her, "It is almost noon. I will come to call you for lunch. You can sleep a bit more, it's no trouble." Hua Wanzi stretched, saying, "No more sleep for me. I have far too much to do. After lunch, I want to have time to tidy up." Her stretch accentuated her graceful figure, and Shi Zhongyu's gaze brightened. Momentarily reluctant to leave. Noticing his expression, Hua Wanzi understood his thoughts and playfully kicked him away with her delicate foot. "You should leave quickly. If senior brother Bai finds you here, I would have to explain myself." Shi Zhongyu recognized her reluctance to publicly acknowledge their relationship, which suited him perfectly. Otherwise, he could not pursue both Ah Xiu and her simultaneously. With a heavy heart, he said, "Then I shall return to my room." Hua Wanzi produced the token given by Chu Hao and tossed it to him, saying, "Keep this token on you. Should anything arise, you can seek help from the Beggar's Sect." Shi Zhongyu caught it, inhaling its fragrant scent, exclaiming, "It smells delightful." He left the room amidst her flustered protests. Upon returning to his own quarters, he quickly organized his belongings, packing them neatly. Shortly after, a servant arrived to inform him that it was time to dine in the hall. After lunch, the members of the Snow Mountain sect prepared to depart from the Lin residence to return to Snow Mountain. Lin Pei, grateful for the Snow Mountain sect's support, not only saw them off personally but also bestowed them with generous gifts. Once they exited Fuzhou, Shi Zhongyu bid farewell to Bai Wanjin and the others, setting off northward toward Xuansu Manor. Chapter 80. Please believe me, I am not boasting. Xiansu Shuang is situated in Hangzhou, much like Linfu, in the outskirts and merely a few miles away from the renowned West Lake and the Feilai Peak Lingyin Temple. This residence was constructed by Shi Qing in his youth to marry Min Ro, taking into account his wife's tranquil nature and her fondness for picturesque landscapes. Thus he deliberately chose this location for their abode. Fuzhou is not far from Hangzhou, and it took Shi Zhongyu only a few days to arrive in the city. Having left home at the age of 12 to study at the Snow Mountain sect, and returning 6 years later, he could hardly contain his excitement. After another hour of travel, he caught a distant glimpse of a uniquely designed manor nestled among the trees, with red walls and green tiles. It was indeed Xiansu Zhuang. Although its scale was far inferior to Lin Fu, its elegant design surpassed it by far. Upon reaching the entrance, Shi Zhongyu dismounted, tethered his horse to a wooden post at the door, and knocked a few times. After a short while, an elderly man responded to the sound, opened the door, and upon seeing him, was momentarily taken aback. "Young master, when did you leave?" "I was unaware," he remarked. Shi Zhongyu recognized him as the family servant, old Huang, who had aged considerably over the years. The term young master momentarily puzzled him, as he realized the man must have mistaken him for his younger brother, Shi Zhongjian. In the original narrative, despite not being identical twins, their striking resemblance often confounded even Shi Qing and Min Ro. He refrained from clarifying, instead inquiring, "Where are my parents?" Old Huang replied, "The master and mistress are practicing martial arts in the backyard." Shi Zhongyu nodded and instructed, "Please bring the horse inside, clean it up, and feed it some forage." Having said that, he proceeded towards the backyard, noticing the black horse covered in mud and appearing weary from the long journey. Old Huang assumed it was an animal Shi Zhongyu had acquired from elsewhere, and did not dwell on it as he led the horse away to wash. Amused by how easily he had deceived old Huang, Shi Zhongyu entered the backyard and saw Shi Qing and Min Ro, each wielding a sword, one black and the other white, cooperating and responding to each other's moves as if rehearsing a remarkable sword formation. After practicing several techniques, they seemed to sense something amiss and paused to discuss, completely oblivious to Shi Zhongyu's approach. He cleared his throat and asked, "Father, mother, what martial arts are you practicing?" Shi Qing chuckled. "Jian has Dongro returned? Your mother and I are studying the thunder sword technique of the sword Saint Shi, but we can hardly master it." Shi Zhongyu pondered, "Who is this Dong girl? Has my brother found a romantic interest?" A thought struck him. Could it be her? He recalled a childhood companion named Dong, a girl 3 years his junior, though he could not remember her name. Her father was a local notable, reputed to have passed the imperial examinations but declined an official position due to his carefree nature, instead embracing the tranquility of nature, leading his family to settle nearby and becoming the Shi's only neighbors. During his childhood, he often played with the girl, teasing her by pulling her braids or using captured bees to sting her, often provoking her to tears as she swore never to speak to him again. However, the serene beauty of the area, though distant from the city, meant that most of the residences were the villas of affluent families, within a radius of several dozen miles. The only families that settled here were the Shis and the Dongs. After a few days, the little girl, bored and forgetting her oaths, would return to play with Shi Zhongyu. Before long, he would irritate her again, leading to another falling out, yet after 10 days or so, they would reconcile once more. This cycle continued until Shi Qing, firm in his resolve, sent Shi Zhongyu to the snow mountain. Given the girl's solitude, it was not implausible for her to become friends with his brother. Shi Zhongjian, with his gentle disposition, likely brought her more joy than when she was with him. This fleeting thought passed quickly. After all, he was not Shi Zhongjian, and he could not ascertain whether the Dong girl his parents mentioned was indeed that girl. He chose not to pursue the topic, instead asking, "Isn't the Thunder Sword technique meant for individual practice? Why are you two training together?" Shi Qing sighed. "This technique is quite difficult to master. Your mother and I initially practiced separately, yet over 3 years, we have not succeeded in mastering even a single move. Your mother proposed splitting the techniques so we could practice together, and thus we have learned a fair bit, but there are still areas where our execution feels off." Shi Zhongyu understood that this sword technique likely required a unique internal method to utilize effectively, akin to the falling leaves palm technique. Given their advancing years, retraining their internal power was evidently impossible. Thus, their collaborative approach to mastering the sword technique was quite fitting. Minro, hearing his silence regarding the Dong girl, assumed they had quarreled and interjected, "Jian, the Dong girl has grown up under our watch. She is a virtuous and well-mannered girl. You must not follow in your brother's footsteps and bully her." Upon hearing her speak of him so before his brother, Shi Zhongyu could no longer contain himself and revealed his identity, saying, "Mother, I am not Shi Zhongjian. I am Shi Zhongyu. To think you would speak ill of me in front of my brother, I am quite upset." Minro was taken aback. "What? You are? Why aren't you focused on your training at the Snow Mountain? And why have you come back?" Shi Qing added, "Have you gotten into trouble again? And that is why you sneaked down?" Shi Zhongyu retorted, "Mother, do you have such little faith in your son? I came back to visit my family while attending to matters in Fujian with Uncle Bai." Realizing the original owner's dubious reputation and misdeeds, he understood why his parents were suspicious. He hurriedly explained the situation regarding the conflict with Lin Zhengyuan and the Flying Fish Gang's attempt to seize the Lin family's assets to assuage their concerns. However, as Shi Qing and Minro listened, their suspicions grew. Shi Qing furrowed his brow and inquired, "You say you killed the notorious Wei Zizhong of Ling'an, even when he had Wei Sikhun and Cheng Deong as his allies?" It was only natural for Shi Qing to harbor doubts. Wei Zizhong was a figure of considerable renown in the martial world, and Shi Qing felt that even together, he and his wife might not be a match for him. Here was Shi Zhongyu, a mere teenager, claiming to have single-handedly faced 3 adversaries, killed Wei Zizhong, and subdued the leaders of Qinglong Village and the Flying Fish Gang. Who would believe such a tale? Minro could hardly suppress her laughter, and you even became sworn brothers with the leader of the beggar-s gang, Jiha? Her tone was rife with teasing, nearly bursting into laughter. Jiha was a figure of significant stature, and even after decades of wandering the martial world, Shi Qing and Minro had yet to encounter him. What audacity it took for a mere child to claim brotherhood with him. As for Liao Qiang, the protector of the Demon Sect, he was an elusive figure, known as the most powerful force in the martial world today. Even the Shaolin and Wudong sects needed to ally with others to contend against them. Many had never even laid eyes on him. For such a person to forge a brotherly bond with a child whose name was scarcely known was utterly preposterous. Unbelievably, in this scenario, it felt exhilarating to embellish the narrative. The recent updates have been inconsistent, leading to a significant loss of readership. I express my gratitude to those who continue to support this book. I cherish you all. Chapter 81. Martial Arts Challenge. Shi Qing and Minro, aware of Shi Zhongyu's propensity for deception, found themselves perplexed by his increasingly inept lies as he matured. What was once a skillful art of misdirection had devolved into absurd fabrications that even the simplest minds could not accept. Shi Zhongyu, however, was equally astounded. The most profound distance in the world was not merely standing before someone, unaware of their affection, but rather the chasm that existed when one spoke a lie, only to have it accepted as truth, while their genuine words were met with incredulity. Fortunately, Shi Zhongyu recalled the token gifted by Chu Hao, which could serve as proof of his credibility. He retrieved it from his robes and presented it to Shi Qing, stating, "Father, this is the token bestowed upon me by Brother Chu, who said that should I encounter insurmountable troubles, I could command aid from the Beggar Sect using this token. Surely, this cannot be fabricated?" Shi Qing examined the token closely, his brow furrowed in uncertainty. "I have never seen this token before. I cannot ascertain its authenticity." Shi Zhongyu felt a surge of frustration. While parents typically celebrated their children's accomplishments with praise, his own parents remained skeptical, ever the discerning critics. This was, quite frankly, infuriating. Resolving not to let this slide, he declared, "Today, I shall play the role of sparring partner for you both. You cannot practice the Thunder Sword technique without a worthy opponent." Shi Qing, taken aback, responded, "What? You wish to spar with both your mother and me? If you can exchange even a few blows with either of us without succumbing, that would already be commendable. You think you can face us both?" Shi Zhongyu retorted, "I have defeated Wei Zizhong. If I can land a hit on either of you, will you not believe I speak the truth?" Shi Qing thought it a fortuitous opportunity to assess his son's martial prowess. If Shi Zhongyu proved inadequate, he could simply conceal some of his own strength. Thus, he agreed. "Very well, we shall see what skills you have acquired over these years." They each took up a wooden sword, and Shi Zhongyu grinned. "Do not hold back too much." "Dear parents," Shi Qing scoffed, "you were just boasting about defeating us, and now you ask for mercy?" Before he could finish, Shi Zhongyu seized the moment to strike, his sword darting forward with unprecedented speed. Caught off guard, Shi Qing had no time to defend himself, but Min-Ro swiftly intervened, parrying the attack. Shi Qing recognized that Min-Ro had executed the third form of the Thunder Sword technique, and instinctively followed with the second half of the form, aiming for Shi Zhongyu's shoulder. However, Shi Zhongyu deftly deflected the blow, and with a resonant crack, their wooden swords snapped under the force of his internal energy. Both parents were astonished, although they had not exerted their full strength. The power required to break their swords indicated that Shi Zhongyu possessed extraordinary internal strength for one so young. They could no longer dismiss his claims of having defeated Wei Zizhong. As they exchanged glances, a mix of pride and disbelief washed over them. They could not help but inquire about the source of their son's remarkable abilities. Shi Zhongyu longed to reveal the truth but hesitated, recognizing the dangers of reverse training in Shaolin techniques. It was only through his unique circumstances, with two souls within him, that he had managed to persevere. He recalled how his brother, Shi Zhongjian, in the original narrative, succeeded due to his innocence and ignorance of the world. Unlike that naive mindset, Shi Zhongyu had matured over 3 years of guidance from his parents, now aware of the perils of life. Furthermore, he had begun to harbor feelings for a certain young woman, making it imprudent to engage in perilous practices that could endanger him. Instead, he spun a tale about encountering an elderly man while descending the mountain, who had been in dire straits and had subsequently shared martial knowledge with him. This narrative had been rehearsed and polished, leaving no room for doubt. Shi Qing and Min-Ro listened intently, fully convinced, while speculating about the identity of the mysterious elder. Shi Zhongyu found their gullibility amusing. They believed his fabrications effortlessly, yet when he spoke the truth, they were filled with skepticism. He realized that honesty might not serve him well in the future. As he played the role of the elder, he understood that even those closest to him should not be privy to the intricacies of his martial training. His parents, being noble souls, would certainly disapprove of him passing on these secrets to Shi Zhongjian. After much speculation, Shi Qing and Min-Ro could not arrive at a conclusion and reluctantly let the matter rest. Shi Zhongyu seized the opportunity to present the fallen leaf palm technique, claiming it required a complementary internal energy method to practice effectively. He handed over the manual, having intended to pass this knowledge to his brother. With the hope of strengthening Shi Zhongjian, Shi Zhongyu believed that should they face formidable adversaries in the future, their combined strength would be invaluable. He was determined to shield his parents from any potential dangers, especially since the world had become increasingly perilous with the emergence of formidable foes not present in the original tale. Chapter 82. Brothers reunited. Shi Qing picked up the manual for the falling leaves palm technique and flipped through several pages. discovering that the internal cultivation methods recorded within were markedly different from those he practiced daily. It became evident that to master Qi Si Yuan's martial arts, he must first cultivate his unique internal techniques. Otherwise, any attempt to practice would yield little result, making progress as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He and his wife had spent 3 years in training, yet had not managed to perfect a single sword technique, attributing their lack of progress to their own dullness. Now, realizing the reason behind their struggles, a mix of disappointment and a sense of relief blossomed within him. He thought, it turns out that it is not my own lack of talent, but rather Qi Si Yuan's exceptional martial arts that necessitate the learning of his unique internal methods for effective application. Shi Qing smiled and asked, have you not managed to master even a single technique of the falling leaves palm? Shi Zhongyu sighed dejectedly, replying, for the past 3 years, I have been practicing the internal techniques taught by that old man. I only began to practice the falling leaves palm half a year ago, and shamefully, I have only managed to learn 3 of the 24 forms. The smile on Shi Qing's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of concern. He pondered, how could a few words from my son wound me so deeply? Despite not having learned Qi Si Yuan's unique internal methods, his son had mastered 3 techniques in just 6 months, while he and his wife had spent 3 years without achieving a single move. Indeed, comparisons breed discontent. One's worth is often measured against another. Noticing the strange expression on his father's face, Shi Zhongyu remained unaware that he had unintentionally added to his father's distress. He remarked, Father, I believe it would be best for my younger brother to practice Qi Si Yuan's martial arts. Have you taught him any internal techniques in these years? Shi Qing mustered his spirits and replied, I have imparted to him the internal techniques of our sect. However, upon reviewing his progress a few days ago, I found him advancing at a painfully slow pace, far behind his peers, and I cannot fathom the reason. Both Shi Qing and Min Ro were disciples of the Qingjing Temple, their internal techniques considered a legitimate school of martial arts. Shi Zhongyu recognized that his younger brother possessed an extraordinary talent for martial arts, having even mastered the deliberately disordered techniques of Xia Yang. Yet he could not comprehend why he struggled so much with their father's teachings. Min Ro, more perceptive, suggested, it is not that Jianer is dull, rather, he is simply not applying himself to his studies. As his father, you seem unconcerned for your son. Have you not noticed that he spends all his time with Jianer? How can he find time to practice martial arts? Shi Zhongyu deduced that Jianer must be a nickname for the girl Dong. Suddenly recalling that his childhood companion's name was Dong Qinglian, it seemed evident that his younger brother was deeply enamored with the neighbor's daughter. Yet, in the original narrative, Shi Zhongjian had also harbored feelings for Ding Dang, but it had never consumed him to the point of neglecting his training. Reflecting on the story, Shi Zhongjian had only met Ding Dang briefly, and after discovering a clay figure that revealed a wooden figure containing advanced martial arts, he had dedicated an entire day and night to mastering it. Their meeting had been rushed, with merely 2 exchanged words before parting, indicating that he was not infatuated to such an extent. Later, during his romance with Ah Xiu, although he diligently practiced the Jinwu blade technique, it was due to their perilous circumstances that he was compelled to do so. In light of this, Shi Zhongyu was not particularly astonished by Shi Zhongjian's neglect of his martial arts. However, Shi Qing was infuriated, blaming Min Ro for not informing him sooner, which had led to their youngest son wasting precious time. Min Ro countered, Jianer was captured by enemies in his youth and has endured countless hardships for over a decade. Now that he has finally reunited with us, I simply wish for him to grow up happily. As for his martial prowess and future achievements, I am indifferent. Shi Qing remained silent for a long while, holding his wife's hand with eyes full of regret. While Shi Zhongyu felt touched by Min Ro's affection for their brother, he lamented that such a gifted individual was squandering his potential for a woman. He resolved to counsel his brother, determined not to let his own transmigration disrupt the narrative, allowing the true protagonist to become a mere mediocre. He turned to Min Ro and asked, Mother, where do you suppose my brother and Miss Dong spend their time? I shall go find them. Min Ro smiled. They are likely in the flower room of the West Wing. You 2 brothers, having been apart for so long, should spend time together to strengthen your bond. Shi Zhongyu bade farewell to his parents and made his way to the flower room in search of Shi Zhongjian. Upon entering the West Wing, he was greeted by the sound of cheerful laughter. A young girl's voice called out, Jian Ge, your skill with the shuttlecock is truly remarkable. Peering in, he saw a room filled with pots of orchids, peonies, and tulips. In the center, a handsome youth was skillfully juggling a shuttlecock in a series of intricate moves. Occasionally, he would deliberately let the shuttlecock graze his left foot, and as it neared the ground, he would flick it back into the air with his right heel. At times, he would lean back, kicking it upward from behind, or repeatedly lift his knees to keep it bouncing in the air. His skill was truly exceptional, leaving onlookers in awe. Nearby, a beautiful girl of about 15 was clapping and cheering him on. Shi Zhongyu observed that the youth appeared almost identical to him. It could only be his younger brother. Shi Zhongyu, he thought. It seems you have channeled all your efforts into playing with the shuttlecock rather than martial arts. No wonder you have made no progress in your training while excelling at this. Seeing that neither of them noticed his arrival, he cleared his throat to attract their attention. Upon hearing the sound, Shi Zhongyu instinctively caught the shuttlecock with his right hand and looked up, surprised to see a boy who resembled him standing at the door. He quickly realized that this must be his elder brother returned from the Demon Sect. Overcome with joy, he rushed forward and asked, "Brother, when did you return?" Shi Zhongyu, having been an only child in his past life, had never experienced the bond of brotherhood. Now, seeing someone who mirrored him so closely calling him brother, emotions long buried surged to the surface. Though he felt a twinge of annoyance, he could not help but smile, saying, "I just returned. You've grown quite a bit." Shi Zhongyu stood before him, holding his hand up to compare their heights, only to find himself a finger shorter than his brother. He pouted slightly and said, "But I'm still not as tall as you." Shi Zhongyu, being 2 years older, had already slowed in his growth, while Shi Zhongyu was still in the midst of his development. In 2 years, they would likely be of equal height, their appearances indistinguishable. A time when even their parents and lovers could not tell them apart. It would also be a time for the reemergence of justice and retribution in the world. Shi Zhongyu smiled gently. "You are still young. In a couple of years, you might even surpass me in height." Shi Zhongyu replied, "Being as tall as you is enough. Otherwise, I would just be a silly tall person." "Brother, have you seen father and mother?" Having been under his parents' guidance for these past years, he had grown significantly wiser, shedding the naivety of his former self. Shi Zhongyu nodded. "I have seen them. It was mother who informed me of your whereabouts, prompting my visit." Then he turned to the beautiful girl standing nearby and inquired, "And who might this be?" Upon his elder brother's inquiry about the maiden's origins, Shi Zhongyu's countenance betrayed a hint of discomposure as he stammered, She is my." The maiden stepped forward, her voice melodious as she chirped, "Brother Yu, dost thou not recall me?" Shi Zhongyu, of course, recognized her as Dong Qinglian, a childhood playmate, yet feigned ignorance, inquiring, "Oh, thou knowest me? I cannot seem to recollect when we last met." Dong Qinglian retorted with a playful huff, "Thou art merely dissembling. I cannot believe Aunt Ro would direct thee hither to seek Brother Jian without informing thee of my presence." Shi Zhongyu was taken aback, musing, Qinglian possesses a keen intellect. Recalling their childhood escapades, he remembered how she would feign a more pitiable state after his teasing, seeking redress from their parents. Were it not for Min Ro's intervention, Shi Qing would have chastised him severely on numerous occasions. In light of this, her present sagacity was hardly surprising. However, he was no fool and jested. "My departure was rather hasty. Perhaps mother lacked the time to inform me. Pray, who art thou? How didst thou come to know my name?" Dong Qinglian, failing to elicit the truth from him, appeared somewhat crestfallen. "Very well," she conceded. "In our youth, thou didst call me Little Liener. Surely, thou must now recall my identity?" From their earliest years, their interactions were characterized by a constant battle of wits. Yet, Shi Zhongyu, being a boy, would often resort to physical altercations when exasperated. Now, reunited after years apart, they inevitably resumed their intricate game of deception. Shi Zhongyu had never favored overly clever women. Ding Dang, at best, could be described as quirky, but not particularly intelligent, whereas Dong Qinglian was akin to a Ming Dynasty version of Huang Rong. His younger brother, being of a more simple nature, would undoubtedly be completely dominated were he to fall for such a woman. Nevertheless, he mused, with such an astute helpmate, his brother need not fear being taken advantage of in the future. Indeed, partnerships often thrived on complementarity. Slender individuals often sought companionship with those of fuller figures, while lively, intelligent souls gravitated towards sincere, steadfast partners, and the young sometimes favored the more mature. Marriages marked by contrast often proved more enduring, while relationships between individuals of similar temperaments were more prone to dissolution. Since his brother had made his choice, he would not interfere. He offered a gentle smile, remarking, "Ah, Qinglian, I had not realized thou hadst blossomed into such a beauty." The implication, of course, was that she had been rather unattractive in her youth. Dong Qinglian, discerning the barb in his words, retorted with a glint in her eye, "Nor did I imagine, brother, you would one day become such a handsome fellow." This remark, too, was far from complimentary. Shi Zhongyu, though not unintelligent, was utterly oblivious to the subtle barbs exchanged between these two masters of intrigue. Witnessing his brother and Lian exchanging smiles and pleasantries, he feared his brother, known for his charm, would once again captivate Dong Qinglian. Little did he realize that they were engaged in mutual derision, each secretly wishing to engage in a spirited quarrel. Shi Zhongyu, disinclined to engage in such pettiness, turned to Shi Zhongyu, inquiring, "Brother, father mentioned thy martial arts had stagnated. What is the cause?" Shi Zhongyu was at a loss for words. Unable to confess that he had devoted his energies to mastering the art of kicking the jianzi in an effort to please Dong Qinglian. Dong Qinglian, however, assumed his question was an attempt to reprimand her for Shi Zhongyu's neglect of his martial training. She interjected, "What good is martial arts? It is a pursuit favored by the boorish and shallow, lacking the refinement of scholarly pursuits." Shi Zhongyu, who had intended to admonish his brother not to squander his youth on frivolous pursuits, was incensed by her meddling. In a tone of icy politeness, he retorted, "So, scholarship is superior? If one were to assault thee, would a sonnet suffice to avenge the injury? Should a nation seize thy lands, would an essay compel their return? I seem to recall a certain individual who, after suffering a childhood thrashing, would weepingly seek redress from the offender's parents. And yet, thou speakest of refinement." Dong Qinglian, stung by his ridicule of her childhood misdeeds, flushed crimson, yet found herself without retort. She could only stammer a single word before falling silent. Shi Zhongyu addressed Shi Zhongyu in a clear voice. "A man of valor, venturing forth into the world, should strive for greatness. He should not squander his days on trivial pursuits of the heart. This fair maiden lauds the elegance of scholars, yet of the myriad who pursue such studies, few possess true nobility of spirit. The rest are but pedantic bookworms, unworthy of mention. We warriors, though rough in manner, are prepared to spill our blood for righteous cause, heedless of life or death. Should our martial prowess reach its zenith, we would be unmatched, free to come and go as we please. Though faced with 1,000 foes, we would advance without hesitation. What could be more exhilarating? The freedom of a warrior is an object of envy for all men." With these words, he drew his sword. In a flash of steel, the jianzi in Shi Zhongyu's hand was reduced to a shower of feathers, scattering in the air. He executed a series of graceful flourishes before sheathing his sword with a resounding click. "Henceforth," he declared, "thou art forbidden to waste thy time on such childish diversions." This sequence of swordplay and sheathing was a skill he had acquired from watching videos of Kenny Ho and had honed to perfection in his spare time. Executed with such finesse, it exuded an air of unparalleled grace, enhanced by his white robes and handsome features. Even his nemesis, Dong Qinglian, stared in rapturous admiration. Shi Zhongyu concealed his satisfaction, addressing Shi Zhongyu, "My words today are born of brotherly concern. Whether thou heed them is entirely up to thee." Shi Zhongyu nodded vigorously. "Brother," he exclaimed, "I shall diligently practice my skills from now on. Thou must teach me that flourish before sheathing the sword." Shi Zhongyu smiled. "Is there anything I would not teach thee? As long as thou art determined to learn and do not disappoint our parents' expectations, all will be well." Men, it seemed, were invariably captivated by stylish gestures, be it the artful manipulation of a lighter or the flourish of a sword. Shi Zhongyu possessed a natural aptitude for martial arts, but had grown complacent after returning home, his affections for Dong Qinglian further distracting him. Now, with his brother's guidance, his passion for martial arts had been rekindled. He was confident that even in his absence, his brother would not neglect his training. He couldn't help but notice the strange look in Dong Qinglian's eyes. She was his brother's beloved, and he had no intention of interfering. He hoped that no complications would arise. Alas, he mused, being so charming was often a burden. Chapter 84. A moment of indulgence before the end, finale. That evening, Min Ro instructed the kitchen to prepare an extravagant feast to celebrate Shi Zhongyu's long-awaited return home after 6 years of training. The family of 4 gathered around the table, a rare occasion of togetherness after many years. Shi Zhongyu, who had been captured by Mei Fenggu shortly after his birth, was now present. Every time Min Ro gazed upon Shi Zhongyu, she couldn't help but be reminded of her lost youngest son, often shedding tears in secret, consumed by sorrow. Even at night, her thoughts would spiral, making sleep elusive. Although Shi Qing appeared calm on the surface, he too sighed deeply each day, burdened by worry. Fortunately, a few years prior, Shi Zhongyu had finally been found, yet their eldest son was still occupied with his training on the snowy mountains, rendering family reunions infrequent. Now that the family was finally together, both Shi Min and his wife felt immense relief, their faces beaming with joy. Shi Qing, who seldom drank, unexpectedly called for the treasured osmanthus wine he had kept for many years, pouring a cup for his wife and children with a smile. Today, our family is reunited. Let us indulge in a little wine to celebrate. It shall do no harm. Min Ro smiled, allowing it without objection. Shi Zhongyu, informed by his brother during the day that their father was quite displeased with his lack of martial arts practice, quickly raised his glass, saying, "Father, I have been too indulgent these past years, resulting in no progress in my skills. My brother has already reprimanded me today. I am deeply ashamed. And you need not worry. I shall practice diligently henceforth, and I will not dare to be negligent again." He earnestly urged his parents to drink. Shi Qing was delighted and downed a large cup of wine in one go. Min Ro, not accustomed to drinking, took a small sip. Shi Zhongyu took out the manual for the falling leaves palm technique from his bosom and handed it to his younger brother, saying, "Jian brother, you may pause your internal training. Instead, practice the internal skills recorded in this manual. Once you master the internal techniques and palm methods, you may also learn the thunder sword technique. These martial arts are unique skills of the sword Saint Qi Si Yuan. If mastered, you will have few rivals in the world." Shi Zhongyu had heard his father speak of Qi Si Yuan's feats and knew him to be a legendary figure with extraordinary martial skills. Naturally, he was greatly tempted. However, his gaze turned towards Shi Qing. Understanding his thoughts, Shi Qing smiled. "Your brother has already informed me. The internal skills I teach you are far inferior to those of Qi. You need not worry, just focus on your training." Shi Zhongyu then accepted the manual, engrossed in its contents. Under his parents' guidance over the years, he had transformed from an illiterate child into someone capable of reading martial arts manuals with ease. Although he still struggled with historical text and poetry, Shi Qing observed the camaraderie between his sons, who, despite their long separation, exhibited a brotherly affection. He turned to Min Ro and remarked, "Sister, I recall 3 years ago, there was a notable difference in appearance between you and Jian, yet now they look remarkably alike. If not for their height difference, it would indeed be challenging to tell them apart." Min Ro chuckled at the memory of Shi Zhongyu impersonating his brother earlier that day. Nodding in agreement, unable to suppress her amusement. Shi Zhongyu had been a mischievous child, causing untold trouble. And it was only through her protective measures that he had escaped severe punishment from her husband. Consequently, Shi Qing had contemplated sending him to the snowy mountains for training. Min Ro had strongly opposed this at the time, filled with reluctance. However, after Shi Zhongyu had trained on the snowy mountains, he had returned refined and courteous, his martial skills having advanced significantly, surpassing even that of his parents. Although Shi Zhongyu lacked his brother's prowess, his honest and straightforward nature was reassuring. Min Ro sighed. "Seeing you and Jian grown to such stature, I suddenly feel the passage of time weigh heavily upon me. How swiftly time flies. It feels like just yesterday when I ventured through the martial world alongside your father." Noticing his mother's melancholic demeanor, Shi Zhongyu quickly reassured her, "Mother, you are not old at all. In my eyes, you will forever be 18. Min Ro chuckled, playfully chiding, "Are you implying that I am a monster?" Shi Qing interjected, "Sister, today is a joyous occasion. Why must you suddenly succumb to such melancholy? If you feel confined at home, I shall accompany you for a stroll." Min Ro forced a smile. "I do not know why, but I suddenly feel this wave of sentiment. It is my fault. I shall drink to punish myself." She lifted her cup and downed the remaining wine. Shi Qing, aware of his wife's aversion to alcohol, found her behavior curious and felt a vague unease, as if something significant was about to be lost. He steeled himself and smiled at Shi Zhongyu. Today your mother and I witnessed your swordplay, truly marvelous. Yet, in the haste, we could not fully appreciate it. Would you be willing to perform again, that we might behold your art?" Although Shi Zhongyu was unaware that his father's request was intended to lift his mother's spirits, he complied, saying, "My swordplay is crude. But since father wishes to see it, I shall display it." Rising, he gracefully exited the courtyard, unsheathing his sword. Beginning the snowy mountain sword technique from the first stance, Cold Plum Blossoms in Bloom. The snowy mountain sword was created by the sect's founder. Inspired by the plum blossoms in the snow, its movements exquisite. As the full moon rose, casting a gentle glow over the courtyard, the sword's gleaming light danced like plum blossoms on branches, then like petals blown by the wind, captivating to behold. Shi Qing, observing his son's precise swordplay, noted that it surpassed even that of his friend by Wang Jian, and he quietly nodded in approval. As the performance continued, the weather suddenly turned ominous. Dark clouds obscuring the moon, plunging the world into darkness, save for the flickering sword light, which invoked an eerie sensation. Shi Zhongyu, startled by the abrupt change, hastened his movements, eager to conclude his display and return indoors. However, as he executed the final move, shadow falls on the home. An unforeseen calamity struck. A thunderclap echoed from the heavens, and a bolt of lightning, like a fiery serpent, descended, piercing the tip of Shi Zhongyu's sword. A jolt of electricity coursed through him, and his mind exploded with confusion, leaving him incapable of thought. Shi Qing and Min Ro cried out in alarm. You! They rushed into the courtyard, cradling him in the hall. His eyes were wide with terror, his expression frozen in horror. Shi Zhongyu, equally frightened, called out through tears, Brother! Brother! Shi Zhongyu, lost in a haze, had no sense of time passing until he suddenly heard a familiar song. Someone like me, so exceptional, should have lived a brilliant life. Why? After over 20 years, am I still adrift in the sea of humanity? His consciousness gradually returned, and he recalled that this song was his favorite from his past life, also set as his ringtone. Yet now, in the world of Ming Dynasty heroes, how could he hear modern music? He glanced around, seeing his parents and brother encircling him, their eyes brimming with tears, lips moving in silent words he could not hear. Only the refrain of someone like me echoed in his ears, someone as clever as I should have long bid farewell to innocence. Why then did I exchange a fleeting romance for a body full of scars? Suddenly, a flood of memories surged through his mind. The tragic car accident that claimed his parents, the brief warmth of his first love, and the relentless grind of work that left his heart hollow. Meanwhile, the memories of Ah Xiu, Hua Wanzi, and Ding Dang from this world began to fade. It dawned on him, and he murmured a prayer. Heaven, I prefer life here. Please let me remain. Yet, as he did, his recollections of this world began to slip away, leaving only the knowledge that these three individuals surrounding him were his most cherished family. The heavens paid no heed to his wishes, just as they had not in granting him this journey. Leaving was an absolute decree beyond negotiation. He could only softly sing along to the music that resonated in his ears. How many people like me, lost and searching, like me, aimless and unremarkable, have you encountered? How many like me, solitary and foolish, who refuse to accept mediocrity, exist in this world? Until his consciousness began to fade, he ultimately succumbed to a deep slumber, unaware of the passage of time. When he finally regained consciousness, he opened his eyes to the glow of his computer screen, displaying unfinished code. The melody of a song for people like him continued to echo. Stone Fan furrowed his brow and instinctively grabbed his phone, which lit up with a call from his manager. Upon answering, a stern male voice erupted from the receiver, frantic and demanding. Stone Fan, what on earth is going on? You haven't shown up for 3 days, and you haven't answered my calls. I thought you might have collapsed. 3 days? Had he truly been unconscious for 3 days? He had not perished, but had awakened instead. Yet, it seemed he had lost some crucial memory. He cradled his head in silence. The manager continued to bark over the phone. Are you even listening? If the program I assigned you isn't completed, you might as well pack your bags and leave. Don't think you can stick around here. Suddenly overwhelmed with irritation, he cursed. Damn it. I didn't want to work here anymore anyway. Did you ever care about my well-being when you thought I was dead? All you care about is that code. You think a mere 10,000 a month can buy my life? Let me tell you, I have nothing left. You can do it yourself. After hanging up, he was momentarily stunned. He had always been a rational person, having lost his parents early on and navigating life with utmost caution, afraid even to fall ill. Why had he suddenly lost his temper and resigned from the stable job he had fought so hard to secure? What significant memory had he lost? Regardless, it was a life he had already lived once. What was there to fear? He could merely die again if it came to that. Now, an intense hunger gnawed at him, and he suddenly craved alcohol. He staggered up from his chair, struggling to retrieve some leftover food from the fridge from days past and a bottle of white liquor he had bought during the New Year. Without bothering to heat it up, he hastily devoured the meal. A month later, he began to recollect fragments of dreams he had experienced during those days. It seemed he had traversed into an ancient realm, the world of Jin Yang's The Legend of the Condor Heroes, becoming the son of Shi Qingmin and Ro, named Shi Zhongyu, and even engaging in a romance with a Xiu? It was indeed somewhat absurd. Based on these fragments, he penned a novel titled The Snow Mountain Disciples of the Legend of the Condor Heroes on a platform called Tomato Novels. However, the reception was dismal. Critics stated it was written poorly. The end.